Winter, 1983. Northeast China. The village of Baikai, Cun, Cabbage Village. Heavy snow blanketed the entire mountain village like goose feathers. At the eastern entrance of the village stood a large willow tree, its branches lined with icicles. The mountains were white, but the ground was red. And at the source of that crimson trail lay a man sprawled face down in the snow. His black cotton jacket was torn at the back, stuffing spilling out. His body was filthy, his hands frostbitten and bright red from the cold. Jianguo struggled to lift his head. Droplets of blood trickled down from his forehead. The scalding blood brought him back to his senses, and he roared aloud. Xiaoling. In an instant, something within Jianguo changed. Far away, a black sedan pulled to a stop. From it stepped a woman. She was in her mid-20s, with a sweet heart-shaped face and a slight side-swept bang. She wore a blue cotton coat. Underneath, a red turtleneck sweater contrasted sharply against the snowy backdrop, making her stand out vividly. She was beautiful, her eyes especially radiant. Jianguo, don't chase me anymore, she cried. I promise I'll come back. This was Lin Qianyue, Jianguo's wife. She tried to run toward him, but someone grabbed her arm. Jianguo staggered to his feet, desperate to make her stop. Don't go, please, Lin Qianyue sobbed, tears streaming down her face. But she had no choice, she had to leave. Originally a Beijing-educated youth sent to Baikai Cun, Lin Qianyue came from a family once labeled as part of the 5 black categories: landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, or rightists. She had thought she'd spend her whole life in this village. No one expected her family would be politically rehabilitated. Now, her family was taking her back. During those 5 years in the countryside, Lin Qianyue married Jianguo. They even had a daughter together. Miss Lin, get back in the car. A man beside her yanked her roughly. Still crying, Lin Qianyue shouted again at Jianguo. Jianguo, take care of Xiaoling. Wait for me. With that, she turned away. Xiaoling, please don't leave me and our child behind. Come back. Jianguo howled, trying to chase after her. But the car started again, and his injured body couldn't keep up. Heaven. He dropped to his knees, letting out a lone wolf's cry of despair. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Jianguo. Before he could react, a hand clamped around his throat while another twisted violently in the opposite direction. Crack! Jianguo's head snapped sideways, and he collapsed motionless onto the snow. You won't die, the voice said coldly. You just won't move ever again. From now on, you'll live as a cripple. Behind Jianguo stood a man dressed in a military overcoat, wearing a thick woolen hat commonly known in later times as a lei foam cape and a mask. Jianguo lay in the snow, blood frozen atop his head. A mere nobody dares to marry the Lin family's young miss, and still dreams of winning her back? In front of the Lin family, you're nothing but grass. Wake up, future Miss Lin is untouchable to someone like you. The man sneered once more before vanishing into the blizzard. Jianguo remained there, unable to hear anything. How long passed Seth didn't know. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. His body cracked audibly. Miraculously, he could move again. Even the wound on his head had healed. In back, Jianguo stared at his trembling hands, looking at the endless snow, the tire tracks in the distance, and the pool of blood beneath him. Is this real? Did I really return? This day had been his nightmare. After having his neck twisted by that man, he hadn't become disabled. He possessed a unique constitution and incredibly fast recovery ability. While most people needed 100 days to heal for bone injuries, Jianguo could recover in just a few days. That same gift had saved his life. Yet even though he survived, his heart had died. Not only because his wife had left, but also because on this very day, he had lost his own daughter. Qianyue, you were taken away by your familiar, actually the daughter of the Beijing Lin clan. Once branded as the Black 5 categories before reform and opening up, the Lin family had risen to become one of the country's most powerful elite families afterward. In the future, the Lins would dominate both the military and political spheres. As for Jianguo, after recovering, fate led him to Hong Kong, where he eventually became a billionaire. By 1997, when Hong Kong returned to Chinese sovereignty, everything had changed. His wife had become a prince's consort, and Lin Qianyue despised him. Why? Because on that very day, their daughter had been sold. Back then, Jianguo believed she had been kidnapped by human traffickers, chasing leads all the way south to Hong Kong. Only after becoming wealthy did relatives flock to him. Years later, he finally uncovered the truth. It was his own mother-in-law who had sold his daughter. And Werser realized that this cruel woman wasn't even his real mother, because she gave birth to a girl, because she was born from a relationship with a Jiqing. Out of greed, She had sold her grandson's own flesh and blood. I've returned. This time, I will change everything. I want to see who dares touch my daughter. I want to see if I can win Qianyue back. And Jianguo rose to his feet, his eyes burning with intense determination. The ones who crippled Meth Lin family. This time, with me alive, let's see how you treat me like grass. I, the future billionaire, will gamble my life against your power. I will build capital. I will crush you all underfoot. I will rebuild my Empire Supreme Group. Chapter 2. The poisonous old woman selling her granddaughter amidst a heavy snowfall. No peddlers ventured into the mountain village. However, traffickers took advantage of the snow-cloaked roads to conduct their transactions in the secluded valleys. In such inclement weather, security was assured once they departed. The howling winds would erase any trace of their presence. Even if the police were to arrive, what good would it do? In Baikai village, within the third courtyard of the northwest, lay the Yi family compound. In the front yard, a gaunt woman with a fierce countenance was gripping the frail form of Yi Xiaoling, a 5-year-old girl whose face was flushed from the cold, her ears nearly frostbitten. Beside the grass basket stood 3 women. Among them, a woman in her 50s, clad in a patched cotton coat, possessed a pair of cold, indifferent eyes as she gazed at her granddaughter within the basket. This was Yi Jianguo's mother, Old Lady Yi. Flanking her were 2 other women, Han Lihua, the wife of Yi Jianguo's second brother, and Xiao Fong, the somewhat plump fourth sister-in-law with shifty eyes. The Yi family's eldest son, Yi Jiaming, had served in the military before returning to work in a city enterprise, much to Old Lady Yi's delight, as he was her favorite, despite being a son-in-law. Yet, he had always looked down upon rural life. The second son, Yi Jianshan, was the village's joint defense director, which earned him some respect from Old Lady Yi. But he was a reckless man who ultimately squandered his marriage through vice. The third son, Yi Jianguo, was adopted by Old Lady Yi, who treated him as a mere tool, for he was not her biological child. She would attribute her frustrations to him. And had it not been for the money received from adopting him, she would not have taken him in. The youngest, Yi Jianshue, had become a petty trafficker. Yet Old Lady Yi did not fully endorse him, though he brought money home. The dark-skinned woman squeezed Yi Xiaoling's cheek and said curtly, "Still no adult teeth." Old Lady Yi, with a grim expression, retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. 50 yuan. Take her quickly." 50 yuan? That will not suffice. This child is far too thin. I fear she won't survive the journey, the trafficker replied. In this icy wilderness, even if thrown to a den of wolves, they would refuse to consume her. Look. She's still crying. The trafficker, her eyes gleaming with greed, contemplated the worth of Yi Xiaoling. If she were a boy, she could fetch 500 yuan in the south. Even as a girl, she was worth at least 200. Upon hearing this attempt to haggle, Old Lady Yi immediately bristled, as did the other 2 daughters-in-law. Xiao Fong, the most outspoken, snapped at the trafficker. "We agreed you could only have a look. What is this? If not for the absence of a son, who would sell to you?" Following her lead, Han Lihua chimed in, "Hurry up and pay." Upon hearing the 3 women's insistence, the trafficker let out an odd laugh, preparing to dispute further. Just then, an ice ball hurtled towards her, striking her unawares. With a resounding crack, she was left with a swollen bump on her head. "Dare to touch my daughter, and you shall see." Yi Jianguo stormed in, bloodied and furious, his hands clenched tightly, radiating the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountains. Rushing to the basket, he lifted little Yi Xiaoling into his arms. Yi Xiaoling, who had been crying, immediately ceased her tears upon seeing her father, Yi Jianguo. Though her eyes remained red, she clung tightly to his neck, her small frame seemingly yearning to merge with him for safety. Having been frightened and chilled, she found solace in her father's embrace, which pierced Yi Jianguo's heart with anguish. Suddenly, the dark-skinned woman screamed, clutching her head and pointing at Yi Jianguo, demanding to know who he was and daring him to strike her. "Strike you? I would rather apprehend you. Human trafficker. You deserve to be beaten to death." Yi Jianguo retorted, grasping a hook from beneath the eaves and lunging it towards the woman's eyes. The dark-skinned woman was utterly petrified by his fierce demeanor, fully aware of her own heinous actions. Upon witnessing the murderous glint in Yi Jianguo's eyes, she howled and fled towards Elder Yi, hoping to use her as a shield. "Your mother sent me. This has nothing to do with me." Elder Yi, startled by the sudden appearance of her third son, commanded, "Stop, San." As the matriarch of the family, her authoritative voice resonated with anger. Yi Jianguo's icy gaze fixed upon her, instilling a sense of dread as if he were indeed capable of taking a life. His sisters-in-law, Han Lihua and Chao Fong, stepped back, apprehensive. Who allowed you to sell Xiaoling? Yi Jianguo's voice was laced with a chilling coldness. Elder Yi glared at him, clenching her fists. Sell? Your wife has run off. What use is this child? Just let her be taken away. Han Lihua quickly interjected. San, you cannot raise the child alone. She is merely a burden. Indeed, they arrived in a luxurious car. They belong to a different world than ours. This child could fetch $100. It would make our winter much easier. Chao Fong added, joining the fray. Since that woman is not returning, why keep this illegitimate child? Sell her off. We can find a matchmaker and seek out a proper bride from the countryside to bear more children. Han Lihua openly declared, selling her is no crime. What use is a daughter? How ridiculous. Why not sell your own son? Yi Jianguo thundered, directing the hook toward Chao Fong. What are you doing? Do you wish to harm your sister-in-law and brother's wife? She provoked. Go on, kill me for the sake of an illegitimate child? Elder Yi, now resorting to petty behavior, proclaimed that she would not raise that wretched girl. Raising a child is financially burdensome, and resources should be preserved for those who matter. Just as Yi Jianguo prepared to respond, little Yi Xiaoling spoke in a soft voice, Daddy, I'm not an illegitimate child. Xiaoling, you are not. Yi Jianguo affirmed vehemently, then turned once more to his mother, declaring, Mother, I shall call you that one last time. I do not need your support to care for Xiaoling. I will take on that responsibility myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Lihua burst into laughter. San, what do you plan to provide? You've only ever focused on your studies. Now that you have a child, you lack a proper job. Do you understand how difficult it is to earn money? Just how much of the family's resources have you consumed? Enough. Yi Jianguo was unwilling to engage in idle chatter with these malevolent individuals. Neither his mother nor Han Lihua and Chao Fong were deserving of his respect. State your demands, he commanded. What did you say? Han Lihua was taken aback, and Yi Jianguo fixed his gaze on her, demanding, Tell me how much food I have consumed from our household. Han Lihua burst into laughter, her shrill voice resonating throughout the neighborhood. It's not much, just over $30. Chao Fong joined in the laughter, adding, My household is similar. Once they ceased their mockery, Yi Jianguo turned to the elderly matriarch of the Yi family, insisting, You too, state your demands. I shall compensate you. What do you mean, third son? Are you intending to sever ties with me? The old matriarch was incensed, and the dark-skinned woman behind her added venomously, Old lady, your son is a treacherous wolf. Yi Jianguo, fueled by rage, charged at the woman, striking her in the abdomen with a poker, sending her sprawling. I will end you, he bellowed, resembling a furious bull ready to kill. The woman fled in terror, not daring to remain within the confines of the Yi household. The matriarch, witnessing this, stomped her feet in anger. This is rebellion. Fine, third son, I do not want your money. Leave this house and do not return. The matriarch's words delighted the second daughter-in-law, for with Yi Jianguo's departure, the vacant space would belong to their family, given that they had birthed 2 sons. Chao Fong grew anxious. With Yi Jianguo gone, she still desired her share of the finances. All right, I shall leave. I will take only the belongings of my child's mother. The rest shall remain with you. I will repay the debts I owe. From this day forth, I, Yi Jianguo, shall have no further ties with you. This marked the first decisive action Yi Jianguo needed to undertake upon his rebirth. He resolved to sever all connections with this family and protect his daughter from their tyranny. Refusing to allow these vampires to drain him dry, Yi Jianguo resolutely cradled Yi Xiaoling in his arms and proceeded towards his own dwelling. The old matriarch pointed at his retreating figure, her demeanor devoid of maternal warmth, akin to that of an adversary. Treacherous wolf. The second daughter-in-law watched him leave, determined that he should not take anything belonging to the Yi family. I refuse to believe that on such a snowy day he can find refuge elsewhere. If he returns, he will have to pay. The old matriarch of the Yi family was not only venomous, but also miserly. Chapter 3. Freedom. Winter in northeast China plunged to a biting -20 degrees. The heavy snow blanketed the landscape, rendering the path from the mountain village to the county town impassable. Yi Jianguo carried his daughter on his back, clutching a bag containing items left by Lin Qianyue, along with a flashlight and some matches. Chao Fong and Han Lihua kept their eyes fixed on Yi Jianguo, wary that he might take more than his fair share. They failed to consider that in such harsh conditions, could Yi Jianguo and Yi Xiaoling even survive outside? Is this the time to divide the family? The elder sister-in-law of the Yi family questioned, Do you wish for your third son to perish? What was truly unfolding? The neighbors had just overheard the conversation. Although they were unaware of the old matriarch's intentions to sell her granddaughter, the timing of such a division suggested only one outcome, the demise of Yi Jianguo. Old lady Yi sat on the Kong, rolling her eyes. So what if he dies? Our Yi family does not lack a male heir. How outrageous. Old lady Yi dared not admit to selling her granddaughter. After all, Yi Jianguo was not her biological son. Even if he perished outside, she would be indifferent. The Yi family only needed the eldest. There was no need to leave. Upon seeing Yi Jianguo emerge, the neighbors, especially little Yi Xiaoling clinging to his back, were stirred. Third son, apologize to your mother. Quickly, urged old man Chui from across the way. Family is family. Any grievances should be resolved through conversation. Yi Jianguo cast a glance at his mother, his heart thoroughly chilled. Once, he had been the brightest student, poised to attend high school in the city. Yet, despite old lady Ye's wealth, she refused to invest in his education. Left with no choice, he remained in the village, learning to hunt with the local trappers. Every penny he earned was handed over to the family. When he met Lin Qianyue and sought to marry her, he was the one who scrabbled together the funds. Only after Lin Qianyue entered the Yi household did old lady Yi incessantly urge Yi Jianguo to venture into the mountains, gathering goods to contribute to the collective, distributing the points to the family. In a previous life, Yi Jianguo was oblivious to the fact that old lady Yu had sold his daughter. After achieving success, he brought them to Hong Kong, and they clung to him like leeches. In my past life, I supported you all. In this life, I shall not. Let them fend for themselves. Yi Jianguo finally grasped the wickedness of his mother and the ungratefulness of his sister-in-law and brother-in-law. They were despicable. He turned to glance at Yi Xiaoling and smiled. She sold my daughter. She is no longer my mother. From now on, this family has nothing to do with me. What? Old man Chui and the others were stunned, staring at old lady Yi. Her face flushed crimson, yet she continued to roll her eyes, exclaiming, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He is just mad because his wife ran off." Exactly, Yi Jianguo replied. You shamelessly blame me. Hurry up and leave. Han Lihua and Xiao Fong scoffed with disdain. Rest assured, I shall leave, Yi Jianguo declared as he strode toward the door. In the midst of the wind and snow, he let out a proud howl that echoed through the mountains and forests. The neighbors were astonished. Was splitting from the family truly this exhilarating? Where would he go in such a heavy snowstorm? Third son, if it comes to it, come to my house. Old man Chui rushed after him, determined not to let Yi Jianguo suffer outside. No need, I will head into the mountains. You all should return, Yi Jianguo insisted, resolute as he carried his daughter toward Phoenix Mountain behind Cabbage Village. Each step crunched in the thickening snow. Though the path ahead was laden with snow, the wind began to subside. A smile lingered on Yi Jianguo's face as he occasionally glanced back at Yi Xiaoling, who looked at him with innocent curiosity. Daddy, why are you smiling when Grandma no longer wants us? From now on, she is no longer your grandmother. Remember, this family has nothing to do with us. I understand. Yi Xiaoling is small, yet not foolish. She is aware that the matriarch of the Yi family intends to sell her. Why are you smiling? Of course. Her father is laughing. He is finally free. Could Yi Jianguo not smile? In his past life, he longed to return, to save his daughter, and to seek out Lin Qianyue. He possesses the memories of an entire lifetime, coupled with countless dreams. If only he could return to the 1980s, what actions would he undertake? Each awakening from his dreams shatters his heart anew. Ultimately, Yi Jianguo devises a plan shaped by his dreams, the 33 Heavens plan. Within this scheme, each layer of heaven will facilitate his ascent. Should he succeed in fulfilling the entire plan, Yi Jianguo shall emerge as the wealthiest individual in Asia, surpassing all rivals. The Eastern capital, the Western powers, and the Jewish financiers will all be subdued beneath his might. A smile graces Yi Jianguo's lips. In this life, he intends to become true capital itself. Power shall serve him. At this moment, Yi Jianguo's ambition surges forth. Father, where are we going? Yi Xiaoling expresses a hint of concern. Before them lies a mountain, and she feels cold and hungry. Yi Jianguo gently pats her and gestures toward the mountain path. There, we shall find our new home. It is also the place where your mother and I first met. Really? Yi Xiaoling suddenly brightens with excitement. Indeed. There is a wooden cabin left by a hunter. We shall rest there. Yi Jianguo's eyes glimmer with anticipation as he takes a deep breath. His warm breath swirling into the chilly air. The injury atop his head begins to heal further. Unbeknownst to him, his body is recovering even more swiftly than in his previous life. As Yi Jianguo carries Yi Xiaoling up the mountain, a shadow lurks behind them, malevolently watching Yi Jianguo and his daughter. Dare to strike me, and you shall await your demise. Chapter 4. The cabin in the mountains. The cold wind continues to blow as Jianguo carries his daughter on his back. The cotton from his coat has been stealthily tucked into his clothing by Xiaoling. Father, are you cold? Not at all. Jianguo feels no chill. The mere thought of having his daughter by his side ignites a warmth within him. Finally, as they round a ridge, a row of wooden cabins comes into view. These cabins were left by an old hunter. This mountainous region belongs to the remnants of the greater Xing'an range, where many hunters once roamed, but as times changed, wildlife became protected by the state, leading to the gradual disappearance of the hunting profession. After imparting his skills to Jianguo, the old hunter passed away a year later. It was initially believed that Jianguo would follow in the hunter's footsteps, but unexpectedly, he heroically saved Lin Qianyue, fell in love, and married her, never becoming a hunter himself. In the absence of hunters, these cabins have become resting places for mountain dwellers venturing into the wilderness. Now, in winter, no one ascends the mountain. Jianguo intends to rest here before heading back to the county to fulfill his celestial plan. Father, are there wild beasts nearby? Do not speak. Jianguo is well aware that wild animals indeed roam in this vicinity, with hunting having ceased for long. The mountains are home not only to wolves but also to tigers, leopards, and bears. He carefully observes, confirming the absence of beasts, which brings a sigh of relief to his heart. The wooden cabin comprises 3 rooms, one of which has long fallen into disrepair, while another serves as a storage space. However, the central room remains functional. Upon pushing the door open, an oppressive darkness envelopes the space. The cabin, spanning over 60 square meters, features a stove at its center, from which an aluminum chimney extends. Nearby, a pile of firewood rests, and opposite stands a wooden bed, beneath which lies an assortment of clutter. Xiaoling, stay here in this room, and do not venture outside. I will take care of the footprints, Jianguo said cautiously, fearful that a wild beast might discover the traces and follow them through the night. Xiaoling obediently stood still as her father handed her the flashlight once more. Do not be afraid. This place is secure. As he spoke, he retrieved a knife from beneath the bed, a 2-foot-long hunting knife, its handle fashioned from peach wood and wrapped in tape. Grasping the knife, Jianguo dashed out of the room, plucking a branch from a tree to serve as a broom, and retraced his steps, meticulously sweeping away all traces of their passage. Once back at the cabin, he let out a sigh of relief. We can rest now. After a few days of recuperation, we will head to the county. Inside the wooden cabin, he placed the firewood into the stove and tore a piece of birch bark from the side. Striking a match, he ignited the bark, which crackled as it caught fire, and he tossed it beneath the wood. The flames gradually began to rise. Xiaoling squatted beside the stove, gazing pitifully at her father. Daddy, I'm hungry. Since her mother had been taken away, Xiaoling had not eaten for an entire day. Jianguo turned to look at his daughter, his heart aching. He had traversed treacherous mountain paths, searching for his wife, nearly falling victim to the Lin family's malice. Xiaoling, I will prepare something for you. Do not go outside in this heavy snow. The snowfall outside began to subside, but the northern wind picked up, howling and scattering the snowflakes. Xiaoling, feeling sympathy for her father and fearful of being alone in the cabin, insisted, no need, there's food here. Jianguo reached beneath the bed and retrieved a basin containing a string of dried mushrooms and 6 potatoes. How about I roast some potatoes for you and make a soup with the dried mushrooms? He proposed. That sounds wonderful. Xiaoling's mouth watered at the thought, which only deepened Jianguo's concern. Even the prospect of eating a potato could elicit such excitement from her. He silently vowed to care for his daughter diligently. He would even pluck the stars from the sky for her if she wished. He tossed the potatoes into the stove and took a pot outside to wash it thoroughly. As for water, there was no need for worry. The abundant snow outside provided the purest source. In this era, pollution was a distant concern. Grabbing a handful of snow, Jianguo stuffed it into his mouth. It melted instantly and tasted slightly sweet. The 1980s truly were a remarkable time. As he reflected on the future, with its pervasive smog and food safety issues, he felt a wave of nausea. The advancement of society had wreaked havoc on the natural world of Huaxia. The privileged class could disregard food safety, enjoying their specially sourced vegetables. Yet alas, there was no remedy for the air. Efforts to combat smog were limited to select cities, while most others continued to suffer from industrial pollution. As Jianguo's thoughts wandered, a sudden realization struck him. There was only a month left until New Year's Day. On the dawn of New Year's Day in 1984, Jianguo let out a curse, striking his thigh in realization. Thankfully, he remembered. Otherwise, it would have slipped his mind. Thus began his ascent through the 33 heavens. How could Jianguo not feel exhilarated? This very month, a Western pharmaceutical company would register a chemical formula in Huaxia. Sildenafil was about to be registered, albeit a decade earlier than its actual registration in 1993. Sildenafil 223-0604. This medication was virtually unknown in this era. Even a decade after its introduction, few were aware of its existence. When sildenafil's other name emerged, it would surely resonate like thunder. Sildenafil Viagra, the most remarkable drug of the 1980s. This medication would impact decades, bringing boundless blessings to men globally, solidifying the myth of Viagra's renown worldwide. This was merely the beginning. Jianguo harbored no qualms about this. To earn money, one must possess a thick skin. What of Viagra? The profits were astronomical. Each little blue pill cost less than a yuan to produce, yet sold for hundreds. In the eyes of capitalists, a 50 profit margin emboldens risk-taking, while a 100 profit margin tempts them to flout all laws. The title of father of sildenafil sounded delightful. Although I cannot invent this drug, I can register the formula ahead of time. Eventually, I shall negotiate with Western pharmaceutical representatives. How splendid! Jianguo's eyes sparkled with ambition. The first heaven was ready to be established, and with wealth, he could develop his enterprise. No mountain village could deter him, nor could the mainland. His gaze was set on Hong Kong, where the market of the 1980s and 90s was rife with competition. Capital formed swirling eddies in Victoria Harbor. And amidst financial crises that obliterated the elite, fortunes were also forged. The Asian tycoon emerged from that very era. Alas, with my arrival, there would be no room for Li Qianyue. Superhero? I am beyond a mere superhero. A smile played on Jianguo's lips as he donned snow and began to simmer mushrooms in a pot. No salt was needed. The fresh mushroom soup wafted an enticing aroma. The potatoes in the stove were ready, their scent so irresistible that even Jianguo couldn't help but lick his lips. Eat up. He skewered a potato with a stick, peeled it, and handed it to Xiaoling. The soup was set on the ground, accompanied by an iron spoon, which Jianguo blew on. Dad, you eat first. No, you should eat. Jianguo gazed at his daughter, filled with plans, aspirations, in the presence of his beloved child. He felt that everything was beginning to improve. Xiaoling devoured the potato, smiling with satisfaction. The father and daughter leaned against each other, sharing laughter around the hearth. Outside, the wind intensified. Yet, amidst the gusts, 3 figures emerged. Clad in thick cotton coats, 2 of them wielded axes, their cold gleam reflecting ominously in the night. Chapter 5. The night of murder. The man clad in a hood turned to glance at the woman behind him. This woman was the black woman from earlier. A trafficker of children. Her face was marred with resentment as she pointed towards the wooden cabin, declaring, "He is alone with the child. I've gathered information about this cabin in the mountains. Look, he's right there." Traffickers typically operate in groups, and this black woman was named Mei Yin. Accompanying her were 2 men, brothers, Han Dong and Han Bei. Mei Yin was Han Dong's wife, and had also shared a bed with Han Bei. In their world, it was quite normal for brothers to share a woman. Han Dong spat on the ground, gripping an axe as he exclaimed, "Damn it! How dare he strike you? Tonight, we shall end his life and take the child." Upon hearing his brother's words, Han Bei rubbed his face and added, "Brother, with the snow falling, we can dismember him and toss the pieces into the ravine to feed the wolves. This place is truly an ideal spot for murder and plunder." Mei Yin nodded in agreement, asserting, "Yes, kill him." In this era, taking a life leaves no trace, making it nearly impossible to solve the crime. Before their arrival, there had been numerous heinous crimes reported across various regions. In the 1970s and 80s, China had its infamous 10 murderers, all wanted by the law. Han Dong and Han Bei had set their sights on Jianguo and his daughter, knowing the area was deserted. "All right, I will go in shortly." Han Dong tightened his grip on the axe and approached the cabin. Inside the cabin, Xiaoling had finished her potatoes and felt a bit drowsy. Jianguo arranged the wooden bed, removing his cotton-padded coat to use as a blanket for his child. "Sleep well," he said, and with that, Xiaoling quickly drifted off into a deep slumber. Jianguo kissed his daughter's cheek and, rising slowly, made his way to a corner of the cabin to retrieve a rusty machete. Holding the machete, he cast a silent glance outside. "Are they forcing my hand?" Jianguo never anticipated that after struggling to be reborn, he would confront such a dire situation. Having been a hunter, he was naturally vigilant. especially in this new life. He discovered his body possessed remarkable regenerative abilities and heightened senses. He could faintly hear the slightest movements outside. 3 individuals. Standing at the door, Jianguo discerned their breathing, confirming their numbers. He looked back at his daughter once more, resolute. Whoever dares to deprive me of caring for my daughter shall face my wrath. With that, Jianguo flung the door open and stepped outside. The biting cold wind swept into the cabin, and the snow began to swirl fiercely once more. He quickly shut the door behind him, confronting the 3 assailants directly. Hiss! Han Dong, Han Bei, and Mei Yin were taken aback, not expecting Jianguo to emerge. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood before them, unwavering. Yi family's 3rd son, did you expect this? The most venomous of hearts belong to women. Mei Yin was the first to regain her composure, glaring at Jianguo with intense malice. Did you dare to strike me? Do you see this? Today, you will not escape unscathed. After speaking, she nudged Han Dong. Han Dong, now alert, raised his axe and pointed it at Jianguo, snarling, you little brat. How dare you strike my wife? Today, I will end your life. Han Bei was equally incensed, exclaiming, if we kill you, we won't need to spend a dime on your daughter. Do you really think we cherish a girl? If it weren't for your elderly matriarch pleading with us. He regarded Jianguo with disdain, treating a girl as if she were a treasure, a worthless burden. As soon as Han Bei finished his taunt, he saw Jianguo suddenly raise his hand. In an instant, a rusted chopping knife was hurled through the air. The speed was so astonishing that Han Bei had no time to react. More crucially, he never anticipated that Jianguo would strike without warning. A rustic man from the countryside dared to attack them? With a sickening thud, the knife struck Han Bei's head, causing it to cave in, the blade embedding itself within. Though he did not perish, Han Bei let out a harrowing scream, clutching at the knife as he collapsed to the ground. Mei Yin and Han Dong were left in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. In the next moment, Jianguo lunged forward, positioning himself before Han Bei, forcefully extracting the knife and aiming it once more at Han Bei's head. With a swift motion, he brought it down again. The impact was deafening. This time, Han Bei did not utter a sound. Warm blood trickled down in a single drop. Jianguo was splattered with blood, yet he quickly regained his footing, retrieving both the axe and the knife from the ground. At that moment, Jianguo resembled a fierce tiger, fixated on Han Dong. I dare to take a life, he thought. He indeed harbored the desire to kill. His previous life had been stifling, and now, he would stop at nothing to protect his daughter. In his heart, the concept of law had long since crumbled. If there were still laws, the man from the Lin family would not have taken his life. Surviving had left Jianguo's heart colder than before. The most effective way to deal with enemies was to eliminate them. Jianguo's eyes reddened as the urge to kill consumed him. In his past life, researchers studied the mindset of murderers across various nations. It was noted that in China, most individuals who committed murder felt no psychological burden. Even when Chinese people ventured abroad, they could engage in battle the moment they picked up a weapon. The bloodline of the Chinese people inherently produced warriors. With the axe and the knife in hand, Jianguo charged forward. Come on. On the opposite side, however, Han Dong was paralyzed with fear. He too had the capability to kill, but he could not compare to Jianguo's ferocity. I'll fight you, he shouted, glancing at his brother's corpse, his legs trembling slightly. Chapter 6. For the daughter, what are you waiting for? Mei Yin called from behind, prompting Han Dong to regain his senses, but it was already too late. Jianguo's axe came crashing down, and the knife followed suit. Han Dong stepped back to evade the axe, while simultaneously swinging his own. Clang! The axe and knife clashed together, and in a sudden move, Jianguo flung his axe. The axe embedded itself in Han Dong's shoulder, eliciting a pain cry. But at that moment, Jianguo lunged forward, gripping Han Dong's neck. No shouting. Jianguo's eyes blazed crimson, resembling a deity of death. After taking lives, the murderous aura fused with him. Despite the fury raging within him, he was acutely aware that his beloved daughter was inside the wooden house behind him. Jianguo wished to shield his daughter from the harsh realities surrounding them. The howling wind echoed through the night, while his daughter remained sound asleep within the confines of their humble abode, oblivious to the turmoil outside. Grasping an axe, Jianguo approached Mei Yin, blood dripping from the weapon and crystallizing upon the snow-covered ground. In her frantic flight, Mei Yin collapsed to her knees, her legs weakened by fear. Please, do not kill me, she pleaded, for as a woman without the protection of Han Dong and Han Bei, she felt as vulnerable as a hunted creature. How many children have you sold? Jianguo inquired, advancing towards her. Hearing his words, Mei Yan hastily swore, "Only one. I just arrived." "Is that so?" Jianguo's voice was chillingly cold as he loomed over her. "Look at me." Mei Yan's eyes flickered with trepidation as she hesitantly raised her gaze. "You lie." Jianguo, embodying a harbinger of death, raised the axe once more. "Truly. You must believe me," she cried out in desperation. With a resounding crash, the axe struck down, sending Mei Yan sprawling to the ground. The biting cold of the snow stung Jianguo's face, gradually awakening him from his grim reverie. In the distance, two lifeless bodies lay, and the howl of wolves echoed from the depths of the forest. Realizing the impending danger, Jianguo understood that the scent of blood would attract wild beasts. He hurriedly returned, wiping the axe and machete clean with snow. From behind the wooden cabin, he fashioned a sled from planks and ropes. The three bodies were placed upon it, and Jianguo dragged the sled towards the wild boar gorge, intent on disposing of the corpses. The remains would be consumed by the wild boars, ensuring their disappearance. In the secluded wilderness, eliminating bodies was a straightforward task. As Jianguo hoisted Han Dong's body, a sudden thought struck him, and he hastily searched through Han Dong's clothing. He rifled through the pockets of all three individuals, extracting 132 yuan, a set of keys, and a notebook. None possessed identification, indicating they had concealed their proof of identity. "Down you go," Jianguo declared as he cast the bodies into the gorge, swiftly restoring order to the scene. Once everything was in place, he felt the sting of the cold seep through him, his face flushed from the frost. Rather than immediately re-entering the cabin, he scooped a handful of snow, vigorously rubbing it against his face and ears to alleviate the frostbite. Should he succumb to severe frostbite, he would be left with little more than a singular ear. Finally returning to the wooden cabin, he found his daughter nestled there, soundly asleep. Xiaoling's eyelashes shimmered with a soft glow. The child, innocent and unaware, held an unwavering belief that being with her father would lead to better days. The sight of her profile warmed Jianguo's heart once more. In an unseen manner, the remnants of his malevolence began to dissipate. He pondered how different his fate might have been without his daughter. The darkness within him could have transformed him into a criminal, a killer. Gently, he draped his worn cotton coat over her small frame and checked the stove, ensuring the firewood would last until dawn. "Ah, I have money now," he mused. Jianguo pulled a handful of money from his pocket. With this sum, he could certainly make his way to the county town. "The Yi family? I shall never return. Even if you seek me out, I have no ties with you." As he spoke, Jianguo perused the notebook once more. The handwriting was decidedly unrefined, with some characters replaced by circles, clearly indicating that Mei Yan and her companions possessed limited education. A mere glance revealed to Jianguo that this was a ledger. Damn it! Jianguo's countenance darkened. From this ledger, he discerned that Mei Yan and her associates had trafficked at least 20 children, all of whom had been taken from northeast China and sent inland. Cursed be it. Oh, Jianguo glanced again at the back of the notebook, where an address was recorded. Milan County Town. They reside in the county town as well. Once the snow has completely ceased, I shall venture into the town. I must see what Mei Yan and her companions left behind in the south. At present, Jianguo was utterly destitute. Even with a plan, he needed to accumulate capital. Moreover, with a child in tow, he had to consider his daughter's safety. Sigh. Time to sleep. Jianguo closed his eyes, and the events of the day replayed in his mind like a dream. A beam of sunlight broke through the gaps in the wooden house, casting rays that illuminated every corner of the room. "Daddy, save me." At that moment, Jianguo thought he heard something, jolting upright, one hand still gripping the firewood knife. He looked beside him to find his daughter, Xiaoling, sound asleep. The voice had merely been a figment of a dream. "I have indeed returned." Jianguo's gaze softened once more as he reached out to caress his daughter's cheek. How wonderful. Chapter 7. Heavy snow seals the mountains in Baikai village. Every household's entrance was barricaded by the heavy snowfall. Stepping outside, the snow reached knee-height. Many villagers wielded shovels, diligently clearing the snow, while children donned thick cotton coats, clutching shovels as they dashed out of their homes. Time to shovel the snow. In this era, snow dictated the day's order. Whenever it snowed, every institution, agency, and school was compelled to clear the snow according to the designated area. Students and teachers alike were tasked with shoveling, and children were absolutely not granted a holiday. They were required to attend school. "Be careful," adults shouted as they watched the children wielding shovels. Despite this, the children were exuberantly thrilled. Some perched on their shovels, allowing classmates to pull them along, while female students watched with excitement, further igniting the boys' enthusiasm. While the children reveled in joy, the adults wore flushed faces, fretting over the snow accumulating at home. In the Yi family's courtyard, the matriarch had long risen and was calling out to the fourth daughter-in-law in the kitchen. "Is dinner ready?" The matriarch was quite particular, preferring oily dishes, especially fond of the remnants of fried fatty meat. In the past, Yi Jianguo's wife had cooked, but now that Lin Qianyue had left and Yi Jianguo had split from the family, it fell to Xiaoling to prepare the meals. Xiaoling was in the kitchen making pickled vegetable soup, rolling her eyes and muttering to herself. "What is the hurry? The fourth hasn't even gotten up yet. Why haven't you gotten up to shovel the snow yet?" Old lady Yi called out, noticing that her fourth son, Yi Jianguo, had not shown his face since returning home the previous night. She observed Xiaoling with greasy lips, clearly having indulged in a midnight snack. Yi Jianguo, who worked as a middleman in the county, must have earned some money and treated Xiaoling to delicacies. Old lady Yi shot her a disapproving glance, lamenting that her son did not show filial piety by sharing his bounty with her. "Mother, it's not easy for our fourth son to come home. Let the second brother go shovel," Xiaoling suggested. Just then, Han Lihua entered, casting a scornful look at Xiaoling. "My second son still has to shovel snow at the village office. Do you think your family is free of work?" "What do you mean no work?" The two sisters-in-law began to bicker in the absence of Yi Jianguo. "Enough." Old lady Yi emerged from her room, glaring at both of them. "Have the fourth son come out to shovel the snow." She favored her second son, as he was the village's defense team leader and had responsibilities. Xiaoling felt helpless, while Han Lihua reveled in the moment. Soon, a tall, lean man emerged from the adjacent room. He was not unhandsome, though his shifty eyes darted around. Yi Jianguo leaned against the door, rubbing his hands. "Mother, why are you so biased? Besides, why did you let the third son split the family? It would be better to keep him around to work. How much can you earn from selling a child?" Yi Jianguo, though disdainful of his mother's willingness to sell her niece, understood that Yi Jianguo was not his blood brother. He had previously exploited Yi Jianguo's goodwill for personal gain. The money Yi Jianguo made from trading goods had all come from Yi Jianguo's sales of mountain produce. Now that Yi Jianguo was doing well, he looked down even more on Yi Jianguo. Just then, a slightly plump man emerged from another room, his face full and a cigarette dangling from his lips. Upon the arrival of the second son, Yi Jianshan, Yi Jianguo fell silent. Yi Jianshan was robust and hot-tempered, notorious in the village. "If you are told to shovel snow, you better get to it." He glared at the fourth son before addressing their mother. "Mother, I warn you, never mention selling Yi Xiaoling again." Yi Jianguo split from the family, and his wife ran off. He must be out of his mind. If outsiders find out, selling children is a crime. Also, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with us. Yi Jianshan's words garnered agreement from the others. After a night of snow, he was likely frozen to death. A white-eyed wolf, old lady Yi continued to scold, with Han Lihua and Xiaoling smirking in disdain. "If he is dead, let him be. Listen well, if he dies, don't bother collecting the body. I have no time for that." Just then, a commotion outside drew their attention. "Third brother, what are you doing here?" Yi Jianguo, standing at the door with a shovel, glared at Yi Jianguo. Yi Jianguo was carrying Yi Xiaoling on his back, a kitchen knife tucked at his waist, and his cold gaze sent a shiver down Yi Jianguo's spine. "Second brother." Yi Jianguo stepped back, calling for Yi Jianshan to come out. Yi Jianshan, still with a cigarette in his mouth, stepped forward. "Third brother, what is going on? Where have you been all night?" He spoke loudly, his eyes darting between Yi Jianguo and Yi Xiaoling, relieved they were alive. If Yi Jianguo had perished, the villagers would certainly gossip, tarnishing the reputation of the Yi family. The village chief of Beijing village, Yi Jianshan, has only 1 year left in his term, yet he aspires to maintain his position. Han Lihua and Xiaoling emerged, mocking Yi Jianguo's demeanor. "Have you come back? Are you hungry? Let me tell you, we have already divided the family. Even if you starve, it has nothing to do with us." The two were resolute in preventing Yi Jianguo from entering. The elder matriarch of the Yi family stood at the entrance, rolling her eyes and declaring, "Clear the snow, and I will give you a bowl of rice. Hurry up." She intended to make Yi Jianguo work. At that moment, Yi Jianguo extended his hand, startling the fourth son, Yi Jianguo. Yi Jianshan squinted. He was not afraid, for Yi Jianguo was unlikely to act here. Neighbors shoveling snow peeked over to observe. Standing in the snow, Yi Jianguo's daughter, Yi Xiaoling, clung to him like a statue. The child was too young. and Yi Jianguo was exceedingly stubborn. The villagers sighed softly, assuming Yi Jianguo had returned to apologize. In the next moment, Yi Jianguo retrieved 6 large bills from his pocket, and with a swift motion, he tossed the money onto the ground. "Here's your share," he stated, turning away without a glance at the Yi family. Gasp! The members of the Yi family were taken aback, staring blankly at the money on the ground. Where did 60 yuan come from? Chapter 8. A bunch of miscreants. The others failed to react, as the 2 daughters-in-law lunged for the money in the snow. "It's mine." "What do you mean it's yours? Have you forgotten what was said during the division yesterday? Each family gets 30. Han Lihua scolded Xiaoling, who had collected an extra 10 yuan without sharing. "Mother," the elder matriarch of the Yi family shouted upon witnessing her daughters-in-law's behavior. "Give it all to me." "Why should we?" The 2 daughters-in-law protested, yet they turned to the matriarch and asserted, "His money belongs to me. You should make them hand it over." Over a mere 60 yuan, the family began to bicker. Yi Jianshan, realizing the situation, turned to his mother and said, "Mother, didn't you say he had no money? Where did this come from? Damn it, this rascal has been hiding money." Yi Jianshan's words prompted the matriarch. "This wretched creature, I raised him all this time, and he still keeps secrets from me. It must be that daughter-in-law's influence. Second son, call him back. He must surrender all the money he has." The elder matriarch shouted angrily, her voice resembling that of a crowing rooster. Indeed, how could he have money? Yi Jianguo also realized that Yi Jianguo had concealed a significant sum. If he could make Yi Jianguo hand over the money, he could open a small restaurant. Yi Jianguo followed his elder brother out in pursuit of Yi Jianguo. The village road was covered in snow as Yi Jianguo carried his daughter, each step crunching beneath him. Yi Xiaoling dared not look up. Any glance upward would bring the biting cold wind, laden with snow, down her collar, chilling her neck. "Daddy, 4th uncle and 2nd uncle are chasing us," Yi Xiaoling said, glancing back. Yi Jianguo replied calmly, "From now on, they have nothing to do with us. They are not your uncles." Yi Xiaoling was perplexed. She merely nodded. "Yi Jianguo, stop right there," Yi Jianshan shouted, and Yi Jianguo, wielding a shovel, echoed the call. Yi Jianguo finally halted, facing the 2. With a huff, Yi Jianshan glared at Yi Jianguo and scolded, "Are you deaf? I've been calling you for ages." Yi Jianguo remained motionless, his gaze as frigid as ice. Yi Jianguo, still clutching the shovel, directed his words at Yi Jianguo. "What is your intention, third brother?" Yi Jianguo continued to remain silent, prompting Yi Jianshan to confront him. "Speak up. How much money have you secretly stashed away? Now that we've divided the family, we must also divide the assets. I was worried about you yesterday, but it seems I was mistaken. Third brother, you certainly know how to put on a fade. But let me tell you, if we're to separate, then the money must be divided too." Yi Jianshan was adamant about the money, and Yi Jianguo laughed. Addressing Yi Jianguo, "Indeed, since we divided the family, let us clarify things. Don't hoard it all to yourself. Distribute the remaining funds. It's not easy for you, and Xiaoling, keep $10 for yourself and hand over the rest to the family." Yi Jianguo raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the 2. "I've encountered shameless individuals before, but I never expected you to be not only shameless, but also rather brazen. Want money?" With that, Yi Jianguo brandished a hatchet. "Are you still pretending, third brother?" Yi Jianshan scoffed, unconcerned, as he believed a rusty hatchet could not deter them. In the next moment, Yi Jianguo produced an axe from behind, its blade glinting ominously in the snowy light. Hiss! Yi Jianshan inhaled sharply, while Yi Jianguo tightened his grip on the shovel. "What are you doing? Third brother, do you dare to lay a hand on us? This is outrageous," Yi Jianshan cursed. Being both Yi Jianguo's elder brother and the captain of the joint defense team. "Get lost. I have no time for your nonsense. If you want money, then try your luck. And do you truly consider me a brother? Tell that old woman that from now on, you are you, and I am I. Don't bother me." Yi Jianguo had no desire to engage with his family. In his past life, they had been parasites, leeching off him and causing him great distress. In this new life, he wished to avoid their entanglements. Since the day old lady sold her own daughter, the Yi family had severed ties with him. The so-called gratitude for raising him had been repaid in full. Yi Jianguo owed nothing to the Yi family. "Do you dare?" Yi Jianshan yelled, stretching his neck towards Yi Jianguo. "Come on, if you have the guts, strike." Just as he finished speaking, the axe came crashing down. "Damn!" Yi Jianshan stumbled back in shock. He had never anticipated that Yi Jianguo would act on his threat without hesitation. Yi Jianguo also dared not move. Could third brother truly be capable of murder? Yi Jianguo, axe in hand, cast one last glance at the two. Get lost. Without further ado, he turned and continued on his way, carrying his daughter. Jianguo walked a good 20 meters before Jianshan finally regained his wits. Jianguo, wait for me. I'll bring the joint defense team back. If you have the guts, don't come back. Cursing under his breath, Jianshan was indeed too intimidated to pursue. Old four, you worthless fool. Why didn't you strike him with the shovel just now? Jianshan berated Qianyue, who felt both aggrieved and furious. Are you blaming me? Slap. Jianshan struck Qianyue, who let out a howl akin to a woman scorned, sitting on the ground and throwing a tantrum. Lar has resorted to violence. The joint defense team leader, violence has occurred. This caught the attention of the villagers, who began to emerge. The farce at the Yi family home drew disapproving shakes of heads from the onlookers. Meanwhile, at the Yi family matriarch's side, they were embroiled in a quarrel over a paltry 60 yuan. Jianguo, however, was carrying Xiaoling, trudging along the snowy path to the national highway. The road was blanketed in snow, with the occasional tractor slowly making its way through. Having just experienced snowfall, the highway was nearly deserted. Daddy, where are we going? Xiaoling asked, concern etched on her face as she surveyed the treacherous path. Jianguo pressed on, determinedly heading towards the direction of Mulan County. Initially, he had intended to take the bus to the county seat, but after waiting an hour at the bus stop without a single vehicle in sight, he had no choice but to proceed on foot. Regardless of the challenges, he was determined to reach the county before nightfall. Xiaoling, are you hungry? Jianguo glanced back at his daughter. They had been walking for an hour, and the path ahead was becoming increasingly slick, requiring utmost caution with each step. I'm not hungry. Xiaoling resolutely shook her head, yet her stomach audibly protested. How could she not be hungry? From morning until past 10. She had not had a single drop of water. Jianguo halted, rummaging through his pocket to retrieve a potato, which he offered to Xiaoling. It's still warm. You should eat. But Xiaoling shook her head, saying, Daddy, I really am not hungry. You eat while you walk. They shared only one potato, and Xiaoling, wise beyond her years, wished for her father to have it. Jianguo's gaze softened as a smile graced his lips. Daddy isn't hungry. I can manage without a meal for a day. Hurry and eat. It will get cold soon. He pressed the potato into Xiaoling's hands, and she licked her lips before slowly raising her head. The cold wind blew snowflakes that melted upon her lips, soothing them. I'm not hungry. You eat, Daddy. Jianguo had already torn the potato in half, offering one portion to Xiaoling. Let us share. All right. This time, Xiaoling took hearty bites of the potato. It was quite hard, yet it bore Jianguo's warmth. Her tiny teeth bit into the potato, causing her gums to bleed. Jianguo turned back to look, his heart heavy with sorrow. Xiaoling, once we reach our destination, I'll treat you to some wontons. How wonderful. Xiaoling replied in her sweet, childish voice. Jianguo gazed towards the county seat and took another step forward. On the national highway, he continued to carry Xiaoling, struggling onward. What usually took 3 hours now extended to 7 or 8. Nevertheless, Jianguo persevered. He was determined to reach the county before descending the mountain. At that moment, the sound of a horn echoed behind them. Jianguo thought he might be obstructing the way and stepped aside without looking back. A jeep, equipped with snow chains on its tires, slowly came to a halt. Jianguo was taken aback and looked up. Comrade. The driver was a young public security officer clad in a green uniform, adorned with a thick Leifeng hat. As he rolled down the window, a puff of warm breath escaped into the chilly air. He was in his 20s and called out to Jianguo, inquiring about their destination. The county town. Jianguo replied. The officer glanced at Jianguo and then at his daughter, Xiaoling. What brings you and your child to the county today? He asked. Come. Get in the car, Officer Zhou Qilin urged, ready to take Jianguo and Xiaoling along for the ride. Jianguo's pupils constricted as he stole another glance in the direction of the county, nodding at Zhou Qilin. Thank you, comrade. Not one to be overly formal. He unfastened Xiaoling and opened the rear door of the vehicle. However, Xiaoling clung tightly to her father's hand, frightened to board. It's all right, he's a police officer. Jianguo reassured her. Hearing this, Xiaoling cautiously addressed Zhou Qilin. Thank you, uncle. Zhou Qilin turned to smile at her. Uncle will take you to the county. Before entering the vehicle, Jianguo stomped his feet to ensure his shoes were clean. Once inside, he expressed his gratitude to Zhou Qilin. I truly appreciate it. Where are you from? From Baikai village, Jianguo replied. Having been involved in a recent murder case, He found it rather remarkable to encounter a police officer so soon. Under different circumstances, others might have hesitated to accept a ride. What brings you and your child out? Zhou Qilan asked, puzzled. Just as Jianguo was about to concoct an excuse, he heard Xiaoling, her head bowed and voice tinged with sorrow, say, Grandma wants to sell me. Dad has separated from the family, and now we have to live on our own. What? Zhou Qilan was taken aback. How could anyone even think of selling their granddaughter? As a public security officer, he could not allow such a thing to happen. We must return, he declared, intent on driving back to Baikai village for further inquiry. Comrade, what is your surname? Jianguo countered, unwilling to head back. Zhou Qilan introduced himself, but was interrupted as Jianguo shifted the conversation. Officer Zhou, are you on a mission? Yes, I received a call from the county regarding a missing child from Xing Primary School, Zhou Qilan explained. With only 2 months until the new year, this is a matter of utmost urgency. How old is the child? Jianguo's gaze deepened with concern. Is it a case of disappearance or abduction? Zhou Qilan, driving steadily, replied nonchalantly, it's still unclear. The child went missing just yesterday. With this heavy snow, they should still be in the county. Rest assured, we will find them, he added optimistically. If only there weren't any snow, it would be easier. Zhou Qilan, not merely a policeman but a detective, had transitioned from a reconnaissance officer and was quite adept at tracking. Throughout the ride, he had been observing Jianguo and Xiaoling. Jianguo exhibited remarkable composure, while Xiaoling, so young, had clearly endured much, evoking Zhou Qilan's sympathy. As Jianguo listened to Zhou Qilan discuss the missing child, he nodded in agreement. Children are the hope of a family. If I come across any information, I will certainly assist. Indeed, children are also the hope of our nation, Zhou Qilan affirmed. Zhou Qilan chuckled, glancing at Jianguo through the rearview mirror, who was busy brushing the snow from his daughter's hair. As they approached the county town, snowdrifts lined the roads, making the journey ahead considerably easier. Do you have a place to stay? Zhou Qilan inquired. After a moment's thought, Jianguo replied, I'll rent a room first. You need not concern yourself with us. Very well, I must return to my duties. If you require assistance, just give me a call. Zhou Qilan produced a piece of paper with his unit's contact number. Upon reaching the heart of the county town, Jianguo and Xiaoling disembarked. Goodbye, Uncle Yi. Xiaoling called out earnestly, genuinely grateful to the police officer. Dad, there are still many good people in the world. Chapter 10. Apology with the child on his back. Jianguo glanced at the sun. It must be around 4 o'clock. Dusk was approaching. Let us go. Where to, Dad? To eat wontons. Huh. Xiaoling was taken aback. She had expected to eat wontons right after getting off the bus. Ahead lay a supply and marketing canteen, with 7 or 8 bicycles parked outside. Opposite was a textile factory, where many workers came to grab a bite after their shifts. The glass door was frosted over. As Jianguo pushed the door open, a wave of warmth enveloped them, prompting Xiaoling to exclaim, How cozy. This outburst caught the attention of the waitress, who was busy serving. Don't wander around. I just mopped the floor. It was natural to clean up as the day came to a close, and the workers were leaving. Ignoring the waitress's admonition, Jianguo continued walking. I told you not to move. Look at the footprints. It's filthy. The waitress, with a rather unpleasant voice, glared at Jianguo and Xiaoling with disdain. Jianguo found a seat for himself and another for Xiaoling. The canteen's walls were stark white, though the tables and chairs bore a patina of age. Above them, a fan word and a portrait of the chairman hung in the distance. In this era, there was no distinctive decor style. Everything was rather uniform. As Jianguo surveyed the surroundings, Xiaoling felt a twinge of fear, for the waitress across from them had a rather menacing gaze. I'm speaking to you, the waitress grumbled as she approached, drawing the attention of other diners. 2 bowls of wontons, sweet and sour pork, and spicy dried tofu, Jianguo stated calmly, having already perused the menu on the wall. The most expensive dish here was the oil-braised prawns, priced at 3 yuan 50 per plate. What did you say? Are you here to eat? The waitress scrutinized Jianguo, particularly noting Xiaoling's frightened demeanor, and let out a mocking laugh. Bringing a child and expecting a free meal? Is that appropriate? Do you even know where you are? This is a state-run canteen. One used to need ration tickets to dine here. The waitress's attitude was exceedingly rude, causing Xiaoling to lower her head and fidget with her fingers. With a decisive motion, Jianguo slammed his hand on the table. Get your manager. What did you say? The waitress raised her eyebrows, regarding them as if they were beggars demanding to see the manager. Is there someone in charge? In his previous life, Jianguo had been a true tycoon, a guest of honor in any restaurant around the world, even dressed in slippers and a tank top. No one would dare speak to him in such a manner. Jianguo cast a glance at the waitress and called out once more. This utterance resonated through the cafeteria like a clap of thunder. From the private room emerged a woman in her 30s, donned in a cafeteria uniform, holding a bill in her hand, her beauty striking. With an oval face and porcelain skin, adorned with a beauty mark on her brow, her figure was curvaceous, and she walked with a sway of her hips, exuding a certain allure. Xiaoling, the cafeteria manager, was busy tallying accounts when she heard the call. She promptly stepped out and immediately spotted Jianguo, who, despite his youth, possessed an extraordinary aura. Xiaoling paused momentarily, taken aback by his commanding presence, which was far beyond that of an ordinary individual. However, Jianguo's tattered attire and the presence of his daughter painted a different picture. Xiaoling approached with a graceful stride, akin to a cat. "Sir, how may I assist you?" she inquired, her tone relatively gentle, eager to discern the matter at hand. Without preamble, Jianguo produced a large bill from his pocket. 2 bowls of wonton, sweet and sour pork, and dried tofu. He stated succinctly, devoid of any superfluous words. Yet his demeanor emanated an undeniable pressure. "No problem. Xiaoling, please inform the kitchen at once." Xiaoling smiled, wishing to expedite the service. "I do not require her assistance. She is unworthy to serve me," Jianguo replied coolly, causing the waitress's face to flush crimson. Others nearby overheard, some already shaking their heads in disapproval. Who was to blame? The waitress had looked down upon him, while he revealed a large bill. One must not judge a book by its cover. The waitress had indeed underestimated him. "Understood. My apologies," Xiaoling quickly responded, casting a reproachful glance at the waitress. Yet the waitress retorted, "What with the arrogance?" and turned to leave. "Stop," Xiaoling called out sharply, commanding her to halt. "Xiaoling, apologize to this gentleman." "What? Apologize to him?" The waitress was taken aback, her anger flaring. "Manager, look at his appearance. I want to apologize. As a state enterprise employee, I have this confidence. After all, you lack the authority to dismiss me." "Apologize." Xiaoling's brow furrowed. In a time when numerous private eateries were thriving, the supply and marketing cafeteria was already struggling. With poor service, would there be any business left? Without business, how could they sustain operations? Xiaoling possessed this foresight. Unlike the waitress. "I refuse." The waitress again rejected the request, determined to leave. Seeing her defiance, Xiaoling clenched her teeth and addressed Jianguo. "I sincerely apologize, sir. It is our fault regarding the service. Please allow me a moment to arrange your meal." Jianguo remained seated, fully aware of the waitress's insubordination toward her manager. This was indeed an era for workers. He felt this sentiment was justified. He did not require an apology from the waitress. However, witnessing her demeanor and his daughter's constant gaze downward stirred something within him. "I do not seek your apology. You." Jianguo suddenly pointed at the waitress, then reached into his pocket once more, producing 5 yuan. "Apologize. This is yours." Chapter 11. The Power of Money. The waiter's body stiffened as she slowly turned to gaze at the money on the table. In this era, working in a state-run restaurant yields a meager monthly salary of merely 20 yuan. Regardless of the number of patrons, the wages remain unchanged. The 5 yuan on the table seemed to possess an enchanting allure. Jianguo observed the expression on the waiter's face and raised his hand once more, producing another yuan. "Apologize." The 2 words were profoundly authoritative. The waiter's eyelids fluttered, and her throat moved up and down. Her eyes sparkled with avarice, her breath becoming noticeably heavier. Not only she, but other diners also craned their necks, their breaths thickening in anticipation. Could uttering a simple apology really earn 16 yuan? Only a fool would pass up such an opportunity. Xiaoling, wishing to interject, watched as Jianguo added yet another yuan. "Apologize." The simplicity of the request struck deep into the heart. The waiter's greed intensified, her body fully turned towards Jianguo, yet she remained rooted in place, biding her time, anticipating another increase in the offer. However, at that moment, Jianguo abruptly withdrew the 5 yuan. "What are you doing?" The waiter, startled, quickly approached Jianguo as if her tail had been stepped on. Jianguo smirked, exuding sarcasm. "I've stated that the money is yours upon your apology. If you choose not to apologize, the money is returned." There are still 2 yuan on the table. Like a devil, Jianguo extended his hand once more. "I'm sorry. It is my fault." The waiter hastily apologized to Yi Jianguo, her sole desire now being the money. Regret flooded her mind. Had she apologized earlier, she could have earned 7 yuan. Apologize to my daughter. I do not require your apology, Yi Jianguo replied casually. The waiter quickly turned to apologize to Yi Xiaoling. Little one, I'm sorry for my poor attitude. Yi Xiaoling looked up in surprise, astonished that the waiter had indeed offered an apology. I have apologized. What about the money? The waiter's face flushed crimson as she stared at the 2 yuan on the table, feeling a sense of despair. Take it. Yi Jianguo nodded. And the waiter swiftly collected the money, shaking her head as she hurried away. This incident caused an uproar in the dining hall. 2 yuan was all it took for the waiter to apologize? The crowd murmured, and Zhao Xiaoli regarded Yi Jianguo, pondering whether such a method of problem-solving was excessive. Is wealth truly wielded in this manner? Little did Zhao Xiaoli know that Yi Jianguo did not possess a fortune. Hurry, my daughter is hungry, Yi Jianguo urged Zhao Xiaoli, prompting her to hasten the kitchen staff. A voice from the crowd called out, Comrade, would you have truly given her 5 yuan if she had apologized the first time? This individual was purely curious, inquiring of Yi Jianguo. Indeed, Yi Jianguo nodded, earning a thumbs up from the onlooker. You really are wealthy. Yi Jianguo raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the individual. My daughter is paramount. Money is insignificant. My daughter is what truly matters. With these words, another wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Some women gazed enviously at Yi Jianguo and Yi Xiaoling, admiring the bond shared between father and daughter. Yi Xiaoling also heard it. She nervously twisted the hem of her garment and softly said, Dad, that's too much money. Is it? Yi Jianguo ruffled his daughter's hair, dismissing the amount as inconsequential. Why didn't she just apologize directly? That would have sufficed for 5 yuan. Yi Xiaoling was puzzled, and Yi Jianguo gently explained. Because she is foolish and quite greedy. Xiaoling, always remember, we control the money, not the other way around. Yi Xiaoling, though confused, nodded and committed the lesson to memory. Yi Jianguo regained his composure, feeling a pang of hunger. Soon, the wontons were served. He instructed Zhao Xiaoli to fetch another bowl, placing a wonton inside and quickly cooling it down. Go ahead and eat. Yi Xiaoling nodded vigorously, inhaled deeply, pursed her lips, and then began to eat swiftly. The wontons, filled with a simple mixture of cabbage and pork, devoid of any additives and merely seasoned, were utterly delicious. Yi Jianguo sprinkled some pepper and added a dash of white vinegar. After taking a sip of the soup, he continued to enjoy the wontons. Dad, this is delicious, Yi Xiaoling exclaimed, her mouth full, resembling a little hamster. Yi Jianguo did not look up, his head bent over the bowl of wontons. Eat slowly. Zhao Xiaoli approached with a plate of sweet and sour pork, offering napkins. She found the father-daughter duo quite intriguing. The father seemed affluent, yet his attire belied that impression. He was exceedingly gentle with his daughter, earning Zhao Xiaoli's admiration for Yi Jianguo. There was an air of mystery and contrast about him. Another bowl, please. Yi Jianguo requested again, blowing on the sweet and sour pork to cool it down. This was Yi Xiaoling's first experience with the dish, and she savored it, her face lighting up with sweetness to the point of tears. Dad, I finally got to eat sweet and sour pork. The child's innocence and past hardships tugged at Yi Jianguo's heartstrings. Well, if you want it, you can have it every day. I don't want to. Yi Xiaoling shook her head, wanting to save money for her father. It's all right. Dad won't lack for money in the future. Yi Jianguo smiled nonchalantly, with memories from 2 lifetimes and a well-laid plan. In this life, his path to prosperity would likely be swifter. The dry tofu was served next, and they continued to eat. Other diners gradually left, while the staff discreetly observed this captivating father-daughter pair. Their meal lasted over an hour, and Yi Xiaoling's belly was quite round, matching Yi Jianguo's. We've really eaten too much, Yi Jianguo expressed mild concern. Suddenly consuming such rich food when their stomachs were used to much less could be troublesome. Xiaoling, we need to take a walk. He decided they should stroll to aid digestion. Dad, where are we staying? Yi Xiaoling inquired about their lodging for the night. Somewhere. Yi Jianguo had already devised a plan to spend the night at Mei Yan's rental place. Primarily, he wanted to ascertain whether Mei Yan and the others had hidden any money there. After all, with the owners deceased, any remaining funds would rightfully belong to Yi Jianguo. Killing and arson bring wealth, he thought as he led Yi Xiaoling outside, where others awaited them across the street. Chapter 12. Money should not leak out. The alley lay shrouded in darkness. Yet amidst the shadows, 3 sparks of light flickered. 3 individuals were gathered, indulging in cigarettes. Among them was Guchun, the one who had inquired about Yi Jianguo, a diner. Good Chun was a laborer, though he seldom worked, preferring instead to dabble in speculation and associate with local delinquents. Brother Chun, why hasn't he appeared yet? Behind him stood two notorious street ruffians, Gao Hai and Ma Dong. Gao Hai, feeling the biting cold, lamented that the cigarette was hardly enjoyable. Wrapped in a military coat, he stomped his feet repeatedly. Ma Dong, also clad in a military coat, carried a bag slung over his shoulder. Inside the green cloth bag were two daggers, crafted by himself, their handles wrapped in tape. In Mulan County, these thugs brought their own weapons for brawls. Good Chun turned to glare at the two, shivering as he spoke. Can you two not wait? This man is a prime target, and he is accompanied by his daughter. Once we seize the money, we can threaten him with his daughter. He wouldn't dare report us. Brother Chun, is he really from out of town? Rest assured, he is definitely not from the county. He dresses like a rustic. But he is wealthy. As the trio conversed, Yi Jianguo and his daughter, Yi Xiaoling, finally emerged. Having just finished their meal, they felt no chill. Yi Xiaoling skipped joyfully, while Yi Jianguo oriented himself and headed east toward the county. Keep up. Good Chun led his companions to pursue Yi Jianguo and Yi Xiaoling. Yi Jianguo walked slowly, patting his belly. Holding his daughter's hand, he sensed movement behind him. Were they fixating on him? Realizing this, he touched his chin, reminding himself to keep a low profile. I forgot that in this era, violent crimes are rampant. But wait, isn't there a crackdown underway? Who would dare? The crackdown Yi Jianguo referred to began in June 1983, when a nationwide campaign targeted criminal activities, particularly the nefarious elements in various cities. Minor thefts could lead to severe sentences, and having 3 girlfriends could warrant the death penalty. Despite these measures, many still took risks. Yi Jianguo halted abruptly and turned around. Good Chun, Gao Hai, and Ma Dong froze, mirroring his stop. Good Chun glanced around, noting the street was nearly deserted, and he forced a sinister grin. Comrade, could you lend me a light? Good Chun attempted to close the distance to Yi Jianguo, who calmly replied, You've been following me for quite some time. What do you mean following? I'm merely passing by, Good Chun retorted, already drawing a dagger from his pocket. Dad, be careful, Yi Xiaoling shouted urgently. But Gao Hai stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Yi Jianguo. Yi Jianguo glanced sideways, shielding his daughter and slowly retreating. Kid, you seem quite affluent. Mind sharing some cash? Good Chun grinned at Yi Jianguo, but before he could finish, Yi Jianguo swiftly kicked out. Bang! The kick was both rapid and forceful, sending Good Chun sprawling to the ground, the dagger slipping from his grasp. Without a glance, Yi Jianguo drew a machete. Whoosh! The blade fell, landing squarely against Ma Dong's neck. Oh my! As Ma Dong was about to draw his dagger, he suddenly froze. His opponent was also armed, and remarkably swift. Gao Hai attempted to charge forward, but Yi Jianguo, from behind, retrieved an axe and hurled it with precision. The axe struck the ground right at Gao Hai's feet, rendering him immobile. Attempting to rob me? Is this your only skill? The machete struck Ma Dong's face, adhering to it with a harsh impact. Yi Jianguo exerted more force, nearly peeling the skin from Ma Dong's face. Ah, brother, I was wrong. It was Chun Ge who sent us here. I want to do it again. Ma Dong and Gao Hai were mere street thugs. They could bully the naive, but would cower before the formidable. Good Chun was no different, clutching his stomach. He witnessed Yi Jianguo's prowess, armed with both a machete and an axe, and recognized that he had encountered someone truly formidable. We were wrong. Please spare us. Good Chun, massaging his stomach, also showed signs of fear. Spare you? Yi Jianguo scanned the 3 men and immediately noticed the military coats worn by Gao Hai and Ma Dong. Take off your coats. What? Yi Jianguo's command left both men dumbfounded. Hurry up. Yi Jianguo raised the machete, causing Ma Dong to hastily remove his military coat, with Gao Hai following suit. Once they had stripped off their coats, Yi Jianguo pointed at Good Chun and asked, Do you have any money? Lend me some. Good Chun was taken aback. The words he had just spoken were now thrown back at him. Who was truly robbing whom? How ridiculous. He had walked right into this predicament. Blood seemed to flow from his heart as he fished out 13 yuan from his pocket. The other 2 managed to produce only 2 yuan each. Yi Jianguo pocketed the money and addressed the trio. Now be gone. Good Chun, Gao Hai, and Ma Dong fled with astonishing speed, unencumbered by their military coats, which had left them shivering in the biting cold. Meanwhile, Yi Jianguo donned the military coat and even dressed his daughter in it. The coat was slightly oversized, and he tied it up for her. Yi Xiaoling resembled a green military melon as she shuffled along the ground. Father, Isn't this inappropriate? Yi Xiaoling expressed her concern. Watching her father wield a knife and seize money from others. When one commits a wrongdoing, one must face the consequences. I am not robbing. I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours as compensation for our emotional distress. Yi Jianguo declared resolutely as he stowed away the axe and machete. My dear, remember. In times when money loses its value, justice is upheld only by the sword. This is an eternal truth. Chapter 13. Wazi Ali Zhao Xiaoli had finished work and was struggling to pedal her bicycle home through the frigid cold. The tires slipped on the snowy surface, compelling her to occasionally push the bicycle along. After much effort, she arrived at Wazi Ali, where the third courtyard house was her home. Zhao Xiaoli's father had passed away early, leaving only her mother at home. On the eastern side of Wazi Ali, there remained another room that her mother had rented out. With the rental income, combined with the wages from both Zhao Xiaoli and her mother, the Zhao family managed a decent living. In those times, however, most families were quite ordinary, with salaries that were largely comparable. The street lamp at the alley's entrance had yet to illuminate. Zhao Xiaoli glanced up and noted that it had been shattered once again. Alas, Zhao Xiaoli, feeling helpless, had no choice but to disembark from the vehicle and push her bicycle into the alley. At that moment, two shadows emerged from the darkness, one slender and the other rotund like a sphere. As Zhao Xiaoli pushed her bicycle, her heart raced at the sight of the shadows. She dared not look back, fearing they might be robbers. Urgently, she aimed to hasten into the alley, but the shadows behind her quickened their pace as well. In her frantic state, coupled with the darkness and slippery ground, she stumbled and fell. The bicycle landed atop her, and pain surged through her, bringing tears to her eyes. The shadows reappeared. Don't come any closer. I'll call for help. This is my home. Zhao Xiaoli shouted in agony. Just then, one of the shadows softly inquired, Dad, should we help? The other elongated shadow responded with a gentle voice, Of course, we should help. Hearing their voices, Zhao Xiaoli strained to open her eyes and looked over. In the faint moonlight, the long shadow revealed itself to be Yi Jianguo, clad in a military coat. The other shadow was naturally Yi Xiaoling, resembling a spherical figure in her attire. It's you? Zhao Xiaoli exclaimed in astonishment as she watched Yi Jianguo approach. Have you been following me? Fear gripped her once more. Why were Yi Jianguo and Yi Xiaoling trailing her? Who was following you? Yi Jianguo came closer, lifted the bicycle, and extended his hand. I don't need help, Zhao Xiaoli insisted, attempting to rise, but her right foot throbbed painfully. Observing her struggle, Yi Jianguo squatted down beside her. You twisted your ankle. Wait a moment. As he spoke, he removed his gloves. He warmed his hands briefly, disregarding Zhao Xiaoli's protests, and directly took off her cotton shoes. What are you doing? Zhao Xiaoli's voice rose sharply, her cheeks flushed in the darkness. She wore black cotton socks adorned with patterns, this year's most fashionable winter socks. Zhao Xiaoli wondered if Yi Jianguo was behaving inappropriately. Crack! Yi Jianguo jostled her foot, then forcefully reset her ankle. Releasing his grip, he put his gloves back on. Put your shoes on. It's fine now. Zhao Xiaoli had intended to scream for help, yet the pain in her foot had subsided. You? She stared wide-eyed, about to say something again, when Yi Xiaoling chimed in sweetly, Daddy knows a bit about bone setting. He is helping you. Auntie, please get up quickly. The ground is quite cold. With Yi Xiaoling's words, Zhao Xiaoli snapped back to reality and hurriedly slipped on her cotton shoes, still feeling her cheeks burn. In her life, she had never experienced a man touching her feet. Is this your home? Yi Jianguo seemed indifferent, his soul originating from a past life. In his previous existence as a wealthy magnate, not only could he touch women's feet, but if he had such a thought, countless women would encircle the earth. How did you end up here? Zhao Xiaoli steadied her emotions, propping herself against the bicycle, her gaze still wary. Is there a rental in room 3 East? I've heard there are places available. Yi Jianguo never anticipated encountering Zhao Xiaoli in this place. Since fate had brought them together, he sought a pretext to navigate the situation. The East room? It had already been leased. Zhao Xiaoli shook her head and reiterated to Yi Jianguo, You should find another place. Dad, what should we do? Yi Xiaoling looked at her father with concern, aware that it was quite late and they had no accommodation. Yi Jianguo picked up his daughter. He was indeed aware that the room had been rented, yet he was determined to investigate. Hey, it's truly been rented out. That is my family's property. Zhao Xiaoli called out again, prompting Yi Jianguo to pause, blinking in surprise as he gazed at her. Zhao Xiaoli, pushing her bicycle, sighed. If you have nowhere to stay, you could spend the night at my house. Yi Jianguo was taken aback, looking at Zhao Xiaoli once more. In the darkness, Zhao Xiaoli felt her face warm with embarrassment. I'm only suggesting this for the sake of the child. It's so late. Where else could you possibly go? Besides, who rents a house at this hour? Zhao Xiaoli regarded Jianguo with a hint of reproach. He was a man of means, yet found himself in need of renting a room. Your home? Are you certain? Jianguo pondered, realizing that this could complicate matters. He had originally intended to surreptitiously enter Mei Yan's rental to retrieve some belongings. Of course. Follow me, Zhao Xiaoli replied, guiding her bicycle toward the alley. Jianguo hesitated. He considered Zhao Xiaoli a nuisance. Dad. However, Xiaoling tugged at her father's sleeve, insisting that wherever he went, she would follow. Jianguo glanced at his daughter, then lifted his gaze to the sky. Finding a hotel to stay in would be acceptable, albeit an extravagant expense. Ultimately, for his daughter's sake, he made a choice. Chapter 14. A case arises. Mom, I'm back. Zhao Xiaoli opened the door to her home, which featured a private courtyard. The western section housed a storage space, while the eastern side contained timber and honeycomb coal. The large room, facing south, had plastic sheets hanging in the windows, indicating that the Zhao family had once held some status. Could they also be of the Black Five categories? Jianguo whispered to himself, watching as the door swung open. A heavy curtain parted to reveal a woman in her 50s, clad in a worn red sweater that was pilling, along with a black cotton vest and arm sleeves. The woman's forehead and the corners of her eyes bore wrinkles, and her hands were spotted. Zhao Xiaoli's mother, Sun Hua, looked out in surprise, questioning why her daughter had brought a man home. Mom, they are renting a room. Zhao Xiaoli quickly explained, fearing her mother would misconstrue the situation. Renting a room this late? Sun Hua expressed her confusion, and then noticed a small head peeking out from behind Jianguo. Why did you bring a child? Sun Hua's gaze softened at the sight of young Xiaoling. Auntie, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Jianguo spoke first, his voice gentle and resonant. Zhao Xiaoli was again taken aback by Jianguo's politeness. My daughter and I arrived in the city rather late and heard there were rooms available for rent. Upon encountering Manager Zhao, he took pity on us and allowed us to come in. If we have disturbed you, we can leave. Jianguo spoke with reason and composure, neither servile nor arrogant. So that is how it is. The children must be freezing. Let us hurry inside. Sun Hua welcomed the two, realizing that it would not be prudent for Jianguo to lead the children astray at such a late hour. Zhao Xiaoli turned back to Jianguo with a smile that conveyed to him the inherent kindness of her mother. Xiaoling, thank you, Grandma. Jianguo ruffled Xiaoling's hair, and she promptly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Grandma. This endearing address brought a radiant smile to Sun Hua's face, her wrinkles seemingly melting away. You are Xiaoling? Come here for a hug. Sun Hua, quite fond of Xiaoling, embraced her and entered the house, momentarily forgetting about Jianguo and Zhao Xiaoli. Mom, Zhao Xiaoli sighed, recognizing her mother's overwhelming affection for children. After all, Zhao Xiaoli was still single, not pursuing marriage or blind dates, which left Sun Hua longing for a grandchild. Let us go inside. Zhao Xiaoli led Jianguo into the house, where he glanced at the outer room, which primarily served as the kitchen. The kitchen utensils were impeccably clean, indicating Sun Hua's penchant for cleanliness. To the west of the outer room was another chamber, equipped with a kong. Though it was not lit, there seemed to be a backyard beyond, which likely contained another structure. The kong on the eastern side measured 2 meters in width and 6 meters in length, ample enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people. Xiaoling was already placed at the head of the kong, having removed her heavy military coat, while Sun Hua incessantly inquired about their needs. Mom, why are you asking so many questions? I'll go light a fire in the adjacent room. Ah, I forgot. Sun Hua smacked her thigh, preparing to arrange for Jianguo and Xiaoling to stay in the neighboring room. Auntie, I can manage by myself. By the way, the rental yard is just ahead. Jianguo still had the rental house on his mind, to which Sun Hua nodded and proceeded to provide him with details. Why do you keep asking about that room? Zhao Xiaoyan removed her coat, revealing a woolen sweater underneath. Her figure was distinctly pear-shaped, with curves that would certainly attract attention in the years to come. Jianguo merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting his gaze. It's nothing. I just wanted to see how long they plan to rent. Until the end of this month. Xiaoyi, you can hold on for a few days. In such a short span. Sun Hua had already accepted Jianguo and Xiaoling. Xiaoling was quite considerate, and Jianguo was exceedingly polite. Moreover, When Yi Xiaoling had earlier offered 10 yuan to express her gratitude to Sun Hua, it had amused her greatly. End of the month? I see. While Yi Jianguo spoke those words, his gaze underwent a subtle change. Finally settled, Yi Xiaoling lay on the Kong, covered with fresh bedding, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Sun Hua and Zhao Xiaoli also retired for the night. Yet, Yi Jianguo remained awake, patiently waiting. As the moon hung high in the quiet night, he vanished into the darkness. Standing at the entrance of number 3 Wazi Hutong, Yi Jianguo listened intently. The courtyard was eerily silent, and after a brief survey, he forcefully broke the door lock and entered. The courtyard was quite small, containing only 2 rooms. Yi Jianguo entered the room, surveying the scattered garments within, including those belonging to a child. Indeed, a frown creased Yi Jianguo's brow. Mei Yin, Han Dong, and Han Bei must certainly have other children in their possession. He quickly searched the area, discovering a bag within the wardrobe, which contained money. This time, however, Yi Jianguo refrained from taking the money. He proceeded to the adjacent room, which was in utter disarray, resembling a dog's den. No children? Puzzled, he inhaled deeply. With the keen instincts of a hunter, he approached the wardrobe. As he opened it, clothes tumbled out, and he knocked on the back. To his astonishment, there was a hidden compartment. Upon opening it, he revealed a small hole. Goodness, they even dug a hole. Yi Jianguo cursed inwardly, lamenting how the housing of Sun Hua had also been desecrated for the purpose of trafficking children. The hole was small, the air within stale and tainted with the stench of urine. Yi Jianguo crawled inside and beheld 3 children lying there, filthy and in a deep slumber. Children? He hurriedly dragged them out. Upon inspection, he found that the 3 children could not be awakened. Had they been administered sleeping pills? Those wretches. Among them, one child bore a school badge, Chongqing Primary School. Chapter 15. Making a contribution in the criminal investigation team of Mulan County, Officer Zhou Qilin was engaged in a phone call. Reporting to the leadership, they are all out searching. I am on duty tonight. I assure you, we will find the children. Zhou Qilin swiftly responded to the inquiries of his superiors, as the entire county's police force was mobilized in the search for the missing children. Having just returned from a task outside, he was instructed to remain on standby while also monitoring the phone. After hanging up, Zhou Qilin felt an overwhelming sense of urgency as he gazed at the map of the county. If it was indeed human traffickers who had abducted them, they may have already fled the area. In this era of family planning, every household has only one child. If these only children grow up in a world where traffickers operate so brazenly, a sense of justice surged within Zhou Qilin, and he struck the table with his fist. Just then, the phone on the table rang. Hello? Zhou Qilin immediately answered, hearing a hoarse voice on the other end. Children found in Wazi Alley. Hurry. What? Zhou Qilin was taken aback. What did it mean, children found? 3 children, one of whom was from Chongqing Primary School. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qilin dashed out. The sound of police sirens echoed around Wazi Alley, awakening the residents, including Sun Hua and Zhao Xiaoli, who groggily opened their eyes to the cacophony of alarms. What was happening? The 2 hurriedly donned their clothing and saw Yi Jianguo emerging from across the way. Where is Xiaoling? Still asleep, Yi Jianguo feigned innocence, trailing behind them. With a man present, Zhao Xiaoli and Sun Hua felt emboldened. As they opened the door, they were met with a throng of police officers in the alley. Heavens! Sun Hua gasped in fear, just as an officer emerged from the direction of the rental house. Cradling a child. The rental house. How could this be possible? Sun Hua felt his legs weaken. A crime had occurred in his rented apartment. Zhao Xiaoli also grew anxious. And at that moment, she noticed the street officials leading a group of police officers approaching their location. Oh no, they are coming towards us, Zhao Xiaoli exclaimed, her fear palpable as the multitude of officers surrounded their home. Are you Sun Hua? Is that apartment yours? An authoritative figure among the police directly interrogated Sun Hua, who trembled and felt his knees buckle. Yes, it's ours, he stammered, and Zhao Xiaoli quickly nodded in agreement, only to hear a gentle voice from behind. Officer Zhou, what is going on here? Yi Jianguo emerged, not inquiring about the leader, but instead looking at Zhou Qilin standing behind him. Zhou Qilin, having successfully retrieved a child thanks to a lead, was taken aback upon seeing Yi Jianguo. What are you doing here? Zhou Qilin had anticipated Yi Jianguo's presence. I encountered Aunt Zhou while renting this place. What has transpired in that apartment? Yi Jianguo asked, prompting Zhou Qilin to approach the leader and relay the situation regarding Yi Jianguo. He then explained Sun Hua's predicament to the officials. Sun Hua and Zhao Xiaoli stood there, utterly speechless, with Yi Jianguo acting as their spokesperson. There are criminals in your rented apartment. The premises will be sealed, and you must accompany us to the station for further questioning. Following protocol. Zhou Qian's words nearly brought Sun Hua to tears at the thought of being taken in by the criminal police. Aunt, it's just an inquiry. I will accompany you, Yi Jianguo offered. Manager Zhao, please look after the children. Zhao Xiaoli felt immense gratitude towards Yi Jianguo for his support. With Yi Jianguo by his side, Sun Hua found solace, viewing him as his pillar of strength. Upon their arrival at the station, the rented apartment had already been sealed off. Shortly after 5 in the morning, Sun Hua was released, but Yi Jianguo was intercepted by Zhou Qian, who quietly inquired, Jianguo, what a coincidence. Lowering his voice, Zhou Qian asked, and Yi Jianguo met his gaze, responding in kind, Officer Zhou, it truly is a coincidence, but in situations like these, the safety of the children is paramount. I hope you can apprehend the culprits. Did you make the call last night? Zhou Qian's eyes flickered, but Yi Jianguo did not shy away. Instead, he returned Zhou Qian's gaze with intensity. What do you think? This rhetorical question made Zhou Qian realize something significant. Yi Jianguo smiled again and said, thank you for bringing me into the city. He clasped his hands in gratitude and then approached Sun Hua. Without Yi Jianguo, Sun Hua felt lost on how to return. Zhou Qian stood at the entrance, watching the two retreating figures. You thank me? Then I must thank you as well. Why not speak up sooner? Zhou Qian had already surmised that the call had been made by Yi Jianguo. Yi Jianguo had provided him with the opportunity to achieve merit while rescuing the 3 children. As for the 3 traffickers, they had not returned at all. Who are you really? A colleague called from behind, reminding him that the case was not yet closed, and the criminal police still needed to create sketches for the wanted traffickers. At the entrance of Wazi Hutong, early workers were already setting out for the day. Upon seeing Sun Hua and Yi Jianguo return, the gathered crowd halted. Aunt Sun, what is the situation? Sister Sun, please share. Little Sun, your home has been sealed. The concerned neighbors inquired, and Sun Hua, having regained her composure, exclaimed as she patted her thigh, those tenants were human traffickers. I encountered misfortune, but fortunately, the police uncovered the clues and rescued the child. It is truly tragic. If it must be sealed, so be it. She did not wish to dwell on the matter of the house. Her desire was simply to return home and rest. Who is this? Someone asked Yi Jianguo. And upon hearing this, Sun Hua promptly interjected, he is my relative, little Yi, residing at my home these days. Rest assured, I am fine. By referring to him as a relative, she aimed to reassure the onlookers and silence the gossipers. With Yi Jianguo present, the Zhao family had a man, and no one would dare to take advantage of them. Such is the wisdom of the ordinary citizen. Yi Jianguo, unfazed, merely smiled faintly, and his robust physique, coupled with that subtle expression, elicited nods of approval from the crowd. Chapter 16. Finding stability as Sun Hua led Yi Jianguo home. They were met with the sound of crying from within. It was the voice of Yi Xiaoling, and Yi Jianguo rushed inside. In the main room, Yi Xiaoling sat at the edge of the heated bed, wiping her tears. I want daddy, she cried, having awakened and not found her father, which caused her great distress. Zhao Xiaoli attempted to explain to her, but the child was unresponsive, leaving Zhao Xiaoli at a loss. Xiaoling. The appearance of Yi Jianguo halted her tears, and he embraced her, offering comfort. Zhao Xiaoli, witnessing this, felt her eyes welling with tears as well. Sun Hua entered, observing her daughter's state, and remarked with exasperation. At your age, you can't even console a child. Mom, you're saying that? How frightening. Zhao Xiaoli pouted, genuinely afraid. What is there to be frightened of? Both little Yi and I have returned, haven't we? The pride of a mother swelled within her, and she cared little for their previous worries. What about last night? What about last night? I warn you, from now on, little Yi is our relative and will be staying here for a few days. He is your brother. No. You are 3 years older than little Yi. He is your younger brother. Xiaoling is your niece. Huh. Zhao Xiaoli was completely bewildered. In the span of one night, Yi Jianguo had become her cousin, and she now had a cousin's daughter. Zhao Xiaoli was stunned, and Yi Xiaoling gazed at her father with wide, questioning eyes. Yes, we will stay here for now. Daddy, really? Yes, just call her grandmother. Yi Jianguo offered no further explanations, and at that moment, as Yi Xiaoling clung to her father, a smile began to grace her face. Little Yi, you will reside here. If you need to find work, I will help you with the child. There is no need for payment. Sun Hua had resolved to have Yi Jianguo stay, assisting them through this challenging period. In times of genuine crisis, A man's presence is indispensable. Aunt, I thank you in advance. Jianguo was not one to be overly sentimental. He needed to stay in the county for a time, to register Wei Guo's formula and await inquiries, marking the completion of his first step. As for the future, Jianguo did not intend to remain here. He aspired to seek opportunities in the Ice City. Observing Jianguo's agreement, Sun Hua felt a surge of joy. All right, stop lingering here and hurry off to work. Xiao Yi and I need to catch up on some sleep. Make sure to leave work early tonight, or rather, let Xiao Yi pick you up. Sun Hua's arrangements were quite thoughtful, even pleading with Jianguo. Well, that could work, Jianguo mused, contemplating the idea of picking up Zhao Xiaoli after work. Mom, Zhao Xiaoli looked helplessly at her mother, bemused by such an arrangement. Yet, seeing Jianguo's consent made her cheeks flush involuntarily. Thank you. Blushing, Zhao Xiaoli approached Jianguo when her mother was out of sight, speaking her gratitude in a whisper that was still audible to him. No need to mention it. Jianguo's voice, rich and magnetic, paired with his composed demeanor, compelled Zhao Xiaoli to steal glances at him. With each glance, she realized how genuinely handsome he was, exuding a potent aura of masculinity. I'm going to rest now. Jianguo, feeling quite fatigued, carried his daughter back inside, allowing her to play in her room while he lay down on the bed, quickly drifting into slumber. He awoke to the sounds of Sun Hua tidying up the vegetables and chatting with Yi Xiaoling in the adjacent room. Xiaoling, you'll be living at Grandma's from now on. We'll celebrate the new year here, all right? MHM. Yi Xiaoling, energetically helping Sun Hua snap green beans, was quite fierce as she pulled off the strings. Sun Hua gazed at Yi Xiaoling with a warm smile. She was simply adorable. The two shared a delightful afternoon together. Emerging from his room, Jianguo felt a warmth in his heart as he observed them. Yi Laodai had never treated Yi Xiaoling with such affection. Had there been even a hint of such kindness, he might have been able to tolerate her better. Dad, you've woken up. Grandma said we're having braised pork with green beans and eggs for dinner. Jianguo affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, wishing to express his gratitude to Sun Hua. However, she cheerfully replied, Xiao Yi, we're all family. Well, it's getting late. You should go pick up your sister. It then struck Jianguo that he still had work to attend to. Don't worry. Clad in his military coat, devoid of any tools, Jianguo stepped out of Zhao's home. Occasionally, he encountered neighbors who greeted him with warm smiles. Jianguo nodded in acknowledgement, considering it a greeting. Feeling the coins in his pocket, he opted for the bus, too weary to walk in the biting cold. Had there been a taxi available, he would have taken it. Alas, the taxis in Mulan County consisted of three-wheeled vehicles, which offered minimal protection from the chill. Upon boarding the bus, he paid 5 cents for a ticket. Sitting amidst the crowd, he gazed out the window, realizing there were no available seats. It was a tight squeeze. Jianguo soon sensed someone attempting to reach into his pocket. He shifted to the side, choosing to ignore the bus thief. These thieves operated in groups, often backed by unseen forces. Jianguo wished to avoid trouble. Stability was his current priority. As the thief's hand lingered, it soon redirected to another target as the individual moved away. Having finally descended from the bus, Jianguo's military coat was crumpled and wrinkled. Time was of the essence, and he intended to visit a store. Jianguo wished to purchase several garments for his daughter. After all, residing there without a change of clothes was simply unacceptable. The shopping mall was state-owned, and the service therein was virtually non-existent. With his military coat, Jianguo's presence hardly inspired any attendants to approach him. Upon arriving at the children's clothing section, the sales staff barely lifted their eyelids. Unperturbed, Jianguo scanned the area and promptly pointed out his selections: 3 sets of shirts and pants, 3 sweaters, and 3 padded jackets. His casual gestures astonished the attendants. In an instant, 3 saleswomen appeared before him with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The mall staff received commissions on sales. Sir, are you purchasing all of these? Chapter 17. The unpaid meal. Emerging from the mall, Jianguo's hands were laden with bags. The salespeople beamed with smiles, treating him with utmost respect. He had refrained from buying clothes for himself. His shopping spree had cost him over 50 yuan, leaving him with little in his pockets. Jianguo was indeed unafraid to spend. With bags in hand, he made his way back to the supply and marketing cafeteria. Standing at the entrance, he could hear a commotion inside. Pay for your meal. It's only right. You claim you have no money? What kind of man are you? The same waitress from the previous day, Wang Xiaolan, stood there with her hands on her hips, pointing her fingers like a fierce matron. Surrounding her were 3 other waitresses, all wearing expressions of disdain. Across from them sat a burly man in his 30s, clad in a filthy leather jacket that reflected a dark sheen. He lowered his head and remained silent. The table was devoid of any remnants. Having devoured a plate of spicy tofu, and 3 bowls of rice were left impeccably clean. No matter how the waitresses pressed him, he remained mute. Others watched, deeming it disgraceful for a grown man to dine and dash. Are you even a man? I'm speaking to you. As Wang Xiaolan approached, preparing to inspect the man's bag, he suddenly lunged, seizing her wrist. Wang Xiaolan cried out in pain. Ouch! You scoundrel! The man's expression shifted, and he quickly released her. A bruise formed around Wang Xiaolan's wrist, and chaos erupted among the onlookers. Zhao Xiaoli rushed out from the kitchen, witnessing the injury to Wang Xiaolan's wrist. What are you doing? Zhao Xiaoli demanded, her brows furrowing in anger. The man slowly stood, towering nearly 6 feet 3 inches. His imposing stature commanding attention. Yet, he remained silent, picking up his bag as if to leave. Stop right there. Zhao Xiaoli summoned her courage to block his path. Call the police. She shouted to the other waitresses, urging them to notify the authorities. Upon hearing the mention of the police, the man's pupils contracted, and he thrust his hand forward. As he attempted to shove Zhao Xiaoli aside, she, alarmed by his aggression, began to panic. At that moment, a hand grasped Zhao Xiaoli's shoulder, yanking her back. Ah! Zhao Xiaoli exclaimed, turning to see Jianguo standing behind her. What brings you here? She asked, astonished. While Jianguo's gaze remained fixed on the man before them. Comrade, you dine without paying, and yet believe you have the right to complain? The man regarded Jianguo, finally breaking his silence. I did not complain, but they insulted me. His voice was hoarse and chilling. Jianguo chuckled, nodding at the man. Indeed. One cannot insult without provocation, can they? The man stood firm, like a mountain, and nodded slightly. Xiaoli, what did he eat? How much did it cost? Jianguo turned to Zhao Xiaoli, who felt a blush creep across her cheeks. Standing beside Jianguo, she felt a sense of security. When asked, Zhao Xiaoli glanced at the waiter. A bowl of mapo tofu and 3 bowls of rice, totaling 1 yuan 20. Jianguo was taken aback. That was exceedingly cheap. One cannot insult without reason. Your words hold merit. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoli grew anxious, and Wang Xiaolan was also displeased. Then I shall take my leave. The man attempted to walk away, but Jianguo calmly stated, and what about the violence? Look at her hand. He pointed to Wang Xiaolan's hand, which she then raised, realizing its bruised state. Is this to be overlooked? Other waitstaff began to react, voicing their concerns as well. Zhao Xiaoli furrowed her brow, curious to see Jianguo's next move. The man fell silent, lowering his head and breathing heavily. Aren't you one for reason? Speak up, what do you propose? Upon hearing Jianguo's challenge, the man suddenly lunged forward. His speed was alarming as he drew a knife from his bag, the blade glinting ominously. Not good. Zhao Xiaoli gasped, attempting to pull Jianguo back. Wang Xiaolan and the others screamed and recoiled. The atmosphere thickened with fear as no one dared to utter a word, apprehensive of the impending violence. The man, gripping the knife, made a sudden move, slashing with his left hand. Jianguo stepped forward, seizing the man's wrist with precision. The man halted, icy eyes fixed on Jianguo. Injuring someone was unintentional, but I can offer compensation. With my flesh and blood. Jianguo tightened his grip, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Such compensation is hardly equitable. What? The man was taken aback, and Jianguo gestured towards Wang Xiaolan's wrist. You haven't drawn blood. If you do, that would be unfair. How about this? Jianguo instructed the man to lower his hand, then slowly retrieved 2 yuan from his pocket, placing it on the table. I shall cover your bill. As Jianguo gradually released his hold, the man regarded him, then glanced at the money on the table. Without uttering a single word, he picked up his bag and departed. Once the man had left, Zhao Xiaoli felt her back, drenched with perspiration. Jianguo, what on earth just transpired? Zhao Xiaoli was bewildered. The man had been terrifying, brandishing a knife. Jianguo smiled gently, turning once more to Wang Xiaolan. Take this money. Wang Xiaolan eyed the cash, her thoughts racing. It covered the meal, leaving a small remainder sufficient enough. Without waiting for Zhao Xiaoli to speak, Wang Xiaolan swiftly collected the money. Wait, why are you here? Do you know each other? After taking the money, Wang Xiaolan glanced again at Jianguo and Zhao Xiaoli. The other waitstaff also realized that the man before them was the one who had paid for Wang Xiaolan to apologize last night, accompanied by a child. This is my cousin. I haven't seen him before. He came to my house yesterday. Zhao Xiaoli's face flushed once more, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. her lips appearing exquisitely vibrant. "Cousin, is that true?" Wang Xiaolan's eyes widened, and the others shared similar expressions, their faces reflecting a complex mix of emotions. With curiosity igniting in their gazes, Jianguo remained remarkably calm and said to Zhao Xiaoli, "It's time to get off work. Let us head home." "My mother asked you to bring me back?" Chapter 18. Blocked by someone at the entrance of the restaurant, Zhao Xiaoli donned a red scarf and cotton gloves, then pointed to a nearby bicycle. "Can you ride a bicycle?" Jianguo rubbed his chin, a pained expression crossing his face. "No, I can't." In truth, Jianguo had never learned to ride a bicycle. In his previous life, he had become wealthy in Hong Kong and only drove cars and yachts. Zhao Xiaoli's bicycle was a Phoenix brand, designed for women. "Then let me take you," she suggested, glancing at the numerous items Jianguo had purchased. Realizing that her bicycle basket might not accommodate them all, just fit in what you can, she began to reach for the items. However, Jianguo pulled out a bag from his backpack. "This is for you, and also for Aunt Sunday." Zhao Xiaoli stood in stunned silence, as the bag contained 2 new scarves, the luxurious cashmere kind. Such scarves could only be found in upscale department stores, each costing nearly $10, equivalent to half a month's salary for an average person. Zhao Xiaoli had wished to buy one, but found them too expensive to justify. "Well, I can't accept this for free," she said, reluctantly. "My mother won't agree. Just a small token of appreciation. If you refuse, I'll rent a place again." Upon hearing Jianguo's insistence, Zhao Xiaoli finally accepted the scarves. "You can't leave," she exclaimed, her face once again flushed. Puzzled, she wondered why she had been blushing so often these past few days. "You ride, and I'll follow behind," Jianguo replied, indifferent to her embarrassment, determined to walk. "No, you'll be too slow walking. Get on, I'll take you," Zhao Xiaoli urged, her voice tinged with urgency as she pedaled, trying to coax Jianguo onto the back seat. "Me?" Jianguo pointed to himself, feeling somewhat awkward at the idea of a man being carried by a woman. "Just get on," Zhao Xiaoli insisted, her laughter brightening the atmosphere. "What are you afraid of? There aren't many people on the road. Hurry," she pressed, noting the lack of pedestrians in the chilly air. "Xiaoling is still waiting at home." Upon hearing this, Jianguo finally made up his mind. Quickly stepping forward to mount Zhao Xiaoli's bicycle, she gripped the handlebars tightly and pedaled with determination. "Are you sure you can handle this?" Jianguo asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Zhao Xiaoli turned back and smiled. In that moment, illuminated by the streetlights, her beauty shone like a blossoming flower. "No problem. I often accompany my mother." Zhao Xiaoli pedaled vigorously, and as a ditch appeared ahead, she steadied the handlebars once more. At that moment, in an effort to maintain balance, Jianguo instinctively reached out and wrapped his arm around Zhao Xiaoli's waist. A surge of warmth radiated from her waist, spreading throughout her entire being. This sensation seemed to invigorate Zhao Xiaoli even further. Jianguo also noticed, through the layers of their clothing, that Zhao Xiaoli's body radiated warmth. He intended to withdraw his hand but felt unsteady. "Apologies." Jianguo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Embracing a woman was somewhat inappropriate in this era. "It's all right. We're almost there." Zhao Xiaoli gritted her teeth, her slender form growing increasingly warm, her strength amplifying significantly. With a man and woman working together, the task felt less burdensome. Zhao Xiaoli's bicycle glided effortlessly across the icy surface. The arm around her waist filled her with a newfound vigor. Just then, a loud shout erupted from across the street. Zhao Xiaoli remained focused, oblivious to the oncoming figures. However, Jianguo noticed, and his expression shifted. Among the crowd was Gu Chun, Gao Hai, and Ma Dong from the previous evening. Gu Chun swiftly rode over, effectively blocking the path. Gao Hai and Ma Dong led others to encircle them from behind. "What is happening?" Zhao Xiaoli nearly lost her balance, her face paling as she realized they were surrounded. "Manager Zhao, this doesn't concern you," Gu Chun said, attempting to push Zhao Xiaoli aside. "Gu Chun, do you know this woman?" A man stood behind Gu Chun, wearing a leather cap, a woolen coat, and military boots, exuding a stylish air. A tactical belt was strapped around his waist, housing 2 triangular bayonets. This was Chen Sanhu, a notorious thug from Mulan County. Having served in the military, Chen Sanhu returned to a life of brawling and spent 3 years in prison. Upon his release, his status as a former convict allowed him to dominate Mulan County. Gu Chun was one of Chen Sanhu's subordinates, and after being bested by Jianguo the previous night, he reported back to his boss. By day, Chen Sanhu scoured the county in search of Jianguo, and Yi Xiaoling. Fortunately, Yi Jianguo had not stayed at the guest house. Otherwise, he would have been found. In the evening, someone informed Chen Sanhu that Yi Jianguo had resurfaced, this time at the supply and marketing cooperative canteen. Chen Sanhu led his men to pursue him. Yes, the canteen manager, Guchun explained, but he could see the sinister gleam in Chen Sanhu's eyes. Quite a beauty. You should be with me, Chen Sanhu remarked, as he reached out to caress Zhao Xiaoli's face. What are you doing? I warn you, I've called the police. Zhao Xiaoli, familiar with Guchun, found the courage to resist. I am Chen Sanhu. He laughed maniacally. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoli felt fear wash over her. Chen Sanhu's misdeeds in Mulan County were infamous. He had fled during the crackdown earlier this year, and now he had returned. What should we do, Jianguo? Zhao Xiaoli's eyes were red-rimmed, while Yu Jianguo had already exited the vehicle, positioning himself protectively in front of her. It's all right, he reassured Zhao Xiaoli. Casting a cautious glance around, Yu Jianguo needed to ascertain the surroundings and count the 8 adversaries before him, with Chen Sanhu, the most central figure, brandishing a triangular military dagger at his waist. Damn it, it's you. How dare you rob us? Good Chun, Gao Hai, and Ma Dong began to curse. Rob? Zhao Xiaoli looked at Yi Jianguo, puzzled. Last night, they attempted to rob me, and I fought back. I merely sought compensation for my mental anguish. Yi Jianguo replied nonchalantly. Chapter 19. I have returned it to you. Yi Jianguo scanned the area, steadfast in his defense of Zhao Xiaoli. Kid, so it was you last night. Chen Sanhu no longer felt rushed. After all, they had cornered their prey and could take their time. If you have grievances, come at me. Yi Jianguo was mentally prepared, ready to fight if necessary. It was better to take the initiative. Seizing the moment, he grasped the bicycle key in his hand. He had not brought an axe that day, but he intended to make do with the key against these men, relying on his resilience. Yi Jianguo was determined to prove himself capable against them. Get rid of him. Yi Jianguo aimed to strike first, but he was aware that those who thrived on the streets also understood the importance of preemptive action. Cursed be it. Yi Jianguo lacked such experience and felt a twinge of frustration. Just then, a figure suddenly burst forth from the alley. Before Guchun could comprehend the situation, he was seized by the throat. The individual possessed immense strength, lifting Guchun effortlessly. What kind of power is this? Guchun was utterly astonished, and the others shared his shock. Yi Jianguo also turned to look, his pupils narrowing. It was him, the man from the restaurant who had dined and dashed. The man gripped Guchun and forcefully slammed him down. Gao Hai and Ma Dong were also struck, creating a gap in the encirclement. You bastard! I'll kill you. Chen Sanhu roared, drawing 2 triangular daggers from his waist and charging forward like a fierce tiger. As the man in the leather coat prepared to engage, Yi Jianguo charged as well. The chain struck Chen Sanhu's face, and Yi Jianguo followed with a kick. Chen Sanhu recoiled in pain, but he swung his daggers in retaliation. Yi Jianguo was unable to push through, when suddenly, a gleam of steel flashed. In that frozen moment, the light was as radiant as the sun. Yi Jianguo widened his eyes, witnessing the man in the leather coat brandishing a short blade, a black and gold dagger, unmistakably an ancient weapon. The blade clashed against the triangular dagger, severing it cleanly. The blade surged forward, instantly tearing through Chen Sanhu's shirt, sending him hurtling back with a violent force. His chest a mangled mess. This display stunned everyone present. Yi Jianguo squinted, murmuring to himself, my goodness, the aura of the blade? This fellow is a true martial artist. In his previous life on Hong Kong Island, Yi Jianguo had encountered genuine practitioners of ancient martial arts. These individuals trained not in mere folklore but in authentic martial skills, honed for the art of killing. Yi Jianguo recalled that this era marked the inaugural National Martial Arts Competition of Huaxia. It was rumored that such a grand event had only occurred once before being abruptly halted by governmental authorities. The reason for this cessation stemmed from the fierce confrontations that escalated to violence, resulting in fatalities. In a civilized society, the loss of life posed considerable complications. From that year onward, numerous martial artists found themselves compelled to abandon the transmission of their skills, relegating their martial arts to mere displays of flamboyant techniques. Rich in performance yet devoid of true efficacy. Many martial artists expressed their discontent and chose to leave Huaxia, with some seeking refuge on Hong Kong Island. Yi Jianguo had witnessed firsthand an ancient martial artist capable of condensing airflow with a mere finger, reminiscent of the legendary Wanyang finger from martial arts novels. These practitioners cultivated their inner strength, enabling them to manifest their power externally. Before him stood a man clad in a leather coat, who radiated a blade aura. As Yi Jianguo's thoughts raced, the leather-clad man, with a frigid gaze, sheathed his black gold knife and uttered a singular command. Get lost. This word was laden with authority. Guchan and his companions fled, abandoning Qin Sanhu, who lay unconscious on the ground. Had it not been for two individuals returning to carry him away, Qin Sanhu might have perished there. The leather-clad man stowed his knife once more and resumed his journey forward. Wait, Yi Jianguo called out urgently, yet the man did not turn back, instead rasping. I have returned what you owed. We are even. The implication was clear. Yi Jianguo had compensated him, and he had reciprocated. We are not even. You still owe me. Yi Jianguo's declaration caused the leather-clad man to turn and fixate on him. His eyes were sharp as blades, while Yi Jianguo remained composed. Xiaoling, cowering behind Yi Jianguo, dared not lift her gaze. Without you, I could have handled it myself. Thus, your efforts were in vain. What? The leather-clad man scoffed at Yi Jianguo's audacity. Bewildered by the notion of vain efforts, had he not intervened, could someone like Yi Jianguo truly have dealt with Qin Sanhu? Indeed, do not doubt me. I dare confront tigers. Let alone these individuals. Yi Jianguo extended his hand, patting the outer side of his thigh. This gesture prompted the leather-clad man to realize, are you of hunter lineage? In the realm of Jianguo, every profession possesses its own clandestine dialect. Yi Jianguo, as a hunter, signified the mastery of the mountains. The act of striking the outer thigh symbolized dominion over the wilderness. Yi Jianguo smiled and addressed the leather-clad man once more. Very well. What is your name? This time, the man's expression darkened, recognizing that Yi Jianguo possessed the inheritance of a hunter, thus qualifying him as one of the Jianguo. He responded in a low tone. You may call me Old Blade. It remained unclear whether this was a nickname or a surname. Yi Jianguo clasped his hands in salute, saying, Old Blade, I am grateful for your assistance. Yet, the matter remains. You have not fully repaid me. If you wish to truly settle this debt, assist me in a particular task. Once completed, you are free to depart at your leisure. Old Blade's gaze flickered, curious about what Yi Jianguo desired of him. After a moment's consideration, he nodded and replied, Very well, speak your request. Intrigued by the worth of the favor, Old Blade was eager to learn of Yi Jianguo's intentions. I require a bodyguard. Will you take on this role? Yi Jianguo possessed an audacity that was truly remarkable, directly appointing Lao Dao as his bodyguard. Xiaoling was left utterly astounded. After just a few exchanged words, he proposed such a role. The leader's eyes flickered, gazing at Yi Jianguo as though he were a fool. 1 month, 100 yuan, he stated, revealing the salary in the next breath. Oh my goodness. Xiaoling clutched her heart, for she earned merely 20 to 30 yuan a month. Was being a bodyguard truly so lucrative? Yi Jianguo must be exceedingly wealthy. Little did Xiaoling know that at present, Yi Jianguo had only a few dozen yuan left in his pocket, which might infuriate her. One should never place trust in the affluent or the successful, for wealth and success often come with grand promises. Yi Jianguo proudly directed his gaze towards Lao Dao. You owe me. It will only take a few days to repay. What do you say? Let us be straightforward. Chapter 20. Accepting Lao Dao averted his gaze, disinclined to engage with Yi Jianguo any further. I will repay you. Yet, he attempted to leave. 200 yuan. I will assist you in resolving your identity issues. Yi Jianguo added. And Xiaoling felt as though she might faint at the mention of such a sum. 200 yuan for a month's salary was beyond her wildest dreams. Lao Dao halted, turning back to Yi Jianguo once more. You may consider it. I reside in Wazi Hutong. Think it over, and if you decide, you can find me. Yi Jianguo was in no rush. He turned to Xiaoling and said, We are leaving soon. As he spoke, he retrieved another 10 yuan from his pocket. Here, take this for now. When one is out in the world, one must have money. Regardless of Lao Dao's agreement, Yi Jianguo slipped the money into Lao Dao's sleeve. We're off, Yi Jianguo declared with great bravado. As Lao Dao observed Yi Jianguo preparing to depart, he suddenly remarked, I will come to find you in 3 days. Very well. Yi Jianguo's lips curled into a smile, nearly bursting with laughter inside. 200 yuan to bring a martial arts master who possesses the ability to wield blade energy. What a remarkable bargain. With Lao Dao by my side to protect my daughter, there will be no issues. Yi Jianguo's considerations were not for himself, but rather for the safety of his daughter. Xiaoling mounted her bike once more, and Yi Jianguo jogged a few steps before leaping onto the back seat. This action was becoming second nature to him. Xiaoling pedaled vigorously. Unaware of Yi Jianguo's arm encircling her waist, she felt a twinge of grievance. Jianguo, why do you need a bodyguard? Zhao Xiaoli finally inquired. To protect Xiaoling. Zhao Xiaoli's realization dawned upon her. Yi Jianguo was doing this for his daughter. Do you trust him? I can't shake the feeling that he resembles a wanted criminal. Lao Dao seems far too fierce, even more so than Qin Sanhu. Zhao Xiaoli cautioned Yi Jianguo that Lao Dao was not a good person. A good person cannot be judged merely by appearances. He has fallen on hard times. If he were truly a villain, with his skills, he would have amassed wealth long ago, murder and arson accompanied by a golden belt. Yi Jianguo understood well that a martial arts master like Lao Dao possessed a code of ethics. Even when destitute, one can still uphold their principles. Such individuals are rare. Is that so? We have arrived at the alley. You should disembark quickly. Zhao Xiaoli called out to Yi Jianguo, acutely aware that they were near her home and fearing that the neighbors might witness her holding his hand. In this era, there was a distinct separation between genders, particularly in public spaces where physical contact was frowned upon. Without hesitation, Yi Jianguo leaped from the vehicle, clutching a bag, and sauntered leisurely behind Zhao Xiaoli. She maneuvered her bicycle, opening the gate and wheeling it into the yard. Where's Jianguo? Why did you come back alone? Inquired his mother, Sun Hua. Cradling Yi Xiaoling in her arms, her expression one of discontent. Yi Xiaoling's gaze was filled with both longing and concern. Look, this is the cashmere scarf Jianguo bought for you. Why does this child spend money so recklessly? Sun Hua remarked, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the scarf. Dad, Yi Xiaoling exclaimed upon noticing the gift bag Yi Jianguo carried as he entered. He enveloped her in a warm embrace and placed a kiss on her cheek. I bought you new clothes. Try them on later. If they don't fit, I'll exchange them tomorrow. Dad, I've missed you, Yi Xiaoling said, clinging to him, her affection palpable. Sun Hua smiled, while Zhao Xiaoli discreetly observed Yi Jianguo. Her curiosity piqued regarding the status of his marriage. Had he divorced or simply run away? If it were the former, it would be a relief. Zhao Xiaoli's mind began to wander. Upon entering the house, Yi Xiaoling changed into her new outfit, adorning herself like a porcelain doll. Sun Hua also donned the scarf, clearly delighted. From now on, no more frivolous spending, but I truly adore it. Come, let us eat. Today we have hand-pulled noodles. Sun Hua called to Yi Jianguo, who carried Yi Xiaoling, and they proceeded to the main room, where a bowl of freshly made noodles awaited them, and their hunger was undeniable. Auntie, your culinary skills are exceptional, Yi Jianguo praised. Indeed, from now on, you shall dine here. I'll take care of your meals and lodging, Sun Hua generously offered, genuinely fond of both Yi Jianguo and Yi Xiaoling. Oh, that is not feasible. You don't want to forego rent. I must cover my share for meals, he chuckled. Sun Hua laughed heartily, and Zhao Xiaoli joined in. Mom, you must make him pay, she teased. How much can he possibly eat? 15 minutes later, as Sun Hua surveyed the bowl of hand-pulled noodles, now emptied by Yi Jianguo and Yi Xiaoling, her expression turned slightly awkward. Well, I'll prepare some more. We have dried noodles at home. It will be ready shortly. Yi Jianguo wiped the corner of his mouth, revealing a sincere and contented smile. No need. I'm truly full now. Jianguo, your appetite is impressive, remarked Sun Hua. Noting that Yi Jianguo's consumption could rival that of 3 adults, while Yi Xiaoling nearly matched a single person's portion. Together, their intake equated to that of 4 individuals. Jianguo was once a hunter, so it's only natural he can eat well. You can hunt. Is that true? Sun Hua, intrigued by her daughter's knowledge of Yi Jianguo's profession, cast a curious glance at her. With just a few exchanged looks, Zhao Xiaoli felt her cheeks flush. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Sun Hua resolved to offer a gentle reminder later that evening. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoli turned to Yi Jianguo and asked, What are your plans for tomorrow? I plan to visit the Knowledge Industry Bureau, he replied. Knowledge Industry Bureau? Is there such a department? Zhao Xiaoli questioned, while Sun Hua remained equally uninformed. To comprehend the understanding of intellectual property within Huaxia, one must recognize that it began to garner attention only from 1978. In 1982, the Chinese Patent Office was established, followed by the introduction of the patent law and the trademark law. By 1985, China had joined the World Intellectual Property Organization. Presently, each city boasts specialized bureaus, and even counties have dedicated intellectual industry offices, all under the purview of these specialized agencies. Yet, what purpose does your visit serve? Chapter 21. Enthusiasm for work in Mulan County. The Intellectual Industry Bureau is situated adjacent to the Education Bureau. The townsfolk are primarily aware of the Education Bureau, oblivious to the existence of the industry bureau, highlighting the latter's diminished stature in contemporary society. Regardless of its lowly status, it remains a governmental entity. The entire Milan County Industry Bureau comprises merely 4 individuals: 1 bureau chief, 1 section chief, 1 division, and 1 staff member. The bureau chief concurrently serves as the deputy head of the Education Bureau. The section chief, Xiaoling, is also affiliated with the education system. The Industry Bureau occupies the 3rd floor, specifically room 303. This room spans over 80 square meters, furnished with 4 desks, yet devoid of any significant paperwork. It is even cleaner than a podium. Behind one of the desks sits a man in his 50s, adorned with reading glasses, holding a newspaper in one hand and a tea thermos in the other. He takes a sip, glances around, and shakes his head slightly. Section Chief Lin Dong takes another sip of tea before finally lifting his gaze to the corridor. There, a young man in his 20s, dressed in a brown Zhongshan suit, is diligently wiping the corridor walls. This young man, Feng Mu, has recently been assigned to the Industry Bureau. Although he is filled with enthusiasm for his work, he finds the reality of the Industry Bureau starkly different from his expectations. Feng Mu harbors no desire to remain here. He longs to transfer to the Education Bureau. Xiao Feng. Lin Dong observes Feng Mu at work and cannot help but remind him, neither the section chief nor the bureau chief will be here today. Whom are you working for? Feng Mu turns to Lin Dong and replies in a hushed tone, Section chief, I am not working for the leader's gaze. Just look around. The entire 3rd floor is watching us. Our entrance is filthy. Feng Mu is not waiting for the leaders. He simply feels restless and must occupy himself with work, or he risks losing his sanity. Then carry on, Lin Dong replies, continuing to sip his tea, as he knows he can merely endure a few more years until retirement. The absence of work is, in fact, preferable. Feng Mu, feeling helpless, glances at his section chief. It has been several days without anyone else present. He holds little regard for the concept of intellectual property or patents, questioning who would be so foolish as to register such matters. As Feng Mu sighs, he hears a voice inquiring from the stairwell, Excuse me, could you tell me which floor the Intellectual Industry Bureau is located on? 3rd floor? Upon hearing this, Feng Mu cannot resist looking over. At the stairwell, Jianguo is leading Xiaoling as they emerge. Feng Mu's interest wanes instantly, suspecting them to be relatives of Lin Dong, perhaps a son-in-law. As Feng Mu resumes wiping the walls, Jianguo and Xiaoling approach him. Is this the Intellectual Industry Bureau? Your father-in-law is inside, Feng Mu remarks without turning. This prompts Jianguo to inquire once more. What father-in-law? I am here for official business. Excuse me? Feng Mu had not yet grasped the situation. It was only when he heard Xiaoling inquiring about her father-in-law that he turned around. Handling matters? Are you certain? Feng Mu regarded Jianguo as though he were a simpleton. Jianguo nodded and reiterated, I wish to register a pharmaceutical formula and a trademark. Really? Feng Mu inquired again, and upon observing Jianguo's demeanor, he could not help but glance at room 303. Is this truly the Industrial Bureau? Comrade, this is. Feng Mu promptly discarded the cloth he was holding and extended his hand with utmost enthusiasm. Finally, someone had arrived. He was filled with elation. His time would no longer be wasted. However, Jianguo did not reciprocate the handshake, instead lifting Xiaoling into his arms and entering the office. Lin Dong remained engrossed in his tea, absorbed in the newspaper. Lin Ku, he has come to register, Feng Mu announced as he ushered Jianguo in, making sure to pour him a cup of water. Lin Dong, interrupted from his thoughts, looked up at Jianguo. Register what? What is there to register? Don't joke around. Lin Dong was skeptical, as since the establishment of this department last year, not even 10 registrations had been completed. Feng Mu turned to Jianguo, who had already produced the prepared sildenafil, Formula 2230604. Lin Ku, it's a genuine registration. Feng Mu looked back at Lin Dong, his excitement causing his voice to tremble slightly. Upon witnessing Jianguo actually presenting the documents, Lin Dong also stood. Young man, sit down. Let me see this formula. Is it a medication? Lin Dong leaned down to examine the formula, lacking understanding and thus only able to inquire. Jianguo, however, smiled, shielding his daughter's view with his body, then retrieved a box of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, placing it on the table. Lin Ku, I appreciate your efforts. I wish to register as quickly as possible. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. Such treatment in this austere office? Comrade, you are too kind. Surprisingly, Lin Dong did not accept the cigarettes and addressed Fong Mu. Xiao Fong, assist this comrade in completing the registration promptly. Certainly. Fong Mu once again approached Jianguo, who had already taken out the application form, preparing to embark on the process. Jianguo did not retract the box of cigarettes, instead handing the formula back to Fong Mu. This formula, I have registered. Sildenafil, I have also registered. And this Viagra. Jianguo continuously produced documents regarding the formula registration and 2 trademark registrations. Is this name the name of the drug? Are you a pharmacist? Fong Mu asked, puzzled, as he too was unfamiliar with the matter. Haha, no, Jianguo replied. Comrade Yi, you are using Viagra as a trademark? Indeed. Jianguo nodded swiftly. This name is a treasure. Fong Mu hesitated, glancing at Lin Dong, who gave a slight nod. Then there is no problem. Please fill out the form quickly. A small processing fee is required, just 3 yuan. Fong Mu feared that Jianguo might abandon the registration. Jianguo turned to his daughter. Xiaoling reached into her newly purchased cotton coat and pulled out a wallet, retrieving 3 yuan from it. Uncle, here you go, she said in a sweet, childlike voice, causing Fong Mu to beam with delight. Such a well-behaved child. Rest assured, Uncle will certainly assist your father with the registration. Thank you, Uncle. Xiaoling clasped her hands in gratitude, which elicited a smile from Lin Dong. Comrade Yi, you are quite amusing, he remarked. Lin Ku, is this contact address the same as your registered residence? Jianguo glanced at the application form, and Lin Dong nodded, affirming, yes, it corresponds to the household registration. Is there a problem? No problem at all. Jianguo contemplated. His household registration still resided in Baikai village, and he needed to devise a method to relocate it. However, transferring one's household registration from a rural setting was rather cumbersome. Transitioning from village to town not only required documentation, but also necessitated having a job. Chapter 22. The next steps. Jianguo noted down the household address and scrutinized it once more. Is there anything else? No, your registration is complete. However, it requires approval. My process is swift. I can report to Beijing tomorrow, and from there it will enter the national knowledge industry system. Fong Mu elaborated, but Jianguo interrupted. How many days will it take for the approval to conclude? After all, this formula will be mine. It will take half a month. Jianguo squinted. Half a month coincided perfectly with New Year's Day. After the New Year, Inruwei Company would enter Huaxia, arriving in the capital to finalize the registration. Can we not expedite it? Jianguo was still anxious to complete the registration promptly. I will deliver it to Beijing this afternoon, Fong Mu stated decisively. Lin Dong, seated behind, did not interject. I will urge Beijing and inform you as soon as I receive any updates. Thank you. This time, Jianguo clasped his hands in appreciation, a smile gracing his face. Thank you. But once the review is complete, how will I reach you? This seems to be a county phone number, not a village one. Indeed, just dial this number, and you will reach me. I am currently residing in the county. That poses no issue. Fong Mu nodded in agreement, and Jianguo once again clasped his hands toward Lin Dong. Let us await the news. Only after Jianguo departed did Fong Mu hurriedly organize the documents, placing them into a file. Lin Ku, I am heading to Beijing this afternoon. Lin Dong stood up but glanced back at the documents, declaring, First hand it over to me. I need to consult with the leadership. I completely forgot. Fong Mu exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Lin Dong chuckled at Fong Mu's oversight, then took the file and exited the office. The cigarettes on the desk had run out. Fong Mu displayed a simple yet hopeful smile. He finally had work. Jianguo had not anticipated that the registration would conclude so swiftly. Initially intending to occupy the morning with tasks, he glanced at the clock, noting it was barely before 10 o'clock. Dad, where are we going? Xiaoling inquired, her breath visible in the chilly air. The streets were bustling with hurried passers-by. To the pharmacy. Dad, are you unwell? Xiaoling looked at Jianguo with concern, who adjusted his daughter's hat, tidying it up. No, Dad is going to earn some money. Upon hearing her father's intent to earn, Xiaoling felt she could not contribute to the conversation any further. Having registered with the esteemed company, Weigu, he now awaits the Silver Radiance Corporation to reach out to him. At that moment, his first fortune shall materialize. Before the arrival of the new year, Jianguo needs to have some funds at hand. I wish to provide my daughter with a splendid celebration and prepare a gift for my wife. Accompanied by his daughter, Jianguo made his way toward the county's pharmacy, Pizatang. This pharmacy, a state-owned establishment, specializes in traditional Chinese herbal medicine. Western medicine can only be procured from hospitals. In this era, Western medicine is indeed scarce. While traditional Chinese medicine is abundant and reliable, the herbal ingredients are authentic, predominantly wild-grown, devoid of artificial cultivation. Wild herbs offer superior efficacy, which is why many citizens still prefer traditional remedies. Peizatang not only dispenses medicine but also employs skilled practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. Within the pharmacy, one can even have herbal concoctions prepared. During winter, Peizatang experiences a surge in business as many seek remedies for colds and flu. Upon arriving at the entrance of Peizatang, Jianguo observed a queue of patrons inside. So many people. He glanced around but did not enter. "Father, why aren't we going in?" his daughter queried. "You cannot enter. There are viruses inside." "Then I'll stay at the door. I want to go in." After a moment's reflection, Jianguo decided against leaving his daughter outside. Just a moment. He noticed a small convenience store nearby and led Yixiaoi inside. The store's counter was stocked with peach crisps, canned goods, biscuits, sunflower seeds, and peanuts, with beer and soda nearby. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged woman, clad in a thick vest, diligently knitting a sweater. "What would you like?" The store owner assessed the pair, recognizing them as outsiders. "One bottle of soda." "And some of these biscuits," Jianguo responded, picking up the soda without inquiring about the price and also selecting a pack of biscuits. 80 cents. The man placed a 1 yuan note on the counter. "My daughter will eat here while I run an errand at the pharmacy. Please return the change to her." "No problem," Jianguo replied cheerfully, and the owner smiled broadly, shifting aside. "Child, come sit. There's warmth behind me." She beckoned to Xiaoling. The little girl looked up at her father, who nodded in approval, and she obediently walked over. Seeing her demure demeanor, the shopkeeper took out a large white rabbit cream candy from behind the counter. "This is from the auntie. Enjoy." "Thank you, auntie. I'll pay you," Xiaoling insisted, reaching into her pocket, where the clinking of coins echoed. "Haha, no need. This child is simply delightful," the shop owner chuckled, abandoning her knitting to engage in conversation with Xiaoling. Feeling reassured, Jianguo stepped outside once more and returned to Peizatang. As he entered, a wave of medicinal aroma and warmth enveloped him. He did not wear a mask and quickly scanned the queue, which was predominantly composed of elderly patrons, many of whom were coughing. At the end of the line stood a venerable old Chinese medicine practitioner, spectacles perched on his nose, attending to a patient's pulse. Upon Jianguo's arrival, a nearby staff member called out to him, "Comrade, it's not possible today. Please return tomorrow." Generally, practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine examine pulses only in the morning, as they do not conduct such assessments in the afternoon. Jianguo was well aware of the rules. He addressed the attendant, stating, "I am not here for a consultation. Purchasing medicine? Then come closer." The attendant beckoned to Jianguo, guiding him to the counter. The counter, fashioned from aged willow wood, was adorned with various medicine packets and a selection of traditional Chinese herbal remedies. Behind the counter stood a medicine cabinet, equally aged, its surface seemingly polished over the years. Each drawer bore the name of its contents. A pharmacy assistant diligently sorted through the medicines, moving slowly to ensure accuracy. "What medicine do you require?" the attendant inquired, lifting her gaze to Jianguo, who, instead, picked up a pen and inscribed a character on a piece of medicine paper. Select. Chapter 23. The selection character. Upon writing this character, the attendant appeared momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing it closely before quickly raising her gaze to fixate on Jianguo. He remained composed, having inscribed this character for the first time. The selection character was a legacy passed down from the old hunters. When hunters ventured into the mountains, they would procure unique medicinal materials from wild beasts, such as tiger bones and bear bile. Upon descending, they would sell these to traditional medicine shops. In ancient times, those who sold medicine were collectively referred to as peamen, with some calling them tiaohan. Only seasoned individuals in the trade understood the significance of peamen, and in this modern era, such knowledge was exceedingly rare. Jianguo was aware that this Peizatang had been a place where old hunters once sold their wares. By merely inscribing the selection character in the medicine hall, it was understood that he was there to conduct business in medicinal materials. "Please hold on, comrade." The attendant quickly retreated to the back room, and shortly after, a middle-aged man clad in a traditional Chinese suit emerged. The man assessed Jianguo before extending his hand. "After you." The proprietor, Wen Yu, ushered Jianguo into the back room, which served as his office, imbued with a sense of nostalgia and antiquity. In the center, an octagonal table was set, accompanied by a fine celadone teapot for from Jingda and 8 teacups. When Yu invited Yi Jianguo to take a seat and personally poured him tea. May I have your surname, comrade? Yi Jianguo lightly tapped his fingers on the octagonal table, a gesture of respect within the community, expressing gratitude for the tea. When Yu smiled, recognizing that Yi Jianguo was a man of the old trade. What do you wish to sell, sir? Upon hearing this inquiry, Yi Jianguo chuckled and slowly extended his fingers, indicating the number 6. In the coded language of the herbal shop, 6 represented ginseng. Upon seeing the gesture, Wen Yu laughed again. Ah, a mountain dweller. Rest assured, I am interested. Wen Yu, of course, was eager to acquire ginseng, and upon hearing his affirmation, Yi Jianguo replied nonchalantly, I know you are interested. I would like to ascertain the current price. Wen Yu hesitated momentarily, accustomed to assessing the goods before determining their value. Ordinary ginseng is currently valued at around 40 yuan per pound. Wen Yu spoke candidly, noting that trading in ginseng was indeed lucrative. What about the old mountain variety? Yi Jianguo pressed on, seeking to ascertain the price of the rare mountain ginseng before deciding whether to utilize his own hidden stash. The old hunters had entrusted him with knowledge of certain ginseng locations in the mountains. Yi Jianguo had refrained from parting with the ginseng for quite some time. Initially, he envisioned that as his child grew older and was ready for school, he would sell these ginseng roots to fund his daughter's education in a city elementary school. However, when Yu found this puzzling, as a seasoned veteran in the trade, he should have understood the nuances. Premium wild ginseng, especially the aged variety, requires careful consideration of its maturation. Those around 10 years old are comparable to ordinary ginseng, while roots exceeding 30 years command a different price altogether. A century-old ginseng would start at a minimum of 200 yuan. Yi Jianguo chose not to press further, lifting his teacup once more. After finishing his tea, he prepared to rise and leave. Brother, what about the ginseng? Wen Yu halted him, noting that this seasoned trader had yet to present any of the ginseng. Our Pizatang is a venerable establishment, known for its integrity. We offer fair prices. As long as the ginseng is of good quality, we can negotiate. Quality goods will always command a premium. Yi Jianguo regarded Wen Yu coolly, replying, I'll bring it to you in a few days. What do you mean? Are you a treasure hoarder? Wen Yu gaped at Yi Jianguo, mistakenly believing him to be one of the legendary treasure hoarders. In the realm of seasoned traders, the profession of grave robbing is esteemed, yet the most affluent and enigmatic are not grave robbers, but rather treasure hoarders. These individuals traverse the land, delving into remote mountains and forests where few dare to tread. The historical figure Su Xiaka was a treasure seeker himself. Treasure seekers not only locate treasures, but also guard them, waiting for them to mature. For generations, they may protect a single treasure until it is ready to be unveiled, astonishing the world. The treasures held by these hoarders are invariably genuine and exquisite. Among them are those who specifically seek out old mountain ginseng, anticipating the emergence of roots aged a century or more. Brother, when Yu was invigorated, he was in dire need of century-old ginseng. Realizing Yi Jianguo's identity as a treasure hoarder, Wen Yu boldly stated, if you possess century-old ginseng, it would be worth at least this much. He extended 5 fingers, denoting 500 yuan. At least 500 yuan. If the quality and age are exceptional, it could potentially reach 1,000. Yi Jianguo, unaware of the treasure hoarder concept, allowed the misunderstanding to persist without clarification. In business, maintaining an aura of mystery is essential. The less transparent one is, the more the other party will fill in the blanks, which is ideal. Yi Jianguo, currently impoverished, felt that whatever Wen Yu perceived him to be, so be it. He would neither explain nor take responsibility. Brother, allow me to fetch you some fine tea. Wen Yu's enthusiasm surged, eager to have Yi Jianguo sit down once more. No need. I will return. Yi Jianguo nodded, aware that his daughter awaited him nearby. Certainly. Wen Yu extended his hand, gripping Yi Jianguo's firmly. Yi Jianguo nodded again, and Wen Yu personally escorted him to the exit. Take care, brother. Wen Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He would certainly await Yi Jianguo's return in the coming days. Yi Jianguo turned and made his way to a small shop nearby. Yi Xiaoling was engaged in a conversation with her boss, savoring a piece of candy. Her cheeks flushed with delight. Daddy, the aunt gave me candy. Upon noticing her father's return, Yi Xiaoling promptly leaped down. Didn't you thank the aunt? Yi Jianguo also expressed his gratitude to the shop owner, reaching for his wallet. No need for that. This child is quite well behaved. She often comes here. The shop owner replied fondly, ruffling Yi Xiaoling's hair. thinking how wonderful it would be to have such a daughter. Yes, we shall return next time, Jianguo affirmed, glancing at the time before embracing his daughter and stepping into the cold. In the evening, they arrived once more at the supply and marketing canteen. Wang Xiaolan regarded Jianguo's arrival with a peculiar smile. Jianguo has come, here to pick up the manager? Others in the service industry shared the same sentiment, speculating that Jianguo was indeed involved with Zhao Xiaoli. Chapter 24. Returning to Baikai village, Jianguo ignored Wang Xiaolan, taking a seat in the canteen and observing the diners. Oh, is that really necessary? Wang Xiaolan thought, noticing Jianguo's indifference and contemplating her departure. Who is responsible for procurement? Jianguo suddenly inquired of Wang Xiaolan, catching her off guard. The procurement manager, of course. Isn't that Zhao Xiaoli? He pressed. She is the hall manager. Do you truly believe she runs this canteen? Wang Xiaolan replied haughtily, then added, the procurement manager is my uncle. Really? Upon hearing this, Jianguo beckoned her over with a finger. What do you want? Wang Xiaolan was taken aback. Wasn't he ignoring her? Wang Xiaolan, inherently opportunistic, would have disregarded him were it not for his financial standing and his connection to Zhao Xiaoli. Do you want to make some money? Make money? Wang Xiaolan's eyes sparkled. Who wouldn't he wish to earn? With the new year approaching, she had her eyes on many fine garments but lacked the funds. With money, she could even purchase the new television set. Last year's spring festival gala was watched at someone else's home, leaving her envious. Your uncle is the procurement manager. With the new year near, you'll need pork, right? No need to go to the slaughterhouse. I can get some from the countryside. How about I give you a cut from the price of a pig? Wang Xiaolan blinked, astonished at the notion of kickbacks. Do you know someone who sells pigs in the countryside? Genuine pork? Of course. Jianguo declared resolutely. Wang Xiaolan pondered for a moment, then said, I'll ask my uncle. If he agrees, I'll have no issues. Just mention the connection, and he'll have a share of the profit too. Wang Xiaolan's eyes gleamed even more brightly. All right, I'll go ask him right now. Take your time, no rush. After all, I pick up Zhao Xiaoli every day. Yes. Wang Xiaolan nodded enthusiastically just as Zhao Xiaoli emerged from changing her clothes and spotted the two whispering together. Instantly, Zhao Xiaoli felt a twinge of discomfort. This feeling prompted her to approach them with an icy demeanor. Jianguo. Her voice lacked charm and bore a chill. The manager has arrived. Your Jianguo is quite capable. Just moments ago, Zhao Xiaoli wore a cold expression, but upon hearing the name of her beloved Jianguo, her cheeks flushed a delightful crimson. Her gaze turned alluring, rendering her unable to look directly at Jianguo. Let us go. Yet, Jianguo rose and exited the dining hall. Wait for me. The chill dissipated from Zhao Xiaoli, warmth enveloping her once more. This time, however, Jianguo halted her progress. I will ride. Aren't you unable to? She inquired. He had indeed learned to ride that afternoon, borrowing a bicycle from a neighbor and mastering the skill throughout the day. Is that true? Zhao Xiaoli stood still, watching Jianguo mount the bicycle. He truly could ride, prompting her to hurriedly take a few steps and settle onto the back seat. Fearing she might fall, she tightly embraced Jianguo's waist. He was unbothered by her closeness, and as she clung to him, her body gradually leaned against his. The heavy military coat felt somewhat chilly, yet Zhao Xiaoli's face radiated warmth. She focused on her feet, watching the ground swiftly recede beneath them. Suddenly, her shoes reflected Jianguo's face. Ah, she gasped, startling him as he glanced back, thinking she might be unsteady. Hold on, it's fine. I'll go slowly. Zhao Xiaoli lowered her head further. No matter how she looked at her shoes, she could still see Jianguo, with her arms wrapped around him, pressing against his military coat. She could feel the firmness of his stomach through the layers. Just the faintest touch sent her senses reeling. Weavey arrived. What? So soon? Zhao Xiaoli looked up abruptly, her face blooming like a peach blossom. Time had flown, and she could hardly believe they had reached home. The alley was just across the street, and Jianguo deliberately kept his distance, wary of being seen by neighbors. By the way, I will return to Baikai village tomorrow. I won't be able to pick you up after work. Why? Zhao Xiaoli felt a rush of anxiety ever since Jianguo entered her life. She had eagerly anticipated the end of each workday. The journey home had ceased to be cold and perilous. I need to handle a matter. I will be back soon. If you see Lao Dao, could you let him stay in that rental? I'll cover the expenses. Jianguo had indeed thought of Lao Dao, who had mentioned he would be looking for him soon. Jianguo needed to return to Baikai village to harvest ginseng and manage some pork. What expenses? Why are you being so polite? Zhao Xiaoli gazed at him with a hint of melancholy, abruptly snatching the bicycle from him. If you continue to be so courteous, I will truly be upset. She pouted, genuinely miffed. All right, I will assist you in managing the dining hall. What? Zhao Xiaoli was taken aback. What was Yi Jianguo suggesting? She merely served as the dining hall manager, and the establishment was state-run, with a general manager overseeing matters. Just watch. We'll start with procurement. Yi Jianguo spoke calmly, intending to help Wang Xiaolan earn money, not merely to sell pork. His primary concern was to address the issues within the dining hall. As a gesture of gratitude to Zhao Xiaoli's family, he aimed to promote her to a supervisory role. Zhao Xiaoli didn't fully comprehend, but seeing Yi Jianguo's willingness to forego payment brought her joy. Baikai village, Yi family. The second and third sons' families, along with the elderly matriarch of the Yi family, were gathered around the dining table. On one side sat the adults, while the children and daughters-in-law occupied the opposite side. A pot of cabbage and vermicelli, accompanied by potatoes and eggplants, seasoned with farmhouse sauce, adorned the table. Such a meal could be considered quite satisfactory in the rural setting. However, Yi Jianshue, the fourth son, was dissatisfied. Why is there not a single morsel of meat? Mother, I have contributed so much money, and since my return, I have yet to taste meat. Meanwhile, Yu Jianshan, the second son, let out a belch, having indulged in a meat-laden meal at a gathering earlier that day. What are you being dramatic about? How much did you even contribute? Yu Jianshan, unable to tolerate Yi Jianshue's display of wealth, scoffed. I have contributed more than you. Yi Jianshue retorted, visibly irked. Yi Jianshan remained silent, as his wife, Han Lihua, rolled her eyes, remarking, what good is contributing money if we cannot enjoy better food? Xiao Fong, we haven't had anything good either. Why roll your eyes at me? The sisters-in-law began to bicker while the children continued eating, ignoring the commotion. In a self-centered household, the children mirrored their parents' selfishness. The matriarch of the Yi family, however, slammed her hand on the table. What are you all arguing about? She cast a disdainful glance at Yi Jianshue and pointedly asked, have you shown me any filial piety while secretly enjoying better food? Mother, I have not indulged in anything special, Yi Jianshue replied, his gaze flickering. The delicacies he had brought from the county had long been consumed. Otherwise, he would not be complaining about the meal. Your second brother is busy all day. The matriarch defended Yu Jianshan. At your end, the work points from the commune will be distributed, right? The work point system was a product of that era, essential for tax and grain payments in the countryside. Each household in the village would allocate work points, and during the 1970s, a rural worker was expected to earn 10 work points per day. Young educated workers sent to the countryside earned 9 points if male and 8 if female. Before the reforms, these workers had returned to the cities, but the work points system persisted. Currently, the work points policy dictated that after deducting the required grain contributions, the remaining points in grain would be redistributed. The Yi family comprised 3 households, which typically received a substantial allocation of work points in grain. By year-end, they could expect to receive several hundred yuan. Mother, the third son has split from the family, Yi Jianshan remarked, belching again. A gesture that further irked Yi Jianshue. Having eaten his fill, Yi Jianshan would not require dinner that evening, while Yi Jianshue still faced a meal of cabbage. I don't care. This time, let the work points go to our family. We are the ones who work the hardest. Exactly. Let us have the share that belongs to the third son, Xiao Fong interjected, feeling wronged. And Han Lihua stood up, asserting their claim as well. Silence. The matriarch would not part with the money, addressing Yi Jianshan. His household is still registered with us. Now that he has left, can the village still distribute his share? Yi Jianshan thumped his chest, assuring her, Mother, rest assured. The distribution will happen tomorrow. I will collect it first. No, I will go to collect it myself, the matriarch insisted, refusing to yield. Mother, do you not trust me? Yi Jianshan's expression darkened. Had he not been the leader of the joint defense team, he would not have been able to maneuver the distribution of work points ahead of time. I must have a word with the village chief, with that ingrate absent. We can reduce our grain contributions next year. Old lady, you has such splendid ideas, having collected the work points this year. We can afford to pay less in grain next year. Second brother, this matter must be handled accordingly. Mother, Yi Jianshan finds himself in a predicament. The old lady has spoken. Yet, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, Yi Jianshan resolves that come tomorrow, during the distribution of funds, he must secure some from the old lady. Yi Jianshue shares the same scheming glimmer, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Old lady Yi feigns ignorance. Indifferent to the brothers' squabbles over a few hundred coins, for her favorite son has already become a city dweller. If she is to rely on anyone for her old age, it must be the eldest. The following morning, clad in a cotton coat and wrapped in a scarf, old lady Yi stepped out of her home. Han Lihua and Xiao Feng observed her, exchanging glares, each silently cursing the other, and old lady Yi as well. Yi Jianguo chose not to emerge. After all, he had no intention of seeing his mother off. After waiting for a considerable time without her son to accompany her, she decided to make the journey alone. In any case, Yi Jianshan had already left for work at the village office. With her hands clasped behind her back, old lady Yi ambled along the frigid path, where few villagers were about. Occasionally, someone would step out to fetch water, only to promptly shut their door upon seeing her. The villagers had all heard tales of how old lady Yi had even sold her own granddaughter, driving the third son away. Such a venomous matriarch was best avoided. Unperturbed, she continued her leisurely stroll. At that moment, a voice called from behind. Mother! Yi Jianguo had finally dashed out, pursuing old lady Yi. Now you choose to come out? She glared at her fourth son, about to voice her thoughts. Hurry along. The third son has returned. That scoundrel must be thinking about the distribution of work points. Just moments ago, Yi Jianguo had intended to seek out someone for a game of mahjong, but had spotted Yi Jianguo at the village entrance. Upon seeing Yi Jianguo, he presumed that his brother was back to partake in the distribution of funds. What? That ingrate has returned? Upon hearing this, old lady Yi urged Yi Jianguo forth. Let us make haste. I will support you. Without a second thought, Yi Jianguo quickly assisted old lady Yi as they made their way to the village office. She was nearly out of breath from the hurried pace. The village office consisted of 3 small rooms, within which a stove crackled to life. The office desk was in disrepair, and the village officials inside were indulging in cigarettes. The walls, blackened with smoke, bore witness to the neglect. The village chief, Huang Donghai, wore a grim expression, puffing on his pipe. Yi Jianshan, with a grin, was urging Huang Donghai to expedite the distribution of the Yi family's work points. Chief, do hurry. Do it for my sake. I am also devoted to the village, he insisted, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. Huang Donghai, still smoking, had the accountant behind him tallying the amounts due to each household. Just then, old lady Yi burst through the door. With a gust, the door swung open, ushering in a chill that caught Huang Donghai's attention. The young lady has arrived? He raised his eyelids, but remained seated, setting his pipe aside. With the third son driven away, Huang Donghai felt vexed. He had always held Yi Jianguo in high regard. The 4 brothers of the Yi family, only the third, is diligent and sincere, harboring no malicious thoughts. He treats both the villagers and his wife and children with great kindness. The villagers have unanimously declared that there are no good people in the Yi family, save for the third brother. Now, even the only good person has been driven away. The village head, in the midst of distributing funds, was quickly interrupted by the matriarch of the Yi family, who insisted that the money must be divided before the return of the third brother. Alas, Huang Donghai, well aware of the matriarch's temperament, understood that if matters escalated, it would trouble the village administration. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Jianshan was incensed to see the fourth brother bringing their mother so quickly. Mother, do you not trust me at all? I have already stated that the distribution will occur today. Why the urgency? You know nothing. The matriarch seized her second son and whispered, You ungrateful wretch. He has returned to the village. Chapter 26. Ignoring you upon learning of the return of the third brother. Yi Jianguo. Yi Jianshan presumed he had come for the work points. Old Wan, how much does my family have? The village accountant, Wan, set aside his abacus and lowered his head to recalculate, stating, based on headcount and an 80 to 20 labor distribution, each person receives 86 yuan. In total, that amounts to 284 yuan, quite tidy. As soon as Wan finished speaking, the matriarch of the Yi family erupted. How did you calculate that? There are 7 members in my family. It should be at least 400 or 500. Yi Jianhui chimed in. Yes, you've made a mistake. 7 members? One was taken aback, then looked to the village head. Village head, aren't there only 5 members? Didn't they split from Yi Laosan? Huang Donghai affirmed, indeed. They have separated. The matriarch was incensed. Separation or not, the household registration is still with me. I will not budge. Yi Jianguo's work points are also ours. Recalculate. Rolling her eyes, she stood beside Wan, insisting on her stance. The second brother, Yi Jianshan, pointed at Wan. You talk too much. There are 7 members in my family. Recalculate. Even after separation, is it fair? The money rightfully belongs to Yi Jianguo. Even if his wife has left, he should still be compensated. One disagreed, insisting that since they had separated, such a transaction was unreasonable. Village head, look at this. Are you all conspiring to bully me? The second brother retorted. What good is your position as the joint defense captain? The matriarch shouted, striking her thigh and even sitting atop the office desk. Huang Donghai's expression darkened. The matriarch was truly insufferable. Yi Jianshan, in a fit of rage, seized Wan by the neck. Are you not going to calculate? Yi Jianwei, equally anxious, jumped up, knowing that the third brother would arrive shortly. Enough, Huang Donghai shouted, slamming his hand on the table. Yi Jianshan, release him. This is the village office, not your home. Huang Donghai's reprimand aimed not only at Yi Jianshan but also at the matriarch. Though unafraid of the village head, Yi Jianshan relented and released Wan. Village head. Do you not extend me any courtesy? Huang Donghai glared at Yi Jianshan, casting his smoking pipe onto the desk. Calculate for him, 7 members. But let me be clear. This money belongs to Yi Jianguo. If he wants it, he must request it from you. It is not our village's concern. Yi Jianshan scoffed, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Old lady Yi forced a smile and addressed Huang Donghai. Village chief, rest assured, our dealings are entirely separate from yours. Once the money is in hand, who could possibly demand it back from me? Huang Donghai, unwilling to waste any more words, let accountant Wan recount the amount once again. The total came to 454 yuan and 40 cents. One pronounced the character for 4 as death, revealing his deep disdain for the Yi family. Having calculated the total, he retrieved a sum from the safe, neatly counted it, and was about to place it on the table when, whoosh, old lady Yi's speed was astonishing. She snatched the money away. Yi Jianshan and Yi Jianshue had never been able to outpace their mother. With the cash in hand, old lady Yi lifted her clothing and stuffed it into her trousers. This scene caused Huang Donghai and the others to turn away in sheer embarrassment. Mother, why the rush? Yi Jianshan exclaimed, his eyes wide. Surely the more than 100 yuan from the third family should have been divided. Indeed, mother, how could you behave like this? Old lady Yi remained silent, and just then, a knock echoed from outside. Village chief, are you there? This voice startled Huang Donghai. Old lady Yi heard it and broke into a peculiar smile. Come in, Huang Donghai called out, and Yi Jianguo stepped through the door. Jianguo, what is this? Huang Donghai, accountant Wan, and the village officials were all taken aback. The Yi family had just divided the money, and now the principal party had returned? This was beyond awkward. Huang Donghai wished he could slap himself. Had he known Yi Jianguo would come back to the village, he would have delayed the distribution, allowing the Yi family to negotiate amongst themselves. Now, what could be done in this situation? Yi Jianguo stood at the entrance, casting a glance. Old lady Yi stood there, smugly smiling, one hand still clutching her trousers. Yi Jianshan and Yi Jianshue also stood nearby, puzzled by the situation. Village chief, I need to speak with you. Yi Jianguo directed his gaze at the village chief, entirely disregarding old lady Yi and the others. Speak with me? Well, the work points have already been distributed. And it has nothing to do with the village committee, Huang Donghai stammered, deeply embarrassed. Yi Jianguo raised an eyebrow, finally realizing the implications. Now you're reconsidering? Such devious intentions you have. Unfortunately, it's too late. Old lady Yi cackled with glee, having managed to secure the money before the ungrateful one could intervene. You've returned just to discuss the money? The funds are in my possession. If you want them, it's simply impossible. Yi Jianshue echoed her sentiment, reveling in the moment. Yi Jianshan, with hands behind his back, pointed to the ground and said, This is the village committee. Think carefully. These 3 individuals exhibited a remarkable lack of shame, and it was evident they would never relinquish the money. Yi Jianguo merely glanced at them before addressing Huang Donghai again. Village chief, I have other matters to discuss. Other matters? What about the work points? I might as well have fed them to the dogs, Huang Donghai responded, leaving everyone once again in shock. What did you say? Old lady Yi screeched, pointing at Yi Jianguo. You ungrateful wretch, how dare you insult me? Yi Jianguo shot her a sidelong glance. You took my money. What do I care if I insult you? I might as well consider that money as having been fed to the dogs. If you don't want me to insult you, hand over the money. Old lady Yi hesitated. Parting with the money was out of the question. Yi Jianguo, are you being overly arrogant? Yet, Yi Jian Mountain paid no heed to such remarks. Yi Jianguo gazed at Yi Jian Mountain and inquired, How much did you receive from the over 100? Damn it. Yi Jian Mountain fumed, having received nothing at all. And you, how much did you get? Jianguo turned his attention to Jianguo, whose face was contorted with rage. Chapter 27. Into the mountains to dig ginseng. Jianguo declared, regardless, I must inform you that your money belongs to us. Do as you please. With that, Jianguo hastily departed, eager to split the money with his mother at home rather than engage in further banter with Jianguo. The second brother, Jian Mountain, crossed his arms, watching the fourth brother leave. After some contemplation, he produced a cigarette. I shall go on patrol, he announced, leading the neighborhood watch members on a so-called patrol, which was merely an excuse to find a place to play cards and gamble. Jianguo paid them no mind. Too indifferent to bother with this family, Huang Donghai, with his head bowed, smoked in silence, clearly troubled, yet unable to voice his concerns. Approaching Huang Donghai, Jianguo said calmly, village chief. Before he could finish, Huang Donghai shook his head. Jianguo, there is nothing I can do. Your mother is too difficult. Village chief. You misunderstand. I wish to discuss purchasing several pigs from the village. Huang Donghai's head snapped up, and one accountant was taken aback. Jianguo was not there to demand money, but to buy pigs. Every household's pigs belonged to the collective, and selling them required the collective's approval. Jianguo produced a pack of Qianyue cigarettes from his pocket and placed it on the table. Village chief, please help me find a solution. For each pig, I shall provide compensation to the village. He lowered his voice, sensing the necessity of offering the village chief something in return. Huang Donghai quickly shook his head. He could not comply with such a request. In this era, many individuals were pure-hearted, guided by their beliefs and principles. Village chief, I am providing for the village. The elderly with 5 guarantees also require support, do they not? Rest assured, Jianguo was quite eloquent, and his words began to sway Huang Donghai's thoughts. Though a planned economy still prevailed, the village's economic situation was not as stringent as that of the county seat, especially after the grain was collected. The remaining resources could be distributed freely. How many pigs do you require? Let us start with 10. That many? Huang Donghai was astounded. A pig 10 years prior cost around 80 yuan. With the advent of reform and opening up, a pig in the city now fetched 180 yuan. Yet, Jianguo offered a price of 150 yuan. 10 pigs would amount to 500 yuan. Did Jianguo truly possess such wealth? One accountant also stood up. Realizing why Jianguo seemed unconcerned with small change, he must have substantial funds. How is this possible? Where did he acquire such money? Jianguo merely smiled and replied, I am collaborating with a restaurant. When the time comes, I will call the village, and you will handle the transportation. I will pay you then. Are you sure? Money for goods? Of course, but you must slaughter them first. Not an issue. Huang Donghai nodded. The village had butchers who could certainly handle the slaughtering. Village chief. Should we also consider the weight? Yuan, the accountant, reminded Huang Donghai, who was about to speak, as Jianguo interjected, of course, it will be based on weight. 150 yuan is merely an approximation. 1. You can calculate it later. I have complete faith in your abilities. Jianguo then produced another box of cigarettes and tossed it to Wan. Although Wan felt somewhat embarrassed, he nodded at Jianguo, saying, Jianguo, you truly are something else. Wan gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging that it was quite appropriate for him to separate from the Yi family. Sighing at the mention of division, Wan believed that Jianguo should wait until the work was evenly distributed before proceeding with the separation. I don't mind, however. I believe my household registration should be removed from the Yi family. Village chief, please assist me with this. I intend to relocate my household registration out of the countryside. What? Huang Donghai looked at Jianguo in astonishment, questioning whether he truly had the means to move his household registration from the rural area. First, let us separate the households, and we can discuss it later. Village chief, I must attend to some matters. As Huang Donghai observed Jianguo preparing to leave, he hurriedly stood up and grasped Jianguo's hand. What exactly do you intend to do? I am aware of the conflicts within your family, but we are all honest folk in this village. Huang Donghai expressed concern over Jianguo's apparent indifference towards the elderly members of the Yi family, who he seemed to largely ignore, even disregarding money. I will head into the mountains for a while and will call you when I return. Rest assured, as long as they do not provoke me, I truly do not care. With this assurance, Huang Donghai felt relieved. That's good. It has just snowed, and the mountains are perilous. Huang Donghai wished to offer further advice, but Jianguo had already exited the village office. As he watched Jianguo's retreating figure, Huang Donghai slapped his thigh in frustration. Look at him. Now compare him to the Yi Jiashan family. How can there be such a disparity in character? Huang Donghai pondered why such a fine son was being forced to separate from the family. Village chief, have you not heard? Jianguo is not even the biological child of the Yi matriarch. Be quiet. Huang Donghai shot a glare at the accountant. Is that something to be said so carelessly? Believe it or not. All right, quickly find 10 pigs. We shall await news from you, Jianguo. With that, when the accountant donned his hat and scarf, turning to leave. Alone. Yi Jianguo ascended the mountain, an axe and a machete strapped to his waist. Upon reaching the wooden cabin, he rummaged through its contents and discovered a length of red string and an ancient copper coin, its inscriptions nearly illegible, but it vaguely resembled a kanshi tongbao. He also found a leather pouch containing a small shovel and other tools for digging ginseng. With a deep breath, he pushed open the wooden door, releasing a cloud of warm breath into the cold air. Ginseng hunters, Yi Jianguo shouted abruptly, his voice echoing through the mountains. This declaration signaled to the land that they had come to harvest ginseng. The earth would neither safeguard the ginseng nor the hunters. It was up to both parties to resolve their own affairs. With his backpack secured, Yi Jianguo swiftly made his way towards Wild Boar Gulch, where the bodies of Mei Yin and her companions had been discarded previously. This time, he intended to delve deeper into the gulch in search of ginseng. The snow in the mountains had nearly frozen solid, and in the areas devoid of sunlight, it resembled a world sculpted from ice. Yi Jianguo cautiously descended, careful not to step on the rocky walls. The cliffs were encrusted with ice and snow, glistening like a mirror. With each swing of the axe, friction created a point of leverage. At last, Yi Jianguo found himself standing in the Wild Boar Gorge. Chapter 28. The century-old mountain ginseng bang. Yi Jianguo shouted once more, his voice echoing through the gorge. During the day, the wild boars remained dormant, hardly stirring. Even if sounds were to be heard, it mattered little. Yi Jianguo wrapped grass ropes around his shoe soles and then grasped his axe once again. The gorge was coated in ice. The carcasses had long vanished, leaving only a few pines, their bark marked with black scratches. Yi Jianguo moved swiftly, determined to venture deeper into the gorge to locate a specific rock face. Beneath the cliff, a protrusion beckoned, where ginseng could be found. The ginseng in the mountains had long been discovered by hunters and marked accordingly. The mountain breeze caressed him, and the warmth of his breath crystallized beneath his scarf. Unfazed, Yi Jianguo seized a chunk of ice and popped it into his mouth, crunching down on it. The cold invigorated him, sharpening his focus as he surveyed his surroundings. Please, let no wild boars appear. This time, fortune smiled upon Yi Jianguo, and he encountered no wild boars. Reaching the cliff, he peered downwards. The protrusion below was devoid of ice and snow. Instead, it radiated warmth, with the soil soft and yielding. Above it, verdant leaves flourished, among which were deeper green ones. At last, he had found it. A smile spread across Yi Jianguo's face as he retrieved a rope from his pack, securing one into a pine tree and wrapping the other around himself, slowly descending. This descent took him a full 10 minutes. Standing on the platform, he removed his gloves. Indeed, it was ginseng. Without delay, he began to gather twigs from nearby, threading them with red string. He also placed a copper coin among the red string and allowed it to dangle. This was to secure the ginseng. Ginseng, a treasure of the earth, especially those over 50 years old, possessed a unique skill, the ability to burrow into the ground. To extract ginseng aged 50 years or more, one must secure it with red string and copper coins. This was no mere superstition, it was an ancient tradition. If not secured, the moment one attempted to dig, the ginseng would burrow underground, traversing the earth's veins. Once secured, Yi Jianguo produced a small shovel and began to excavate slowly. As the soil yielded, a yellowish root suddenly emerged. At that moment, Yi Jianguo released the red string. It wrapped around the root, and the copper coin fell simultaneously. The ginseng root visibly twitched. Upon the coin's descent, the ginseng root became motionless. Yi Jianguo held his breath, and upon seeing the ginseng remain still, he resumed digging. As he worked, he exhaled warm breath upon the ginseng, ensuring it could not escape. Finally, a ginseng the size of a palm appeared before him. This ginseng had limbs, a head, and even emanated a faint red glow, adorned with a red cap. A century-old ginseng, a ginseng doll. Yi Jianguo's pupils contracted in astonishment. He never imagined he would uncover such a treasure. What a find! He exclaimed, overwhelmed by the significance of his discovery. It will take over 2 decades. This ginseng is worth millions. It must be sold now. What a pity. Jianguo shook his head. He needed capital accumulation and could only proceed this way. He wrapped the ginseng with a red cord, and with a gentle tug, it emerged intact from the earth. Once again, Jianguo took out the red cloth to wrap the ginseng, tucking it into his bosom, a smile breaking across his face. Finally, it was done. He looked around at other areas. With ginseng over 100 years old, Jianguo yearned to find another. If he were to discover one of similar age, he would keep it close. Ascending the rocky cliff, he coiled the rope back. It was time to leave Wild Boar Gorge. Jianguo cautiously made his way out of the gorge, hastening through the forest, entering the icy expanse. In a dense thicket, he unearthed another ginseng. This one was not humanoid. It bore knobby joints, and after counting, Jianguo surmised it was approximately 30 years old. Time was running short. He needed to descend the mountain and return to the county. After tidying up, he prepared to head down. Just as he was about to descend, his body suddenly stiffened. He caught a whiff of a foul odor in the air. This stench caused his complexion to change drastically. Damn, this was bad. Jianguo immediately dropped to the ground. And just then, he heard a roar behind him. Howl. With the tiger's roar, a tempest arose in the forest. The wind howled, and the tiger's cry echoed through the mountains. In the wilderness, encountering a tiger would first be heralded by the fierce wind. The descending tiger. Jianguo lay flat. Glancing back, the descending tiger was the most ferocious, as it was out hunting. Such a tiger was undeniably dangerous. Meeting an ascending tiger might be somewhat better. Jianguo was already sweating profusely. If only he had a hunting rifle, it would be more reassuring. Yet, he was armed only with a knife and an axe. Even if he was skilled, he could not contend with a tiger. No matter how strong a person may be, they cannot defeat a tiger, with exceptions for exceptionally strong martial artists. However, only the most formidable of martial artists could hope to vanquish a tiger. Experienced hunters once proclaimed the three great dangers in the mountains, the first being the tiger, the second the bear, and the third being man. Tigers in the wild are ruthless, and without a firearm, it is exceedingly difficult to overcome them. The bears, having tasted human flesh, are incredibly cunning. Even feigning death cannot deceive a bear. When a bear goes berserk, even tigers cower. Yet, neither of these threats can compare to the danger posed by humans. Those who can survive in the mountains are truly perilous. Humans are perpetually more dangerous than beasts. Jianguo shook his head. He was facing a tiger now. He once again assessed his surroundings. If the tiger had not detected him, it would be best to flee quickly. Only a fool would confront a descending tiger. Howl! The tiger roared again, and Jianguo saw a colossal white-headed Siberian tiger suddenly appear on the slope behind him. This tiger had a head as large as a grinding disc and a tail as long as a steel whip, stretching over 3 meters. Oh my! Jianguo felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 29. The tigers duel. Ordinary individuals, upon encountering a tiger in a zoo, often feel a shiver run down their spine when met with its piercing gaze. In the wild, an encounter with a Siberian tiger can be tantamount to a death sentence. The tiger, a formidable beast, embodies the ferocity of its kind. This massive Siberian tiger roared, its gaping maw exhaling not just a wave of warmth, but a palpable menace. Jianguo glanced back and instantly recognized that the tiger had already detected his presence. The tiger's sense of smell was astoundingly acute. With a burst of adrenaline, Jianguo propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. The tiger, noticing his movement, let out another roar and charged after him. Without looking back, Jianguo plunged into the dense thicket ahead. The mountain path was treacherously icy, and he nearly clawed at the ground, using both hands to propel himself into the underbrush. Once enveloped by the trees, he swiftly retrieved his rope, fashioning it into a figure-8 configuration. He stepped onto the rope and began to ascend rapidly. The tree was a tall poplar, its branches trembling as snow cascaded down. Just as Jianguo reached the trunk, the tiger arrived, its roar echoing through the forest, causing all nearby trees to shudder. Countless snowflakes and ice shards fell around him. Peering down, Jianguo saw the tiger circling at the base of the tree. He climbed higher, nearly reaching the crown. His heart pounding, he exhaled a heavy breath, feeling the rhythm of his pulse quicken as he gazed down at the tiger. His expression grave. The tiger, looking up at him, finally spotted its prey on this frigid winter day. In response, Jianguo let out a mighty roar, attempting to convey to the tiger that he was not to be trifled with. With his machete drawn, he struck the trunk of the tree. Clang! The sound reverberated through the air, shaking the very ground beneath him. Such a noise could deter wolves, tigers, and leopards alike, mimicking the clatter of hunting traps. The tiger instinctively recoiled, momentarily unsure. Seizing the opportunity, Jianguo continued his percussive strikes. The tiger retreated a few steps before crouching in the snow, fixated on him. The melting snow around the tiger evaporated, for it was a creature of warmth, seeking a location devoid of frost. Troublingly, the tiger remained poised, awaiting its chance. Jianguo felt a wave of regret. Had he known better, he would have simply harvested the century-old ginseng and returned home. I cannot perish here, he thought. He had a daughter to care for and many responsibilities yet to fulfill. In this dire moment, he quickly devised a plan. The tiger, still crouching and licking its lips, showed no signs of leaving. Surveying his surroundings, Jianguo retrieved his rope, forcing himself to remain calm. As he worked with the rope, the tiger waited patiently below. An hour passed before the tiger finally rose again, letting out another menacing roar. In defiance, Jianguo lowered his head and roared back. If you roar, I shall roar too. He refused to show fear. The more one feared, the swifter their demise. With bravado, he challenged the beast, daring it to ascend. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the tiger lunged upward, its powerful limbs propelling it towards the tree. Jianguo felt a surge of panic. How could it truly be climbing after him? This was no mere bravado. It was a life-or-death struggle. Jianguo let out a furious roar and resumed his ascent. The tiger, indifferent to his plight, began to climb the tree. Its sharp claws were more formidable than any hook, tearing through the bark as it drew nearer. Jianguo climbed once more, albeit at a much slower pace this time. Just as the tiger was about to close the distance, Jianguo swiftly threw out a rope. It landed on a branch of another tree, and he grasped it behind his back, swinging across. Whoosh! An arc formed in the air as Jianguo crashed onto the neighboring tree and began to climb again. The tiger paused, its eyes wide with intensity. Fixated on Jianguo, standing atop the tree, Jianguo met the tiger's gaze, locked in a silent standoff. This time, Jianguo refrained from exulting. The tiger, enraged, slid down the tree and approached his perch once more. Jianguo muttered an expletive and hurled the rope again. Come on, if you dare, he thought but dared not voice it. The tiger observed as Jianguo leapt to another tree, finally abandoning its ascent and crouching in the snow, pacing back and forth. The tiger was cunning, waiting patiently. It was unconvinced that Jianguo could remain aloft indefinitely, especially as time passed and darkness descended, claiming dominion over the forest. Perched in the tree, Jianguo felt the chill seep into his bones. He realized the tiger's presence rendered him powerless. Night? The likelihood of returning home today seemed grim. Sighing, Jianguo took a moment to conserve his strength. If night fell, his chances would diminish. Perched in the tree, the cold intensified. Ice crystals adorned his scarf. And his hat was no exception. His feet were on the verge of freezing, so he leaned against the trunk, pounding his legs to stimulate circulation. If only he had some wine, he lamented. He regretted neglecting the hunter's rule of bringing liquor into the mountains, now suffering the consequences of his oversight. The sun continued its descent, casting a shadow that darkened the forest, which grew increasingly silent. The tiger remained crouched, occasionally glancing up at Jianguo, convinced it had ensnared its prey. Even divine intervention would be futile. Jianguo could feel the tiger's resolve. You are truly relentless in your pursuit, he thought, squinting, waiting for nightfall. Once darkness enveloped the landscape, he planned to ignite twigs with the matches in his pocket, using fire to intimidate the tiger. Both parties awaited the arrival of night, which deepened ominously. Jianguo's heart tightened once more as the northeast tiger slowly raised its head and roared defiantly into the night sky. The moment had come for the tiger to launch its next assault. Jianguo's expression soured. He closed his eyes slowly, steadying his breath, preparing to embrace a fight to the death. Just then, a gunshot echoed from the other side of the dense forest. Bang! A bullet struck the tiger in the belly. Chapter 30. Poacher's Jianguo's pupils constricted as he turned sharply. In the darkness, 3 figures emerged before him. The 3 figures concealed in the darkness, each brandishing a firearm. Bang! Once more, a flash of gunfire erupted, striking the tiger once again. The beast let out a harrowing cry and charged forward. The wounded tiger unleashed a terrifying strength, barreling forth like an oncoming train. Alas, the adversaries were armed. Bang, bang, bang. The tiger attempted to evade, but escape was futile. With a mournful howl, it collapsed amidst the dense foliage, shattering a sapling in its final moments. The icy snow fell, echoing the tiger's lament. Yi Jianguo, observing from above, gradually shrank behind the tree trunk, ensuring he remained undetected. In the mountains, encountering tigers or bears posed less danger than confronting armed men. As he concealed himself, he heard excited voices from across the clearing. "Boss, a tiger! Haha, such a massive specimen. This is the largest I've hunted in 3 years. It'll fetch a hefty sum." Once again, a beam of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the tiger's carcass. In the glow, the 3 figures emerged, each distinct in stature. The man in the center wore a dogskin hat and a black cotton jacket, a utility belt cinched at his waist, with a submachine gun slung across his back. The men on either side donned military coats, shouldering hunting rifles, with a pheasant and a rabbit hanging from their belts. Poachers. Yi Jianguo discerned instantly that these 3 were indeed poachers. The wildlife protection laws had long since been enacted, and the northeast tiger had become a national protected species, prohibiting hunting. Yet, some hunters had turned poachers, clandestinely hunting and selling wild animals. Some even colluded with foreign entities, smuggling northeast tigers, lynxes, and leopards abroad. Yi Jianguo had previously encountered poachers. They not only slaughtered animals, but also showed no hesitation in taking human lives. Having already committed crimes, they acted with impunity, beyond the reach of the law. During crackdowns, they retreated into the mountains, where ordinary law enforcement could not pursue them. The deep forests of northeast China were rife with hideouts left by former bandits, making capture exceedingly difficult. Yi Jianguo was correct. The 3 figures before him were indeed poachers. The leader was Lin Qianyue, flanked by his distant relatives, Lin Qianyue and Lin He. "What a pity you've been felled," Lin Qianyue muttered as he gazed upon the tiger, disappointed that its hide was ruined and would not command a good price. "Boss, it was unavoidable," Lin Qianyue retorted, having fired the initial shot that provoked the tiger's charge. "Useless," Lin Qianyue snapped, and Lin Qianyue, stifling his anger, dared not retaliate. Lin He, more diplomatic, suggested, "Boss, let us drag it back. The meat and bones could sell for a fortune. Besides, there are those abroad who appreciate taxidermy." "That will have to suffice," Lin Qianyue replied, raising his firearm and flashlight once more to scrutinize the surroundings. "What are you searching for?" Lin Qianyue asked, a hint of mockery in his tone. Lin Qianyue answered coldly, "I want to see what the tiger was hunting." "Boss, the prey has certainly escaped. Moreover, let us hurry back. That girl is still in the cave." "Boss, shall we have her tonight?" The words of Lin Qianyue prompted Lin Qianyue to turn and glare menacingly at him. Taken aback by such a response, Lin Qianyue stumbled back. "Boss, you go first." This statement further incensed Lin Qianyue, who approached and seized Lin Qianyue by the throat. "All you think about is women. Do you even comprehend how much this woman is worth?" "Boss." Lin Qianyue was nearly lifted off his feet, his face turning a shade of blue. Observing this, Lin He rushed over. "Boss, that woman belongs to the Yun family. Even if they offer us money, they will ultimately hunt us down. It would be better to eliminate her. That way, there would be no evidence." Gritting his teeth, Lin He voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyue finally loosened his grip. "Eliminate her? Yes, this is the safest course for us. We take the money and flee." Lin He nodded vigorously, and Lin Qianyue, seeing this, began to ponder. In the darkness, the 3 of them resembled demons, each harboring cruel thoughts. If it were to go this way, it indeed seemed feasible. "Before she meets her end, let's enjoy ourselves a bit. I heard this woman is a university student. What would it be like to have a university student?" Lin Qianyue's sinister laughter filled the air, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Lin Qianyue touched his neck and shot Lin Qianyue a glare, thinking that had it not been for Lin Qianyue leading them to wealth, he would have rebelled long ago. "Boss, I've prepared the sled. We should return." Lin He had also readied the sled, which earned a nod of satisfaction from Lin Qianyue as he loaded the Siberian tiger onto it, disappearing into the darkness. As the 3 vanished, Yi Jianguo slid down from the tree. Were they really going to kidnap a woman? Yi Jianguo was taken aback by the audacity of these poachers. The Yun family? Reflecting on his past life, after his daughter was sold, Yi Jianguo had searched the nation, eventually reaching the island port. He was not well acquainted with local figures. Regardless, he could not stand by and do nothing. Yi Jianguo had no intention of meddling, but human lives were at stake. Even if he were to live again, he would still save her. "I must follow." He proceeded cautiously, tracing the path left by the sled. In the darkness, he moved like a specter, advancing slowly. The mountain path ahead became increasingly treacherous, and Yi Jianguo realized they had entered uncharted territory, the true depths of the wilderness. They were nearing the Xiaoling Mountains. Ahead lay the Wild Man Mountain. Jianguo picked up a piece of ice and placed it in his mouth. Having not eaten at noon or in the evening, he felt famished. However, the ice sharpened his senses once more. Chapter 31. The hero saves the beauty at the base of the slope. A cave emerged, its entrance clearly sculpted by human hands. Lin Qianyue stood at the entrance. Casting a glance back, Lin Qianyue and Lang, he also turned to erase any traces at the entrance. This group was exceedingly cautious, leaving no evidence behind. Lin Qianyue vanished into the cave's entrance. As Lin Qianyue and Lang he were meticulously examining the traces left behind, Lin Qianyue lowered his voice and remarked, "Brother, how long must we endure this?" Lang he shot him a glare and replied softly, "We will discuss it once we secure the money. That woman belongs to the Yun family, and we could easily extract 300,000 from her. Once we divide the spoils, we will." Lang He's tone turned menacing. Having followed Lin Qianyue for so long, his motives were purely for financial gain. "All right," Lin Qianyue nodded, yet could not restrain himself from muttering, "Damn it. That girl is truly something. I must wait for him to finish." "Don't worry, it will be swift," Lang he said. His voice laced with a sinister and mocking laughter that lingered in the wind. Both Lang He and Lin Qianyue disappeared from the doorway. Jianguo approached cautiously, scrutinizing the entrance. This place had once been a den for bandits. This could spell trouble. Jianguo's expression darkened as he crouched at the door, straining to listen. There were no sounds from within. It appeared the cave was quite deep. After some contemplation, he picked up a small stone and tossed it inside. The stone rolled within. Unnoticed, with a slight shift, Jianguo stepped into the cave. Inside, it was pitch dark, and the ground was covered in ice and snow. As he tread carefully, his gaze fixed ahead. In the darkness, a faint light flickered. Passing through a narrow passage, he entered a space of over 100 square meters. This must have been the bandits' assembly hall. Surrounding the area were numerous wooden crates, dilapidated and empty. Nearby, an iron basin held a flickering flame. Jianguo stared at the basin, listening intently again. A passage appeared across from him, where light and shadows danced erratically. Inside a room, Lin Qianyue and Lang He were busy preparing a northeast tiger. From deep within the passage, a woman's scream pierced the air, accompanied by Lin Qianyue's maniacal laughter. Jianguo cautiously approached. In the room, the two men had set their firearms down, with Lang He smoking a cigarette while he skinned the tiger. Lin Qianyue was boiling water and chewing on a piece of jerky. "This is outrageous. We come in just to deal with this woman. Let us get to work." Lin Qianyue grumbled, but Lang He paid him no mind, continuing his task. Lin Qianyue picked up a bucket, intending to fetch some snowmelt. In the dim light, Jianguo observed Lin Qianyue approaching, gradually fading into the shadows. Lin Qianyue remained oblivious, still cursing as he glanced back toward the innermost chamber. At that moment, a machete emerged from the darkness. Though not particularly sharp, it was lethal enough to sever a throat. Just as Lin Qianyue turned, the machete descended. With a gasp, Lin Qianyue's eyes widened in shock. He clutched his throat, seemingly encountering a ghost. He attempted to speak, but the air escaped his lungs, rendering him mute. Jianguo swiftly covered Lin Qianyue's mouth, ensuring his quiet demise. As Lin Qianyue collapsed, Jianguo dragged him out. They were poachers, keenly attuned to the scent of blood. Jianguo was determined to prevent Lang He from detecting the stench. That man was far too cunning. From Lin Qianyue's body, Jianguo retrieved a spring knife. As he gazed at the spring knife, Jianguo grasped it firmly in his hand, tucking the machete behind him. He swiftly approached the dwelling, entering with utmost caution and without uttering a word. Inside, Lang He was dismantling bones, raising his axe to deliver a powerful strike. The tiger's bones shattered under the blow, and Lang He's hands were covered in blood. At that moment, Jianguo advanced once more. Sensing something amiss, Lang He swung his axe violently in response. The spring knife found its mark, piercing Lang He's back, while his axe struck Jianguo's shoulder. Jianguo deftly sidestepped, evading the blow. Lang He, wounded, his eyes wide with rage, let out a deafening roar and lunged at Jianguo. With a resounding crash, they collided against the wall. Jianguo seized the handle of the spring knife and swiftly withdrew it. A cry of agony escaped Lang He's lips as he hurled Jianguo away, revealing that he wore a suit of armor beneath his clothing. Seething with fury, Lang He brandished his axe and charged at Jianguo. However, Jianguo executed a somersault, repositioning himself on the opposite side. His speed was extraordinary. He snatched up a shotgun and aimed it at Lang He, eyes widening. Lang He was about to utter something when bang. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Jianguo fired. The shotgun discharged, sending Lang He hurtling backwards. His chest obliterated and the armor within shattered. Though gravely injured, Yi Jianguo paid no heed to Lang He and seized another shotgun, dashing outside. Upon exiting, he encountered Lang Qianyue, bare-chested and brandishing a submachine gun. Their eyes locked in a tense standoff. Lang Qianyue was taken aback by the appearance of someone like Yi Jianguo in the cave. As Yi Jianguo raised his shotgun, Lang Qianyue pulled the trigger without delay. The rapid fire of the submachine gun outpaced the shotgun, forcing Yi Jianguo to retreat into the wooden cabin. Lang Qianyue stood outside, shouting in defiance. "Who the hell are you? Come out." He continued to unleash a barrage of fire, advancing towards the room. Yi Jianguo, under pressure, dared not show himself. Lang Qianyue, astute, remained at the doorway, refraining from indiscriminate shooting, waiting patiently. Leaning against the wall, Yi Jianguo held his shotgun in silence. "Who are you, really?" Lang Qianyue shouted, his gaze landing on Lang He's lifeless body. Yi Jianguo remained silent, prompting Lang Qianyue to speculate. A member of the Yun family? Or perhaps a soldier? "Speak." Yi Jianguo gradually shifted, his silhouette revealing itself to Lang Qianyue. With a sudden movement, Lang Qianyue thrust the submachine gun forward, aiming to the left and pulling the trigger. Bullets struck the rock wall, sending shards flying. The air filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Lang Qianyue rolled over, reloading as he did so. Accustomed to using dual magazines bound together with tape, allowing for swift magazine changes. Chapter 32, The Yun Family Daughter. Lang Qianyue, armed and vigilant, failed to locate Yi Jianguo, leaving him perplexed. Yet, he scanned the room, convinced that Yi Jianguo could not have vanished into thin air. At that moment, the corpse of the tiger suddenly sprang to life. As Lang Qianyue beheld the lifeless form of the tiger ascend, he realized that a figure lay concealed behind it. Bang! 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 The gunfire echoed once more, and the tiger's carcass erupted with darkened blood. Behind the corpse, a silhouette swiftly pivoted. Yi Jianguo moved with remarkable speed, brandishing a shotgun, positioning himself to Lang Qianyue's right. Lang Qianyue, gripping his submachine gun, felt his body stiffen. The barrel of the gun was aimed at him. He remained motionless, stealing a glance at Yi Jianguo. "Who are you? Can we talk?" Lang Qianyue yearned for a dialogue with Yi Jianguo, who held the shotgun steadfastly. Boom! Flames erupted from the muzzle, and Lang Qianyue was hurled backward, his visage marred and bloodied. Lang Qianyue lay lifeless, his submachine gun clattering to the ground. Yi Jianguo staggered slightly. The previous moment had been perilously close. A bullet had grazed his shoulder. Had it deviated just a fraction, his life would have been forfeit. With someone like you, there's no point in wasting words. It's either you or me. In this lifetime, Yi Jianguo understood all too well. Confronted with poachers in the mountains, one must steel oneself for battle. The law of the jungle prevails. Had Yi Jianguo attempted to parley with Lang Qianyue, he could have easily fallen victim to a counterstrike. The movies of his past life had portrayed the downfall of villains who spoke too much. With Lang Qianyue now dead, Yi Jianguo felt no urgency. He squatted beside the body, meticulously examining it. "Is this all the money you have?" Yi Jianguo lamented, gazing at Lang Qianyue, whose pockets contained a mere 60 yuan, less than the band of Mei yen. "Perhaps you've hidden away the real fortune? Let us search." Yi Jianguo thought it implausible that Lang Qianyue's crew possessed no wealth. Accustomed to scavenging after a kill, he was about to resume his search when a whimpering sound emanated from the adjacent room. "How could I forget?" Yi Jianguo slapped his forehead, realizing that his avarice had overshadowed his intent to rescue. He seized the submachine gun and approached the inner chamber. Inside, the room featured a stone bed and stone benches. Upon the stone bed lay a hide draped over an exquisite figure, a woman, her garments torn away, clad only in a white vest. Her fair skin radiated a soft, milky glow. The curled form of the woman revealed her legs, prompting Yi Jianguo to squint. Her long, shapely legs were robust and alluring. Just by observing her curled position, Yi Jianguo discerned her extraordinary physique, a paragon of proportion, a nine-headed goddess. Yi Jianguo murmured softly, casting his gaze once more. The delicate blush of her skin compelled him to swiftly survey her face. Her long hair cascaded down, obscuring her features. Her hands were restrained behind her, clearly bound. Upon Yi Jianguo's entrance, the woman did not look up. She merely wept. Her sobs were filled with poignant sorrow, evoking empathy. With each cry, her body trembled, and her hair swayed. Finally, Yi Jianguo beheld her visage. She was as pure as a lotus, unadorned and naturally beautiful, an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world. Goodness! Even as a man who had traversed 2 lifetimes, Jianguo found himself momentarily entranced. Fortunately, having encountered numerous women in his previous life, he was able to regain his composure swiftly. Observing the woman still shivering, he removed his jacket and approached her. As his footsteps echoed, she recoiled further, pressing her body against the wall. "Don't come closer. I beg you." The woman's voice was like a celestial melody, yet it brimmed with trepidation. "Do not fear. I am here to rescue you," Jianguo reassured her as he draped a garment over her. As the fabric settled upon her, the woman shivered. But upon hearing Jianguo's voice, she abruptly lifted her gaze. Her hair cascaded down either side, and her eyes gleamed like black gemstones, albeit still shadowed by fear and a veil of tears. Jianguo, with his weapon slung behind him, spoke gently to her. "Please, do not be afraid. I shall untie you first." Tears streamed down the woman's cheeks as she looked at him, her voice trembling. "Really? Indeed. There is no need for fear." Jianguo comforted her, gradually kneeling to inquire, "What is your name?" The woman seemed momentarily dazed, her crimson lips quivering. "Yinro." Jianguo forced a smile and replied, "A lovely name, indeed. Those men are dead now and will no longer harm you. I will approach and untie you. Just remain calm." With utmost caution, Jianguo edged closer to Yinro. She gazed at him, his words momentarily overwhelming her. He drew near, brandishing a spring knife, and examined the leather bindings that tightly encircled her delicate wrists, marred with bruises. With a swift motion, he severed the bindings, then promptly retreated to maintain a respectful distance, offering her a sense of security. Once her hands were freed, Yinro clung tightly to Jianguo's clothing, sobbing anew. Her cries were heart-wrenching. Jianguo turned to her gently. "You may weep. Please put on the garment. I shall wait for you outside." He tossed her sweater to her before stepping out. Donning the clothing of Lin Qianyue, Jianguo resumed his vigilance, gun at the ready, scanning his surroundings. In another room, he discovered an array of animal pelts, fox, lynx, deer, and more. A fleeting glance revealed their potential value, yet he did not linger. He continued his search until, at last, in the final chamber, he spotted a box in the corner that appeared to have been disturbed. Approaching it, he moved the box aside and uncovered a hollow within. Reaching inside, he extracted a leather pouch, plump with contents. Upon inverting the pouch, a cascade of bottles and a stack of money tumbled out, over 30 large denominations and more than $300. Among the items lay a dagger. Jianguo withdrew the dagger, its blade keen and glimmering like a short sword, reflecting light akin to moonbeams. "Qinggang?" He paused, taken aback by the inscription. Could it be? This is a Bai Pai dagger? The Bai Pai dagger, crafted by Prince Pai of Wei, was known to exist in only 3 pieces, with the most renowned being the dragon scale. The other 2 were Qinggang and Yongwan. This artifact, should it reach an auction house, would undoubtedly fetch millions. Chapter 33. This night Jianguo carefully stowed the Qinggang dagger away, recognizing its potential as a treasured heirloom. The Bai Pai dagger, resting within the confines of his room that night, would ensure that no evil could approach. He stored away the money, while the various bottles and jars, which Jianguo did not recognize, were likely the tranquilizers used by poachers to capture wild animals. Just as he was about to rise, a soft voice came from behind him. "Big brother, thank you." Yunro, draped in a garment, appeared pale, as she had just lost Lang Gue and the others. She understood that Jianguo had come to her rescue. Jianguo smiled faintly and pondered for a moment, saying, "It is already dark. Descending the mountain now would be perilous." "Big brother, are you a police officer?" Yunro asked, still somewhat fearful, given that Jianguo carried a firearm. "No." "Ah." Yunro stepped back, leaning against the wall, her loose clothing causing her to clutch it tightly. The more she clutched, the more her curves were accentuated. With a figure reminiscent of a 9-headed goddess and the expression of Lin Qianyue, who could possibly remain indifferent? "I am a villager from Baikai village. I ventured into the mountains to dig for ginseng and encountered this group." Jianguo did not conceal his identity, seeing Yunro still trembling in fear. He placed his gun aside. Yunro finally steadied herself and expressed her gratitude once more. Despite this, she maintained her distance from Jianguo. Jianguo disposed of the bodies into a room. Just then, he suddenly heard a sound. Gulu gulu. The noise prompted Jianguo to look up. Yunro, leaning against the wall, had her cheeks flushed, one hand resting on her stomach. The sound originated from her belly. Yi Jianguo's gaze caused Yunro to feel utterly embarrassed. Are you hungry? Yi Jianguo nodded, placing a hand on his own stomach. I am hungry too. There are cakes and tiger meat here. Let me roast some for you. Yi Jianguo exited the room again, retrieving the cakes and tiger meat. In the assembly hall, he started a bonfire, skewering the cakes on branches to roast them. The enticing aroma of the cakes gradually spread. Yunro approached the fire and squatted beside it. The flickering flames cast a dreamlike glow on her delicate features. Yi Jianguo refrained from looking at her. He had a wife, and having seen many beauty queens in his past life, he was immune to Yunro's appearance. The cakes were quickly ready, but the tiger meat required a bit more time. Take this. Yi Jianguo handed her a cake. Yunro cautiously accepted it, her voice soft. Thank you. She gently parted her crimson lips, her pearly teeth sinking into the cake. Yi Jianguo ate as well, continuing to roast the tiger meat. The savory scent of the meat caused Yunro to drool slightly. Here, Yi Jianguo once again offered her a piece of the roasted tiger meat. This time, Yunro took large bites. Slow down. Yi Jianguo chuckled, and this time, Yunro smiled back. It's delicious. Yunro had never tasted tiger meat before and realized that big brother Yi was truly remarkable. How were you kidnapped? Yi Jianguo inquired as he chewed on the meat. A few days ago, it snowed, and our vehicle broke down. The driver went to find someone to repair it, and that was when I encountered them. By chance. Yi Jianguo's pupils constricted. According to Yunro's words, it seemed coincidental. However, from what he heard from Lin Qianyue and the others, they were aware that Yunro was from the Yun family. Big brother Yi, why did you come up the mountain at night? Yunro inquired, and Yi Jianguo merely shrugged, saying, I was pursued by a tiger. A tiger? Indeed, the very creature we consume. Yi Jianguo recounted how he had been cornered by a tiger in a tree, only for it to be slain by Lin Qianyue and others. So that is how it transpired. Thank goodness you arrived. Yunro smiled once more, finding the notion of Yi Jianguo being chased quite amusing. Outside, the moonlight was profound and the cold wind howled. Yet within the cave, amidst the flickering firelight, the two engaged in conversation. Gradually, Yunro found her eyelids growing heavy. Sleep now, Yi Jianguo urged, wishing to lead her back inside, but Yunro shook her head. Brother Yi, I wish to stay here. Will you keep me company? There lingered a hint of fear in her gaze. Yi Jianguo nodded, arranging the bedding for her to lie down. As Yunro nestled into the covers, she noticed Yi Jianguo standing at the entrance, gun in hand. Brother Yi, what are you doing? She asked, momentarily taken aback. Yi Jianguo replied calmly. You should sleep. I will keep watch. Rest easy. With that, he turned away from her, a silhouette that Yunro would never forget. Lying in her cocoon, she gazed at Yi Jianguo, whose shadow lengthened in the flickering light, gradually encroaching upon her. She reached out, feeling as though she could grasp his shadow, which instilled within her an immeasurable sense of security. Slowly, she drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Yi Jianguo remained vigilant by the door, clutching his firearm. With corpses in the cave and wild beasts outside, he knew he must stand guard through the night. Armed with a gun and a keen dagger, he felt no trepidation. The following morning, as the sun ascended on the horizon, Beijing village remained enveloped in darkness. Even the roosters were reluctant to crow, deterred by the biting cold. When the first light broke, the villagers still lay in slumber. Suddenly, Yunro awoke with a start, sitting upright. As she did, she heard the sound of water boiling nearby. Yi Jianguo had prepared hot water and was once again simmering tiger meat with flatbreads, creating a savory stew. Awake already? Yi Jianguo glanced back at her, and Yunro quickly nodded after adjusting her hair. Brother Yi, I am hungry, no longer fearful. She felt an overwhelming sense of reliance on him. Come, let us eat. After breakfast, we will descend the mountain. All right. With Yi Jianguo by her side, Yunro felt emboldened, knowing they would return home, which filled her with joy. As they savored the stew, they resumed discussing matters of home. After extinguishing the campfire, Yi Jianguo slung his gun over his shoulder and retrieved a rope. He tied it around his waist, remarking, Your shoes are far too slippery. He also secured a length of rope around his own waist, while Yunro donned black cotton leather shoes, a rarity in the countryside. Leather shoes with cotton? She mused, glancing down, and nodded in agreement. Whatever brother Yi said was to be accepted. Let us embark. Chapter 34. The entire village in turmoil. Securing the rope was a necessity, for there were distinctions between the genders. Yi Jianguo, wary of Yunro's potential misgivings, thought it best to use the rope. However, as they stepped outside, Yunro's foot slipped. With a sudden whoosh, even with the rope, she found herself seated on the ground, tears brimming in her eyes from the pain. "Brother Yi, I think I may have sprained my ankle." Jianguo gazed at Yi Jianguo with a mixture of pain and pity. Yi Jianguo approached her, feeling a sense of helplessness. He crouched down and gently touched Jianguo's foot. She could not bring herself to protest, tears welling in her eyes. "It will only take a day or two," he reassured her. Brother Yi, I do not wish to stay here," Jianguo exclaimed anxiously, desperate to leave. "Neither do I," Yi Jianguo replied, looking intently at her before crouching down once more. "Come on, I will carry you down the mountain." Jianguo was taken aback by his words, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. "Do you want to descend or not?" "Hurry," he urged, aware that he needed to return to the county where his daughter awaited him. The exquisite Jianguo extended her arms, embracing Yi Jianguo's neck. He instinctively supported her with one hand at her waist. There were no ulterior motives, it was simply the nature of carrying someone. As he lifted her, her cheeks flushed even more. Yi Jianguo, with remarkable strength, began his descent with Jianguo on his back. The cold wind howled, yet she felt an overwhelming warmth against his back. Despite the challenging terrain, Yi Jianguo moved with astonishing ease, the foot of the mountain now within sight. Turning back to speak to Jianguo, he suddenly felt something soft and warm brush against his lips. Oh no, her lips, he thought, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In this era, kissing a woman required a witness. Otherwise, it could easily be misconstrued as misconduct. Even an accidental encounter could lead to accusations of impropriety. He attempted to explain, but Jianguo's face turned crimson, and she quickly lowered her gaze, her heart racing like a startled deer. Xiaoling, we will soon reach the village. You can call then," he said, trying to ease the tension. She replied softly, still refusing to look up. Yi Jianguo chose not to dwell on the incident, realizing that to do so would be overly sensitive. Upon reaching the village, the sun had risen fully, and the sound of voices echoed from the village center, where inquiries about the distribution of tasks were being made. Questioning why the Yi family had received their share, Huang Donghai, visibly irritated, noted that the Yi family patriarch was not fit to boast about their modest gains, which had become known to the village elders. "Distribute it tomorrow. Everyone go back." Huang Donghai was ushering the elderly farmers when he spotted Yi Jianguo supporting a woman at the courtyard entrance. "Third brother? What happened?" Yi Jianguo responded, "Village chief. May I borrow your phone?" "What?" Huang Donghai glanced at Jianguo, who was also pleading with him. Reluctantly, he allowed them inside, watching as Jianguo made the call. Within an hour, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside the village, stirring the entire community. People emerged from their homes, gazing down the village road. The Yi family matriarch stood with her hands tucked into her sleeves, craning her neck alongside her two daughters-in-law to see what was unfolding. A convoy of 7 or 8 police cars, accompanied by a red flag sedan, had arrived. What could have transpired in the village? Was there a villain among them? The villagers, perplexed, exchanged inquiries. Yi Jianguo, the fourth son, emerged from his dwelling, still wrapped in his garments, yawning. What commotion is this? He wondered aloud, hoping to curry favor with the elderly matriarch by dividing Yi Jianguo's fortune. The matriarch of the Yi family shot a disapproving glance at her son. Unable to contain herself, it seems the police are apprehending someone. With such a spectacle, could it be that the second son was caught gambling? Yi Jianguo, with his sharp tongue, harbored no good wishes for Yi Jianshan. Upon hearing Yi Jianguo's words, Han Lihua, the second son's wife, erupted in anger. "Mother, did you hear what the fourth said? Isn't that a curse upon our second son? How could he say such a thing?" The matriarch glared at Yi Jianguo, exasperated by his foolishness. Realizing his error, Yi Jianguo sought refuge behind his wife, Chao Fang. Just then, someone rushed over. "My goodness." Yi Jianguo rescued a woman in the mountains. She is the daughter of a high-ranking official and wishes to express her gratitude to him. Upon hearing this, the matriarch faltered. "What? He has struck it rich?" She had not caught all the details, but was ecstatic at the prospect of money coming to Yi Jianguo. "Indeed. She is expressing her thanks," the messenger confirmed. The matriarch's astonishment grew as she turned her gaze toward her family. At that moment, her two daughters-in-law were equally taken aback. Yi Jianguo was earning money? He saved someone and was rewarded? And a high-ranking official's daughter at that? How could someone like Yi Jianguo deserve such fortune? "Where's the second son? We must find him." The matriarch was eager to ascertain the truth of the matter. Han Lihua dashed out, aware of the second son's usual gambling spot. Soon, both Han Lihua and Yi Jianshan returned, the latter's eyes aglow. What luck he has. The police reward him. And so does the girl. Mother, do you know? It's a whopping 500 yuan. Hearing this amount, the matriarch stumbled again, her eyes sparkling with avarice. Jianguo felt similarly. 500 yuan was what he earned in a year as a petty trafficker. Now, Jianguo had garnered it all on his own? Mother. We must hurry over. This money cannot belong to him alone. What? The matriarch remained puzzled, but Qiao Feng had come to a realization and shouted, Mother. We must reclaim that money. Jianguo bears our surname. Chapter 35. The Pursuit of Wealth. The village committee was teeming with people. Police and county officials surrounded the premises. Visitors had also arrived at Yunru's home, where a red flag car was ready to whisk her away. Inside the vehicle, Yunru sat with her head bowed, fielding inquiries from her family. Occasionally, she would glance up, catching sight of Jianguo across the way, engaged in conversation with the police about the details of the incident. As she gazed at him, she felt compelled to speak. Drive. The command startled Yunru, prompting her to shout, Wait. Xiao, we must first go to the hospital. Do not concern yourself with anything else. This place is still unsafe. Yunru gazed at Jianguo, yearning to converse with him, yet her family forbade it. The car had already started. She hoped for a fleeting glance from Jianguo. However, he was preoccupied, as the police were heading up the mountain to investigate a cave. As the vehicle passed by him, a voice emanated from within. Jianguo turned his gaze, and through the glass, he beheld the stunning Yunru, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at him. In that moment, Jianguo smiled and waved, exuding an effortless charm and boldness. Yunru, witnessing this, could not help but smile through her tears. At that instant, a voice emerged from behind Jianguo. Is it you? He turned once more to find Officer Zhou Qilan. Officer Zhou? Recognizing a familiar face, Jianguo shook hands with Zhou Qilan, who was equally exhilarated, astonished that it was Jianguo who had saved Yunru. The incident had sent shockwaves through Ice City, and the entire province's police force was alerted. No one had anticipated that such events would unfold within the jurisdiction of Mulan County. If anything were to happen to Yunru, the leaders of Mulan County would undoubtedly face repercussions, and the criminal investigation unit would also be affected. Officer Zhou, I have already conveyed everything. You may head up to take a look, Jianguo stated. Zhou Qilan patted Jianguo's shoulder and lowered his voice. Do not bear any psychological burden. You acted in self-defense. Those individuals deserved it. Jianguo nodded, watching the police ascend the mountain as various leaders departed. The hero who had saved a life was overlooked. Yet, Jianguo was indifferent. He had no desire for accolades and simply wished to return home. As the villagers gradually dispersed, Huang Donghai approached Jianguo, holding an envelope containing a reward. Jianguo, well done. You saved a life. This is the county's reward for you, 500 yuan. Huang Donghai chuckled, reveling in the prestige he garnered from the presence of so many leaders, all thanks to Jianguo, who had been extraordinarily fortunate. Jianguo took the envelope but pulled out 10 bills from inside. Village chief, this is for purchasing pigs. I will give it to you now. With newfound wealth. Jianguo no longer needed to exchange goods for cash. He trusted Huang Donghai. How can this be? Huang Donghai exclaimed, his face beaming with joy as he observed Jianguo's generosity. Ensure you get the pigs sorted. Rest assured, that is a must. Huang Donghai accepted the money, feeling elated, and offered Jianguo a cigarette. At that moment, the Yi family arrived. Earlier, with so many leaders present, they had refrained from approaching. But now that the crowd had thinned, they finally made their appearance. Village chief, the matriarch of the Yi family, supported by her 2 sons, hurried towards Huang Donghai. Draped in a military coat and smoking, Huang Donghai cast a curious glance at the elderly matriarch. What brings you here? Not only was Huang Donghai puzzled, but other village officials were also baffled by the family's sudden appearance. The matriarch glanced at Jianguo, who was smoking and gazing skyward, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Village chief, I heard our 3rd son saved someone? Is it true that it was the daughter of a high-ranking official? A radiant smile broke across the matriarch's face as she now referred to him as her 3rd son. This left Huang Donghai stunned, much like old Lady Yi, as he nodded decisively, saying, Indeed, it is true. Did you not witness it? So many leaders were present. Jianguo rescued them from the poachers. Truly impressive. Huang Donghai praised Jianguo, intent on making old Lady Yi regret driving away such a remarkable son. I heard there is a reward? Old Lady Yi asked impatiently, while Yi Jianshan and Yi Jianjue widened their eyes in astonishment. The two daughters-in-law behind them sparkled with greed. Yes, there is a reward, 500 yuan. This is just the initial bonus. I also heard there might be additional rewards from the village, Huang Donghai confirmed. Upon hearing about the 500 yuan, old lady Yi quickly extended her hand. Village chief, give me the money. At this declaration, Huang Donghai was taken aback, as were the others. Jianguo exhaled a puff of smoke, a smirk playing on his lips. His adoptive mother was truly despicable. Money? What money do you want? This belongs to Jianguo. It has nothing to do with you. Huang Donghai quickly regained his composure, shaking his head with disdain at old lady Yi. Old lady Yi chuckled, addressing Huang Donghai. This is our family's third son's money. Naturally, it should be given to me. Hurry up and hand it over. After she spoke, Yi Jianshan chimed in, village chief. Give the money to my mother. This is our old Yi family's money. Third brother did well this time. In pursuit of the reward, Yi Jianshan also praised Jianguo. Yes, my third brother is indeed remarkable, Yi Jianguo echoed, hoping a few compliments would soften Yi Jianguo's heart and compel him to part with the money. Huang Donghai's expression darkened. These people were utterly shameless. The money has been given to Jianguo, he said coldly, unwilling to engage further. What nonsense. It was given to him. Old lady Yi exclaimed, turning to Yi Jianguo and saying, third brother, hand over the money. Yi Jianguo flicked the cigarette but to the ground and extinguished it with his shoe. Why should I? A smile graced Yi Jianguo's lips, his expression brimming with pride. Old three, we are family, old lady Yi began, but Yi Jianguo interrupted her, saying, I'm sorry, but we have already split our household. Third brother, splitting the household does not mean we are no longer family. Your bonus naturally includes a share for me, she insisted, her face still adorned with a smile. Demanding Yi Jianguo surrender the money. You seem to have forgotten that when we divided our responsibilities yesterday, it was made clear that we were not only separating our family, but also our households. Just yesterday, I had the village chief register my own household. I have no ties to you anymore. Yi Jianguo's words left old lady Yi speechless. Chapter 36. Waiting for you to snatch at Yi Jianshan and Yi Jianjue also realized the truth. He had indeed separated his household. Did I say we had separated households? Old lady Yi immediately denied it, but Yi Jianguo looked towards Huang Donghai and accountant Wan. Yes, we have separated households. We can corroborate this. Huang Donghai received 100 yuan, and Wan the accountant had long been infuriated by the way the other party flaunted the division of money. Naturally, they sided with Yi Jianguo, ready to mock the elderly matriarch. You all. Yi Laodai felt a twinge of anxiety. Even the village head did not support them. Enough. Let us leave quickly. You took my labor points, and now you still wish to claim my bonus? How shameless can you be? Yi Jianguo was too weary to engage in further dialogue with this family, casting a glance at Yi Jianshan and Yi Jianshue. Hurry and assist your mother back home. In this harsh winter, she might freeze into senility. Use my labor points to buy some medicine. Yi Jianguo had fully unleashed his wrath, no longer willing to tolerate their behavior. You dare to insult me, the third son? I am your mother, Yi Laotai exclaimed, her voice rising as if she had suffered a grave injustice. Were it not for the icy conditions, she might have thrown herself on the ground in a fit of tantrum. Witnessing her display, the two daughters-in-law erupted in indignation. Third brother, how can you behave this way? Without the family, could you be a hero? We have treated you well in the past. When you were away, we were the ones caring for Xiaoling. Now that you have a bonus, you treat your family like this? Your character leaves much to be desired. Han Lihua and Chao Fong tilted their heads, rolling their eyes at every opportunity. Villagers began to gather, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Yi Jianguo brandished the envelope, intentionally provoking Yi Laodai. Dear mother, are you truly my biological mother? A stunned silence enveloped her as she sharply turned to glance at the second and fourth sons. Wondering who had divulged such a secret to the third son, Yi Jianshan and Yi Jianshue were equally taken aback. Other villagers perked up, intrigued by the revelation. Yi Laotai is not the biological mother of the third son. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Yi Jianguo continued, flicking the envelope. Selling my daughter. And you claim to care for Xiaoling? He fixed his gaze upon Han Lihua and Chao Fong and added, do you realize the county is currently on the lookout for human traffickers? Should I inform the authorities that you are acquainted with such individuals? The two recoiled, silenced and retreating behind Yi Laotai. Even she was startled, though her eyes greedily fixed upon the envelope. Enough with the idle chatter. From now on, you are you. And I am I. If you wish for money, dream on. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, Yi Jianguo suddenly proclaimed, clasping his hands together and surveying the crowd. I, Yi Jianguo, declare my independence. Let this be a witness. I sever all ties with the Yi family. Thank you, everyone. He bowed, ensuring that all villagers could witness his declaration. Consequently, the residents of Baikai village became aware of the Yi family's affairs, pointing and whispering at Yi Laotai. Yesterday, they divided labor points, and today they come seeking bonuses. How shameless. No wonder they sold their granddaughter. It turns out there is no blood relation. If I were Yi Jianguo, I would have reported them to the police directly. What nonsense. The crowd murmured, and even Yi Laotai, with her thick skin, felt her face flush. Her mind raced as she realized she could no longer control her third son. After all, I have raised you for so many years. Why are you asking for money? Yi Jianguo, you are too ruthless. I curse you. The old lady Yi exclaimed, casting a fleeting glance at her daughter-in-law behind her. Let's go? Instead of allowing her son to leave, she urged her daughter-in-law to depart. Han Lihua and Chao Feng dared not linger. Their heads bowed in shame from the villagers' jeers, hastily retreating to their home. Yi Jianshan and Yi Qianyue exchanged glances. Third brother. The two attempted to dissuade him, but Yi Jianguo merely tucked away the envelope, disregarding them entirely. Village chief, I shall take my leave. Do not forget our agreement. Huang Donghai remarked to Yi Jianguo with a wry smile, adding, Rest assured, I will deliver it to you tomorrow. Take care on your way, he continued. Good. Yi Jianguo picked up his bag and departed. Once he was gone, Huang Donghai called out to the others, Disperse. What are you all staring at? You should leave as well. Yi Jianshan, as the defense team captain, go attend to your duties. Huang Donghai exhibited no semblance of courtesy towards the Yi family. Yi Jianshan gritted his teeth, his expression darkening, as he glanced back at the fourth brother, Yi Jianshue. Fourth, do you dare? Yi Jianshan murmured in a lowered voice. You go ahead. I'm not brave enough, Yi Jianshue retorted, lacking the courage of his third brother. Coward, what are you afraid of? Yi Jianshan's eyes widened as he shoved Yi Jianshue aside and returned to the village office to organize some matters. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Jianshan donned a black cotton coat and retrieved the defense team's hunting rifle. He took a roundabout path and stealthily left the village when no one was around. Yi Jianshan, that scoundrel, intended to rob Yi Jianguo. Just as Yi Jianguo was leisurely exiting the village, he had not gone far, but was meandering towards the national road, flanked by stacks of firewood on either side. At that moment, Yi Jianshan lunged forward. Stop! He brandished the hunting rifle, glaring menacingly at Yi Jianguo. Yi Jianguo halted, casting a disdainful glance at the weapon. Yi Jianshan, as the defense team captain, why are you not maintaining order in the village? What are you doing here? What do you think? Are you unaware of my intentions? Hand over the reward money. Yi Jianshan's face twisted into a malevolent grin as he aimed the gun at Yi Jianguo. This is robbery. It's illegal. Yi Jianguo remained unperturbed, his calm demeanor inciting another bout of laughter from Yi Jianshan. Quit the nonsense. You share the Yi surname. Having lived in my family for so long, you ought to contribute something. You cannot just declare a separation and leave without compensation. Yi Jianguo nodded, observing Yi Jianshan's ferocity. I have encountered many shameless individuals, but you are the most despicable of all. Truly, a mother-esque character is reflected in her son. Surely it was that old lady who instigated you to act thus? Where's Yi Jianshue? Is he too afraid to show up? Yi Jianguo displayed no signs of urgency, even placing his hands behind his back, as if awaiting the impending robbery. Chapter 37. The fate of Yi Jianshue. Yi Jianguo, do not waste my time with idle chatter. Hand over the money, quickly. Yi Jianshan continued to threaten him, rifle in hand. Yi Jianguo sneered disdainfully and gestured with his lips. I advise you to take a look behind you. Behind me? You think you can deceive me, retorted Yi Jianshan. I will count to 3. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from behind Yi Jianshan. Put your hands up. Yi Jianshan was momentarily stunned and turned to see a police car parked behind him. Zhou Qilin and a colleague were aiming their guns at Yi Jianshan. The police? Yi Jianshan was taken aback. Why were they here? While Yi Jianshan was in shock, Yi Jianguo turned to Zhou Qilin, saying, Officer Zhou, this man is trying to rob me. Zhou Qilin's brows furrowed, and he cocked his weapon. Put down the gun. Otherwise, I will shoot you on the spot. The police in this era were indeed capable of using their firearms. Zhou Qilin and his colleague had their sights trained on Yi Jianshan, who could feel the lethal intent emanating from them. Despite his bravado in the village, Yi Jianshan immediately cowered under such circumstances. He tossed his hunting rifle to the ground and raised his hands. It's a misunderstanding. This is a family matter. He is my brother, Yi Jianshan hastily explained. Only to hear Yi Jianguo retort, I am not your brother. We have already split our families, and besides, which brother carries a gun? Yi Jianguo, do not speak recklessly. Officer Zhou, he is still the captain of the defense team and is breaking the law. Yi Jianguo had long awaited this opportunity when he spoke with Zhou Qilin earlier. Zhou was preparing to escort Yi Jianguo back to the county. Upon seeing the elder members of the Yi family, Yi Jianguo noticed that Yi Jianshan's eyes were fixated on his money. Yi Jianguo understood Yi Jianshan all too well. He was a natural-born scoundrel. In his previous life, Yi Jianshan embezzled funds in the village and coerced villagers into signing high-interest loans. After the scandal broke, he fled to Hong Kong to seek refuge with Yi Jianguo, who still took him in and even provided him with a share of his business. Yet, Yi Jianshan colluded with the underworld in Hong Kong and attempted to kidnap him, ultimately getting shot by the police. In this life, he would not meet such a fate. He would simply be arrested and spend his days in prison. Yi Jianguo lured Yi Jianshan with a promise of a reward, deliberately waiting for him to attempt a robbery. Zhou Qilin arrived just in time to apprehend Yi Jianshan. With handcuffs in hand, Zhou instructed his colleague to detain him. Don't arrest me. This is a family matter. You cannot do this. Yi Jianshan pleaded, Third brother, I was wrong. You should explain to the police. We were just joking. Fear gripped Yi Jianshan as he realized the severity of the situation. Given the current crackdown, being arrested could lead to a lengthy sentence. Who is joking with you? Yi Jianguo declared. Officer Zhou, he is indeed trying to rob me. Yi Jianguo would not plead for leniency, which drove Yi Jianshan to the brink of madness. No, Yi Jianguo, I implore you. Please, just talk to me. I won't dare again. Regardless of Yi Jianshan's desperate pleas, Yi Jianguo remained unyielding. Yi Jianshan's cries drew the attention of the villagers once more. Zhou Qilin then addressed Yi Jianshan. Be quiet. With so many officers present, do you still dare to commit robbery? As the captain of the defense team, you are indeed breaking the law. And your crimes are compounded. Do you consider Yi Jianguo your brother? For money, you are willing to do anything. Just wait for the court's judgment. Zhou Qilin entrusted Yi Jianshan to his colleagues, instructing them to summon other police officers from the village. He then reassured Yi Jianguo, saying, just wait a moment. I will take you back shortly. No need to rush. Yi Jianguo smiled, deliberately ignoring Yi Jianshan. Soon, the village police arrived, accompanied by other villagers. Upon hearing that Yi Jianshan had brandished a firearm to rob Yi Jianguo, they were left utterly astonished. How disgraceful! This Yi Lauer, known for his fierce demeanor, had now been apprehended by the police. Well deserved. Some villagers applauded the police, while members of the Yi family rushed out upon hearing the news. However, Yi Laotai did not emerge, fearing the police presence. Han Lihua chased after the officers, insisting, this must be a misunderstanding. My husband could never do such a thing. Despite her protests, Yi Jianshan was taken away. Han Lihua collapsed to the ground, weeping inconsolably, but no one offered her solace. Yi Jianshue and Qiao Fong stood at a distance, refraining from approaching. Yi Jianshue felt a sense of relief for not heeding his brother's reckless advice. Was this not a fitting consequence? To commit robbery in front of the police? What madness! He muttered a curse under his breath, observing his brother's arrest without a hint of concern. Instead, he lowered his voice to his wife, saying, if the second brother goes to prison, I will be the only one left at home. Then we will have the final say and can demand money from the old lady. Qiao Fong quickly grasped the implications, realizing that with the absence of the second brother, their family's fortunes could rise. The old lady's wealth was theirs to inherit, and now they could return to demand funds. Yi Jianshue and Qiao Fong hurried home, intent on persuading the matriarch for money. Meanwhile, Yi Jianguo sat in the car, observing Han Lihua's tear-streaked face in the rearview mirror. Feeling no sympathy whatsoever, the Yi family held no relevance for him. That night, Yi Jianguo sighed, watching Zhou Qilin enter the vehicle and remarked, let's head back. Xiaoling is waiting for me. All right. You didn't sleep well last night, did you? You should rest a bit, Zhou Qilin replied. Feeling a sense of empathy for Yi Jianguo, who had remarkably rescued Yun Ro from the kidnappers. Yi Jianguo was indeed skilled and courageous, earning Zhou Qilin's admiration. Yi Jianguo soon drifted into a comfortable slumber. Jianguo, Zhou Qilin called out, prompting Yi Jianguo to open his eyes, momentarily disoriented. Zhou Qilin had arrived at Wazi Alley. You still reside here, correct? Yes. Yi Jianguo gazed at Zhao Xiaoli's home, feeling that it could be considered his own for the first time. At least he would be staying here throughout the winter. Jianguo, you possess great talent. Have you considered seeking employment? Zhou Qilin asked, offering him a cigarette. He was curious if Yi Jianguo had any desire to become a police officer. Employment? I already have a job. Zhou Qilin was taken aback by Yi Jianguo's response, surprised to learn he was already employed. Me? A police officer? Yi Jianguo exclaimed, astonished by Zhou Qilin's suggestion. How could one become a police officer so easily in this day and age? Zhou Qilin chuckled at Yi Jianguo's bewildered expression. You may initially serve in a joint defense capacity and later engage in several cases. The criminal police team has the qualifications for internal selection. Jianguo, I believe you would be well suited to become a police officer. Yi Jianguo blinked in surprise. How could Zhou Qilin entertain such a notion? Me? A police officer? Absolutely not. Yi Jianguo had no desire to be a police officer, enduring the elements while investigating various cases. From the 1980s to the 2000s, being in law enforcement was perilous. Despite the severe crackdowns, the rampant criminals persisted across regions. Yi Jianguo had a daughter to support and no time to become a policeman. I truly have a job. What do you intend to do? Zhou Qilin gazed at Yi Jianguo in confusion. For someone from the countryside, becoming a police officer would be an excellent opportunity. He chuckled. I plan to start a company. This time, it was Zhou Qilin who was astonished. Yi Jianguo was starting a company. The two stared at each other in disbelief. At that moment, the door across the room creaked open, revealing a small head. Yi Xiaoling had been listening for her father's voice and wanted to confirm his presence. Her father had not returned the previous night, causing her great worry. Even with Sun Hua and Zhao Xiaoli by her side, she felt unsettled. From morning until now, she had barely eaten. Each time she heard a sound from outside, she would rush out, only to be met with disappointment time and again, leading to her growing despondency. But this time, she truly spotted her father. Daddy. Her bright voice resonated with love and unwavering dependence. Upon hearing his daughter's call, Yi Jianguo turned around instantly, the weariness on his face vanishing, replaced by a radiant smile. Xiaoling. He immediately crouched down, arms wide open, embracing his daughter's small form. Daddy, I missed you so much. You didn't come back last night. Sobbing. Yi Xiaoling wept, and Yi Jianguo held her close, laughing heartily. Don't cry. I encountered some matters last night. But I am back now. As he embraced his daughter, Sun Hua also emerged, visibly relieved to see Yi Jianguo had finally returned. Jianguo, you are finally back. Xiaoling has hardly eaten. You too. Sun Hua's eyes glistened with emotion. The bond between Yi Jianguo and Yi Xiaoling reminded her of her own daughter. The love parents have for their children is the most selfless, while the love children hold for their parents is indeed precious. Yi Xiaoling's profound affection for her father moved Sun Hua deeply. Zhou Qilin observed the father-daughter duo, nodding in quiet approval. Uncle Zhou? Yi Xiaoling wiped her tears and noticed Zhou Qilin. He approached with a smile, playfully pinching her cheek. Come inside quickly. I've brought your father back. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Yi Xiaoling looked at Zhou Qilin with gratitude, her trust in the police unwavering. Officer Zhou, see you later. Jianguo, see you later. Zhou Qilin held Yi Jianguo in high regard. He was determined to ensure Yi Jianguo had the opportunity to become a police officer. Starting a company is no simple feat. As Yi Jianguo carried his daughter inside, hearing that she hadn't eaten much, he promptly said, Aunt Sun, don't bother cooking. We'll eat out tonight at Xiaoli's restaurant. No, I've already prepared the meal. Sun Hua quickly shook her head. But Yi Jianguo persisted. Aunt Sun, let me treat you to a meal. We must hurry. Faced with Yi Jianguo's insistence, Sun Hua relented. Fine. I have never dined at a restaurant before. Despite Zhao Xiaoli being the restaurant manager, Sun Hua had never set foot in one. The trio set off once more. Arriving at the supply and marketing canteen, Zhao Xiaoli gazed out the window in a daze, her face devoid of a smile for any arriving guests. For reasons unknown, when Yi Jianguo departed, her heart felt achingly empty. Sighing deeply, she was startled when the door swung open, ushering in a gust of cold wind mingled with joyous laughter. A sound that felt oddly familiar. Zhao Xiaoli abruptly looked up to see her mother, Sun Hua, leading Yi Xiaoling, with Yi Jianguo standing behind them. Jianguo. Zhao Xiaoli stood up, her face a picture of astonishment, her eyes sparkling like a galaxy. In that moment, her world revolved solely around Yi Jianguo. Xiaoli, I'm back. Let us get a private room and enjoy a meal together, Yi Jianguo said generously. Zhao Xiaoli turned to her mother. Mom, why are you here too? Jianguo insisted on coming for dinner, her mother replied. You always think of your mother, Sun Hua said, casting a sidelong glance at her daughter. Exasperated that her daughter was so smitten with Yi Jianguo. Alas, he had a daughter of his own. If Yi Jianguo were unmarried, Sun Hua might have considered the match favorably, but her daughter was still a blossoming flower. Such affections could not be entertained. Come, let us head to this private room. Zhao Xiaoli led the way towards Yi Jianguo, wishing she could stand beside him if not for her mother's presence. The other waitstaff greeted Sun Hua warmly, recognizing the familial bond. Look who has arrived. Wang Xiaolan also rushed over, casting a discreet glance at Yi Jianguo, aware of her curiosity. Yi Jianguo seized the opportunity to approach Wang Xiaolan. Is everything arranged? He inquired. Of course, my uncle said it's fine. Can you really procure the pigs? How many? Over a dozen. Indeed, Yi Jianguo replied nonchalantly, and Wang Xiaolan's eyes lit up with excitement. Is that true? Splendid. Please hurry and place the order. We need a lot of pork for the New Year's banquet. Rest assured, cash for the pigs, Yi Jianguo assured her. Wang Xiaolan and Yi Jianguo finalized their agreement, and she left, satisfied. Soon, the dishes were served, and as the group dined, Yi Jianguo consumed his meal with remarkable speed, noticing that Yi Xiaoling was still eating. You all continue. I shall step out for a moment and return shortly. Jianguo, where are you going right after returning? Zhao Xiaoli asked. I need to take care of some business at Peizatang, he explained, eager to sell the ginseng. Despite just having earned 500, he required more funds. The ginseng could not be retained. We will wait for you, Zhao Xiaoli replied, her gaze soft and tender, even offering him the car keys. Yi Jianguo took them without hesitation. As their hands brushed during the exchange, Zhao Xiaoli recoiled as if struck by electricity, her face blooming like a peach blossom. Yi Jianguo paid no mind, cycling off towards Peizatang. Yi Jianguo has departed. Sun Hua, observing her daughter in this state, took advantage of Xiaoling's trip to the restroom to address her daughter. Have you taken a liking to him? Jianguo is a fine man, but he is, after all, married. Mother, what nonsense are you talking? Zhao Xiaoli quickly lowered her head, while Sun Hua, with an air of irritation, replied, as someone who has been through it all. I can tell. Even if his wife were to leave him, he would still be a man with a past. Can you really see yourself with someone who has been married before? Mother, there is nothing between Jianguo and me. Zhao Xiaoli bit her lip, steadfastly refusing to acknowledge anything. Very well, you shall do as you please. Sun Hua continued to chatter, which only heightened Zhao Xiaoli's agitation. Chapter 39. The ginseng transaction. Yi Jianguo arrived at Peizatang, and the attendant, upon noticing his presence, greeted him with a radiant smile. Sir, you have arrived. Yi Jianguo furrowed his brow, pondering the address. Such archaic customs were indeed troublesome. I wish to see your manager. The manager is inside. You may proceed directly, the attendant informed him. Yi Jianguo entered without hesitation, finding Wen Yu engaged in sipping tea. Upon seeing Yi Jianguo, Wen Yu immediately rose. My brother has come. Wen Yu exclaimed with a broad smile, eager to pour tea. No need. Shall we inspect the goods? Yi Jianguo responded straightforwardly. Wen Yu, brimming with anticipation, nodded vigorously. Absolutely, brother. As long as you have quality merchandise. I assure you a fair price. The goods from the mountains are far superior to those in the market. In the ordinary market, a pound of this would fetch that much. When you candidly shared, treating Yi Jianguo as a treasure seeker, recognizing the potential for future dealings with rare mountain herbs. When you regarded Yi Jianguo with utmost seriousness, Yi Jianguo nodded and retrieved a package wrapped in red cloth, containing 2 ginseng roots, one aged 30 years and the other 50. When you donned gloves and took out a magnifying glass, as the red cloth was unveiled, he was momentarily taken aback. Expecting to find a century-old ginseng, he examined the 2 roots, stroking his chin in contemplation. Stealing a glance at Yi Jianguo, he noted the latter's composed demeanor, exuding an aura that betrayed no hint of a novice. Let me take a closer look. When you declared, needing no further inspection to ascertain that the old mountain ginseng was indeed of exceptional quality, its roots and nodes intact. After inhaling the earthy aroma, he slowly closed his eyes. Brother, I shall make an offer. When you pulled out an abacus and calculated a figure for the 30-year ginseng, based on weight, he proposed 400 yuan, while the 20-year root would command no more than 300. Rounding off, he presented a total of 700 yuan. Yi Jianguo glanced at the abacus and replied nonchalantly, that seems acceptable. With just 2 roots of ginseng, he sought to gauge Wen Yu's sincerity. Brother, do you have more? Wen Yu inquired, rubbing his hands together, genuinely in need of century-old ginseng, while discreetly observing Jianguo. Aware that Jianguo was using the two roots as bait, Wen Yu was not oblivious to the intricacies of trade. Despite Jianguo's reincarnation, the businessmen of this era were anything but simple. Indeed, Jianguo produced another package and handed it over. This time, Wen Yu's heart raced as he cautiously unwrapped the red cloth. A single glance caused his expression to shift dramatically. A century-old ginseng. It had taken on human form. Suppressing his excitement, Wen Yu meticulously examined it, even retrieving a flashlight to scrutinize the ginseng further. His carefulness did not escape Jianguo's notice, who remained silent. Was he suspecting me of deceit? Perhaps he thought I might have used glue to stitch the ginseng roots together? It appeared that the owner of Pizatang was indeed a seasoned veteran. As Jianguo sipped his tea, his gaze remained low and unhurried. With a sigh, Wen Yu exhaled a breath of murky air, gently placing the ginseng down again. In that fleeting moment, his face blossomed with a smile. What a treasure! Wen Yu spoke candidly. This was undoubtedly a remarkable find. Throughout his life, he had encountered century-old ginseng, yet the specimen excavated by Jianguo was of unparalleled quality. It was akin to a treasure of the earth. Such a ginseng could be preserved within Pizatang for generations. A single root could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Make an offer. Jianguo maintained his composure as Wen Yu took a deep breath and calculated once more. This time, he bid 1,200. Brother, is that feasible? Wen Yu glanced at Jianguo, who extended his hand and adjusted the bid directly. This figure was a firm price. Jianguo, perceiving Wen Yu's need for the ginseng, decided to raise the stakes. As fellow businessmen, Jianguo was in need of funds now. 1,500? Wen Yu regarded the price and inhaled deeply once more. His eyes darted as he finally made up his mind. All right, I shall prepare the money for you immediately. With his agreement, Jianguo smiled in return. The money was swiftly delivered, and Wen Yu even provided Jianguo with a leather bag, which could be carried on the back, much to Jianguo's satisfaction. He placed the money inside. At that moment, however, Wen Yu suddenly froze. Brother, what is that at your waist? His gaze was drawn to the clear, sharp dagger at Jianguo's side, which captivated him. Do you recognize it? Jianguo did not remove the dagger and countered Wen Yu's inquiry. That appears to be the Baibi dagger, correct? When you observed the hilt, his voice trembling slightly. Good eye. It seems that Boss Wen possesses more than just an acumen for medicinal herbs. Jianguo noted that Wen Yu was indeed distinct from others in the trade. Wen Yu licked his lips and gently asked, Brother, may I admire it a moment? I shall not sell it. Jianguo refused to part with the dagger, intending to keep it for his daughter as a family heirloom. I merely wish to see it. Wen Yu persisted, but Jianguo shouldered his bag. I must take my leave. Brother, how can I contact you? Wen Yu felt a sense of urgency, eager to reach Jianguo. Without turning back, Jianguo simply waved his hand and departed. That fellow. Wen Yu stamped his foot at the door, exhaling with frustration. The Baibi dagger. The old gentleman would surely appreciate it. With that thought, he hurried back to his office, placing the century-old ginseng in the safe before picking up the phone and dialing with intent. A hoarse voice answered on the other end. Who is it? Fourth Master. It is I, Wen Yu. Is the old gentleman available? The old gentleman has taken a rest. Should there be anything, feel free to speak. I have received a century-old ginseng from a treasure hunter, and I noticed that he possessed 100 exquisite daggers. Are you certain? The hoarse voice suddenly rose in pitch. Chapter 40. With capital, Jianguo returned to the restaurant, observing Xiaoling preparing to settle the bill. He quickly intervened, producing a wad of cash from his pocket and offering it to her. I'll come by to pick you up tonight. Jianguo was aware that Xiaoling had to work overtime. Xiaoling felt quite bashful, and coupled with her mother-esque reminders, she dared not meet Jianguo's gaze. By the way, has that person not arrived? Jianguo suddenly inquired about old Dao, who had yet to appear after 3 days. No one has come. Xiaoling shook her head and added, could he be deceiving you? Never mind. Jianguo mused, realizing that it truly mattered little. He had acquired wealth, and once the new year passed, foreign investors would arrive in the capital, seeking him out as they discovered he had registered. After concluding discussions with the foreigners, Jianguo would proceed to Ice City. With money in hand, he intended to purchase a home for his daughter and gradually develop in Ice City. As for old Dao, Jianguo aspired to have him as a bodyguard. Should old Dao fail to uphold his promise, Jianguo had no desire to employ him. Jianguo returned to the private room, lifted his daughter, and accompanied Sun Hua back to the alley. Upon arriving home, he noticed Sun Hua preparing to boil water and hurriedly went to fetch some briquettes. "And son, has that house been unsealed?" Jianguo inquired about the rental property of Mei Yin and others. Sun Hua, holding a poker, adjusted the fire. "It was unsealed the day you left. No one dares to rent that house now." Sun Hua expressed her frustration. It was a fine property. Yet no one was willing to rent it. "Aunt, I wish to rent it." "What?" Sun Hua was taken aback, looking at Jianguo with surprise, and quickly shook her head, saying, "Jianguo, please don't think too much. I really like you and Xiaoling." Sun Hua assumed Jianguo was aware of her reminders to her daughter. "Aunt, I have some goods for the new year and need a place. It's close by anyway. Please rent it to me." Jianguo smiled and explained, leaving Sun Hua in a state of bewilderment as she regarded him. "Then you can use it directly." "That won't do. Business is business. It must be rented to me." Jianguo's insistence left Sun Hua with no option but to change the subject, suggesting that Xiaoling wash her face and brush her teeth. Jianguo obtained the keys from Sun Hua and returned to the rental property. The village pigs needed to be transported. Some would be sold to the restaurant, while others would be for personal use. He also had to make arrangements with the Industry Bureau to complete the registration before the new year. Furthermore, he needed to stock up on goods. By next year, Jianguo intended to utilize Viagra to achieve a new height. However, after that, he would go to Ice City to accomplish another milestone and establish his own company. In the rental property, Jianguo found himself lost in contemplation. Ice City, a unique compound, guarded by armed police at the entrance. Inside the compound, there were standalone villas, with security present in both the front and backyards. The villa was brightly lit, and seated on a genuine leather sofa was an elderly gentleman, clad in a Zhongshan suit with a red sweater and white shirt beneath. The collar of the shirt is turned up, slightly wrinkled. An elderly man puffs on a cigarette, ash clinging to its tip. Yunbo, Yunro's father, listens intently to his family's report. "Father, the youngest sister has been rescued. This is the situation." His eldest son, Yungang, now 40 years old and a public servant of considerable stature, possesses a voice as soft as a kitten's when at home. The second and third sons are absent, and the youngest daughter, Yunro, had been kidnapped, nearly driving the family to despair. Finally putting down his cigarette, Yunbo spoke in a deep voice. "Did you truly give them only 500? Yungang nodded, reiterating, "He is just an ordinary villager, having learned from a hunter. Saving my sister was merely a stroke of luck. His family is somewhat chaotic, and offering too much money might be inappropriate." "Understood." Yunbo nodded, recognizing his eldest's maturity and understanding of life's nuances. Expressing gratitude does not always require lavish recompense. "How is Roa?" This youngest daughter has always tugged at Yunbo's heartstrings. Her abduction unsettled even a man of his stature. Had his daughter not been saved, he could scarcely fathom the outcome. Thankfully, he finds himself constantly reflecting on that individual, their savior, believing the Yun family still owes a debt of gratitude. "Eldest, remember this. Should he encounter difficulties in the future, the Yun family will assist him." Yungang promptly nodded, feeling a deep sense of appreciation for this benefactor. "I shall go see." Yunbo finally resolved, making his way upstairs to check on his beloved daughter. As he ascended, he overheard his wife comforting Yunro in her room. "Mama, I want Brother Yi to come to Ice City." Yunbo, about to enter, suddenly paused, his gaze growing contemplative once more. The sound of his wife's voice echoed within. "Child, do not overthink. He is your savior, and our family will express gratitude. However, inviting him to Ice City may not be prudent. Mama, Brother Yi is pitiful. He raises his child alone and has been cast out." Yunro recounted Jianguo's plight. Yunbo, standing at the doorway, turned and retreated to his study. In such a brief time, Roer had developed a profound dependence on this individual. Fortuitously, he has a wife and child. Otherwise, Yunbo, possessing a deep and intricate mind, picked up a book, gazing quietly at it, then slowly shook his head. A rural man had stirred his heart. Perhaps this man would never escape the confines of his village. Even if he did, it would merely lead him to the county town. Forget it. Yunbo decided to cease pondering this matter. In the context of the Yun family, Jianguo, the savior, would eventually fade from memory with the passage of time. Even should they cross paths again, assisting Jianguo would be a simple matter for the Yun family, provided he refrained from making excessive demands. As for Yunro, she too would likely forget Jianguo as time moved on. Alas, the world is often rife with occurrences beyond human control. In the night, Yi Jianguo rode up to the entrance of a restaurant, having spent 20 yuan to acquire a second-hand bicycle from a neighbor in the alley. Though the bicycle was somewhat worn, he was unperturbed, for it meant he no longer had to share a ride with Zhao Xiaoli. As Zhao Xiaoli emerged, she was met with the sight of Yi Jianguo riding his bicycle, which left her somewhat disappointed. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Yi Jianguo, prompting Zhao Xiaoli to let out a startled scream. Chapter 41. Becoming a bodyguard, Yi Jianguo swiftly turned to see Lao Dao standing alone in the shadows, his bag absent and his cotton coat soiled. Yi Jianguo blinked in surprise as Lao Dao gradually approached. "I am late," he stated. "I can work for you for free for a month." Yi Jianguo chuckled suddenly, shaking his head at Lao Dao. "It's not too late. I have just returned as well." Lao Dao fell silent, seemingly burdened with untold stories, and lowered his head. "Let us go home together." Yi Jianguo did not inquire further, mounting his bicycle and gesturing to the rear seat. "I will take you." Lao Dao hesitated. As a bodyguard, he believed it inappropriate for Yi Jianguo, his employer, to ride while he walked. Moreover, he himself could not ride a bicycle, which prompted him to reply despondently, "I can walk." "Come on, no dilly-dallying," Yi Jianguo urged. "It's bitterly cold. Let us hurry home to warm up." After some contemplation, Lao Dao slowly approached and took a seat on the rear. Yi Jianguo pedaled, while Zhao Xiaoli also cycled, her gaze lingering on Lao Dao, a tinge of envy in her eyes. The trio remained silent throughout the journey, and Zhao Xiaoli felt stifled until they finally arrived home. She quickly intercepted the two men. "My house isn't spacious enough," she stated candidly, noting that Lao Dao had no place to stay. "I have already rented a house nearby. It would be perfect for Lao Dao. You go home first. I will escort Lao Dao there. Bring some hot water and food, and don't forget to fetch Xiaoling for me." "All right." Zhao Xiaoli glanced back at Lao Dao before wheeling her bicycle inside. Yi Jianguo led Lao Dao to the rented accommodation. Upon entering the courtyard, Yi Jianguo pointed towards the firewood. "Start the fire first." Lao Dao nodded without further ado, seizing the firewood and tossing it into the stove. He then produced a fire starter from his pocket, a primitive tool reminiscent of ancient times, resembling a small bamboo tube. After opening it and blowing on the cotton, flames began to flicker. Utilizing the fire starter alongside some bark, he ignited the firewood. Yi Jianguo retrieved a broom to tidy the Kong, then rummaged through the wardrobe to find a quilt. "Lao Dao, you will stay here from now on." "All right." Lao Dao nodded again, standing opposite Yi Jianguo, his expression cold under the dim light. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, and Zhao Xiaoli entered, accompanied by Yi Xiaoling. Zhao Xiaoling carried a thermos, while a food container filled with leftover restaurant fare rested in Yi Xiaoling's arms. "Daddy." Yi Xiaoling hurried inside, and immediately noticed Lao Dao standing nearby, which made her feel a mix of shyness and trepidation as she cautiously approached Yi Jianguo. Upon seeing Yi Xiaoling, Lao Dao momentarily paused. "This is Lao Dao, the bodyguard hired by your father. You may call him uncle. He will be responsible for our protection from now on," Yi Jianguo introduced, prompting Yi Xiaoling to peek from her father's embrace and, in a soft voice, call out, "Uncle." Old Dao looked at Yi Xiaoling and softly said, "You may simply call me Old Dao." "No, my father instructed me to refer to you as master. You are indeed my master." For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed Old Dao's cold visage, though it vanished almost instantaneously. "Miss, I shall ensure your protection henceforth," he declared, then turned to Yi Jianguo, stating, "Boss, as long as I am here, safety is assured." Old Dao spoke no superfluous words. He had already conveyed to Yi Jianguo that as a bodyguard, his duty was to safeguard his safety. "Drink some water and have a bite to eat. Tomorrow, accompany me outside. I shall refrain from saying more for now. We will converse later." Yi Jianguo picked up his daughter and departed, leaving Old Dao alone. As they were leaving, Yi Xiaoling turned back and waved to Old Dao, saying, "Master, goodbye." The innocence of Yi Xiaoling once again caused Old Dao to tremble slightly. Once everyone had left, Old Dao quietly gazed at the lunchbox before him and slowly opened it. Inside, there lay shredded pork in garlic sauce and rice. The meal had grown cold. Yet Old Dao grasped the chopsticks and began to eat with determination. "Eat and sleep." Old Dao uttered no further words. In the night, Sun Hua stood at the doorway, observing the three return. In the alley, they appeared like a family of three, leaving Sun Hua contemplative. Yi Xiaoling, if only she were truly my granddaughter, she mused. What kind of woman could so callously abandon both her son and husband to return to the capital? "Mother, why haven't you gone inside yet?" Zhao Xiaoli urged her mother. But Sun Hua turned to Jianguo and inquired, Jianguo, is this your friend? Can we trust him? Sun Hua sought clarification, yet Jianguo merely smiled and replied, yes. He is my friend. He simply does not speak much. He hails from the mountains and is unfamiliar with societal norms. Sun Ant, do you not know someone in the neighborhood office? Please assist me in obtaining a certificate to establish his identity. From the mountains? In this era, there are no population censuses. Those from the mountains seldom leave. Once they do, they possess neither household registration nor identification. Nowadays, one only requires acceptance from the neighborhood office. Very well, I shall find someone for you. Thank you. Sun Ant, Jianguo assured Old Dao that he would assist in resolving his identity. Understanding the complexities of Old Dao's past, Jianguo recognized that he was a seasoned man with stories to tell. Such individuals, however, risk being cast aside by the tides of time, either facing demise or imprisonment. Those seasoned in life's trials uphold loyalty above all. Jianguo had previously aided him and provided work. Thus, Old Dao would undoubtedly serve Jianguo with utmost dedication. A person of loyalty, regardless of their flaws, can only stray so far. Old Dao, I shall not inquire into your origins. I merely hope that you will protect Xiaoling well. Jianguo sought a trustworthy bodyguard for his daughter, someone who could care for Xiaoling during his moments of busyness. His intentions were indeed sound. For decades to come, Old Dao would safeguard the young lady with his very life, regardless of the distance or the adversaries they may face, as long as Old Dao stands guard. Xiaoling shall remain unharmed. No one would dare bring harm to Xiaoling. Old Dao would lay down his life to protect the child. Daddy, good night, Xiaoling softly said, reaching out from her covers to grasp her father's hand. I miss mommy. The statement flickered in Jianguo's mind as he contemplated his wife's return to her family, re-entering the lofty circles of the capital. Xiaoling, we shall find mother. Just wait, we surely will. Chapter 42, The Adornment of Attire at the Break of Dawn. As Jianguo opened his eyes, he heard Sun Hua's voice resonating in the courtyard. You need not concern yourself. We can manage on our own. Jianguo was taken aback, exhaling onto the frost-laden glass, which melted slightly, revealing a small hole. Through this aperture, he could see Lao Dao sweeping the yard. Sun Hua was urging Lao Dao, yet he continued with his task. A small head poked out from Jianguo's embrace, also breathing onto the frost. Xiaoling gazed outside, then rapped on the window. Good morning, Grandma. Good morning, Uncle. The innocent words of Xiaoling prompted Lao Dao to glance back, his expression notably cold. Yet his gaze softened as he regarded her, even nodding slightly. Despite Sun Hua's lengthy entreaties, Lao Dao had remained unresponsive. It was Xiaoling's single utterance that earned a nod from him. Such a person, Sun Hua thought, feeling helpless. Zhao Xiaoli, clad in a cotton coat and holding a toothbrush, watched Lao Dao. He was remarkably taciturn, akin to a mute. Mother, do not involve yourself, Zhao Xiaoli urged. Recalling Lao Dao's formidable presence, Jianguo dressed and stepped outside, calling to Lao Dao, finish tidying up, we shall eat soon. You will accompany me today. Lao Dao nodded once more, completing his sweeping before standing at the door. The kitchen was already filled with steam, and the alley was abuzz with families preparing breakfast. Wisps of smoke curling upwards. Those who discarded dirty water paused, surprised to see someone standing at Sun Hua's doorstep. Lao Dao stood like a sentinel. Lao Dao, you are a bodyguard, not a doorman. Come inside, Jianguo commanded. Xiaoling dashed out, tugging at Lao Dao's sleeve. Uncle, come in. Lao Dao looked down and followed Xiaoling indoors. At breakfast, they consumed a thick soup, and Lao Dao devoured 3 bowls with enthusiastic vigor. What an appetite! Such a stomach! Sun Hua exclaimed, astonished at his capacity, which their household could scarcely accommodate. Lao Dao again lowered his gaze, disregarding Sun Hua. In his mind, he was simply working for Jianguo. Auntie, I believe it's time for me to contribute to the meals. Here you go. Jianguo chuckled, pulling out some money. Acknowledging Lao Dao's hearty appetite. That is not the intent, Auntie, Sun Hua replied, feeling embarrassed, while Zhao Xiaoli blushed deeply. That is a separate matter. My employee consumes too much. It's no concern for Xiaoling and me. We are family. Jianguo spoke with charm. And this notion of family brought a flush of warmth to Sun Hua and Zhao Xiaoli's faces. Very well then, Auntie shall not be shy. What are your plans for today? We're heading to the market to buy some supplies. And I have procured pork from the village that needs to be delivered to the restaurant. What? Zhao Xiaoli looked at Jianguo in confusion. Jianguo explained that he was transporting pork from the village to sell to the restaurant. Yes, I anticipate it will arrive soon, after I finish shopping. I will head to the restaurant to wait. Jianguo, will our purchasing manager approve of this? Zhao Xiaoli found herself in a bit of a quandary. Confronted by the rather aloof purchasing manager, Gao Haixing. Have you forgotten about Wang Xiaolan? She exclaimed, astonished that he was aware of this. Zhao Xiaoli was taken aback once more, realizing that Yi Jianguo had clashed with Wang Xiaolan, yet was now leveraging their connection to introduce pork into the restaurant. I told you, I would facilitate your promotion, he asserted. What could this possibly mean? Zhao Xiaoli was utterly bewildered by Yi Jianguo's intentions, which were, in fact, a gesture of gratitude towards her. Dad, should I stay at home? Yi Xiaoling expressed her reluctance to remain behind, yearning to accompany her father. No, stay with me. Today, we are conducting business. Yi Xiaoling obediently nodded, not fully comprehending the day's plans, but content to be by her father's side. Let's go? After finishing their meal, Yi Jianguo glanced at the time and led Yi Xiaoling out the door. Lao Dao followed closely, silent and observant. They took the bus to the county's department store. Dad, are we buying clothes? Yi Xiaoling pointed to her own new outfit, indicating her desire to refrain from unnecessary spending. This is for your uncle, Yi Jianguo replied, casting a glance at Lao Dao, who was momentarily taken aback. For me? He queried, surprised by the notion that Yi Jianguo would purchase something for him. Of course. And there is something for me as well. Yi Jianguo chuckled, not waiting for Lao Dao's agreement as he led his daughter into the store. The trio entered. With the child adorned in her new attire, while Yi Jianguo donned an outdated cotton jacket, and Lao Dao's garment appeared almost tattered. Upon reaching the men's clothing section on the second floor, the staff regarded them with an air of superiority, neglecting to assist Yi Jianguo. Unperturbed, he spotted a long wool coat, a woolen overcoat, a cotton vest, checkered trousers, and a pair of leather-lined shoes. I will take all of this, he declared. The staff looked at him as if he were a fool, bewildered by his audacity. What did you say? One employee finally regained her composure and approached him. Yi Jianguo produced a thick wad of cash and tossed it to her. Find me these clothes. And this cotton overcoat. Give it to him, he instructed, indicating a nearby mannequin adorned in a long cotton coat, complemented by a red sweater and a white shirt, with the collar turned outward and a white scarf draped elegantly. This is quite fashionable. The employee, momentarily stunned by the cash, glanced between Yi Jianguo and Lao Dao. Sir, please hold on, she called out, urging her colleagues to rush over. Lao Dao, astonished, opened his mouth to speak, but Yi Jianguo silenced him. He seated Yi Xiaoling on a sofa, watching as the two exchanged garments. On the previous occasion when he purchased clothes for the child, he had foregone any for himself. Now that Yi Jianguo had come into some wealth, he decided to acquire a complete outfit. Once adorned in the coat, he adjusted his hair, presenting a striking figure. More handsome than any celebrity. Behind him, Lao Dao had also donned the mannequin's attire. With sunglasses, he would have resembled a star. Chapter 43. The pork trade. The door of the supply and marketing restaurant swung open. Zhao Xiaoli turned just in time to see Yi Jianguo stride in with effortless grace. Not only was Zhao Xiaoli taken aback, but also Wang Xiaolan and the other attendants, all of whom stretched their necks in astonishment. Clad in a long coat and a pristine scarf, Yi Jianguo resembled a male deity in his trendy attire. Behind him, the formidable Lao Dao exuded an air of chilling elegance, his long coat resembling a cape, with eyes that gleamed like blades. In contrast, Yi Xiaoling stood between them, radiating an unusual charm, a blend of fierce confidence and childlike innocence, captivating the attention of all. Wow, who is that? Wang Xiaolan marveled, approaching in admiration. It took her a moment to realize it was Yi Jianguo. No way, he looked so handsome. While Wang Xiaolan recognized Yi Jianguo, she failed to recognize the imposing figure of Lao Dao behind him. Just days prior, Lao Dao had been a beggar, his current demeanor unrecognizable from that image. From a vagabond to a dapper figure cloaked in black, the transformation was stark. Zhao Xiaoli also approached, her eyes sparkling with awe. Yi Jianguo was indeed strikingly handsome, exuding an aura that set him apart from the ordinary. Do you have a phone? Yi Jianguo inquired of Zhao Xiaoli, who then snapped back to reality, unable to suppress a light slap on her cheek. We set off from the village, she replied, having already provided the address. Yi Jianguo nodded and glanced at Wang Xiaolan, who suddenly realized that fresh pork had arrived. Come, follow me to the procurement office, Wang Xiaolan exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement. She was eager to introduce Yi Jianguo to her uncle, Gao Haixing. Xiaoli, please watch the child for me, Yi Jianguo said as he followed Wang Xiaolan. observing Zhao Xiaoling's hesitation, prompting him to shake his head once more. Jianguo was well aware that this batch of pork was not merely for sale. In this era, acquiring pork required grain coupons, with a price of 90 cents per pound when using such coupons. In the black market, prices could soar to several dollars. Dictated by market demand. Given the current supply and marketing economy, pork was a coveted commodity, especially as the year-end approached when families and restaurants alike sought it. Following Wang Xiaolan, Jianguo arrived at the two-story structure behind the restaurant. The procurement department was located in room 202 on the first floor, where he noticed several suppliers loitering outside, evidently hoping to collect payments as the year drew to a close. Jianguo scanned the surroundings, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Was it already a time for debts in this age? State-owned enterprises often lacked credibility, he mused, fully aware of their merits and inherent flaws. The wave of layoffs in the 1990s had been unavoidable, yet it was disheartening that some leaders had seized this opportunity to convert state assets into private property. My uncle is next door. There is no need for you to linger, Wang Xiaolan whispered, gesturing toward a small door nearby. Gao Haixing had a private office. And as Wang Xiaolan opened the door, a cloud of smoke billowed forth. Wang Xiaolan coughed involuntarily while Jianguo squinted through the haze, finally discerning a middle-aged man, portly and puffing away on a cigarette, one hand clutching a report. The ashtray on the desk was overflowing with stubs, and the floor was littered with remnants of smoked cigarettes, as was the small sofa nearby. Such a smoking habit. Jianguo held his breath, aware of the toxicity of secondhand smoke. Uncle, please open the window. Wang Xiaolan pinched her nose, feeling overwhelmed by her uncle's excessive smoking. Gao Haixing glanced up at Wang Xiaolan and then at Jianguo. Who is this? His tone was icy, devoid of any warmth. Those in procurement often exhibited such demeanor. They represented the client and were expected to speak up. Other suppliers, upon encountering a procurement officer, were compelled to engage in small talk and wear smiles. Before Wang Xiaolan could respond, Jianguo took the initiative, retrieving a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket. Manager Gao, I've heard from Xiaolan that you are the backbone of this establishment. I am Jianguo. His gesture of offering a cigarette was remarkably practiced. Still offering cigarettes? Wang Xiaolan looked at Jianguo with exasperation, while her uncle, Gao Haixing, did not accept the cigarette but leaned back in his chair, chewing on his words. So it's you. Do you have pork to sell? However, at my restaurant, we only conduct business through proper channels. Gao Haixing's tone was somewhat bureaucratic. Uncle, didn't we agree? Wang Xiaolan, lacking guile, was eager to earn more. For each pound of pork, Jianguo offered Wang Xiaolan an extra dime. With a pig weighing at least 300 pounds, that amounted to over 30 yuan, equivalent to a month's salary for Wang Xiaolan. Naturally, she was keen to pursue the opportunity. Gao Haixing squinted, seemingly ignoring her words. You should go back. There is nothing more to discuss. Wang Xiaolan felt anxious again. But Jianguo chuckled, addressing Xiaolan. Xiaolan, I need to speak with Manager Gao privately. Please wait for me by the door. A private conversation? What is this about? Wang Xiaolan was genuinely puzzled, as Jianguo gestured for her to leave, turning back to Gao Haixing. Manager Gao, do you have reservations? Jianguo directly sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette for himself. If he wished to avoid secondhand smoke, he had no choice but to smoke himself. As he inhaled and exhaled the smoke, his attire and affluent demeanor left Gao Haixing somewhat uncertain. From Wang Xiaolan's accounts, it was said that Jianguo hailed from the countryside, visiting relatives. Yet, could such a relative easily procure pork from the rural areas? This appeared to be a speculative venture, akin to a middleman's dealings. Naturally, doubts lingered. Manager Gao, we are in the era of reform and opening up. Nowadays, the black market price for pork has surged to 150 per pound. However, you would need to procure it at 8 yuan per pound. Is that a favorable price? Gao Haixing scrutinized Jianguo. Cheap goods are seldom of good quality. Who says that? I can offer it for at least 1 yuan. What? Gao Haixing was taken aback by Jianguo's claim that pork sourced from the countryside would sell to the restaurant for 1 yuan. Wasn't he that absurd? How could Gao Haixing procure such pork? You may leave now, and do so promptly. He was unwilling to waste further time with Jianguo, who appeared rather dubious. Chapter 44. Successfully breaking in. Jianguo remained unperturbed, continuing to smoke. You get what you pay for. This is authentic rural pork, raised on purely organic feed. Far superior to the pigs fed with commercial feed in the city. Manager Gao, are you familiar with the concept of pure organic? In this era, food is purely organic, devoid of any additives. Naturally, Gao Haixing had never heard of pure green before. He merely squinted at Yi Jianguo's words. Pork is both healthy and delectable, and consequently, the price is elevated. Manager Gao considers the welfare of his customers and the development of the restaurant. Who wouldn't he desire to use quality products? Moreover, Manager Gao stands to gain substantial rewards. I can offer a rebate. As for the pork rebate, this amount. Old hand Yu Jianguo nonchalantly raised 3 fingers, indicating that for every kilogram of pork, Gao Haixing would receive a rebate of 30 cents. For a single pig, Gao Haixing could earn nearly 100 yuan in commission. What if it were 10 pigs? That would amount to over 1,000 yuan. Gao Haixing was utterly stunned. He had never encountered such business dealings before. A rebate? What kind of business is this? Isn't this essentially bribery? Yet, this method brought immense comfort to Gao Haixing's heart. Indeed, a rebate. The pork rebate is for the sake of the restaurant. Comrade Xiaoyi, did you just mention pure green? Anyone capable of being a purchasing manager is undoubtedly astute. Gao Haixing, though somewhat reserved in conversation, was quite clever and understood that the pure green pork Yi Jianguo referred to was for a reason. Pure green pork, like the rustic eggs, naturally also includes rustic pork. Manager Gao, rest assured, all the paperwork from the village is in order. Furthermore, this time, there will be at least 10 pigs. What? Gao Haixing's cigarette fell from his hand. Just as he was about to retrieve it, Yi Jianguo suddenly appeared before him, smoothly offering a cigarette. Before Gao Haixing could react, another cigarette had already materialized between his fingers. Yi Jianguo even produced a lighter from his pocket, not matches, but a genuine silver lighter, recently purchased at the market for 8 yuan. Who among ordinary folk could afford such a lighter? Yi Jianguo lit the cigarette effortlessly, the flame illuminating both their faces. He resembled a devil, enticing Gao Haixing. Brother Gao smoke? Rest assured, with Xiaoling's connections, Yi Jianguo refrained from mentioning Zhao Xiaoli, instead emphasizing Wang Xiaolan. Even if Gao Haixing were aware of Zhao Xiaoli's involvement, he would remain silent. Brother, are you certain? A moment ago he was Comrade Xiaoyi, and now he was brother. Of course. Yi Jianguo chuckled again, leaving the cigarette pack on the table. Gao Haixing covertly observed Yi Jianguo. He was remarkably astute. Coupled with Yi Jianguo's distinguished attire, he clearly appeared to be affluent. Collaborating with such a person alleviated Gao Haixing's financial concerns. In business, presentation is paramount. Not only must one package the product, but one must also present oneself well. A savvy businessman, even without a product, can attract customers and investors solely through eloquence and appearance. This is not deception, it is the essence of commerce. Yi Jianguo's business acumen is undoubtedly ahead of its time in this age. The pork will arrive shortly. Please, Brother Gao, have your staff handle the procurement. Later, I will have Xiaolan manage the rebates. Yi Jianguo deliberately mentioned Xiaolan, but he shook his head at Gao Haixing and said, "You handle it yourself." All right. Yi Jianguo nodded, realizing that even brothers must keep their accounts clear, and Gao Haixing was also wary of Wang Xiaolan discovering how much he earned. Brother, can you still make money? Of course, Yi Jianguo asserted with conviction, noting that he charged Huang Donghai just 50 cents per pound for pork. Even after raising the price for Gao Haixing and Wang Xiaolan, he still made a profit of 10 cents per pound. This modest profit was sufficient. Yi Jianguo did not depend on the pork for wealth. Rather, he was strategizing for Zhao Xiaoli. Additionally, this pork could serve as gifts. In this era, cash was often refused by many, but everyone needed pork. All right, I will arrange it. With Gao Haixing's agreement, Yi Jianguo left the office with a smile. As soon as he stepped out, Gao Haixing eagerly picked up the phone to inform his subordinates that there would be pure green pork arriving shortly, which must be procured at the pre-negotiated price. Wang Xiaolan stood in the corridor, anxiously awaiting Yi Jianguo's return. How did it go, my dear uncle? Wang Xiaolan was genuinely anxious, feeling that her uncle was too far removed and unreliable. All settled, just waiting for the pork to arrive. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaolan felt assured. You're impressive, Jianguo. Shall I treat you to a meal later? Wang Xiaolan believed that having such a business relationship with Yi Jianguo made them friends, and she wished to invite him to dinner. We'll talk about it later. Actually, it was Xiaoli who asked me to look after you. She quite likes you. Really? Manager Zhao has been so kind to me. Wang Xiaolan was deeply touched and felt as if she must regard Zhao Xiaoli as her own sister. Yi Jianguo chuckled, finding her easy to please. At noon, 8 tricycles parked by the roadside. Accountant 1 rubbed his hands together, sitting on a tricycle, nearly frozen. This time, 12 pigs were transported. The pork had been cut, the blood frozen, and the heads separately packed into tricycles. Accountant Wan, I'm freezing. Who is this person? Are they trying to deceive us? The villagers who raised pigs stomped their feet, having ridden a long way, feeling both exhausted and hungry. Without the village heads and brigade's approval, they would not dare to sell the pork privately. The pork on the tricycles was covered with cloth to prevent others from noticing. It must be this restaurant. Let me check. Accountant Wan attempted to enter the restaurant, but spotted Jianguo walking out, waving at him. One did not recognize him at first due to Jianguo's fine attire. Accountant Wan. Jianguo called out, prompting Wan to turn his gaze. Wait, is that Yi Laosan? My goodness, he has truly prospered. Everyone realized that Jianguo had received a bonus of 500 yuan, and he was indeed thriving. Chapter 45, Truly Prosperous Old Third. You have really struck it rich. How much is this outfit worth? Villagers gathered around, rubbing their hands together, watching as Jianguo puffed out smoke. It's not much. Thank you all for your hard work. Jianguo spoke, and one of the men in his 30s, with a cold demeanor, retorted curtly, Jianguo, spare me your nonsense. I have a pig to butcher, weighing 362 pounds, and I must see the money before I can hand it over to you. Jianguo glanced over and immediately recognized Han Gui, a member of the village's joint defense team and a lackey of Yi Jinshan. With Yi Jinshan now incarcerated, Han Gui harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Jianguo. Rest assured, the money will be exact, Jianguo replied. If you are unwilling to sell, you may leave now. Business is a matter of mutual consent. He was not begging Han Gui to sell him pork. Are you joking? I've already slaughtered my pigs. If it weren't for the village chief's insistence, do you think I would willingly sell to you? Han Gui fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Jianguo. However, just as Han Gui extended his hand, a figure emerged unexpectedly from behind Jianguo. This person raised a hand, and a dark golden dagger suddenly appeared beneath Han Gui's throat, its sharp edge gleaming ominously. The fierce gaze of the man, known as Lao Dao, resembled that of a predator, coldly scrutinizing Han Gui. The latter's body stiffened, and the other villagers were left in a state of shock. The sudden appearance of the man in black had rendered them all speechless. Apologize, Lao Dao intoned frostily, the chill emanating from the blade causing Han Gui to tremble once more. What are you doing? Han Gui stammered, but Lao Dao remained unyielding. Apologize to my boss. Otherwise, you will meet your end. Han Gui was utterly bewildered. Who was this boss? The others looked on in astonishment, but to their surprise, Jianguo raised a hand and cleared his throat. Lao Dao? This is one of my villagers. Once Jianguo uttered those words, everyone comprehended that the boss referred to by Lao Dao was indeed Jianguo. The third son of the Yi family had truly transformed. He was now affluent and had formidable allies. This individual radiated an aura of intimidation that made the common folk hesitant to act against him. Apologize, Lao Dao reiterated, and Han Gui, trembling, turned to Jianguo and said, I'm sorry, brother Jianguo. I was wrong. Han Gui had capitulated. Jianguo approached, internally reveling in amusement. Lao Dao truly was impressive. He was worth every penny as a bodyguard. Jianguo's heart soared with joy, and he turned to Lao Dao, saying, put the knife away. There is no need for such theatrics. We wouldn't want to frighten my fellow villagers unnecessarily. He maintained a facade of decorum, displaying both a gentle and authoritative demeanor. Lao Dao sheathed his dagger, his attire billowing as the dark golden blade vanished in an instant. He turned to stand behind Jianguo, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd once more. Please, do not take offense, Jianguo said, once again wearing a warm smile that nonetheless exuded authority. Han Gui was now thoroughly cowed and could only cast a pained glance at Accountant Wan. Wan cursed Han Gui internally for his arrogance. Third brother, I trust you. What do you suggest we do? There are people waiting at the back door of the restaurant. Everyone, follow me. 10 pigs will be left here. The rest will be loaded onto a vehicle. I've also purchased this tricycle. Jianguo's words left the crowd in stunned silence. A pedal-powered tricycle was worth little more than 100 yuan. Jianguo generously offered 200 yuan, much to the delight of the villagers. Let us go. With such a magnanimous gesture, the crowd hopped onto their tricycles and made their way to the back entrance. Awaiting them, there were a purchasing agent and the head chef. What kind of green pork is this? I've never heard of it. Perhaps it's old clumsy pig, the head chef remarked. Having spent some time in the countryside and knowing a bit about the situation, such a number of vehicles? Upon seeing the tricycles, they approached directly. Are you Jianguo? Manager Gao informed me that this is entirely organic and priced quite high. That would be 1 yuan per gene, Jianguo replied, leaving the purchasing agent momentarily speechless. ISNT at 1 yuan. The agent's eyes widened as Jianguo pulled out a box of cigarettes and handed it to him. Without slaughtering, this price is acceptable. It's already been processed. I've discussed everything with Manager Gao. Jianguo was merely playing tricks. He had already deduced that Gao Haixing had instructed the purchasing agent to ensure they bought it. The agent would not dare to question further regarding the price. An adept salesperson knows to adjust prices at critical moments. One must seize the opportunity to gain an advantage. After receiving the money, just as the purchasing agent was about to say something again, Jianguo lowered his voice. I've reserved some fine pork for the two of you, right over there. The purchasing agent and the head chef turned to see 2 large pig legs resting on a tricycle seat. All right, let us sign the contract, and I'll fetch the money from finance. Old Dan, weigh it. No problem. Upon seeing the pork, both men brightened. Those 2 pig legs were more than sufficient for 2 families to celebrate the new year. The villagers looked on from a distance. They did not approach, as Jianguo had instructed them to stay back to keep the price a secret. Watching the chef weigh the meat, they were all fixated on the scale, anxious about any discrepancies. After over 2 hours, the pork was finally prepared. Jianguo took a stack of money and handed it directly to Accountant Wan. Count this. Including the advance for the village head, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Accountant Wan rubbed his hands together to warm them up and began counting the cash. Everyone was watching intently, eagerly anticipating the outcome. No problem. Lao San, the tricycle is yours. We shall head back now. Let us return, and after the new year, I must make another trip to the village. You truly possess remarkable skills. You should have distanced yourself from the Yi family long ago. They are nothing but trouble. Accountant Wan, in his attempt to commend Jianguo, naturally disparaged the Yi family. Jianguo merely smiled. He had no intention of criticizing the Yi family, as he had long since chosen to ignore them. Chapter 46. Pork and networking inside the restaurant. As customers arrived, Wang Xiaoling was all smiles. She even took the initiative to serve, particularly showing great courtesy towards Zhao Xiaoli. Manager Zhao, let me handle this. I'll go to the kitchen. Zhao Xiaoli looked on in confusion at Wang Xiaoling's bustling activity. With such a work ethic, she turned to glance out the window to the west. Aunt Xiaoli, what is the matter? Yi Xiaoling, who had been sitting behind the counter playing with a Rubik's Cube, also subtly observed Zhao Xiaoli, who seemed somewhat distracted. I was just wondering if the sun was rising from the west today. That is impossible. Yi Xiaoling shook her head resolutely, her voice sweet and childlike. Xiaoling, I'm well aware, Zhao Xiaoli chuckled, only to notice Lao Dao appearing beside her. Young miss, the boss has asked me to escort you home, Lao Dao said softly. Yet, Yi Xiaoling remained seated, shaking her head. I am not a young lady. My father instructed you to call me Xiaoling. If you don't say it, I want to leave. How could you Xiaoling be a young lady? She was merely a child from the countryside. Lao Dao paused, a flicker of inner conflict appearing on his typically stern face. Xiaoling, let us depart. He still addressed her as Xiaoling. Yi Xiaoling jumped off her chair, donning her hat and gloves, her movements reminiscent of a playful bear cub. Zhao Xiaoli offered to assist, but Yi Xiaoling declined. Auntie, I'm leaving. But why are you two heading back so early? Zhao Xiaoli thought Jianguo would accompany her after work. Lao Dao looked at Zhao Xiaoli and gently replied, We are going home to deliver pork. Pork? Zhao Xiaoli was taken aback, but then observed Yi Xiaoling reaching out to tug at Lao Dao's sleeve. Lao Dao nodded and coldly led Yi Xiaoling out of the restaurant. As the door swung open, a chill wind rushed in. The sight of the duo, one large and one small, deepened Zhao Xiaoli's bewilderment. The child was understanding, yet Lao Dao was remarkably aloof. What a peculiar combination. Where's Jianguo? Zhao Xiaoli sought Jianguo, only to see him entering through the back door, waving at Wang Xiaoling, who hurried towards him like a swift swallow. Jianguo had just exited Gao Haixing's office, having settled the rebate payment, which had endeared him to Gao as a brother. All sold. Wang Xiaoling beamed, brimming with anticipation. Yes, 10 pigs. Here is your money. Jianguo produced a thick wad of cash, which was a sight Wang Xiaoling had never encountered before. Is it all mine? Of course, a pleasant collaboration. Wonderful. Wang Xiaoling seized the money and immediately began to count it before Jianguo cautioned softly. Not here. It's unwise to be seen. Understood. She replied hastily, stowing the money away while keeping a vigilant eye on her surroundings, fearful of being spotted by colleagues. I'm off. Wait. When will the next batch of pork arrive? Wang Xiaolan, feeling a bit greedy, inquired about the subsequent delivery. If pork were to be delivered monthly, she felt she would strike it rich. Jianguo smiled slightly, responding, a steady stream, it cannot be daily. There should be another batch before the new year. All right, I'll heed your words. Wang Xiaolan nodded, now inclined to follow Jianguo's lead. As Jianguo stepped outside, he caught sight of Zhao Xiaoli's forlorn expression. She couldn't grasp why he acted thus. Working overtime today? Jianguo approached Zhao Xiaoli, who shook her head, hesitating to speak. Let us discuss it at home. I'll head out now. Where are you going? Zhao Xiaoli asked anxiously, unsure of Jianguo's intentions. Jianguo offered no explanation, stepping out of the restaurant, where several bags were placed on the back of his bicycle. Jianguo rode his bicycle to the Education Bureau building. At this time, some people had already begun to leave work. Standing at the entrance, he spotted Section Chief Lin Dong, wrapped in a leather coat, hunching his neck as he prepared to depart. Chief Lin, Jianguo called out, startling Lin Dong, who glanced around. Who are you? Lin Dong did not recognize Jianguo, but Jianguo smiled and replied, my surname is Yi. Last time, I troubled you with the registration of the formula and trademark. Recognition dawned on Lin Dong, who then scrutinized Jianguo. It had only been a few days since they last met, and Jianguo's attire had changed so drastically. Chief Lin, it's time to clock out, isn't it? I brought some local specialties from home for you. Jianguo presented a bag of pork to Lin Dong. Upon seeing the black plastic bag, Lin Dong quickly waved his hands. He could not accept gifts, as it would be a breach of conduct. However, in the next moment, Jianguo gently added, it's homemade pork. With the new year approaching, it would be a treat for his family. Lin Dong's eyes lit up at the mention of pork. The market was out of pork, and even with meat tickets, it was impossible to procure any. Just when he was troubled about where to find pork, Jianguo had brought it to him, pork from his own home. You must accept it. I have more than just this for you. Jianguo gestured to several bags behind him. Comrade Yi, I truly appreciate your kindness. You are wondering about the registration process, right? Rest assured, everything has been submitted without any issues. There is no need for such gestures. Lin Dong remained polite, but Jianguo smiled again, saying, I trust you, Chief Lin. I want to keep you from your evening. Jianguo stepped back, and Lin Dong nodded in gratitude, feeling a warmth in his heart as he took a bag of pork. This bag contained nearly 10 pounds of meat, ample for the Lin family to celebrate the new year. After Lin Dong left, Jianguo continued to wait at the entrance. Feng Mu also finished work, and the others had departed. As Feng Mu stepped out, he noticed Jianguo standing there. Comrade, it's time to leave. Come back tomorrow, Feng Mu reminded him, but Jianguo approached him proactively. Comrade Feng, I am Jianguo. Feng Mu was taken aback as Jianguo placed the pork at his feet. I brought pork from the village. Keep it for yourself. What? Feng Mu was about to inquire further, but Jianguo had already mounted his bicycle. Comrade Yi, I really can't accept this. Why not? It's a local specialty. In a few days, I will come to you for the registration again. Feng Mu looked at Jianguo in astonishment as he pedaled away. Chapter 47. Blocked again. Jianguo rode his bicycle, intending to pick up Zhao Xiaoli after her shift, but as he turned a corner, a crown car unexpectedly appeared. The car headed straight towards Jianguo. The two-lane road was blocked in front of him. Jianguo hastily applied the brakes and even leapt off his bicycle. What is wrong with them? Jianguo was instantly furious. Had he not reacted swiftly, his bicycle would have collided with the sedan. After all, he had just started to earn some money. Would he now have to compensate for a luxury car? No, this was absurd. He was the one riding a bicycle. A member of the vulnerable group. Shouldn't he be exempt from liability in this scenario? Was this car deliberately blocking him? Jianguo regained his composure and turned his gaze towards the crown vehicle. From the passenger seat emerged an individual clad in a black cotton coat, adorned with a leather cap, his face marked by a scar. The man gestured towards Jianguo and inquired, Brother, what is your surname? Jianguo regarded the man but offered no response, instead directing his attention to the back seat. In this era, it was uncommon for vehicles to have tinted windows. Inside the rear sat a middle-aged gentleman. His hair was streaked with gray, and he held a jade-green cigarette holder from which a cigarette protruded. A pocket watch chain hung prominently across his chest. The middle-aged man appeared gaunt, exuding an aura of foreboding. Hey, I'm talking to you. The scar-faced man shouted at Jianguo. Finally, Jianguo lifted his gaze to meet the scarred man's eyes and replied coolly, My surname is of no concern to you. If you have business with me, have the one who can make decisions speak. The scar-faced man chuckled, pointing at Jianguo. Do you know who I am? Jianguo raised an eyebrow and replied indifferently. Your identity bears no significance to me. I am not inclined to converse now. Jianguo gripped the bicycle handle, preparing to circumvent the vehicle. Damn, kid, this is the car of Fourth Master. I am Xiaowu, the man declared. Xiaowu was known in the underworld as the Heavenly Hand. He had trained in martial arts and had once been part of a free-fighting team. But a serious incident had nearly landed him in prison. Thanks to the connections of Fourth Master Xiao, Xiaowu left the fighting team and became a subordinate of the Fourth Master. Although sharing the same surname, he had no familial ties to the Fourth Master. Yet he gradually became one of his most trusted confidants. In the underworld, Xiaowu was also recognized as a skilled practitioner of the dual red flower staves. Fourth Master Xiao, a formidable figure in the underworld, ruled over Mulan County. Upon revealing his name, Xiaowu assumed it would intimidate Jianguo. I don't know you. Jianguo genuinely replied, as he was not from Mulan County. Stop right there. Xiaowu swiftly positioned himself before Jianguo, ready to take action, but was interrupted by a calm voice from within the car. Come back. Fourth Master Xiao, seated inside, had already rolled down the window. The warm air escaping from the vehicle distorted the contours of his face. Yes, Xiaowu promptly returned, and Fourth Master Xiao subtly regarded Jianguo. Do you possess a hundredfold dagger? He asked directly. Upon hearing this, Jianguo realized the gravity of the situation. When you, that scoundrel, has he betrayed me? It seems I have drawn the attention of those from the underworld, Jianguo contemplated, casting another glance at Fourth Master Xiao. Whether I have it or not. I have no intention of selling. I have no time for your idle chatter. If you dare impede my path again, I will contact the criminal police team, Zhou Qilin. Jianguo remained composed, unflinching as he regarded Fourth Master Xiao. You know the criminal police? Fourth Master Xiao chuckled, and Xiaowu, standing beside him, joined in the laughter. The public security is insignificant. In Mulan County, Fourth Master is the true authority. Kid, I advise you to think carefully. Fourth Master has taken an interest in your dagger. Rest assured, you will be compensated. As Xiaowu concluded his statement, Jianguo pressed the car's bell. The crisp chime of the bicycle bell attracted the attention of passers-by, who turned to observe the scene. Upon recognizing the crowned vehicle, they paused momentarily, then quickly averted their gazes and departed hastily. Any local resident would undoubtedly understand that this crowned vehicle belonged to Fourth Master. In Mulan County, Fourth Master reigned supreme. Xiaowu, filled with pride, noticed that Jianguo remained unperturbed, glancing back one last time at Zhao Si. I'm afraid I cannot sell it. Zhao Si responded coolly after another look at Jianguo. We are both men of the world, and this is a matter of our realm. I have a fondness for the dagger you possess. Although a gentleman does not deprive others of their pleasures, I am willing to offer you compensation. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I can resolve it within Mulan County. Zhao Si was quite forthright. He sought to acquire the dagger with urgency upon meeting Jianguo. I have already stated, it is not for sale. Jianguo retorted, attempting to depart once more. Xiaowu instinctively moved to block his path, yet turned to Zhao Si and cautioned, Young man, you must comprehend the peril of possessing something precious. I grant you a day to ponder your decision. Should you come to a conclusion, find me at Baiwa Tower. After Zhao Si concluded his remarks, he signaled for Xiaowu to enter the vehicle. Xiaowu cast a disdainful glare at Jianguo, brusquely admonishing, Do not overestimate yourself, assuming you are some esteemed treasure seeker. Those who scour the mountains are often met with misfortune. It would be wise for you to contemplate your predicament, should the treasure seekers vanish. It signifies danger in the mountains or an encounter with others of our ilk, potentially leading to your demise. Xiaowu was insinuating that Jianguo's life was firmly within his grasp as long as he remained in Mulan County. And do not think of fleeing. You reside in Wazi Hutong, do you not? Xiaowu's chilling smile returned, causing Jianguo's brows to furrow in concern. Watching the vehicle depart, Jianguo's expression hardened. Truly, the possession of something valuable brings forth danger. It appears I must tread carefully. Zhao Si, how could Jianguo possibly know of him? He swiftly altered his course, heading towards Peijing Hall. Jianguo was a man who repays kindness and harbors grudges. With the old knife at home, he felt no trepidation. His immediate concern was to discern the true nature of Zhao Si. Chapter 48. Hidden Crisis. Sir, you have returned. The attendant greeted Jianguo with a beaming smile upon his entrance. Jianguo nodded, aware that Wen Yu was present. He proceeded directly into the room, instructing the attendant. I have significant business to discuss. Please do not enter. Understood. The attendant responded cheerfully, respecting the unspoken understanding that Jianguo was a valued client. As per Wen Yu's discreet communication, upon entering, Jianguo found Wen Yu packing up, preparing to close for the day. Without a word, Jianguo firmly shut the door behind him. Wen Yu raised an eyebrow in confusion upon seeing Jianguo. Brother, what brings you here? Before he could finish his sentence, Jianguo produced a pristine dagger and hurled it across the room, embedding it into Wen Yu's desk. The fine Haiqing wood was pierced effortlessly. Startled, Wen Yu was about to speak when Jianguo advanced toward him, seizing his head and forcefully slamming it onto the desk, the blade's edge hovering perilously close to his nose. Boss Wen, did you summon me? A summons is merely code. Jianguo feigned the demeanor of a man of the world, his gaze menacingly intense. Brother, please, do not act rashly. What on earth is happening? Wen Yu was in a state of panic, acutely aware of Jianguo's fury. Jianguo seized Wen Yu by the head and coldly remarked, Do you not desire the 100-breaking dagger? It is not my wish. There has been a misunderstanding. It must be Fourth Master seeking you, am I right? Brother, allow me to explain. We are all under Fourth Master's command here in Mulan County. He has a penchant for collecting such items. No, it is his associates who do. Brother, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely relayed the information to Fourth Master, and this matter bears no relation to me. No relation? Jianguo grasped the Qinggang dagger, its sharpness evident as it plunged into the desk as effortlessly as into wood. Jianguo mused that if he were to loosen his grip, the dagger would easily penetrate flesh through the force of gravity alone. I was only informing Fourth Master. Wen Yu shouted once more, hoping his subordinates outside would hear and promptly relay the message. In Mulan County, there were those who specifically protected Pizatang. Zhao Si was the local underworld overlord, was he not? Indeed. Wen Yu nodded eagerly, unwilling to conceal the truth. Who stands behind Zhao Si? I cannot disclose that. Wen Yu's eyes darted, fear preventing him from speaking. Enough with the trivialities. Clang. The Qinggang dagger fell freely, grazing Wen Yu's cheek and embedding itself into the table. He felt a chill on his face, blood already trickling down. Ah, it is Uncle Jiao. Uncle Jiao is in Ice City. Wen Yu exclaimed, divulging the identity of Zhao Si's benefactor. The enigmatic Uncle Jiao remained a mystery to him, merely a name, a legendary figure in the underworld. Zhao Si had a penchant for collecting antiques and treasures, most of which were intended for Uncle Jiao. The 100-breaking dagger was said to be among Uncle Jiao's possessions. Uncle Jiao had a particular fondness for the 100-breaking dagger, hoping to gather the Qi-gang, Yangwen, and Long Yin. Jianguo released his grip on Wen Yu, observing the latter's distressed expression, too fearful to meet his gaze. Is Baiwa Tower under Fourth Master's control? You know of Baiwa Tower? Wen Yu asked, astonished that a treasure seeker like Jianguo was aware of it, questioning him nonetheless. Indeed, Baiwa Tower is part of Fourth Master's domain. The first floor serves as a tea house, while the second operates as a pawn shop. Those in the underworld can acquire various intelligence there. Fourth Master's men also maintain a presence at Baiwa Tower. Individuals from all walks of life, including the lowest echelons, must heed Fourth Master's authority. Young brother, Fourth Master would willingly pay for the 100-breaking dagger. You should sell it. Fourth Master is a man of honor in the underworld. Wen Yu attempted to reason with Jianguo, but Jianguo retorted icily, that is robbery. If one truly comprehended the rules of the underworld, they would not behave this way. Wen Yu fell silent, yet his eyes were still shifting. Boss Wen, you run a medical clinic, not a broker's office. Mind your tongue. Or else. Jianguo scoffed, gesturing towards the outside. The state is currently cracking down. You have no understanding. Wen Yu lowered his head, muttering under his breath. What do you not understand? Jianguo happened to open the door, just as Wen Yu spoke. I do not comprehend Fourth Master's influence. The crackdown cannot possibly compete with Fourth Master's power. Those above him are entities beyond our reach. In this world, both darkness and light coexist. Wen Yu gradually lifted his head, and to his surprise, he smiled at Jianguo. At that moment, Wen Yu understood that Jianguo would not harm him. Indeed, where there is darkness, there is light. However, I am not a treasure hunter. What? Wen Yu was taken aback. Jianguo was not a treasure hunter? I am not a wanderer either. Jianguo offered a mysterious smile to Wen Yu and calmly stated, the rules of the underworld hold no sway over me. I have no desire to sell, Even the mightiest cannot compel me. After speaking, Jianguo unlocked the door and walked out. Within the confines of the room, Wen Yu was left dumbfounded. Not a wanderer? Not adhering to the rules of the underworld? Had he misjudged? Was this fellow planning to flee? A shiver ran through Wen Yu as he reached for his phone, only to ultimately abandon the idea. He recalled that he had betrayed Uncle Gio. If Fourth Master were to find out, he would face dire consequences. I mustn't speak of it. He has never been here. Gritting his teeth, Wen Yu quickly lowered his head, grabbed his bag, and departed. He resolved not to return to Pizatang for the next few days. He intended to hide at home for a while. Outside the restaurant, Zhao Xiaoli was shivering in the cold, her breath visible in the frosty air as she awaited Yu Jianguo's arrival. Having finished work, why had Yu Jianguo not appeared yet? At last, she spotted a bicycle at the intersection. Yu Jianguo was riding a 2/8 model, arriving fashionably late. Chapter 49. The Feast of Pork at Sun Hua's home. He was busy tending to the stove, his face alight with joy as he gazed at a basin of pork. Lao Dao and Yi Xiaoling had returned, placing a portion of the pork in their rented room. Half a pig was directly gifted to Sun Hua. He was taken aback, for in these times, one could scarcely procure meat with ration coupons, yet Yi Jianguo had brought some. Goodness, where did this come from? Sun Hua felt a twinge of nervousness. But Yi Xiaoling chirped sweetly, Grandma, Daddy bought it from the village. This half-pig is to thank you and Andy. Tonight, we shall feast on meat. Yi Xiaoling licked her fingers, her wide eyes fixated on the pork. The thoughts of a child are simple. With pork at hand, the desire to eat it is undeniable. In this era, anyone who lacks sufficient sustenance cannot help but be captivated by the sight of pork. What is there to thank? Lao Dao, is this truly for me? Sun Hua glanced at Lao Dao again, who stood at the doorway, merely nodding in affirmation. With the adult's approval, Sun Hua felt at ease. Tonight, they would prepare pork stew with vermicelli and hearty bones. Boiling water was poured into the pot, and the bones were added. As the water heated, blood froth escaped from the bones, which Sun Hua diligently skimmed off with a spoon. In another pot, large chunks of fatty meat were placed. The rustic pork, with its thick layer of fat, promised a delightful flavor. Despite its richness, it was a taste that could not be found in the feedlot pork. The fatty meat was blanched, releasing froth once again. Afterward, the fatty meat was returned to the pot, with a splash of clear water added. This method would render the lard to a pristine white. Yi Xiaoling squatted by the stove, assisting Sun Hua in peeling garlic, for they needed to prepare garlic sauce to accompany the meat and bones. Using her tiny teeth, Yi Xiaoling bit into the garlic. At that moment, Lao Dao crouched down, picked up a clove of garlic, and with a gentle rub, the skin fell away. Wow! Yi Xiaoling gazed up at Old Knife with admiration, her eyes filled with reverence. Old Knife's expression remained stern, though his gaze softened. Spicy, he exclaimed, directing a single word at Yi Xiaoling. The child had a penchant for biting into garlic. Not spicy, she retorted, recalling how her grandmother would deny her meals, compelling her to pilfer garlic instead. Old Knife's eyes sharpened at her admission. Where's your father? He inquired. My dad ventures into the mountains for goods, while my mother toils in the fields. It's just my grandmother at home, who refuses to feed me. As Yi Xiaoling reminisced about her past, tears welled up in her eyes once more. Does your father know? No, my grandmother forbids me from speaking of it. Even when my mother went to the capital, my grandmother intended to sell me. Yi Xiaoling divulged her plight to Old Knife, who clenched his fists tightly upon hearing her story. Damn it! His gaze turned fierce. Yes, grandmother was truly despicable. What did you say? Yi Xiaoling, unable to catch his words, looked up at him again. He nodded firmly, declaring, from now on, I shall protect you. Yes, my father said that when he's not around, I should listen to you. Yi Xiaoling responded obediently, and Old Knife, reflecting on how much trust Yi Jianguo placed in him, felt a sense of responsibility. Old Knife said little more as, at that moment, the fat in the frying pan began to render. The meat transformed into a delectable dish, and Sun Hua ladled it onto a plate, sprinkling it with pepper and salt before offering it to Yi Xiaoling. Eat first. Grandmother, you eat. Yi Xiaoling insisted, extending her hand to offer the first bite to her grandmother. My little Ling, you are truly too good. Sun Hua affectionately ruffled Yi Xiaoling's hair, marveling at how such a delightful child could have a grandmother so cruel. How wicked. It makes me furious. Sun Hua had overheard the conversation and felt genuine sympathy for Yi Xiaoling. After watching Sun Hua finish, Yi Xiaoling picked up another piece and offered it to Old Knife. Grandpa, eat. I'm not hungry. Old Knife could go 3 days without food or devour 10 buns in one sitting. Since joining Jianguo, he had been well fed and clothed, and thus had no desire to take food from a child. As Xiaoling savored the meat, her eyes squinted in delight. So delicious. Sun Hua ladled out lard, adding yellow beans to the mix. Grandmother, why add yellow beans? She asked. Hiki, that's a secret. The lard can be stored for a long time and remains very white. When you grow up, you must learn to do this as well. MHM. Xiaoling nodded, her face radiant with happiness as Sun Hua prepared the lard. Being able to eat a full meal and enjoy meat was the greatest joy of this era. They're late. I'll go check, Old Knife declared, rising to his feet. Jianguo and Zhao Xiaoli had not yet returned, and he felt compelled to ascertain their whereabouts. It's fine. They'll be back shortly, Sun Hua reassured him, considering that perhaps her daughter wished to converse a bit longer with Jianguo. While Sun Hua did not support her daughter's affection for him, she held a deep gratitude for Jianguo as a person. Old Knife, however, was undeterred, standing at the door and gazing down the alley. Finally, Jianguo and Zhao Xiaoli appeared at the alley's entrance on their bicycles. Old Knife's expression darkened as he sensed a lingering aura of menace surrounding Jianguo. What brings you here? Zhao Xiaoli asked, surprised to see Old Knife, who stood at the entrance like a guardian deity. The bones are ready. Old Dao remarked this, clearly attempting to divert Zhao Xiaoli's attention. Stewing bones? The festival has not yet arrived. Zhao Xiaoli pushed the cart, hurrying into the courtyard. Jianguo nodded at Old Dao, intending to enter the courtyard as well. Boss, have you encountered trouble? Jianguo looked at Old Dao in confusion, wondering how he knew without him saying anything. Let us discuss inside. All right. Old Dao nodded, seizing the cart handle, insisting on pushing it for Jianguo. Jianguo had no objections. After all, Old Dao was his personal bodyguard. Having paid for the service, he felt justified in accepting it. Upon entering the courtyard, a delicious aroma of meat wafted through the air, causing Jianguo to pat his stomach. So delightful. As he stepped inside, he saw Zhao Xiaoli cradling Xiaoling, both gazing into the large pot of bones. In another pot, pork was being stewed with vermicelli again. With the addition of cabbage and frozen tofu, the flavors were exquisite. Sun Hua was crushing garlic, observing the return of everyone. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner will be served soon. Jianguo, Ani truly admires you for procuring so much pork. It's nothing. Just a festive occasion. Jianguo said no more, heading to the inner room to change out of his outer garments. Old Dao appeared before him again, lowering his voice to inquire, what's the matter? Jianguo, lounging on the Kong, stretched lazily, causing a Qi-gang dagger to fall from his waist. Old Dao's gaze narrowed as he caught sight of it. The 100 cuts dagger? You recognize it? Jianguo looked at Old Dao in surprise, realizing he was familiar with the weapon due to his martial prowess. Qi-gang. Old Dao observed the dagger but refrained from moving, as it belonged to his boss. Yes. I acquired it from a poacher. Someone has set their sights on it and attempted to forcibly purchase it from me. Old Dao, I will handle it. Chapter 50. By Wat Tower, however, Old Dao shook his head, stating, anyone who covets this dagger must be a person of the Jianguo. Am I correct? Jianguo was taken aback, then nodded. Indeed, from Mulan County, 4th Master. Is it him? Upon hearing this, Old Dao's expression darkened. I will assist you in resolving this matter. However, you will need to increase my fee. The mere mention of additional payment caused Jianguo to involuntarily exclaim, have you been to Hong Kong? What? Old Dao was completely bewildered by Jianguo's meaning. Jianguo widened his eyes, questioning why those who wielded blades often sought more money. How much more? Jianguo asked, as problems solvable with money were no real problems at all. 300. Old Dao stated plainly. Jianguo did not ponder further. He turned to the wardrobe, retrieving 3 stacks of money from Xiaoling's backpack. Is this sufficient? More than enough. Old Dao replied with satisfaction, taking the money and preparing to leave. Wait, are you going to handle this now? Jianguo stopped Old Dao. Old Dao nodded again. We'll have pork tonight. Why the rush? We can leave Mulan County after the new year. Good. Old Dao complied with Jianguo's wishes and exited once more. In Sun Hua's room, a large table had been set up on the Kong. Xiaoling sat cross-legged, and Zhao Xiaoli had removed her outer coat, now donning a red sweater that accentuated her charm. Here they come. Sun Hua presented a pot of braised pork with vermicelli, and as the dish arrived, a fragrant steam rose, enhanced by the deep color of pure, natural soy sauce. Xiaoling's mouth watered once more. But wait, there were also the large bones. Zhao Xiaoli helped her mother by bringing over a platter of big bones. Jianguo, drawn by the enticing aroma, rubbed his hands together and joined in to collect the bowls. Yet, Lao Dao stood still behind Jianguo, steadfastly protecting both Jianguo and Xiaolin. Even within the confines of home, "Let us sit down and dine," someone urged. "I can eat right here on the floor." Lao Dao, refusing to wear slippers, stood barefoot, scooping rice directly into a bowl. Knowing Lao Dao's hearty appetite, Sun Hua prepared an extra pot. "Here, have a piece of the marrow bone." Jianguo offered a chunk to his daughter and also to Lao Dao. "Thank you, Dad," Xiaoling exclaimed, grabbing the bone, which was rich with tendons and lean meat. With one bite, it melted in her mouth, eliciting a blissful squint of her eyes. Zhao Xiaoli delicately took a piece, nibbling cautiously to avoid embarrassment from Jianguo's gaze. After tasting the delectable meat, she found herself unable to resist hastening her pace. Before long, one bone was entirely consumed. "So delicious," Zhao Xiaoli remarked, her hands greasy as she glanced back at the bowl. There was marrow to be extracted, and Sun Hua instructed her daughter. "It's such a waste to leave the marrow in the bone. You can suck it out," Jianguo chimed in, teaching his daughter to crack open the finished bone on the table and quickly suck out the marrow once it was exposed. As the creamy marrow filled her mouth, Xiaoling nodded in delight. Zhao Xiaoli watched, eager to learn. With red lips, Zhao Xiaoli raised her graceful neck, embodying a natural allure that captivated those around her. Yet, Jianguo was too engrossed in his own bone to notice, and neither did Lao Dao, who finished his bone with a decisive snap. The crisp sound drew the attention of everyone present. Lao Dao, still sucking on the marrow, looked curiously at the others. Sun Hua, Zhao Xiaoli, Jianguo, and Xiaoling remained silent, leaving Lao Dao feeling slightly awkward. Just then, Xiaoling unexpectedly offered her bone to Lao Dao. "Uncle, break it. It's easier to eat that way." Surprised for a moment, Lao Dao took the bone, snapped it effortlessly, and handed it back to Xiaoling. The marrow cascaded from the bone, and Xiaoling savored every moment of it. Jianguo extended his bone as well. "Break it." With a furrowed brow, Lao Dao complied, applying force to snap it. Jianguo then began to eat as well. Sun Hua observed Lao Dao and presented her bone. Lao Dao remained silent, but obediently broke the bone apart. After doing so, he glanced at Zhao Xiaoli, who appeared bashful. "Thank you," she said, extending her bone to him. Lao Dao once more broke it, and this time, Jianguo erupted in laughter. His laughter sparked joy in Xiaoling, who also smiled, followed by Sun Hua and Zhao Xiaoli. Lao Dao gazed at the bowl of bones, chuckling. Here was a formidable warrior, using his strength to break bones for others. If this were to be known, it would surely be a source of embarrassment. Yet, Lao Dao found it amusing, for he felt the warmth of family surrounding him. The laughter continued, mingling with the enjoyment of the vermicelli. Years later, as Xiaoling reminisced about the grand feast at the Sun family, she couldn't help but exclaim that the most exquisite pork was savored in Mulan County. Old Dao was truly remarkable. By 8 in the evening, the lights of every household had dimmed. In those times, nightlife was scarce during winter nights. Everyone nestled into bed to sleep, conserving electricity and alleviating hunger. However, Old Dao stepped out of the alley and found Jianguo standing there, smoking and letting out a puff of breath. "Boss, you should head back to sleep. We don't need you." Old Dao urged Jianguo to return. But Jianguo shook his head, insisting, "You go find Zhao Si. I must follow you just in case." "Boss, I am your bodyguard. I've been paid for this duty," marked the first time Old Dao had spoken so extensively. "You are indeed my bodyguard, but your life is your own. I pay for safety, not for your life." Jianguo shot Old Dao a glance, who almost broke into a smile again. "Fine, I will certainly follow. Can't you handle it? I'll just watch." "Is that not sufficient? If you fail to resolve it, I shall resort to my own methods." Jianguo had already devised a plan to ensnare the so-called fourth master, leading to his downfall at the hands of the police. "You have connections and backing, but this is a time of strict enforcement." Jianguo was confident that with evidence, the police would not let Zhao Si slip away. That Zhou Qilin, driven by a sense of justice, would undoubtedly capture him. Upon hearing this, Old Dao nodded again. "Good." He donned his hat, leaving his coat unbuttoned, resembling a cape swaying in the wind. With a cigarette in his mouth and hands tucked into his pockets, Jianguo carried a small warming pouch. With newfound wealth, one naturally must take care to stay warm. He felt no chill as he followed Old Dao, vanishing at the alley's entrance. Chapter 51. Is this your plan? In Mulan County, at the Baiwa building, Most areas were engulfed in darkness, devoid of light. Yet, this street shone brightly with illumination. The two-story structure stood out, while the adjacent shops remained dark. Occasionally, hurried individuals entered the Baiwa building. 3 vehicles were parked at the entrance: Zhao Xi's Crown sedan, a taxi from iCity, and a van. The Baiwa building, despite its name, was not a building filled with flowers. Rather, it was an establishment where patrons were compelled to spend money not for blossoms, but for services rendered. The first floor housed a tea house meant for the underworld, where patrons did not come merely for tea, but to solicit Zhao Xi's assistance. To seek help, one must naturally part with their money. The ability to spend on behalf of many gave rise to the Baiwa building's reputation. The second floor featured a pawnshop capable of accepting various items as collateral. The Baiwa building existed independently within Milan County. As Jianguo appeared on the street, he noticed someone lurking in the shadows, keeping watch even in the depths of winter. Underworld members? Jianguo frowned, glancing back at Old Dao. Old Dao paid no mind to the watcher and strode toward the Baiwa building. Old Dao, how do you plan to resolve this? Jianguo was curious as to how Old Dao intended to handle the situation with Zhao Xi. Old Dao did not look back, casting a glance at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Just go in. What on earth? Jianguo nearly stumbled. How could one simply go in? Was Old Dao jesting? Just as Jianguo pondered this, Old Dao had already appeared at the entrance of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. There were no guards flanking the grand doors, yet behind them, sentinels stood vigilant. The sign of the pavilion was illuminated. Old Dao raised his gaze to the sign and suddenly stepped forward. As he did, he kicked a stone from the ground. Grasping the stone, he hurled it at the sign. Boom! The sign plummeted from above. In the stillness of the night, the resounding noise echoed like distant thunder, traveling far and wide. The occupants within the 100 Flowers Pavilion were taken aback, staring incredulously at the entrance. Jianguo felt similarly astonished. Had Old Dao truly taken action? In the next moment, 8 individuals emerged from the pavilion, all clad in black cotton coats. Hands tucked into their sleeves, their eyes blazing with fury. Who the hell are you? Do you know where this is? You little brats. Some pointed at Old Dao and Jianguo, while others rushed from both sides of the street, encircling them. Jianguo, instinctively, grasped his dagger. Oh my, this is outrageous. Are we really going to fight? I don't belong to this underworld. I merely wish to conduct business and earn a living. Jianguo cursed inwardly, contemplating how arduous this life had become. It would be easier to navigate the scene in Hong Kong, a place familiar to him. Just as Jianguo lamented, Old Dao coldly declared, a challenge. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Old Dao had uttered the term kick the pavilion, a phrase steeped in the vernacular of the underworld. This indicated that the steely man before them intended to challenge the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Who dares to defy the 100 Flowers Pavilion in Milan County? Are you insane? You are nothing. Someone pointed at Old Dao, and in the next instant, Old Dao delivered a powerful kick. The man flew like a cannonball, landing far away. Jianguo rubbed his temples. Old Dao was indeed formidable, but what use was brute strength in this world? One person might be sent flying. Yet there remained over 10 others. Enraged, they surged forward. Sigh. It seemed a confrontation was inevitable. Jianguo could not stand idly by while Old Dao fought alone. He tightened his grip on the dagger, preparing to fight. Just then, Old Dao swiftly raised his hand, revealing a black gold short blade, then executed a sweeping strike. The blade emanated a fierce aura, transforming into an invisible wave of energy that sliced through the air. Much like a scene from a martial arts film, everyone was struck. Their chests splitting open, cotton exploding forth. One by one, they were sent flying, landing on the ground and howling in agony. Jianguo was momentarily stunned. He knew Old Dao was skilled, but he had not anticipated such ferocity unleashed in full force. What use was strength? Perhaps it truly had its merit. Grasping his blade, Old Dao strode directly into the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Jianguo surveyed his surroundings and exhaled a breath of warm air. Let us follow. Jianguo too wished to witness just how formidable Old Dao's prowess truly was. Upon entering the 100 Flowers Pavilion, one would encounter 24 sets of tables and chairs within the tea area on the first floor. Each table bore a distinctive mark. The 7 Stars table was adorned with exquisite tea utensils. Some patrons, holding their cups, turned in astonishment. After all, Old Knife had spoken of the challenge, and the crowd had listened intently. Those of the martial world understood the implications of such a challenge. Old Knife's gaze was icy as he surveyed the room. causing those present to bow their heads in submission under the weight of his cold stare. From the staircase leading to the second floor, footsteps echoed downwards. Jianguo, accompanied by a group, stormed down. Who would dare cause trouble here? Seeking a death wish? Jianguo donned a coat over a black sweater, brandishing a sword, its scabbard entwined with red threads. The others were similarly armed, primarily with blades and swords. Upon descending, Jianguo's eyes immediately fell upon Jianguo. It's you? How dare you challenge us? Jianguo was taken aback to see Jianguo, the treasure hunter, audacious enough to stir trouble at 100 Flowers Pavilion. Such recklessness was astonishing. Jianguo rolled his eyes, about to retort, but he noticed Old Knife striding towards Jianguo. I am here to challenge. This is not a matter for the owner. Let Xiao Si come down. Old Knife's voice was chilling, and Jianguo, witnessing such arrogance, sneered in response. Let Fourth Master come down. Who do you think you are? You will not leave today. Close the doors. Jianguo roared, and the main entrance swiftly descended. Jianguo turned to see that the tea house had indeed lowered its rolling shutter. Such preparation was thorough. Other patrons stood, vacating their seats, resigned to mere spectators. However, many expressed disdain towards Jianguo and Old Knife. Old Knife did not turn back, maintaining his icy demeanor. I will say this one last time, let him come down. Chapter 52. Old Knife's Enigma Get Lost. Neither of you will leave today, especially you. Jianguo pointed his sword at Jianguo, whose expression darkened in response. Given the gravity of the situation, he felt compelled to issue a stern warning. Rest assured, you will not escape either. Jianguo replied coldly, prompting Jianguo to wave his hand. Dispose of him. From behind Jianguo, two men charged forward, wielding cleavers, heading straight for Jianguo. Old Knife stepped forward once more, not drawing his black gold short knife, but instead, his left hand transformed into a blur, striking the two assailants with remarkable speed. Crack! Their sternums caved in, and they fell to their knees. Old Knife delivered a swift kick. Boom! The two men were sent flying, losing consciousness in an instant. Xiao Si, come forth. Old Knife's prowess was undeniable, and Jianguo found himself retreating, realizing he was merely an observer in this confrontation. Jianguo's expression darkened as he regarded Old Knife. A martial artist? Eagle claw technique? Jianguo's gaze locked onto Old Knife. He was undoubtedly a martial practitioner, and not just a superficial one. The onlookers also scrutinized Old Knife's hands. Those capable of mastering the eagle claw technique bore the mark of their training upon their hands. Indeed, Old Knife's hands bore calluses, a testament to frequent sword handling, yet his fingers appeared ordinary, akin to those of an average person. Those who truly cultivate internal martial arts possess unique elixirs that aid in the restoration of their hands while practicing. The saying goes, rich in martial skill, poor in literature. Every martial artist is typically affluent. However, someone like Old Knife, a martial powerhouse without wealth, surely has a tale to tell, as Jianguo surmised. Eagle claw? Jianguo squinted, envisioning Old Knife's backstory. Enough chatter, have him come down, he commanded. Very well. Alone, I shall see your strength. Continue. Jianguo gestured again, and four individuals surged forward. Two wielded knives while the other two brandished swords, positioned in the cardinal directions. These four were also martial artists, employing a combination of skills known as the Four Spirits formation. Yet, just as they surrounded Old Knife, he suddenly vanished. In the air, a series of afterimages appeared, causing the four to be hurled back once more, their chests caving in as they collapsed silently to the ground. Jianguo was astonished, and so were the others. The figure before them, Old Knife, was formidable. I refuse to believe this. Jianguo bellowed, opting to engage with his bare hands. He charged forward, delivering a powerful kick. Old Knife remained stationary, countering with a single punch. His left fist struck Jianguo's foot, unleashing a terrifying force that sent Jianguo reeling backward. Thud, thud, thud. Jianguo landed heavily, causing the tiles beneath him to crack. He staggered back 7 steps before propping himself up with the sword sheath to halt his retreat. Undeterred, Jianguo kicked aside the sheath. The 3-foot blade shimmered like autumn waters. I will end you, he declared, gripping the long sword as he lunged forward. Old Knife stood resolutely, his gaze chillingly cold. As the sword approached, he swiftly shifted his left foot, reversing the grip on his black gold dagger. In a flash, he struck down with incredible speed. The blow was so swift that even Jianguo could scarcely comprehend it. A sharp clang resonated, and a sword blade flew through the air. Zhao Wu's body stiffened, his expression vacant. The others watched in disbelief as Old Knife severed the long sword. My heavens! Who is this person? This is utterly terrifying. It was evident to the discerning eye that Zhao Wu's sword was no ordinary blade. It was undoubtedly an ancient sword, remarkably sharp, capable of slicing through hair. How could Old Knife's seemingly ordinary dagger cleave it so effortlessly? Zhao Wu gazed at Old Knife, his eyes clouded with confusion. In that moment, as Old Knife delivered his strike, the blade's aura grazed Zhao Wu's neck. Slowly, he reached up to touch his throat. Where a thin line of blood had formed, the skin slashed open, crimson seeping forth. Blade aura? You. Zhao Wu trembled with fear. A martial artist capable of manifesting such aura was beyond his capacity to contend with. In this era, could such warriors truly exist? How could this young man possibly summon such a formidable figure? Those with such prowess were typically lords of their own realms. Would they truly accompany treasure seekers? Step aside, or perish. Old Knife's icy gaze bore into Zhao Wu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu began to slowly retreat, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Lao Dao's words rang true. If they refused to yield, he would not hesitate to resort to violence. At that moment, a figure emerged from the second floor. Zhao Si, smoking a water pipe, stood overlooking the crowd, draped in a bear fur coat. His eyes were shrouded in darkness as he gazed at Lao Dao, his expression becoming increasingly intricate. Lao Dao, gripping his black gold dagger, advanced directly towards Zhao Si. As Zhao Wu and the others began to react, Zhao Si interjected, commanding, "Let him come closer." "Yes, fourth master." The crowd retreated, while Zhao Si remained still, scrutinizing Lao Dao. Lao Dao stood below, looking up at Zhao Si. "Do you recognize this?" He raised the black gold dagger, causing Zhao Si's pupils to constrict as realization dawned upon him. "The Peng family from central China? You are the 5 tigers breaking the door blade?" A tremor coursed through Zhao Si's voice, the previously menacing gaze now revealing a hint of trepidation. The others, unaware of the 5 tigers breaking the door blade, could only observe Zhao Si's shock, their expressions darkening as they turned to Lao Dao. "Good, you understand. He is my employer. If you dare to harm him, I will annihilate you," Lao Dao declared coldly. Zhao Si abruptly shifted his gaze to Jianguo, who stood behind Lao Dao, his expression transforming into a sinister smile. This smile sent chills down Zhao Si's spine. To have the protection of the Peng family, a member of the 5 tigers, indicated that Jianguo, the treasure seeker, possessed a formidable background. Such circumstances compelled Zhao Si to exercise caution. "Zhao Si, have you made your choice?" Lao Dao once more grasped the hilt of his dagger, lowering it, his gaze cast downward as a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. Under this oppressive atmosphere, Zhao Si shuddered. "This is all a misunderstanding. Rest assured, how could I possibly target this gentleman?" Chapter 53. Fourth Master retreats upon hearing Zhao Si's words. Lao Dao slowly turned around to face Jianguo. "Boss, are you satisfied?" Jianguo paused for a moment before breaking into laughter again. "Fourth Master," he said to Zhao Si, who was now left speechless. "I am not a man of the martial world." "What?" Zhao Si's expression froze once more at Jianguo's declaration. "We do not interfere with each other's affairs." Jianguo's calm words conveyed to Zhao Si that he was not a part of the underworld. Should a conflict arise, he would resort to other means. It was best for Zhao Si not to provoke him. "Understood." Zhao Si nodded deeply, while inwardly he raged, "What a farce. You are indeed putting on an act. You claim not to be a man of the martial world while enlisting the Peng family's aid? You are truly playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger." Zhao Si swallowed his indignation, fully aware of the Peng family's terrifying reputation. With the martial techniques of the underworld, they dared to confront the great sects of China and emerge victorious. There was a saying in the martial world, "The Peng family produces ruthless individuals." "Boss, shall we take our leave?" Lao Dao inquired once more of Jianguo, who instead turned to Zhao Si and asked, "Fourth Master, may we depart?" "Of course." Zhao Si hastily replied, but Jianguo pointed to the roller shutter door. "Then please open the door. Otherwise, my bodyguard might have to breach it." "This roller shutter door must be quite expensive, isn't it?" Zhao Si gritted his teeth and hastily instructed someone to open the door. When the door swung open, Jianguo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority akin to that of a formidable boss. The others glanced at Lao Dao, then back at Jianguo, finding him even more enigmatic. Lao Dao turned, sheathing his knife, and positioned himself behind Jianguo. While it was Lao Dao who had stormed into the Baiwa building, Now it was Jianguo who led the way. Jianguo offered a faint smile, hands still behind his back as he strode forward. Lao Dao followed suit, but before departing, he tossed out 3 stacks of money, 300 yuan, directly onto the injured individual, signifying his willingness to compensate. Everyone watched the departing figures of Jianguo and Lao Dao, each reflecting a myriad of emotions. Once the two had exited, Zhao Wu turned to Zhao Si and inquired, "Fourth master, are we truly letting them go? Who exactly is he?" Zhao Si shot Zhao Wu a glare and barked at the others, "Get out. Today, our dignity at the Baiwa building has been utterly shattered." At Zhao Si's command, the crowd hastily fled the Baiwa building, each casting a glance at the plaque on the ground, their once cherished legend now lying in ruins. On the second floor, Zhao Wu returned to Zhao Si's side. "Fourth master, we still have men and firearms." Before Zhao Wu could finish, Zhao Si interjected, "That man is from the Peng sect of the Central Plains. We have killed one of their own. If the Peng sect learns of this, it will be a matter of life and death. As long as they are within the country, they will surely find you and seek vengeance." "Peng sect? I have never heard of them," Zhao Wu replied, oblivious to the tale of the 5 tigers breaking the door blade. After the establishment of the Republic, the government had invited renowned martial artists to converge in the capital, including the 6 great sects of the martial world: Wudong, Xiaoling, Amei, Kunlun, Qiqing, Diansong, and Kongdong. Among them, a martial artist from Kunlun, leveraging his connections with authorities, was suspected of engaging in unlawful activities. Despite the presence of so many martial artists, none dared to uphold justice. Most believed the matter had been laid to rest until one individual emerged. Shaking his head, Zhao Si continued, "That individual is a disciple of the Pink sect, wielding the 5 tigers breaking the door blade, and he killed the opponent." This ignited the wrath of the 6 great sections. However, the 5 tigers breaking the door blade was merely associated with the underworld. Who would care? There was no need for official intervention, as they seemed poised to suppress it. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, the Peng sect's members emerged victorious. Ultimately, it was the authorities who intervened, capturing the perpetrators and sentencing them to death. Subsequently, the Peng family fell into disarray. The Peng sect was effectively destroyed. Yet those fragmented members scattered across Huaxia became formidable figures. Zhao Wu listened in stunned silence, incredulous that a single Peng family could dare to challenge the 6 great sections. And what became of them in the end? I cannot say for certain. Over the years, the 6 sects have persisted. Yet the fate of the Peng family remains a mystery. Regardless, we must not provoke that individual. If Zhao Si wishes to survive, he must refrain from any action against him. "Fourth master, but the dagger has already informed Uncle Gio. What will you do?" This remark darkened Zhao Si's expression considerably. Enough. On the long street, devoid of artificial light, only the moonlight illuminated the scene. The moonlight flowed like water, casting elongated shadows of 2 figures that resembled blades across the cobblestones. In the front and back, Jianguo produced a cigarette and offered it to Old Dao. After a moment's contemplation, Old Dao accepted the smoke, not to light it, but rather to place it between his lips, moistening the tobacco. "Old Dao, is your surname Peng?" Jianguo casually inquired, to which Old Dao responded with a subtle hum. "No wonder. A descendant of the Peng clan? Indeed. I understand that life is not easy for your family," Jianguo remarked. The same words carry different meanings when spoken by Old Dao. Finally, Old Dao gazed ahead, acknowledging that the world of martial arts was no more. "Old Dao, focus on being a bodyguard. Your Pink family, didn't you initially serve as escorts and protectors? What of the lowly? Can those who rise from humble beginnings not become formidable? I too stem from the grassroots, having emerged from the countryside, and I refuse to succumb to despair. I shall establish a celestial palace above the heavens. I will tread upon rules and wield power, making it clear that the regulations are not dictated by them, but rather by us, the common folk." Jianguo halted, turning to face Old Dao. Old Dao remained as cold as ever, though his gaze flickered. "Old Dao, let us return home together." Jianguo paused, hoping to stand side by side with Old Dao on the journey home. Old Dao regarded Jianguo, but remained positioned behind him. "You are the boss." Jianguo chuckled, taking a step back. Having fought side by side, they had forged a bond of brotherhood. "Let us go, return home for rest. Xiaoling awaits us." Chapter 54. The disturbance from the second household. A week before New Year's Day, 3 individuals suddenly appeared at the entrance of the supply and marketing hotel, 1 large and 2 small. Han Lihua looked up at the hotel, then turned to his two sons, instructing, "When you see your third uncle, kneel and plead. Understood?" Yi Jianshan had two sons. The elder, Yi Mingrue, was in the second year of junior high, while the younger, Yi Mingchun, was in the 6th grade of elementary school. The incident involving Yi Jianshan had felt like the collapse of their family to Han Lihua. The elderly matriarch was aware of the second son's arrest and had been weeping incessantly, cursing Yi Jianguo daily. What good were curses? Yi Jianshan had been apprehended on-site by the police, caught red-handed, armed and robbing his own brother, earning the disdain of the villagers. As the captain of the joint defense team, Yi Jianshan had not conducted himself well, leaving him with no allies. Han Lihua's pleas bore no fruit. The family, particularly the fourth son, merely watched the spectacle unfold without offering any solutions. This drove Han Lihua to desperation, and ultimately, it was the maternal side that suggested that if Yi Jianguo were to provide a letter of understanding to the police, it was likely that Yi Jianshan would avoid imprisonment. Otherwise, during the crackdown, Yi Jianshan could face life imprisonment. "Mom, my third uncle is so wicked." Yi Mingrue frowned, responding to his mother. The whole family was aware of his uncle's misdeeds. Otherwise, his father would not have been imprisoned. "He is indeed wicked. But we must plead," Han Lihua emphasized, "for your father's sake. Understand?" With that, he led his two children into the hotel. It was just past 10 in the morning, and no one was present for meals. Suddenly, someone entered, drawing the attention of the waitstaff. Han Lihua, clad in a patched cotton coat, and his two children entered the establishment, appearing somewhat dazed, for they had never set foot in a restaurant before. The child hesitated to speak, while Han Lihua felt a pang of guilt as he observed the waitstaff at the state-run restaurant. "I will find someone." "Find someone." Wang Xiaoling, brimming with curiosity, approached with her eyes rolling like waves. "Are you looking for someone here? I think you might have come to the wrong place." At home, Han Lihua was audacious, but in public, he felt a tinge of intimidation. "I am here to find my brother, Yi Jianguo." "Who did you say?" Wang Xiaoling paused, her previous disdain for Han Lihua dissipating upon hearing that he was related to Yi Jianguo. It was known that Wang Xiaoling had made quite a fortune from the pork trade. "Yi Jianguo is the third uncle of this child." "Then please take a seat. Here, have some water." Wang Xiaoling even poured water for him, prompting Han Lihua to smile in return. "Manager, your relative has arrived." Wang Xiaoling called out as she headed towards the manager's office to summon Zhao Xiaoli. Zhao Xiaoli was engrossed in writing a report, preparing for the upcoming New Year's gathering at their workplace. "My relative?" "Yes, isn't Jianguo your relative?" "If Jianguo's family is related to you, then that makes him your relative as well," Zhao Xiaoli replied, somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing that someone from the Yi family had come, she stepped out to meet Han Lihua, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "And you are?" Zhao Xiaoli had heard from her mother that Yi Jianguo had split from his family and had left the countryside to prevent his daughter from being sold off. "I am Yi Jianguo's second sister-in-law. These are his two nephews. I heard that Jianguo is working at this restaurant." Han Lihua had learned about this from those delivering pork, and now the villagers were aware that Yi Jianguo had connections to the state-run restaurant through his pork dealings. This news had caused the Yi family to criticize Jianguo, particularly the fourth brother, Yi Qianyue, who was also a second-hand dealer and looked down on Jianguo, often deriding him for his pork trade. "What do you need him for?" Zhao Xiaoli inquired again. Han Lihua, upon hearing her question, retorted, "And who might you be? What concern is it of yours?" "This is our manager, a relative of Jianguo." Wang Xiaoling interjected. "Relative?" Han Lihua scrutinized Zhao Xiaoli once more. Zhao Xiaoli, a city dweller clad in work attire with fair skin, was undoubtedly more attractive than the rural women. "So, the third brother has taken refuge with you. You must be his mistress, right?" "I thought as much." Han Lihua misunderstood, allowing his imagination to run wild. He speculated that Yi Jianguo could handle pork dealings at the state-run restaurant because of his acquaintance with manager Zhao Xiaoli, and that Jianguo's wife had left him for a mistress in the city. "Who are you calling a mistress?" Zhao Xiaoli's expression darkened. Such words were inappropriate. "Enough. I won't waste my breath with you. Bring Jianguo here. I am his second sister-in-law. These are his nephews. He has put our family through this ordeal, so I certainly have a right to be here. You are the manager of this restaurant, aren't you? Then I will hold you accountable as well. Hurry up." Han Lihua slammed the table, even insisting that the child remove his jacket to occupy a table. "What are you doing?" Zhao Xiaoli blushed with rage, while Wang Xiaolan stood by, taken aback. "Jianguo's second sister-in-law? Are you out of your mind? Is this how you behave?" The other waitstaff were also watching, and upon hearing Zhao Xiaoli referred to as a mistress, the murmurs grew louder. Even the employees in the back emerged, including Gao Haixing, who turned to observe the commotion. Enough. Come with me into this room, he commanded. Zhao Xiaoli felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she ushered Han Lihua and the child into the private room. This room is quite nice. We are all hungry. Please prepare some food. She added, from now on, as you enter, we shall consider ourselves a family. Han Lihua, aware that Zhao Xiaoli was involved with Jianguo, felt emboldened. Just moments ago, he had been timid, but now he began to intimidate her. He resolved to treat Zhao Xiaoli as he had previously treated the third brother's wife. Zhao Xiaoli, unfamiliar with such confrontations, felt slightly anxious. Yet, upon recalling her connection to Jianguo, she steeled herself. Sit down. No one is allowed to leave. She instructed the waiter to bring noodles, and then picked up the phone to call the corner shop. This is Zhao Xiaoli. Could you please summon Jianguo? Ah, Xiaoli. Your relative has just left, came the response. Please inform him to come to the restaurant when he returns. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Chapter 55. Born of bad stock. Around 2 in the afternoon, Jianguo returned to Zhao Xiaoli's home. As he approached the alley, he was spotted by the shopkeeper. Jianguo, Xiaoli asked you to come to the restaurant. She said there is something urgent. The neighbors in Wazi Alley recognized Jianguo and were aware of the somewhat mysterious and wealthy Zhao family. Just the fact that Jianguo had bought a bicycle raised his status in their eyes. Urgent? Jianguo thought little of it and first returned home to greet his daughter. Xiaoling was sitting on the Kong, helping Sunhua snap green beans, each piece tempting her to taste. Raw green beans are toxic, Sunhua reminded her, to which Xiaoling merely smiled, recalling her own days of hunger when she had sneaked a taste without consequence. As Jianguo entered, Xiaoling waved her arms, nearly flinging the beans across the room. Lao Dao, seated at the end of the Kong, was just about to rise when he saw Jianguo return. I need to step out again. Xiaoling needs me for something, he said. This surprised Sunhua. What could possibly be so important in the afternoon? As her daughter grew closer to Jianguo, Sunhua felt a twinge of worry. With Lao Dao present, Jianguo felt reassured as he rode his bicycle to the restaurant. Upon arriving at the entrance, he happened to see Wang Xiaolan escorting guests out. Jianguo, your relative is quite the scoundrel. Relative? Jianguo's pupils dilated as Wang Xiaolan recounted the events involving Han Lihua. This woman felt slighted by Zhao Xiaoli for not allowing Jianguo to appear, and during lunch, she repeatedly accused Zhao Xiaoli of having a man who bullied her in front of everyone. In this era, being labeled as a mistress could incite public outrage. A woman's reputation was of paramount importance. Zhao Xiaoli, overwhelmed by anger, had even been brought before her superiors for a reprimand. Attempts to dismiss Han Lihua led to the latter throwing a tantrum, crying with her child, which left the restaurant staff helpless as many patrons gathered to watch the spectacle. I understand now. Jianguo's expression darkened immediately. He strode into the restaurant and spotted Zhao Xiaoli standing at a distance, her eyes swollen from crying. Upon seeing Jianguo enter, tears streamed down Zhao Xiaoli's face once more. At that moment, shouts of anger erupted from within the private room. Are you avoiding me? I'm telling you, I'm not leaving today. This is a restaurant. There's food and drink. I'm going to find the leader and ask why my family is being bullied. Han Lihua shouted again, with the voices of Yi Mingrui and Yi Mingchen echoing from inside. Right, we're not leaving. The children's voices were even sharper. Everyone listened, shaking their heads in disapproval. Jianguo stood at the entrance of the private room and coldly stated, Who are you saying is avoiding you? Just one sentence prompted Han Lihua to rush out. At that moment, Han Lihua was no longer fierce. Instead, a sycophantic smile emerged on her face. Third uncle, you finally arrived. Son, quickly greet your third uncle. Han Lihua stepped out, and Yi Mingrui and Yi Mingchen followed suit. Yi Mingrui paused upon seeing Jianguo, surprised at his uncle's dapper appearance. Third uncle, you're back. They've all been bullying me. Yi Mingrui approached Jianguo, pointing at the waitstaff, especially at Zhao Xiaoli. Yi Mingchen, though somewhat intimidated by Jianguo, also came forward. Jianguo regarded Yi Mingrui, memories of his nephew flooding his mind. Years ago, Jianguo had gone to Hong Kong and become a wealthy magnate. The Yi family had rallied around him, and Yi Mingrui had also come to Hong Kong. Jianguo had been quite generous to his nephew, arranging a place for him and even granting him a business to manage. However, that wretched Yi Mingrui had secretly sold the company and falsely accused Jianguo's associates. Had Yi Jianguo not discovered this in time, his financial chain would have collapsed. Yi Mingrui had pleaded desperately, and Yi Jianguo had spared him once more. Who could have anticipated that Yi Mingrui would escalate his misdeeds? Taking advantage of Yi Jianguo's absence abroad, he committed murder and framed Yi Jianguo's brothers in Hong Kong, even driving a family of 5 to their demise. Ultimately, the Hong Kong police solved the case, but Yi Mingrui had still implicated his third uncle Yi Jianguo, resulting in one of the most sensational framing cases in Hong Kong history. As for Yi Mingchen, he was a mere wastrel. Seeing Yi Mingrui approach, Yi Jianguo took out a cigarette. He turned away, smoking, and said to Han Lihua, "Let us talk outside." Yi Mingrui did not embrace his uncle, but instead fixed his gaze on the lighter in Yi Jianguo's hand. Han Lihua, observing Yi Jianguo's intent to leave, quickly thought of a way to persuade him. "Third uncle, it's so cold outside. Let us just talk here." She had finally made her way inside and was reluctant to step out. It was warm here, with people around and leaders present. In the event of any trouble, she could handle it. Yi Jianguo turned back, his icy gaze fixed on Han Lihua. "I said, let us go outside." Yi Jianguo wasted no words. His stare left Han Lihua intimidated. "Third uncle." Han Lihua attempted to speak again, but Yi Jianguo had already stepped out the door. Helpless, Han Lihua, in her pursuit of Yi Jianguo, could only lead the children outside. As they exited the restaurant, the biting cold froze the smile off Han Lihua's face. Yi Mingrui seized the opportunity and led his brother to kneel on the ground. "Uncle San, I beg you, spare my father." "Yes, Uncle San, I implore you." Yi Mingchen echoed. Han Lihua, witnessing her son kneeling, was moved to tears. "Indeed, Uncle San, please have mercy on Ergo. We are all family. Ergo is merely envious of you. He did not intend to rob." Han Lihua also pleaded with Yi Jianguo. Yi Jianguo continued smoking, casting a glance at Yi Mingrui before looking at Yi Mingchen once more. "You plead for me. Are you aware of what your father has done?" Upon hearing Yi Jianguo's words, Yi Mingrui, with a sheepish grin, addressed him. "Uncle San, please don't be angry. We are family. Is it really necessary to escalate matters?" Just as Yi Mingrui finished speaking, Yi Jianguo suddenly extended his hand, and the gleaming dagger fell to the ground with a thud. Yi Mingrui froze momentarily. "Pick it up. You believe your father is blameless, yet you seek vengeance against me. What is it?" Yi Mingrui gazed at the dagger on the ground, feeling a surge of fear. "What? Are you too afraid to pick up the knife? Your father pointed a gun at me. Was that merely a jest?" Yi Jianguo sneered, slowly crouching down to retrieve the dagger. "Do you understand what it means to jest?" Chapter 56. Who are you jesting with? Wow. Yi Jianguo's gaze was so terrifying that it brought Yi Mingchen to tears. Yi Mingrui shivered, still a child. He too was intimidated by Yi Jianguo's fierce stare. "Third brother, can you not consider the children?" Han Lihua implored, desperately holding her son. Casting a sorrowful look at Yi Jianguo. "Why should I consider the children? They have no relevance to me." The Yi Jianguo of today was no longer the wronged Yi Jianguo of the past. Having been betrayed by family in his previous life, he would no longer play the victim. Do not bring family matters into this. Upon hearing Yi Jianguo's cold response, Han Lihua quickly retorted, "Even if we have separated, you still bear the surname Yi. They are all your nephews. You cannot act this way. Enough." Yi Jianguo slowly sheathed the dagger, addressing Han Lihua. "I bear the surname Yi. That is my own affair, unrelated to you. If we consider the past, do you recall how you treated me, my wife, and Xiaoling? Are you not aware?" Han Lihua swallowed her words. She knew well how she had bullied others in the past. How things transpire with Yu Jianshan is for the court to decide. Do not seek me out. Yi Jianguo was weary of conversing with Han Lihua. "Third brother, if you continue this way, Er Sa will be angered. You grew up in the Yi household, even if you are not the biological child of the matriarch. Do you have no conscience? Is it necessary for brothers to fight among themselves? I tell you, if my second brother is truly sentenced, you shall not fare well either. Do not think that because your wife has left you for a female manager, you are untouchable. If you do not provide me with a letter of understanding today, just wait and see." Han Lihua disregarded the warnings, resorting to her old tricks once more. No one expected Yu Jianguo to suddenly burst into laughter. At that moment, behind the restaurant's glass door, a crowd had gathered, all observing the unfolding drama between Yu Jianguo and Han Lihua. What transpired was clearly understood by them moments ago. Yu Jianshan attempted to rob Yu Jianguo and was apprehended by the police. Second sister-in-law, accompanied by her children, sought a letter of forgiveness. How outrageous. Is this what they have come for? This is nothing short of relentless harassment. If I had such a brother, I would consider myself exceptionally unfortunate. The crowd expressed their disdain, yet they observed Jianguo smiling. Third brother, what is so amusing? Han Lihua was taken aback. She could not fathom Jianguo's demeanor. In the past, Jianguo was meek and unassuming, indifferent even when wronged. The second sister-in-law was similarly silent, easily bullied. Now, Jianguo's enigmatic smile left Han Lihua perplexed. I smile in gratitude for your reminder, he replied. Han Lihua, you are more foolish than Yi Jianshan, who is both dim-witted and malevolent. My relationship with Zhao Xiaoli is completely innocent, yet you dare to slander, defame, and incite trouble, disrupting the order of the restaurant. Han Lihua, you too have committed an offense. Upon hearing this from Jianguo, Han Lihua chuckled. Do not speak to me in such a manner. Third brother, I am not easily intimidated. Innocent? Who would believe that? I ask you, will you provide the letter of forgiveness or not? Jianguo regarded Han Lihua with disdain and replied, I have stated that this matter lies with the court and does not concern me. Very well, that is your assertion. Jianguo, are you intent on driving our family to despair? Then let us all suffer together. Son, we shall enter the restaurant and reside here henceforth. Han Lihua resorted to further obstinacy, prompting Yi Mingrue to shout at Jianguo. Third uncle, you have gone too far. We are family. Indeed, you are excessively cruel. Echoed Yi Mingchen. As the three approached the restaurant, the staff inside refused to open the door. Open the door, hurry. This is bullying, do you see? Jianguo and his accomplice are oppressing us. We cannot endure this. Han Lihua sat down on the ground, pounding on the restaurant's door. This commotion attracted passers-by, drawing attention even from the factory across the street. The restaurant's management, upon hearing the disturbance, turned pale. Zhao Xiaoli felt as though the sky was collapsing. Meanwhile, Jianguo remained unfazed, smoking nonchalantly. Han Lihua continued her outcry. Just then, a police car arrived. As the vehicle pulled up, Zhou Qilin stepped out, leading the officers. Jianguo. Zhou Qilin acknowledged Jianguo with a nod, who pointed at Han Lihua. Listen closely. She has insulted the manager, blocked the entrance, and engaged in defamation and provocation. I had no choice but to call the police. Jianguo had made the call upon encountering Wang Xiaolan at the entrance, instructing her to alert the authorities in 5 minutes. Zhou Qilin nodded at Jianguo and approached Han Lihua. Zhou Qilin, clad in police uniform, was accompanied by 3 colleagues, including a female officer. Mom, the police. Upon sighting the officers, Yu Mingrue cowered, and Yu Mingchen did likewise, frozen in fear. Han Lihua turned to see the police and was momentarily stunned. What is the matter? You need to get up now and come with us. On what grounds? I have committed no crime, Han Lihua hastily explained. Zhou Qilin coldly retorted. You have indeed broken the law. You have insulted others and created disturbances. Now, you will accompany us back to the police station. What? I merely came to find Lao San, Han Lihua exclaimed in distress. Zhou Qilin reiterated. Yi Jianshan is the one I apprehended. Ah, Han Lihua jolted, realizing that while she dared to seek out Yi Jianshan, she would never confront the police. During a crackdown, who would dare challenge law enforcement? Enough of this nonsense. Take her away. Zhou Qilin wasted no time. He was all too familiar with how to handle such individuals. The more unruly they were, the more severe the measures required. There was no need for reasoning with her. Fortunately, in this era, Zhou Qilin truly needed no justification for his actions. The female officer had already produced handcuffs, and the moment they were revealed, Han Lihua was rendered speechless. Chapter 57. Now you know fear, I haven't committed any crime. This is a family matter. You can't arrest me. Han Lihua was completely terrified, while Yi Mingrue and Yi Mingchen wailed loudly, having transitioned from defiance to genuine fear. Stop the chatter, we need to move. Your husband is guilty of robbery. Does that seem like a family matter to you? You even gambled at the restaurant's entrance. You are utterly reckless. Even if you are a rural woman, the law applies to all. Zhou Qilin showed no leniency toward Han Lihua. Yi Jianshan was indeed his capture. Through interrogation, it became clear that Yi Jianshan was a notorious figure, frequently engaging in nefarious activities, including theft and even robbery of outsiders. Han Lihua was well aware of his misdeeds. I won't leave. Jianguo, I was wrong. I beg you. I still need to care for the children. Han Lihua sat on the cold ground, crawling toward Jianguo. However, he turned away, moving to the side. Rest assured, the children can be returned to Baikai village by the police. There's no need to plead with me. If apologies held any weight, why would we need the police? Jianguo's heart was as cold as ice. Did Han Lihua truly believe she could intimidate him? He was no fool. He had no desire to be ensnared by the Yi family. No, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake. I apologize. Will that suffice? Han Lihua attempted to apologize, but Zhou Qilin interjected coldly. Didn't I just say? Apologies are of no use. Hurry up and leave. Regardless of Han Lihua's explanations, she was swiftly handcuffed. Yu Mingrue and Yi Mingchen cried uncontrollably, having lost all composure. After all, they were just children. Zhou Qilin glanced back at them. In a moment, we will take you home. You will also get in the vehicle. As the two were ushered into the car, Zhao Xiaoli and others emerged from the restaurant. Well done. Let them spout nonsense. Wang Xiaolan continued to support Zhao Xiaoli, who was aware that Yi Jianguo had reported the incident to the police. Yi Jianguo approached to comfort Zhao Xiaoli. I apologize for the trouble caused. If you need an explanation, I will discuss it with your superior. Zhao Xiaoli waved her hand. Her eyes still red. There's no need. Since the police are here to handle it, the leadership won't have any complaints. Rest assured, they will not dare to come back. Yi Jianguo turned to look at the police car, while Zhou Qilin refrained from further conversation with him. The case against Yi Jianshan had been approved for arrest, and it would soon be handed over to the court for processing. During the period of strict enforcement, those daring enough to commit robbery, such as Yi Jianshan, shall spend their lives behind bars. Around 5 o'clock in the evening, a police car entered Baikai village. A villager, while fetching water, spotted the police vehicle and immediately stood at the door, calling out to others, urging them to come out quickly as the police had arrived. Villagers gathered, watching as the police car halted at the entrance of the Yi family's courtyard. They wondered what had transpired now. Ever since the third son had been forced to leave, there had been nothing but turmoil. What third son? Haven't you heard the village chief say that Yi Jianguo is not a biological son? That old lady Yi is quite biased. The crowd murmured, speculating on the police's purpose. Inside the Yi household, the fourth daughter-in-law, Chao Fong, grumbled while working. With so much to do, how could she possibly finish? Mother, can't you do something about this? Just let the second sister-in-law go to the county. Previously, most of the household chores were handled by the third son's family, with his wife having run off. Only the second and fourth daughters-in-law remained, and now that the second son's family was in trouble, it fell solely on Chao Fong. She was both lazy and cunning, reluctant to work, yet had no choice now. Old lady Yi sat on the Kong, smoking, her eyes rolling as she glared at her fourth son, Yi Jianque. He hung his head, gazing at his children by the edge of the Kong. Stop playing and go help your mother. Yi Jianque dared not defy old lady Yi, so he could only reprimand his own children. Just then, a wailing sound came from the entrance. Grandmother! Old lady Yi heard it and peered outside. It seemed the second son had returned. Why is there crying? Old lady Yi grew anxious, while Chao Fong emerged from the outer room, still murmuring. Sister-in-law, you have returned. Chao Fong initially thought it was Han Lihua returning, but upon standing in the courtyard, she saw 2 police officers leading Yi Mingrue and Yi Mingchen. Mother, the police are here. Chao Fong trembled. Having never encountered such an event, she was utterly terrified by the arrival of law enforcement. Fourth son, she called for Yi Jianque, who hurried outside, feeling a surge of panic upon seeing the police. Old lady Yi stood at the door, craning her neck, but refusing to step outside. What has happened? Why are they here? Old lady Yi mumbled anxiously, too afraid to confront the situation. Grandmother, my mother has been arrested. Woo-woo. Yi Mingrue rushed over, embracing old lady Yi. What? Old lady Yi became even more alarmed as Yi Jianque was called over by the police for a thorough reprimand. His face turned ashen. He dared not speak much, only seeing the officers off. What exactly is going on? Only then did old lady Yi muster the courage to shout, with Chao Fong echoing her distress. The second sister-in-law has been taken by the police for insulting others and creating disturbances. Can you believe this? What kind of trouble is she causing? Oh dear. Yi Jianque stomped his foot, lamenting the arrest of his sister-in-law. Is cursing a crime now? Old lady Yi shrieked again, questioning the legality of such actions, insisting that she frequently cursed without consequence. Mother, you might get away with it in the village, but try insulting those city folks outside and see what happens. Is that true? Old lady Yi's eyes darted, and she began to weep. My grandson, she cried, holding Yi Mingrue and Yi Mingchen tightly. The other 2 children, witnessing their brother's tears, joined in his sorrow. Chao Fong discreetly tugged at Yi Jianque. Let us separate our households. What did you say? Yi Jianque glared at his wife, but Chao Fong could not help but add, both Er Sa and Er Guo have been captured. Who will care for their 2 sons? Our family cannot bear that burden. If we do not split, let the old matriarch take care of them. Even at such a critical time, Xiao Feng pondered this matter. That makes sense. However, the prospect of separation seemed unlikely. Yi Jinshui's eyes darted about. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the old matriarch calling out to him, Lao Si, hurry and call the eldest. He should think of a solution. He works in Ice City. Perhaps he can plead with his wife's family for assistance. Mom, just the eldest? Quickly, with no other choice. Yi Jinshui donned his padded coat and headed to the village office to make a call. The old matriarch wept once more. Chapter 58. The fear of public opinion. Jianguo was indifferent to the affairs of the Yi family. Upon returning to Sunhua's home, he busied himself with preparations for the new year. Jianguo, Zhao Xiaoli, upon seeing Jianguo preparing to leave, could not help but call him to a halt. Noticing her mother was oblivious, Zhao Xiaoli pulled Yi Jianguo aside. Yi Jianguo looked at her in confusion as Zhao Xiaoli, blushing and avoiding his gaze, said, please don't pick me up from work anymore. The boss has been talking about me. Everyone at the restaurant is gossiping. As she spoke, Zhao Xiaoli lowered her head. In truth, she was not afraid of their words. She merely wished to discern Yi Jianguo's true intentions. Despite Yi Jianguo being accompanied by a child, after several days of interaction, Zhao Xiaoli could not shake him from her thoughts. Yi Jianguo was capable, kind to children, and gentle with women. Such a man is exceptional in any era. Yi Jianguo's wife had already left him, and in the countryside. There was no official marriage certificate, merely a registration at the village office, which, according to city regulations, was not deemed legal. I understand. Then I want to go to the restaurant. Yi Jianguo's simple words caused Zhao Xiaoli's heart to sink. I will wait for you at the factory gate. You finish work too late. I promised Aunt Sun that as long as I am in Milan County, I will pick you up. Yi Jianguo was a man of his word. With Sunhua assisting in caring for the child, Yi Jianguo felt compelled to reciprocate. His principle was to repay even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Huh? Zhao Xiaoli was taken aback by Yi Jianguo's insistence, which warmed her heart. Will you leave Milan County? Yes, after the new year, I will be leaving. Yi Jianguo nodded, causing Zhao Xiaoli's heart to chill once again. Don't worry about the situation with the boss. I will handle it. You will handle it? Zhao Xiaoli was momentarily stunned, to which Yi Jianguo smiled and replied, yes. Regardless of what Zhao Xiaoli said, Yi Jianguo mounted his bicycle and departed from Wazi Hatong. The day after tomorrow marked the new year, and the streets were adorned with festive cheer. Soon it would be 1984. As Yi Jianguo admired the colorful lights lining the streets, a smile graced his face. His first destination was naturally the Industrial Bureau, where he had become close friends with Lin Dong and Feng Mu, even establishing a brotherly bond with Director Zhou. After a brief conversation, Yi Jianguo has once again registered a company, having firmly established his formula in the Weiga trademark, with the registration successfully completed in the capital. Through Zhou Chu, Yi Jianguo has acquainted himself with the director, and through the director, he has also met the leaders of the Education Bureau. Subsequently, through the leaders of the Education Bureau, he has established connections with the leaders of the Commerce Bureau. His next destination is the Commerce Bureau. Entering the bureau with empty hands, Yi Jianguo made his way directly to the director's office, where he remained for a full hour before emerging. Within the drawers of the director's office lay a stack of meat coupons. In a large city, one would typically need to offer cigarettes and alcohol to foster relationships. However, in Mulan County, offering meat is considered the most suitable gift. Before long, a phone call was made to the leader of the supply and marketing hotel. Xiaoyu, I've heard you have a manager Zhao there? Please take care of him. A few simple words left the hotel leader utterly astonished. He had just reprimanded Zhao Xiaoli. And now a call from the Commerce Bureau, the supervising unit, had come through. What could this signify? At the entrance of the hotel, Gao Haixing was locking his bicycle when he spotted Zhao Xiaoli approaching. Zhao, you arrived quite early. Did Jianguo not see you off today? Gao Haixing wore a peculiar smile, having fully grasped the nature of the relationship between Yi Jianguo and Zhao Xiaoli since Han Lihua's disturbance. Manager Gao? He didn't see me off. Please don't say it like that. Zhao Xiaoli replied coldly, fully aware that Yi Jianguo intended to leave Mulan County, which troubled her greatly. Oh, so you're giving me the cold shoulder? Who doesn't he know that you and Jianguo are close? I consider myself a friend of Jianguo. Perhaps you should mention it to him later. Gao Haixing planned to leverage this situation to negotiate a lower price from Yi Jianguo. If Yi Jianguo could be persuaded to offer more money, he could speak favorably about Zhao Xiaoli in front of the leaders. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to take advantage of the situation. If he could remove Zhao Xiaoli and place his own person in her position, that would be even better. Manager Gao, I have no time, Zhao Xiaoli said with a stern expression as she walked inside, prompting Gao Haixing to spit on the ground in her wake. What nonsense is this? Fine, I shall make sure you don't have a pleasant new year. Jianguo, you may find yourself unfortunate. If you wish to send pork next time, that amount of money will not suffice. Gao Haixing was indeed a greedy individual. The moment Jianguo set eyes on him, he recognized his insatiable greed. Even before Jianguo had completed his plans, Gao Haixing had the audacity to seek trouble with him. Upon entering the hotel, Gao Haixing retrieved a box of tea leaves from a drawer and approached the leader's office with an obsequious demeanor. He timidly knocked on the door, and a steady voice called from within, "Come in." The hotel manager, Yu Chang, was busy polishing his glasses, with a nearby teacup exuding steam. Leader, with New Year's approaching, I brought some Bai Luo Chun tea from my relatives in Funan. You must try it quickly. When the new tea comes out before the Spring Festival, I will bring more. Gao Haixing, adept at ingratiating himself, placed the box of tea leaves on Yu Chang's desk. In his 50s, Yu Chang donned reading glasses and glanced at the offering. Lao Gao, you are thoughtful. Gao Haixing, however, was too naive to realize that while receiving gifts is customary, gifting tea leaves is decidedly inappropriate. Yu Chang did not make any selections, for in this day and age, the custom of gift-giving is no longer in vogue. However, if one must present a gift, it should be accepted as a gesture of goodwill. I have observed a certain disquiet among the staff at our establishment. Is that so? Upon hearing Gao Haixing's remark, Yu Chang could not help but gesture towards the sofa, inviting him to sit down and converse. Certainly, despite Gao Haixing's reclusive demeanor in front of his subordinates, he displayed a remarkable eagerness in Yu Chang's presence. Pray tell, what is the situation? You have been with the hotel for quite some time. Yu Chang cleverly prodded Gao Haixing, hoping to elicit some suggestions. The front desk manager, Zhao Xiaoli, has been embroiled in personal troubles, stirring quite a commotion in the city. You must have noticed that diners have been inquiring about it these past few days. With the new year approaching, numerous organizations are coming in for meals. It would be rather unfavorable if this became widely known. The power of public opinion can be quite formidable. Chapter 59. Gao Haixing struggles to comprehend. You mean Zhao Xiaoli? Upon hearing her name, Yu Chang furrowed his brow. This gesture only confirmed for Gao Haixing that Yu Chang harbored reservations about Zhao Xiaoli. Leader, perhaps we should consider transferring her to a different position. I believe she is no longer suited for her current role. The waitress, Wang Xiaolan, is quite capable. Gao Haixing mentioned Wang Xiaolan, even thumping his chest as he declared, I am merely advocating for talent, regardless of personal connections. Yu Chang listened attentively, nodding in agreement as he remarked, Old Gao, your considerations are indeed thorough. Leader, I am but a soldier under your command, wholly dedicated to your interests and the well-being of the hotel. Is that so? Yu Chang pondered for a moment, then suddenly recalled something and addressed Gao Haixing. Old Gao, you have served as the procurement manager for 20 years now. Haven't you? Indeed, you are a veteran. Gao Haixing nodded vigorously, and Yu Chang instructed him, please inform Zhao Xiaoli to come to my office. It is indeed time for a change. Upon hearing Yu Chang's words, Gao Haixing was nearly ecstatic. Leader, I shall notify her at once. Please hold on. With a sense of triumph, he exited the office, deliberately adjusting his collar. He made his way directly to the front desk, where he found Zhao Xiaoli conducting a meeting with the waitstaff. Xiao, the leader is looking for you. Gao Haixing strutted about, casting several pointed glances at Zhao Xiaoli. Upon seeing him, Zhao Xiaoli felt her spirits plummet further. Understood. Quickly now. Gao Haixing urged Zhao Xiaoli once more, prompting her to dismiss the meeting and ascend to the office. On the way, he feigned concern, saying, Xiao, you truly lack awareness. You are causing considerable difficulty for the leader, who has nurtured you for years. He spoke with a gravity that resembled that of an elder imparting wisdom to a younger relative. Zhao Xiaoli said nothing, her head bowed as she arrived at the office. Leader, you summoned me? Zhao Xiaoli, though youthful, had already made significant contributions, often securing catering orders from various unions. In light of the incident involving Han Lihua, she genuinely felt aggrieved. Yu Chang's repeated admonitions had begun to weigh heavily on her. Xiao. Yu Chang regarded her with a sudden smile. Look at you. So grown yet still on the verge of tears. To be direct, the reason for this meeting is to discuss some adjustments within the hotel's operations. Upon the utterance of those words, Zhao Xiaoli could hardly contain her tears, while Gao Haixing was on the verge of laughter. I have decided that you will be in charge of the procurement department as the procurement manager. How does that sound? This will spare you from confronting the malicious gossip. Yu Chang's tone was exceedingly gentle, leaving the nearly tearful Zhao Xiaoli momentarily stunned. Me, as the procurement manager? Zhao Xiaoli's elegant eyes widened in astonishment, her tears receding as she gazed incredulously at Yu Chang. In a hotel, the procurement manager wields far greater authority than the front desk manager, even overseeing the kitchen, which is indeed a lucrative position. Yes, as the procurement manager. Yu Chang nodded, while Gao Haixing's smile faltered, as if he struggled to grasp the situation. But leader, if she takes on procurement, what about me? Gao Haixing felt utterly perplexed. Old Gao, you just mentioned that Xiao Zhao is not suited for receiving guests. Therefore, you will assume the role of front desk manager. Your niece is a waitress, and you two can coordinate seamlessly. This will be the arrangement. After Yu Chang concluded, he retrieved a tissue from beneath the desk and handed it to Zhao Xiaoli. Xiao Zhao, you mustn't cry from now on. I have witnessed your growth, and I have faith in your abilities. Just excel in the procurement department. Even now, Zhao Xiaoli was still unable to comprehend the sudden shift. Just yesterday, the leader had been stern with her, yet today he was as gentle as spring, treating her as if she were a favored protege. Leader, you must be mistaken. Gao Haixing attempted to clarify, confused as to how things had changed so drastically after he had just delivered tea. However, Yu Chang shot a discontented glance at Gao Haixing. What are you shouting about? You must ensure that Xiao Zhao's work is handled properly. If there are any issues during the New Year's gathering, I will hold you accountable. As a senior, you ought to exhibit the demeanor of a senior. Yu Chang gestured again towards the desk. I don't drink by Luo Chun, take it away. Huh. Gao Haixing was now in a complete state of panic, watching as Yu Chang's demeanor shifted, then turning to Zhao Xiaoli with a pleasant expression. Oh my goodness. What on earth is happening? The attempt to curry favor has backfired. Gao Haixing felt like he could smack himself. I will not take on procurement. I shall go to the front desk. Who will pay me any attention? Gao Haixing was truly on the verge of tears, clutching the tea box, his mind racing with confusion. What could have caused such a rapid change in the leader's attitude? Was Zhao Xiaoli perhaps his illegitimate child? Gao Haixing could not fathom that his attempts to ingratiate himself with the leader were far too simplistic. Jianguo was navigating the upper echelons. Both had given gifts. But while Gao Haixing presented tea leaves, Jianguo offered pork. One must not underestimate the value of pork. In this era, even leaders may not enjoy the luxury of pork. Especially during holidays, with families to feed, the stakes are high. In such circumstances, even gifts of cigarettes and alcohol could lead to financial exchanges carrying risks. It is far more prudent to present pork or various foods, as these local specialties do not contravene regulations. The leader is pleased, especially with Yi Jianguo's aspirations to establish a company. He is articulate and charming. Most importantly, Yi Jianguo is generous. In just 3 days, he has reportedly spent nearly 500 yuan and even reserved an additional 100 yuan. With such spending speed, he is undoubtedly the foremost in Mulan County. Even the formidable figure of Zhao Si in the underworld would not dare to spend money so extravagantly. Zhao Xiaoli has utterly become the darling of the restaurant. Yi Jianguo has fulfilled his promise to Zhao Xiaoli ahead of schedule. Unbeknownst to him, he is currently perusing the shopping mall. Chapter 60. Dance of the Swallows. During this visit to the mall, the attendants greeted Yi Jianguo with radiant smiles. With the festive season approaching, the mall was bustling with shoppers procuring New Year goods. The sales staff were not merely reliant on their salaries. They also earned commission on the products sold, especially those in the clothing sector, where commissions were the most lucrative. The first floor counters, filled with customers, featured gold jewelry as well. In the early years following the economic reforms, the astute and bold had already amassed wealth. With newfound affluence, they did not save, but rather spent liberally. During the festive season, the number of people purchasing gold items surged. Yi Jianguo cast a glance around, but he was not in the market for gold. Although adorned with various gold ornaments, he preferred the subtler luxury of exquisite watches and bespoke clothing. Navigating through the crowd, Yi Jianguo arrived at the electronics counter. There were not many patrons, and the display showcased tape recorders, cameras, and radios, with only a model television present. In this era, acquiring a television required not only a ticket, but also certain connections. Once a television arrived at the mall, it would be snatched up within an hour. Those with connections could bypass the formalities and secure a purchase. This practice of circumventing the rules to acquire a television marked the beginning of a broader trend of backdoor dealings. Approaching the counter, Jianguo noticed a male attendant polishing a camera. Upon seeing Jianguo, the attendant scrutinized him briefly. "Good sir, what can I assist you with?" Jianguo nodded and indicated the tape recorder. "I do not have a ticket. How much is it?" He inquired if the tape recorder could be purchased without a ticket, offering to pay a little extra. The attendant smiled and replied, "What brand do you prefer? Feel free to take a look. Do you have any recommendations?" Just as Jianguo was about to examine the options, a rotund man appeared behind him. This man, with his round face and prominent ears, was clad in a fur coat, accompanied by a striking woman. The man exuded wealth, while the woman sported voluminous waves, bright red lipstick, and a foundation that seemed ready to flake off. She too wore a coat and black stockings, which alone were worth 10 yuan, a luxury that an ordinary household would deliberate over for quite some time. Those who could afford such stockings were undoubtedly trendsetters. The man, named Long Guang, was a successful middleman who had made his fortune in Yangqing and returned home to celebrate the new year. The woman by his side, Ma Shui, was a renowned socialite from Mulan County. A factory worker by trade, she delighted in dancing and could be found in the major dance halls of Mulan County. Upon meeting Long Guang, she quickly became his mistress. "Attendant," Long Guang bellowed, demonstrating his wealth and completely disregarding Jianguo. Ma Shui, however, cast a glance at Jianguo, her eyes sparkling with interest. With his tall stature and fashionable coat, he stood there resembling a male model. Jianguo was not ostentatious, rather, he embodied understated luxury, emanating an air of mysterious superiority. Ma Shui's eyes widened as she cast a flirtatious glance at Jianguo. Long Guang, who happened to witness this, was immediately displeased. "What are you staring at? Are you thinking of buying something?" Ma Shui quickly lowered her head in embarrassment, clinging to Long Guang, and sweetly replied, "What's wrong with just looking? Of course there's something wrong. I'm buying you a gift, and you're still chattering away. What are you looking at?" Long Guang unleashed his frustration on Jianguo. Jianguo shot a sidelong glance at Long Guang and replied coolly, "Even a child knows about priority. What did you say?" Long Guang glared, scrutinizing Jianguo once more. Unfazed, Jianguo turned to the attendant and said, "A tape recorder." Jianguo had a penchant for referring to them as tape recorders, and the attendant understood, pointing to the display behind the counter. "These are all cassette players. Which brand would you like to purchase? The most popular ones now are Sharp and Sony." The attendant assumed Jianguo could afford foreign products. Jianguo glanced over at the Sharp model, which appeared somewhat large. His attention then shifted to a smaller cassette player behind the Sharp model. "What is that?" Jianguo inquired, pointing. The attendant, somewhat resigned, responded, "It's a domestic product, Yanwu." "Yanwu?" Jianguo suddenly paused, memories from his past life surfacing in his mind. The Yanwu tape recorder had once been all the rage across the nation. Manufactured by the Yinqing Electronics Factory, which had been established in 1967 as a small workshop. It was initially unable to produce tape recorders. However, with the winds of reform sweeping through China in 1978, the factory seized an opportunity and acquired the production line for the Hongdang brand tape recorder from Shanghai, ultimately creating the Yanwu tape recorder. During the 1984 Spring Festival Gala, an advertisement for the Yanwu tape recorder aired on CCTV, featuring a man with a worn guitar, chanting an irresistibly catchy jingle. "Yanwu, Yanwu, a song comes, a feeling arises." In an instant, the Yanwu advertisement permeated the nation. Spending $3 million on an advertisement during the 1984 gala demonstrated the audacity of the factory's leadership. Even more significantly, on January 21, 1984, the People's Daily also promoted Yanwu. The Yanwu tape recorder became a pinnacle of domestic products. In those days, while in Hong Kong, Jianguo had heard locals discussing Yanwu as they sought to learn from its innovative concepts. After New Year's, the Yanwu tape recorder would become a hot commodity, with people across the country scrambling to purchase it. As Jianguo sank into contemplation, Long Guang and Ma Shui behind him grew impatient. "What are you thinking? If you can't afford a tape recorder, step aside. I want this latest model from Sharp," Long Guang declared, still flaunting his wealth. This pleased the attendant. "No problem. This tape recorder costs 100 yuan. Long Guang was taken aback, not expecting the steep price. "Can it be cheaper?" he asked, realizing he needed to negotiate. Ma Shui chimed in, addressing the attendant. "Yes, please lower the price. How can it be so expensive? How much does a black and white television cost?" This is foreign merchandise. Observe the craftsmanship of this device, which also features FM capabilities for broadcasting, allowing one to enjoy the Spring Festival Gala during the new year. This dual cassette player is quite trendy, and the audio quality is exceptional. The attendant fervently extolled the virtues of foreign tape recorders, while Lan Guang furrowed his brow, contemplating the exorbitant price of such a recorder and deeming it somewhat impractical. Upon hearing the commendable sound quality, Ma Shui, in a playful tone, declared, "I want this one. Lan Gu, please buy it for me." Lan Guang, flustered by Ma Shui's insistence, found his composure slipping away. At that moment, Jianguo interjected, addressing the attendant. "Is this Jianguo tape recorder model 1520? Chapter 61. Supporting domestic products. Jianguo once again interrupted Lan Guang, exacerbating his irritation. "Did you not see that I was about to make a purchase? Why are you asking such irrelevant questions?" Lan Guang scoffed at Jianguo, dismissing the notion of being unable to afford a foreign tape recorder, questioning the reliability of domestic alternatives. "Who knows about this, Jianguo?" Jianguo, unfazed, replied calmly, "I am free to inquire. What business is it of yours? If one is truly affluent, who haggles over prices?" "What did you say?" Lan Guang erupted in anger, while Ma Shui pointed an accusatory finger at Jianguo, warning, "I caution you, my Lan Gu has seen the world and has experience in the South. Not only can he afford this tape recorder, but he can also purchase a large television." She scoffed, "You cannot even afford a foreign tape recorder. Yet you dare to speak." Previously flirtatious, Ma Shui now regarded Jianguo with disdain, for he was unable to procure a foreign tape recorder. "What I choose to buy is my own affair. I arrived first, so wait until I complete my purchase." Jianguo, uninterested in further banter, remained silent. Lan Guang, once again pointing at Jianguo in anger, declared, "Your arrival is of no consequence. I intend to buy before you." Addressing the attendant, he stated, "I will take this tape recorder." In his desire to maintain his dignity before the women, Lan Guang decisively purchased the sharp tape recorder. "Very well, I shall prepare your receipt." "Your taste is commendable," the attendant remarked, clearly siding with Lan Guang, for in this transaction, the one who pays first is the true master. Jianguo remained silent as Ma Shui linked her arm with Lan Guang's, laughing playfully. "What's wrong? Have you nothing to say? We are off to settle the bill." Ma Shui took the receipt and playfully waved it at Jianguo, who chose to ignore her, unwilling to engage with her antics. "Look at you. What are you trying to portray?" Lan Guang regarded Jianguo with disdain, yet he did not anticipate Jianguo pointing at the Jianguo, the 1520 portable single cassette recorder. With its compact and exquisite design, is conveniently portable. It boasts dual band reception, allowing for both medium wave and FM broadcasts. It encompasses all the features of foreign recorders. And most importantly, Jianguo suddenly interjected mid-sentence, glancing at the clock on the wall. "Very soon, if you wish to buy, you will find it unavailable." Jianguo's assertion held merit. He distinctly remembered that the Jianguo tape recorder, to maintain its popularity, would notify distributors 3 days before New Year's Day to cease sales. All tape recorders would remain unsold until the conclusion of the Spring Festival Gala, thereby ensuring a greater number of individuals could purchase the Jianguo tape recorder. Before the Spring Festival Gala, one could hardly acquire the coveted Jianguo tape recorder. After the event, however, obtaining one necessitated standing in long queues. The longer the wait, the more fervent the demand became. "What do you mean, I cannot buy it?" "Huh, are you foolish? I shall not engage in discourse with such a simpleton." Lan Guang, disinterested in conversing with Jianguo, chose to accompany Ma Shui to make the payment. As Lan Guang embraced Ma Shui, he uttered sarcastic remarks while proceeding to settle the bill. The attendant, observing Jianguo, appeared momentarily dazed. "Goodness, does this customer comprehend more than I do? Is the Jianguo tape recorder truly that renowned? What is happening here? I want 2 units. Jianguo turned to the attendant and directly requested 2. This left the attendant momentarily stunned. The price for a single Jianguo tape recorder is 500 yuan, amounting to 1,000 yuan for 2. Clearly, Jianguo possessed considerable wealth. "Sir, are you truly not considering the sharp model? The domestic products are indeed inferior to their foreign counterparts." The attendant attempted to persuade Jianguo, who simply shook his head in mild disinterest. Indeed, at present, domestic products lag behind those of foreign origin. However, this may not always be the case. "And I shall take 2 units. Jianguo was audacious with his spending. Despite having just over 1,000 yuan in hand, he confidently opted to spend 1,000 000 on the tape recorders. Very well, the attendant conceded, proceeding to prepare the invoice. With the receipt in hand, Jianguo approached the payment counter. Lan Guang and Ma Shui had just completed their transaction, casting a disdainful glance at Jianguo. At that moment, Jianguo produced a thick wad of cash from his bag. No way, Ma Shui gasped in astonishment. The amount he revealed was comparable to what Lan Guang had just paid. Could it be that Jianguo was also purchasing foreign models? Ma Shui craned her neck to inspect the receipt, noting the 2 units. Is there something amiss? Why buy 2 inferior domestic models when one could afford something better? Ma Shui muttered under her breath, while Lan Guang, witnessing Jianguo's ability to withdraw such a substantial amount, felt a twinge of annoyance and refrained from further ridicule. It would be unwise to provoke Jianguo unnecessarily. After completing the payment, Lan Guang led Ma Shui to personally inspect the tape recorders. Meanwhile, the attendant brought forth the 2 Yinwu units for Jianguo to examine closely. As he scrutinized the tape recorders, the mall manager hurried over. Xiaoling, manager, what is the matter? The attendant was startled, fearing he had made an error. The higher-ups have announced that, effective immediately, the Yinwu tape recorders are to be removed from sale. What? The attendant stood frozen, gazing at Jianguo as if he had seen a ghost. Lan Guang shared in the astonishment, while Ma Shui remained too engrossed in her examination to look up. Has something gone awry? Why the sudden halt in sales? I heard that the Yinwu tape recorder is set to be advertised during the Spring Festival Gala. Xiaoling, I predict that following the gala, this tape recorder will become a trend. No foreign models will compare to the Yinwu. We absolutely cannot sell any. Ensure a few units are reserved for the executives. The manager whispered urgently, leaving the attendant utterly bewildered. A hot commodity? A trend? Manager, I just sold 2 units. What? The manager was equally flabbergasted. Turning to glance at Jianguo, who had finished inspecting the tape recorders and was preparing to depart. Never mind, let's stop selling from now on, the manager said, casting a glance at Ma Shui and Lan Guang. Although he did not utter a word, his eyes brimmed with derision, as if he were looking at fools. Yinwu was on the verge of becoming famous. Who would still purchase foreign products? After all, Yinwu's tape recorders were compact. Whereas who would be foolish enough to buy such a large one that was cumbersome to carry around? Lan Guang and Ma Shui felt a twinge of embarrassment. Chapter 62. Educating manager Zhao on Sun Hua's table sat a brand new tape recorder. Once powered on and tuned to the correct frequency, the voice of Mr. Lu Lanfang resonated, recounting the tale of Yang family generals. Sun Hua perked up his ears, nodding vigorously as he listened to the storytelling. How delightful! I could listen to this all day. While Sun Hua was captivated, Xiaoling, though somewhat bewildered, found the stories enchanting, featuring characters like Yang Lulang and Yang Paifeng. Dad, can we listen to the Spring Festival Gala on this? Xiaoling turned to her father, Jianguo, who nodded in affirmation. Of course. There will be a gala on New Year's Day, and we can listen to it that evening. It will feature crosstalk, skits, magic, and acrobatics. Jianguo humorously recited the lyrics from the variety show, chuckling to himself. You won't hear magic or acrobatics. As for crosstalk and skits, Xiaoling gazed at the tape recorder with anticipation, convinced that she would be able to hear them. This was her first encounter with a tape recorder, and she gradually became enchanted by it. Lao Dao crouched down, engrossed in the tale of Yang family generals as well. Just as Jianguo was about to speak, he looked at the 3 of them, shaking his head with a smile. Never mind, I'll study it myself. Jianguo returned to his room to research his tape recorder, primarily listening to the news, international broadcasts, and discussions about the reform and opening up policies. Having prospered in Hong Kong in his past life, Jianguo had only a vague understanding of certain policies on the mainland. Now, given a second chance at life, he needed to analyze carefully to formulate the next grand plan. This research consumed him until evening. By the time Zhao Xiaoli had finished work, Jianguo had forgotten to pick her up. Zhao Xiaoli was in high spirits that day, expecting to find Jianguo waiting at the factory gate. But he was nowhere to be found. Thinking he had simply arrived late, she began her walk home, only to find herself heading homeward. Feeling a bit dejected, she wondered why Jianguo had let her down. Upon entering the house, she intended to confront him, only to be greeted by an unusual sound. Storytelling? What is going on? Zhao Xiaoli walked in, puzzled, and saw her mother, Xiaoling, and Lao Dao all engrossed in the storytelling. On the table lay the brand new tape recorder. Mom, where did this tape recorder come from? Zhao Xiaoli exclaimed, startling the 3 of them. You're back? Oh dear. It's already dark. I forgot to cook. Sun Hua slapped her forehead, feeling awkward as she looked at her daughter. Lao Dao stood up, his usually cold expression softened by embarrassment. Only Xiaoling proactively greeted Zhao Xiaoli. Annie, my dad bought it. He also bought 2 more, one for Grandma. What? Zhao Xiaoli exclaimed in astonishment, while Sun Hua felt even more embarrassed. Jianguo has already bought them. There's no returning them now. This New Year's. We can listen to it at home. Jianguo also mentioned that in a few years, televisions would be available for purchase. Sun Hua felt immense gratitude towards Yi Jianguo for spending such a considerable amount on a tape recorder. This led Sun Hua to believe that if her daughter were to stay with Yi Jianguo, she would undoubtedly enjoy a prosperous life. What constitutes a good man? It is one who generously invests in his family's well-being. As for Jianguo, Zhao Xiaoli was also somewhat moved. But then she heard the sounds of English emanating from the opposite room. This prompted her to enter Yi Jianguo's space, where he appeared to be engrossed in writing something. Jianguo, do you speak a foreign language? Zhao Xiaoli's admiration for him grew. Could he truly be just a simple countryman? Yi Jianguo, awakened by her presence, glanced back at Zhao Xiaoli, feeling a bit shy. Have you finished work? I completely lost track of time, my apologies. He had been so captivated by foreign information and domestic news that he forgot the hour. Oh, no worries. Why did you buy 2? That must have cost a fortune. Zhao Xiaoli entered, sitting beside him, her cheeks flushed. At that moment, she resembled a jasmine blossom on the verge of blooming, pure and alluring. She felt a profound sense of gratitude and admiration for Yi Jianguo. Money is meant to be spent. Has your supervisor said anything to you? Yi Jianguo inquired, showing concern, which startled Zhao Xiaoli. She proceeded to recount everything that had transpired that day. I am now in charge of procurement. Jianguo, what do you think that means? Gao Haisheng has been promoted to the hall manager. Is that so? Yi Jianguo was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Gao Haisheng would sabotage himself before he could implement his next step. At that moment, he felt compelled to inform Zhao Xiaoli of the situation. If you don't stir the pot, you won't face consequences. Yi Jianguo found this statement to be profoundly insightful. What do you mean? Zhao Xiaoli was still confused and wanted clarification, but Yi Jianguo chuckled. This is a positive development. It indicates that your supervisor can discern right from wrong. In that case, you should bring your supervisor some pork as a gesture. Isn't that inappropriate? What if colleagues see? Zhao Xiaoli genuinely did not grasp these nuances, yet Yi Jianguo smiled and explained, this is called reciprocity. Besides, how could such matters be known to colleagues? Rest assured, I shall guide you. I will follow your advice. In her naivety, Zhao Xiaoli completely acquiesced to Yi Jianguo. Little did she know that he understood the intricacies of human relationships better than anyone. By the way, I will also share some of the pork with you. I don't need it. Zhao Xiaoli shook her head. She could not accept it, as it would violate regulations. As the procurement manager, you need only ensure that you benefit while your subordinates enjoy the leftovers. Wang Xiaolong should be transferred to procurement. Huh. Zhao Xiaoli was entirely perplexed. She will become your ally. As for Gao Haisheng being her uncle, it is of no consequence. Yi Jianguo guided Zhao Xiaoli step by step, and they remained in the room for over an hour. Had it not been for Sun Hua calling them to dinner, Zhao Xiaoli would have continued seeking guidance. This New Year's Day, let us celebrate well. During dinner, Yi Jianguo raised his teacup, substituting tea for wine. Indeed, let us celebrate joyfully. Zhao Xiaoli was filled with joy. Yet she remained unaware that after the New Year's Day, Yi Jianguo was preparing to depart for the Ice City. On New Year's Day, the foreign representatives from Inwi Company would also arrive in Huaxia. Chapter 63. New Year's Day. It was the New Year's Day of 1984. All the factories and offices were on holiday. Every household was set to celebrate the Solar New Year. Early in the morning, Sun Hua listened to the radio while kneading dough in the outer room, preparing to make dumplings for lunch. Zhao Xiaoli also rose early, observing her mother's labor while the radio played. She shook her head helplessly. Mom, could you keep it down? Jianguo and Xiaoling have not yet awoken, Zhao Xiaoli whispered, lowering her voice. Sun Hua glanced back at her daughter. They've been awake for some time. Really? Zhao Xiaoli looked at the clock inside. It was only 7 o'clock, and dawn had barely broken. Where could they have gone? Zhao Xiaoli felt a twinge of anxiety. Did they leave? They went to Old Dao's. I'm not sure what they're doing up so early, Sun Hua replied. Xiaoli, are you with Jianguo? Sun Hua tried to clarify. But Zhao Xiaoli had already donned her outer garments, eager to investigate. Just then, Yi Xiaoling dashed back, clutching a plastic bag in her small arms, resembling a bear hugging a watermelon. She ran too quickly and bumped into Xiaoling, landing on the ground with a pout. "Auntie, my bottom hurts," she complained in a high-pitched voice. "Xiaoling, I'm so sorry." Xiaoling hurried to help her up, noticing Xiaoling offering the plastic bag to her. "Daddy gave it to me." Xiaoling took the bag and peered inside, revealing peanuts and sunflower seeds. "Did he buy these?" "Yeah. He is going out with Grandpa Dao shortly, and one TB eating here. Where could he possibly go?" Xiaoling pondered, bewildered by Jianguo's intentions. It was New Year's Day, and everything was closed. No one knew where Jianguo and old Dao had ventured after leaving their rental. It was not until noon that they returned, carrying peach cakes and canned peaches. "Why did you buy more things?" Xiaoling, dressed in a cotton vest with her hair tied in a ponytail, sat cross-legged on the kong, wrapping dumplings. Upon seeing Jianguo, she immediately set down her work and approached him to help hang up his coat. Then she picked up a small broom to gently dust off his clothes. Sun Hua also sat cross-legged on the kong, sighing deeply but smiling at Jianguo. "Jianguo, are you going out again?" "No, I'm not." Jianguo chuckled, quickly joining them on the kong to offer assistance. "You don't need to. You're a man. Why would you make dumplings?" "Almost done." With women present, there was naturally no need for men to work. Jianguo turned to look at Xiaoling, who was eagerly nibbling on the peanuts, glancing up at her father with her chubby little hand outstretched. "Daddy, eat." Jianguo smiled as he accepted the offering, enjoying the festive spirit with the women. "Uncle, eat." Xiaoling also handed some peanuts to old Dao, who nodded curtly and sat beside them, fixated on the radio. "I almost forgot. It's time for Young Family Generals at noon." "Old Dao, hurry up. Young Xiaoling is coming back," Sun Hua urged, and old Dao swiftly pressed the switch. And Lu Lanfang's voice soon filled the room. "The process of making dumplings has slowed." Jianguo observed the three individuals, a smile gracing his lips. However, Xiaoling remained unsmiling, her gaze fixed on Jianguo with a furtive intensity. In the capital city, at the airport, the number of international flights had steadily increased since the advent of reform and opening up. Flights arriving from Western airlines had already landed, and at the terminal, several individuals awaited their arrival. Song Minghui, from the capital's health system, gazed outside with anticipation. "Foreign guests are on their way. Ensure you are all prepared." Song Minghui commanded those behind him, prompting everyone to swiftly adjust their attire. They were acutely aware that this reception of foreign dignitaries heralded a significant transformation for the domestic pharmaceutical industry. The visitors included representatives from the distinguished Western pharmaceutical company, Silverlight. If Silverlight could establish a factory in Huaxia, the pharmaceutical standards in the region would undoubtedly improve, benefiting the populace at large. As foreigners gradually emerged from the terminal, Song Minghui's smile widened as he spotted the middle-aged man at the forefront. With golden hair, azure eyes, a hawkish nose, and donning gold-rimmed glasses, this was Jet, the representative from Silverlight. Accompanying him was a man of Huaxia descent, the translator Chen Ming. "Mr. Jet." Song Minghui approached briskly, extending his hand. Jet laughed heartily. They had met before, and he held Song Minghui in high regard, which was why he led the delegation with the aim of establishing a factory in Huaxia. "Long time no see, Kong. I hope I haven't delayed your New Year celebrations," Jet remarked, casting a glance at Chen Ming, who cheerfully interjected, "New Year's Day." "Yes, New Year's Day." Jet surprisingly articulated the Chinese phrase, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Welcoming guests during the New Year was indeed a joyous occasion for them. "Jet, I have prepared dumplings for you." "Dumplings?" Jet echoed enthusiastically, his expression brimming with anticipation. During his last visit to Huaxia, dumplings had been his favorite dish. Chen Ming translated, explaining that dumplings were a traditional festive food in Huaxia, enjoyed by many families at home. In winter, variations included cabbage and pork, sauerkraut and pork, radish and pork, and a medley of 3 meats, among others. The foreigners appeared perplexed by the notion of dumplings, their expressions reflecting confusion. Song Minghui grasped Jet's hand, personally escorting him to the vehicle, where they engaged in lively conversation. The Huaxia officials placed considerable importance on the Silverlight delegation. At the Grand Hotel in the capital, within an opulent private room, steaming plates of dumplings adorned the table alongside roasted duck, lobster, and abalone. The foreigners were captivated by the dumplings and roasted duck, savoring the exquisite cuisine and expressing their delight. In Huaxia, it was customary to discuss business over a banquet. Song Minghui raised his glass to toast with Jet. "Mr. Jet, during your visit to Huaxia, what does your delegation wish to explore?" Jet, adeptly wielding his chopsticks, enjoyed the dumplings with finesse. Upon hearing Chun Ming's translation, he shrugged and offered a mysterious smile. Song, we have already decided to establish a factory in Huaxia. Really? Song Minghui and his colleagues were elated by this news, heralding the new year with a momentous announcement that would benefit the citizens nationwide. Absolutely. We can collaborate in various aspects. We possess a list that requires registration, and we hope for assistance from Song Qiu. Song Minghui also laughed heartily, extending his hand in a gesture. Chapter 64, Diplomatic Impact. 3 days later. A sharp ringing echoed in Song Minghui's office. He promptly answered the call, only to be taken aback. What did you say? The formulas and pharmaceutical trademarks of Yinhui Company have been registered by someone else, rendering further action impossible? How can this be? Song Minghui's expression shifted dramatically. After several days of investigation with Jet and others, they had confirmed that the list of pharmaceuticals established by Yinhui Company in Huaxia consisted of the most advanced medications. Many of these formulas were unprecedented in the domestic market. For Western medicine to thrive domestically, it required Yinhui Company. Once again, an explanation came through the phone, prompting Song Minghui to stand up seriously. I understand. I will report this immediately. He quickly left his office to report to his superiors, who undoubtedly regarded Yinhui Company with utmost importance and escalated the matter through various levels. Jet was seated in the hotel, sipping coffee, reflecting on the establishment of a pharmaceutical plant during this visit to Huaxia. With such a vast market, Yinhui Company had already laid the groundwork. This was pivotal for Yinhui's ambition to become a leading global pharmaceutical entity. A knock on the door interrupted, and Jet set down his cup, allowing entry. Song Minghui, clad in a formal suit, appeared serious, flanked by official representatives. Jet was momentarily taken aback, as was the translator Chun Ming. What is the matter? Jet knew that Huaxia operated differently from the West, and the official's significant attention indicated a serious issue. Mr. Jet, your company's pharmaceutical list is nearly all set for registration. However, there is one medication that cannot be registered domestically. The chemical formula is also ineligible. Only one? Jet chuckled, initially thinking it was a trivial matter. In the West, patents were highly regarded. The medications provided by Yinhui would likely face similar names in other countries. In Huaxia, having just one, Jet found it indicative of the impoverished state of Western medicine there. Upon noticing Jet's nonchalance, Song Minghui felt a sense of relief. He had been deeply troubled, only to realize that the other party did not take it seriously. It seemed the perspectives of Westerners and Easterners diverged significantly. Chun Ming took the initiative to translate Jet's thoughts, prompting Song Minghui to smile and nod once more. Which one? Jet offered Song Minghui a cup of coffee, to which Song Minghui expressed his gratitude again. Sildenafil, the trademark for Viagra. As soon as Song Minghui uttered this, Jet, who had just sipped his coffee, spat it out in disbelief. What? This is impossible. Jet was equally astonished. Sildenafil was a serendipitous discovery of Yinhui Company and was their flagship drug. They had already evaluated it and knew that its introduction to any country would yield immense profits for Yinhui. The fact that someone registered sildenafil in this barren landscape of Western medicine in Huaxia was utterly absurd. God, this cannot be a mere jest. What on earth is happening? Song Minghui stared blankly at Jetta and quickly urged Chun Ming to translate. Registered a year ago? A year ahead of us? Who on earth is this person? Jetta, feeling anxious, noted that sildenafil was a mandatory registration requirement in the medication list provided to Huaxia. No matter what, Jetta had to complete this registration, otherwise, the higher-ups would force him out. The registration was located in Beijing, Milan County. The registrant was named Jianguo. Song Ming handed over the documents to Jetta. Is there no way to cancel it? After asking this question, Jetta regretted it immediately. That was a patent registration. Who would dare to cancel it? The West places great importance on contracts. He rubbed his head, repeatedly invoking God. Song Ming couldn't cancel it either. Intellectual property law was being established. And who could possibly annul a complete commercial registration at this juncture? Mr. Jetta, there is, in fact, a solution. Before coming, Song Ming had already contemplated a way to resolve the issue. Addressing problems is precisely what Song Ming ought to do. What do you suggest, Song? Jetta, now somewhat pleading with Song Ming, understood the urgency of registering this sildenafil. Actually, we could purchase the patent. Upon hearing this, Jetta's eyes lit up. Yes, you're absolutely right. We can acquire the registration of this formula and the trademark. Song, you are my savior. Let's hurry and buy it. Song Minghui was once again taken aback. Jetta was so eager to leave now. Yes, we must go at once. Otherwise, I cannot remain in Huaxia. I beg you, take me there. This Milan County. This Baikai village. This Yi Jianguo. Jetta had to meet Yi Jianguo. By any means necessary, he had to secure the purchase. He solemnly informed Song Minghui that this formula was crucial for the Yinhui company, impacting their collaboration with Huaxia. No, it was affecting diplomatic relations. What? Upon hearing this, Song Minghui promptly notified the higher authorities. Layer upon layer of notifications ensued, and by 3 in the afternoon, a special train was set to depart for Beijing. Jetta, Song Minghui, Chen Ming, and others were all on their way to Beijing. There, representatives from the embassy had already dispatched vehicles for their reception. They were to collaborate and head to Milan County in search of Yi Jianguo. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Jianguo was not even in Milan County. Yi Jianguo was absent. While his so-called elder brother, Yi Jiaming, had returned to Baikai village. Yi Jiaming had journeyed back by car. He was now the office director at the Beijing chemical fiber plant. This vehicle was specifically assigned to plant leadership. As the office director, he discreetly utilized the car for personal use. The office director oversees the drivers, who must comply. A jeep entered Baikai village, igniting speculation among the villagers. The jeep came to a halt at the Yi household, further piquing their curiosity. Whose vehicle is this? Has something happened at the Yi family again? Amidst the chatter, Yi Jiaming stepped out of the car, draped in a woolen coat. This seemed to be the eldest of the Yi family. Chapter 65. The Yi family is thriving again. Yi Jiaming stood at the entrance, not even entering. He simply wanted the villagers to see him. Yi Jiaming felt a sense of pride. Despite being a son-in-law, he had already become a city dweller. Not only is he a city dweller, but he also holds the position of director at the factory. He is a figure that the entire Baikai village looks up to. Indeed, it is Yi Jiaming. He even has a car now. How enviable the city folks are. The voices of admiration wafted through the air and reached Yi Jiaming's ears. He pursed his lips and instructed the driver to knock on the door. After standing there for quite some time, he wondered why no one had come out. Little did he know that as soon as the sound of the car reached the entrance, the Yi family had already heard it. Yi's matriarch felt a twinge of fear. The household was currently in disarray. The second son's 2 children were all under the care of the elderly lady. During the new year, Xiao Fong had made an abundance of dumplings by herself and was chattering away, announcing her plans to rent a place in the city with the 4th son. This revelation infuriated the matriarch. If the 4th son left, who would take care of her? Consequently, she had no choice but to part with some money to placate Xiao Fong. Even so, Xiao Fong grew increasingly audacious, even daring to scold the matriarch at times. Could Ye's matriarch remain unperturbed? She had always been a formidable figure, longing to reprimand the 4th son, only to hear Yi Jianque, the 4th son, declare that after the new year, he would head to Ice City for business and would not return. The matriarch felt utterly helpless. The sound of the approaching car only heightened her anxiety. Yi Jianque hid inside the house, too frightened to open the door. "Hello, is anyone there?" "Our director Yi Jiaming has returned," the driver called out, startling Yi Jianque, who then opened the door. "Elder brother?" Yi Jianque was taken aback. His older brother Yi Jiaming had returned in a small car. This revelation also drew Xiao Fong's head out, and upon seeing her brother-in-law arrive in a vehicle, she was equally astonished. "Oh, my son." They had yet to emerge, but Ye's matriarch, like a flash of lightning, dashed out in an instant. Her legs no longer ached, nor did she feel discomfort. She flung open the door and extended her frail hand to grasp Yi Jiaming's. "My son, you have returned. Mother has been bullied relentlessly." The matriarch seemed to regain her sense of purpose. She had always favored her eldest son. The fact that he had become a city dweller and an esteemed son-in-law filled her with pride. She had finally awaited the return of her eldest son. Yet, she failed to consider that her eldest daughter-in-law had never come to visit. Even during the new year, at most, Yi Jianming brought his son along. "Mother, what is the matter?" Yi Jianming, wary of the driver learning about his family's affairs, instructed him to wait at the door. He returned home empty-handed, devoid of gifts. However, the fact that he arrived by car sent Ye's matriarch into a state of great excitement. "Elder brother, you possess a car now?" Yi Jianque approached with a broad smile. "Absolutely obsequious. What position do you hold now, my uncle?" "Come, children, speak quickly." Xiao Fong drew her children closer, and they gazed at Yi Jianming with sycophantic smiles. Yi Mingrui and Yi Mingchen also rushed out from within, kneeling before their uncle Yi Jianming. "Uncle, help us." Yi Mingrui, ever the troublemaker, seized the opportunity to voice his grievances, hoping that his uncle Yi Jianming could rescue their parents. Unfortunately, Yi Jianming's position as a factory official held little sway beyond the chemical fiber factory. What has happened to the children of the second son? Mother. The telephone did not convey the situation clearly. What is going on with our family? Yi Jianming felt a twinge of headache after enduring great difficulty to return. His child greeted him with cries for help, leaving him perplexed. Eldest brother, come inside, he urged. Our home has been utterly tormented by that beast. My mother should have strangled him long ago, the fierce matriarch, Yi Laotai, asserted, with Yi Jianque echoing her sentiments. Upon entering the house, Yi Jianming noticed the warmth was lacking, prompting his inquiry. Fourth sister-in-law, stoke the fire and add more firewood. Yi Laotai's voice boomed with renewed vigor, emboldened. She felt a surge of confidence. With her son having arrived by vehicle, she vowed that should Xiao Fong dare to act insolently again, the eldest would see to her punishment. Xiao Fong, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily complied and added more wood to the fire. Yi Jianque intended to light a cigarette for his elder brother, but was swiftly dismissed by Yi Laodai. Eldest brother, heed your mother, she insisted. Recounting the events that had transpired, Yi Jianming listened in stunned silence. Had the third brother, Yi Jianguo, truly awakened to the reality? He was privy to everything, and was even considering a division of the family estate. Mother, who informed him? Yi Jianming inquired, glancing at the fourth brother, who merely shook his head, asserting his innocence. Eldest brother, what shall we do? Yi Laodai ground her teeth in frustration. What is there to consider? If he wishes to divide the family, let him do so. His wife has left him. Even if he possesses money, will it suffice to support the children? Moreover, he is registered in the countryside. Should he take a mistress in the county, what concern is it of ours? Ultimately, he will have to return to the village. Mother, remember that city life is far from easy. With someone like Yi Jianguo, he won't last long. He will inevitably return. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Yi Laotai nodded vigorously. You are right, eldest brother. He will come crawling back, and when he does, I shall not entertain him. And what of your second brother and sister-in-law? Yi Laotai pressed Yi Jianming once more, who rolled his eyes in response. During the crackdown, the second brother dared to commit robbery? Is he out of his mind? Mother, the second brother cannot be saved. As for the sister-in-law, I will consider options to see if we can negotiate an administrative detention. If it escalates to criminal detention, that will be troublesome. But rest assured, the sentence won't be lengthy. Yi Jianming understood the situation well and conveyed it to Yi Laotai, who felt reassured. As long as the second brother remained alive and the sister-in-law returned, all would be well. Yi Laotai cast a sidelong glance at the fourth brother, prompting a wry smile from Yi Jianming. Eldest brother, if the fourth wishes to leave the family, let him remain on his own. Upon hearing this from the matriarch, Yi Jianming's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Jianque, do you dare to be unfilial to our mother? What are you thinking? Your small business in I City. Was it not I who aided you? Yi Jianming nodded repeatedly, his mind seething with indignation. You only know how to speak. How are you not unfilial? Have you contributed a single penny to the family? You constantly demand money from us. Just because you hold a position at the factory, do you think you are impressive? At least I tend to our mother. You have not cared for her even for a day. Who is truly unfilial here? Chapter 66. The foreigners enter the village. Yi Jianming sat on the edge of the calm, crossing his legs, producing a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, offering one to Yi Jianque, and then extending another to Yi Laotai. This is undoubtedly a brand of Chinese cigarettes. Observe the cigarette. Madame Yi beams with joy. Her eldest son truly carries himself with flair, possessing a car and indulging in fine tobacco. Her second son, having entered, feels invincible with the support of his brother. Mother, Yi Jianguo has already departed, so let him be. I do not wish to see him. If I do, I shall make him kneel before me. Don't mention me. Even my driver could compel Yi Jianguo to kneel. Madame Yi nodded repeatedly, while Yi Jianque ingratiated himself with his elder brother, saying, Brother, now that you have a driver, when I go to I City after the new year, could you send him to fetch me? You? Do you truly believe you deserve such a privilege? Yi Jianming shot a sideways glance at the youngest brother and retorted. Madame Yi rolled her eyes, but couldn't suppress her laughter. Yi Jianque was left feeling disgruntled, yet he maintained a forced smile. Indeed, you lack the fortune for that. However, elder brother, Yi Jianguo resides in Mulan County. You should drive over and teach him a lesson. We cannot allow him to think the Yi family fears him. He is nothing. Upon hearing this, Yi Jianming expressed his disdain. I have no time for such matters. I must return home this afternoon. I shall deal with it when I am free. Yi Jianming feigned indifference, while Madame Yi remained steadfast in her belief in her eldest son, insisting, yes, wait until you have time. You are now an official. When you see him, make sure he returns that 500 yuan to me. Madame Yi still harbored hopes for that 500 yuan bonus. Mother, what does 500 yuan amount to? Do you know how much I earn in a month now? Madame Yi looked at her eldest son expectantly, as did the others, with Xiaoling especially eager to listen. I now earn 120 yuan a month, Yi Jianming proclaimed proudly, causing a ripple of conversation among the Yi family. Madame Yi clapped her thighs, exclaiming that being an official was indeed advantageous. Yi Jianqiu, too, felt envious. Yi Jianming was genuinely wealthy, with an annual salary exceeding 1,000 yuan. Observing the envy from those around him, Yi Jianming laughed with renewed pride. What of being a son-in-law? He had indeed returned in glory. Just then, a voice called from outside. Yi family, open the door. It was the village head, Huang Donghai. The village head has come? Yi Jianming ambled down at a leisurely pace, standing beneath the eaves as he watched his youngest brother head to the door. Huang Donghai entered, accompanied by a group of village officials. Village head, I've just returned. Must you summon the village officials? Yi Jianming felt a swell of pride. Returning to the village was always such a spectacle. Even the village head came to greet him. Huang Donghai paused, looking at Yi Jianming, before realizing that the vehicle outside belonged to him. A leader will be visiting your home shortly. The reason is unclear. You ought to prepare. What is this about? Madame Yi and the family were taken aback. Yi Jianming, however, burst into laughter once more, addressing the village head. Village head, did you inform the leaders in the township that I am the director of the textile factory? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Yi Jianming assumed the leaders were coming to see him. Huang Donghai replied curtly, how would I know you were back? I said the specifics are unclear. Hurry and get ready. Which leader? Yi Jianming was about to inquire further when shouts echoed again down the village road. A convoy has entered the village. And lo and behold, there are numerous vehicles. My goodness, why are they adorned with foreign flags? At this moment, embassy cars and police vehicles are clearing the way, heading towards the Yi family. Naturally, the embassy displays foreign insignia, with government vehicles following closely behind. Upon hearing this, Huang Donghai hastily gathered people and rushed outside. The Yi family, filled with curiosity, also stepped out. Every household had someone at the door, all craning their necks to observe. So many cars. Who could possibly be the leader? Yi Jianque's eyes widened in astonishment, while Xiaoling beside him couldn't help but grip his arm, fear creeping into her heart. Rural folk had never witnessed such a spectacle. Yi Jianming dropped the cigarette but from his hand, lost in contemplation. Are they coming to my house? It has nothing to do with me, right? Could it be that the second brother is spouting nonsense again? If that were the case, it wouldn't concern me. I can't afford to be distracted from my work. Yi Jianming was exceedingly selfish, even stepping back, as he wanted nothing to do with his brother's affairs. The entire village had emerged to witness the convoy. First, the police cars came to a halt, followed by the others. I am the village head, Huang Donghai. He bent slightly and hurried to greet them. The figures stepping out of the vehicles were not the township chief but leaders from my city. Individuals Huang Donghai did not recognize. The leaders turned their attention to the central vehicle, from which Song Minghui also emerged. Jite and Chun Ming followed suit. Foreigners? The villagers, upon seeing the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jite, erupted in exclamations. In this era, encountering a foreigner was akin to witnessing the rarest of creatures. What could this foreigner want in our village? What event has unfolded? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Song Minghui extended his hand, greeting Huang Donghai. Village head Huang, do not be alarmed. Please ask your villagers to disperse. We have foreign guests. Do not let them create a commotion. Huang Donghai nodded fervently, turning to the others and shouting, silence. Disperse, return to your homes, and refrain from discussing this. Is it not embarrassing? They are foreign guests. His reprimands echoed throughout the village, prompting everyone to retreat hastily. Where is Yi Jianguo? Song Minghui inquired once more, and Huang Donghai quickly pointed towards the Yi residence. That used to be Yi Jianguo's home. Song Minghui, not catching the previous context, walked directly over to seek out Yi Jianguo. Yi Jianguo, the Yi family, upon hearing his name, fell silent. It was Yi Jianming who reacted swiftly, smiling humbly at Song Minghui. I am Yi Jianming, the office director of the I-City textile factory. Has something happened to Yi Jianguo? I knew it. That person is a scoundrel. Sir, He is no longer associated with our family. He was adopted by my mother and has since separated from us. He has no ties to the Yi family now. Yi Jianming believed his reasoning to be sound, confident that the leaders would comprehend the situation regarding their family. Chapter 67. The misfortunes of the Yi family. What did you say? Yi Jianguo is not a member of your family. He does not reside here. Song Minghui was momentarily stunned, while the translator Chen Ming was swiftly interpreting, and Jitai's eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, we traveled from the capital so swiftly, only to find him driven away. Adopted? What does it mean to split the family? Jitai was anxious. He needed to locate Yi Jianguo. You have split the family? Song Minghui pointed at Yi Jianming once more, demanding clarity. Yi Jianming forced a smile again, gesturing toward his mother. My mother drove him away. His affairs truly have nothing to do with my family. Upon hearing this, Yi Jianwater and old lady Yi shook their heads in agreement. Indeed, whatever he does has no relation to the Yi family. Leader, he has committed a crime. It is unrelated to us. Old lady Yi shouted hoarsely once more. What crime? Song Minghui snapped angrily, feeling that the Yi family was utterly chaotic. Village Chief Huang. Song Minghui maintained a stern expression, and the other leaders turned their gazes toward Huang Donghai, which made him feel uneasy. Yi Jianguo is no longer in your village? Huang Donghai replied, correct. He is no longer in our village. Do you know where he is? Song Minghui's anxiety grew. In this era, finding someone was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Jitai was also stamping his foot, desperate to find Yi Jianguo. I know. Huang Donghai quickly nodded. And upon hearing that he had information, Song Minghui felt a wave of relief. Excellent, have him come over immediately. We have very important matters to discuss with him. Do not be nervous. We are here to seek Mr. Ye's assistance, Song Minghui added, hoping to alleviate Huang Donghai's concerns and ensure he would allow Yi Jianguo to come. Seek. My heavens. Huang Donghai felt as if his head might explode. So many leaders and foreign guests had come to plead with Yi Jianguo. What a fate for him. The entire Yi family was equally bewildered. These individuals were here to seek Yi Jianguo, not to hold him accountable. If that were the case, they could have leveraged the presence of these leaders and guests to their advantage. They had just claimed that Yi Jianguo had no ties to their family. It was a disaster. They should not have said that earlier. Alas, old lady Yi was filled with regret, and Yi Jianming felt a twinge of remorse. Though he remained skeptical, he is in Mulan County. As for the exact location, I am uncertain. We can only find Yi Jianguo at the Supply and Marketing Hotel. Mulan County? Are you certain? After Song Minghui spoke, Huang Donghai pulled out accountant Wan. Wan stuttered. Yes, he should be staying at the manager's house of the hotel. I know that place. Good, let us depart at once. You lead the way. Song Minghui commanded decisively, no longer willing to wait for Yi Jianguo. Ride in the car? Accountant Wan had never been in a car before. He rubbed his hands together, feeling both excited and apprehensive. Get in the car. Mr. Jitai, do not worry. We will see Yi Jianguo in just an hour. Song Minghui reassured Jitai, who nodded repeatedly. Let's talk once we meet. I am very grateful to you, Director Song. After speaking, Jitai glanced at the Yi family. It was truly difficult for him to fathom how such a family could produce a talent of this caliber, only to have someone drive that genius away. Beside him, Chen Ming continued to translate, capturing the attention of Huang Donghai and others. Yi Jianguo is a genius? The foreigner seeks the prodigious Yi Jianguo. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Accountant Wan boarded the vehicle, and everyone followed suit. As the convoy swiftly turned around and departed from Cabbage Village, the convoy had indeed reversed its course. Everyone remained frozen in place. The faces of the Yi family, from the elders to the children, were painted with profound distress, particularly that of old Madame Yi, who wore an expression as if she had tasted something foul. Had Yi Jianguo not been expelled, the Yi family might have garnered assistance from leaders and foreign guests alike. Surely, these individuals could not simply ask for help without offering something in return, could they? Old Madame Yi seemed to perceive a multitude of wealth slipping away from her grasp. Yi Jianque shared her sentiments. His wife, Chao Feng, crumbled as if bereaved of her own mother. Yi Jianming stood rooted to the spot, his mind buzzing. He had intended to confront Yi Jianguo, but was it possible that Yi Jianguo had ascended to such heights? What business did they have with Yi Jianguo? Could it be related to his wife's affairs? Yi Jianming's thoughts whirled, unable to find clarity. Meanwhile, Huang Donghai shuddered, coming to a realization, and turned to address the other village officials. From now on, when you encounter Yi Laosan, or rather, Yi Jianguo, show him the respect he deserves. He is a significant figure. The others nodded in agreement, Having grasped the situation, Huang Dahai cast a glance at the Yi family, snorted disdainfully, and turned to leave. He would not have bothered to come if it weren't for Yi Jianguo. The others regarded the Yi family with peculiar expressions, deeming them utterly foolish for having expelled such a talented individual. They even had the audacity to assert, in front of the leaders, that they had no connection to Yi Jianguo. Now, it was irrevocably severed. In the future, as Yi Jianguo mingled with high-ranking leaders and foreign dignitaries, what relevance would the Yi family hold? Villagers gathered at the entrance, whispering and pointing fingers. The Yi family stood at the door, their faces darkened. Eldest brother, what shall we do? After a long pause, old Madame Yi pounded her chest in despair, seeking guidance from her eldest son. Yi Jianming, however, had lost the will to maintain any semblance of superiority. He turned to his mother and said, "Mother, stop fretting. It may not necessarily be a good thing. As for me, I shall skip dinner and return home." Yi Jianming felt embarrassed to remain in this place, subjected to the villagers' scrutiny. Just moments ago, he had arrived in grand style, but now, witnessing Yi Jianguo's convoy seeking assistance, he felt utterly humiliated and hurried to leave. "Ah, you're departing just like that? Eldest brother." No matter how much old Madame Yi pleaded, Yi Jianming drove away. Chapter 68. The negotiation of Yi Jianguo in Milan County at the Supply and Marketing Hotel. Gao Haixing had already been promoted to the position of lobby manager. With a stern expression, he sat at the counter. Ever since taking on this role, the number of diners had dwindled. Wang Xiaolan, having been brought into the procurement department by Zhao Xiaoli, was overjoyed, dismissing any concern regarding her uncle. Just then, the door swung open, and Song Minghui and others entered. "What brings you here?" Gao Haixing, familiar with the Yi family's dealings, instantly recognized that they had come seeking Yi Jianguo and was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Xiaoli and Yu Chang emerged, having heard inquiries about Yi Jianguo. Zhao Xiaoli promptly explained, leading the group back to Wazi Hatong. Yi Jianguo remained in Wazi Hatong, engrossed in drafting a proposal at his rented accommodation. Lao Dao and Yi Xiaoling were at Sun Hua's, listening to storytelling. Outside, a clamor arose. Yi Jianguo lifted his head to see the door pushed open, with Zhao Xiaoli leading a crowd inside. In this moment, Yi Jianguo exhibited remarkable composure. They have arrived? He sensed that the first chapter was about to unfold. His task now was to maintain a steady position, though such steadiness required careful consideration. "Jianguo," Zhao Xiaoli called out, her excitement evident. The leaders and foreign guests hailed from Ice City and the capital. Yi Jianguo stepped forward, clad in black plush trousers and a red sweater, his hair meticulously arranged. "What brings you here?" he inquired, standing at the threshold and observing the individuals behind Zhao Xiaoli. Accountant 1 pointed at Yi Jianguo, confirming that he was indeed the Yi Jianguo from Baikai village. "You are Comrade Yi Jianguo, correct?" "Greetings, I am Song Minghui." Song Minghui gazed at Yi Jianguo, surprised by the rural man's calm demeanor. Yi Jianguo stood firm, reminiscent of a sturdy pine or a majestic mountain, embodying an extraordinary presence, neither servile nor arrogant. Song Minghui, in his 20s, had not exuded such steadiness in his youth. "Hello. With so many present, let us proceed inside." Yi Jianguo politely extended his hand, ushering the group into the room. At that moment, Lao Dao suddenly appeared, catching everyone off guard as he positioned himself behind Yi Jianguo. "The boss is here, thus the bodyguard must remain by his side." Regardless of the leaders present, Lao Dao was resolute in protecting Yi Jianguo. Yi Jianguo paused momentarily, glancing at Lao Dao, feeling a warmth in his heart. "Lao Dao, it's fine. They wish to discuss matters with me. You and Xiaoli may step outside." Yi Jianguo encouraged Lao Dao to leave. Lao Dao exchanged a look that sought confirmation of Yi Jianguo's words. A slight smile from Yi Jianguo assured him, prompting Lao Dao to exit. This scene caused Song Minghui to reassess Yi Jianguo. He was no ordinary farmer, as he had a protector and seemed to discern their identities. "Esteemed leaders, please enjoy some tea," Yi Jianguo announced, retrieving a stack of teacups from the cabinet. The tea, jasmine from the capital, prompted nods of approval from the leaders. "Greetings. I am Jite." Jite was the first to approach, unable to contain his eagerness. "Mr. Jite, it's a pleasure to meet you," Yi Jianguo replied in English, catching Jite by surprise. "You speak a foreign language?" "A little." Yi Jianguo smiled faintly. Indeed, he could manage basic conversation, albeit with grammatical and tonal errors. "Wonderful. I would like to inquire, is this formula registered in your name?" Jite naturally produced the formula, and Yi Jianguo glanced at it. "Sildenafil? Indeed, that is mine." Are you a doctor of medicine as well? Jite questioned, puzzled. Jianguo shook his head, then raised his teacup, smiling in silence. With so many people present, he refrained from speaking indiscriminately. The more one shrouds matters in mystery, the more the other party tends to engage in wild speculation. Noticing Jianguo's silence, Jite grew increasingly anxious. Jite, please wait a moment. Song Minghui, observing Jianguo's reticence, also felt that the multitude of discussions would prove troublesome. Everyone, let us return for now. The remaining matters will be addressed between Silver Radiance Company and Comrade Yi. He expressed his gratitude to all present. Song Minghui urged the representatives from I City to depart, and they politely greeted Jianguo, recognizing that this young man was indeed extraordinary. Once all had exited, those in the alley began murmuring amongst themselves. At the entrance of Zhao Xiaoli's rental property, guards were stationed. Song Minghui turned to Jianguo with a smile. Comrade Yi, our purpose in coming here is to discuss the formula and trademark. Mr. Jite represents Silver Radiance Company, which seeks to establish a pharmaceutical factory in Huaxia. You must understand the significance of medicine, the nation hopes. Song Minghui intended to persuade Jianguo to relinquish the formula. For the sake of the country, I am willing to forfeit the registration of the formula and the Viagra trademark. Hearing Jianguo's straightforward agreement, Song Minghui's spirits lifted. Oh, this is the mark of an astute individual. After all this effort, Jianguo's immediate consent is nothing short of splendid. Thank you, Comrade Yi. Song Minghui regarded Jianguo with admiration, and Jite also beamed with joy. I wish to engage in thorough discussions with Silver Radiance Company. After all, relinquishing the formula and trademark transitions us into the realm of commerce. Jianguo's willingness to concede stemmed from his understanding that he merely possessed knowledge of the formula and had preemptively registered the Viagra trademark. Should he refuse to yield, neither the state nor capital would permit it. An individual must never confront capital head-on. At present, Jianguo was insignificant, a mere speck before Silver Radiance Pharmaceutical Company. This speck could be obliterated at any moment, and the state would remain indifferent. Yielding was imperative, yet the terms required careful negotiation. Indeed, commercial dealings. Comrade Yi, do you have a company? Song Minghui responded, and Jianguo nodded, retrieving a document that confirmed he had indeed registered a company. 9 Heavens. The 9 Heavens Company, akin to the 33 layers of heaven, exists above. Jianguo's ambitions were vast. Owning a company indicated corporate engagement, making negotiations inevitable. Jite, upon seeing the business license, smiled at Jianguo again. Mr. Yi, how much do you require? We can negotiate amicably. Chapter 69, Business Negotiation. Mr. Yi, for the registration of the formula and the Viagra trademark, I can offer you 10,000. Jite presented his terms, adding confidently, and I mean in US dollars. His assurance was palpable, and Chunming assisted with translation, though Jianguo comprehended it all. As Jianguo sipped his tea, he discreetly glanced at Song Minghui, who, seated, was focused on his teacup, evidently indicating that the official side would not interfere in their transaction. This simplifies matters. Jianguo mused inwardly, then turned his attention back to Jite. This formula pertains to the sildenafil medication. Mr. Jite, this is a new drug, initially aimed at cardiac patients. Jet was taken aback, his emerald eyes darting rapidly. This medication had long emerged in the West, initially intended for heart disease patients. Its efficacy was far from satisfactory, prompting scientists to consider retracting it. However, none of the heart patients returned the experimental drug. Instead, they discreetly hid it away. After much effort, an elderly individual was found for inquiry. The response revealed that the drug bore no effect on the heart, yet for men, it was akin to a gas station, a miraculous remedy for them. From that moment on, Silver Radiance Pharmaceuticals began to rise, gaining acceptance across the Western world. Now, with China's reform and opening up, there were plans to introduce this drug to China. With such a vast market of men in China, the prospect was quite alarming. Jet had presumed that Jianguo might be unaware of this medication, perhaps only familiar with the registration formula. Mr. Yi, do you have a deep understanding of this drug? Jet asked, feeling somewhat awkward, but Jianguo merely smiled and replied, by chance, Mr. Jet, you should be the manager for Silver Radiance in China. From now on, you will be fully responsible for the business here. Jet was taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Indeed. Mr. Jet, I am pleased you came to find me. I wish to befriend you. Jianguo continued. Jet gazed at Jianguo, somewhat puzzled by his intentions. In China, we approach friendships with sincerity. Since you, Mr. Jet, wish to acquire the formula for $10,000, I have no objections. Really? Jet was astonished that Jianguo agreed. Song Minghui also looked up. $10,000 was indeed a considerable sum, equating to over 100,000 RMB at the current exchange rate. Of course it is genuine. I will transfer both the formula and the Viagra trademark to Silver Radiance. But Jet, just moments ago, he had addressed him as Mr. Jet, and now he simply called him by his first name. Are you willing to be my friend? Jianguo's eyes twinkled with mirth as he sat there, exuding calmness and complete control over the negotiations tempo. Jet was a businessman, and a shrewd one at that. Oh, my Yi, Jet exclaimed, dropping the formalities entirely. I am honored to meet you and to become your friend. True friendship does require sincerity. Yi, what else do you need? Jet smiled in return. Jianguo regarded Jet and gently stated, I hope to become the agent for Viagra in the north. What? Jet was stunned. Jianguo aimed to be the agent for Viagra? You? Jet was immensely surprised, realizing that his new friend harbored considerable ambition. Once Viagra was produced in China, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. Essentially, it would require no agency, as Silver Radiance's Viagra would dominate the market. No other male enhancement product could rival it. Jet, I am serious. You believe Viagra will sweep the Chinese market, but I can assure you, that requires time. You do not understand the Chinese people. Even if your drug is produced and placed in pharmacies or hospitals, Chinese men would not purchase it. What do you mean? Jet gazed intently at Jianguo, who, with a swift motion, retrieved a document from his pocket. The men of Huaxia, it seemed, were often too self-admiring and overly shy to broach certain subjects, making the purchase of such medications a daunting task for them. However, Jianguo handed the document to Jet. It was a marketing plan concerning Viagra, a grand gift from Jianguo to Jet. With this boon, Jet could promote Viagra in advance. This medication heralded a new dawn for men. Yet it also bore its share of side effects. In the 1980s, holding hands in public was a rarity for couples, let alone compelling men to take the initiative in purchasing such products. The surge in Viagra sales only commenced at the dawn of the 1990s. Jianguo's marketing strategy sought to harness the resources of health clinics and hospitals, aiming to persuade enterprises to procure Viagra as a benefit for their male employees. State-owned enterprises typically housed family planning departments, corporate hospitals, kindergartens, and schools. Although these enterprises were cumbersome, they functioned as small communities, with employees adhering to their norms. Jianguo aimed to promote Viagra from the top down, positioning it as akin to state-sanctioned family planning products. In this framework, Viagra would inevitably gain early acceptance. My God. So that's how it is. Yi, do you understand marketing? Jet pondered over the marketing plan for a full hour, his excitement palpable. The plan was written in English, further affirming Jet's belief in Jianguo's capabilities. I understand Huaxia men even better now. Jet, trust me. Jet, deeply looking at Jianguo, recognized that there was a more comprehensive strategy behind this marketing plan. Yi, I certainly believe in you. Very well, I shall strive to make you the northern agent. Yi, you must understand that establishing a factory requires time. Everything necessitates patience. Yet I assure you, as long as I am in Huaxia, my trust in you will remain unwavering. At times, a businessman's purity lies in the simplicity of trust. When one is captivated, it is simply trust. The hallmark of a top-tier businessman is the ability to employ without doubt. Jet's encounter with Jianguo at this pivotal moment would ultimately shape his own destiny. Chapter 70. A successful retreat. Jianguo smiled and extended his hand once more to shake Jet's. I will venture to Ice City to establish the Jotian Company. Perhaps in the future, I shall seek you in the capital. Haha, Yi, I believe a great tycoon will emerge from Huaxia. I aspire to become a tycoon, and you shall become true capital. Jianguo whispered this into Jet's ear, fully cognizant of the Western proclivity for freedom and equality, yet also their relentless pursuit of wealth. Wealth is indeed capital. Haha. Jet chuckled heartily, gripping Jianguo's hand firmly. Song Minghui also rose, signaling the conclusion of their negotiations. Mr. Yi, I truly did not expect you to be such a talented individual. I just visited Yuanbao village. Is that your home? Upon mentioning Ye's family home, Song Minghui instinctively shook his head. That is not my home. Jianguo smiled faintly and then addressed Song Minghui. Song, let us sign the transfer agreement under your witness. No problem. In this rented apartment, Jianguo's grand plan had been firmly established. This scheme, upon the public listing of Wega, would catapult Yi Jianguo into millionaire status overnight. And within a decade, he would ascend to become one of the wealthiest individuals in Huaxia. However, Yi Jianguo was unwilling to wait for 10 years. His ambition was to unlock all the potential he possessed. He aimed to embrace multiple identities and reclaim his woman in the capital. No matter how powerful the Lin family might be, he would trample them beneath his feet. With financial might, he would force them to bow. Authority is not the ultimate power. Yi Jianguo's ambitions were immense. Once wealth transformed into capital, capital became the deity that governed all. Upon signing the transfer agreement, Jite also received the marketing plan. He handed cash to Yi Jianguo, who, in turn, passed the cash to Song Minghui. Song, could you help me exchange this? The country is in need of foreign currency. Song Minghui smiled again. Yi Jianguo was indeed a clever man. While the nation required foreign exchange, it did not particularly need his $10,000. Exchanging it himself would also count as a personal achievement for Song Minghui. Yi Jianguo may not pursue an official career, but Song Minghui did. Xiaoyi, I will help you exchange it. Are you really going to Ice City? I can introduce you to a few people. Song Minghui held a favorable view of Yi Jianguo, who exuded a certain magnetism that intrigued Song Minghui to see how far Yi Jianguo could go. Thank you, Song. Song Minghui also left his contact information, while Jite presented a business card, expressing his hope that Yi Jianguo would visit the capital once the pharmaceutical factory was established. I will certainly go to the capital. Until then, an agreement was reached, and although Yi Jianguo wished to invite both for a meal, Jite and Song Minghui declined, as they needed to return to the capital that very night, where a collaboration ceremony with the upper echelons and Yinhui Company awaited them. As they bid farewell, Yi Jianguo stood in Wazi Hutong, feeling the eyes of those peering through door cracks, observing him. Each gaze was filled with admiration. Yi Jianguo was indeed a friend of foreign dignitaries. Not only did they admire him, but Sun Hua also stood in the courtyard, secretly scrutinizing Yi Jianguo. Xiaoling, I can no longer comprehend him. Leaders and foreign guests come seeking his assistance. What is going on? Zhao Xiaoli bit her lip, increasingly confused, realizing that Yi Jianguo belonged to an entirely different world than hers. Mom, I feel like crying. Zhao Xiaoli truly wanted to weep, and Sun Hua sighed at his daughter's distress. Good child, take your time. Mom. Zhao Xiaoli embraced her mother, weeping, while a chubby little face pressed against the window. Why is Annie crying? Yi Xiaoling turned to look at old Dao, who stood observing the happenings outside. Your father has returned. Xiaoling, we must leave. Leave? Where to? Ice City. Old Dao stated calmly, leaving Yi Xiaoling momentarily stunned. Yi Jianguo entered the courtyard, and, upon seeing Zhao Xiaoli in tears, was taken aback. Who has bullied you? No, I am scared. Zhao Xiaoli unexpectedly uttered these words, which elicited a smile from Yi Jianguo. They have all departed. There is no need for concern. And son. Yi Jianguo glanced back at Sun Hua, who regarded him with an expression of profound complexity. I am grateful for your care over these past few days. I plan to move out tomorrow. What? Sun Hua was once again taken aback. Yi Jianguo intended to leave this place? Woo-woo. Zhao Xiaoli had anticipated this moment. She dashed into the room and collapsed onto the calm, weeping. This startled Yi Xiaoling, who hurried to comfort Zhao Xiaoli. This child. Sun Hua observed her daughter, and then shot Yi Jianguo a disapproving glare. You too, can you not linger a while longer? Just because you know an outsider. Does that make you extraordinary? Yi Jianguo felt somewhat awkward under her reprimand. Auntie, that was not my intention. I am heading to Ice City to establish a company. Establish a company? Sun Hua was bewildered by Yi Jianguo's revelation, unable to clarify his situation. Yi Jianguo entered the room and spoke to Zhao Xiaoli about his plans for the company. In the future, should the opportunity arise, you may visit me in Ice City. Yi Jianguo spoke softly, prompting Zhao Xiaoli to slowly lift her gaze to meet his. Her tear-filled eyes were a poignant sight. Really? Of course. If your restaurant struggles, come work for my company. I will appoint you as manager. Yi Jianguo reassured Zhao Xiaoli once more. You mean it? Xiaoling and old Dao were watching closely. You mustn't deceive me. No, let us seal the promise. Zhao Xiaoli surprisingly extended her little pinky and placed it against Yi Jianguo's palm. Very well. Yi Jianguo was at a loss for words. Zhao Xiaoli was behaving like a child. Pinky swear, we shall never change for 100 years. Zhao Xiaoli said sweetly. Her eyes filled with admiration for Yi Jianguo. Little did she know the magnitude of the future this promise would bring her. Yi Jianguo felt a ripple of affection from Zhao Xiaoli, stirring something within him. The shallow moon still awaited, unless I am certain that she has truly changed her heart. Jianguo reminded himself, and as he recalled the individual he nearly harmed, his heart grew colder. Chapter 71. The Hidden Dragon enters the city. A Dongfeng cargo truck was en route to Ice City. The driver, resembling an older Russian, spoke with a thick accent. In the transportation circles, the driver was nicknamed Old Russian. Hey buddy, with the new year approaching, are you heading to Ice City for a family visit, or what? The Old Russian driver inquired of the front passenger, Old Dao, who, wearing a wind cap pulled low, sat rigidly in the seat, entirely ignoring the driver. The Old Russian turned to glance at Jianguo, his curiosity piqued. Settling down, Jianguo smiled faintly. This truck had been hired by him, now that he had wealth. There were no rental cars available in Mulan County. Otherwise, he would have certainly arranged for a car to allow the children a taste of experience. Settling down. What does that mean? The Old Russian asked, puzzled. With the new year approaching, who settles down in Ice City in sub-zero temperatures? My home is in Ice City. Jianguo replied casually, causing Xiaoling to nervously grasp her father's hand. Xiaoling believed that their home should be in Mulan County. Being with Grandma's son and Aunt Zhao truly evokes a sense of home. It turns out we are in Ice City. Ice City has improved remarkably. Are you from within the city or outside? The Old Russian is quite familiar with Ice City, effortlessly discussing the inner city, the outskirts, Taiping, and Nangang. Master, how did you obtain your driver's license? Jianguo suddenly recalled something and inquired about the Old Russian's license. I acquired it during my military service. Without an organization, one cannot take the test. Nowadays, to obtain a driver's license, one must also learn automotive repair knowledge. You cannot manage it. The Old Russian answered directly, and Jianguo took out a cigarette, offering it to him. Thank you, my friend. With children around, I shall refrain from smoking. The Old Russian's unexpected remark caused Jianguo's pupils to constrict as he tilted his head to glance at his daughter. It's all right, Dad, I'm not afraid. Xiaoling, being quite understanding, often observes others smoking in the village. No one considers the presence of children when they smoke. I never anticipated that the Old Russian would possess such sensitivity. Even he has a daughter. The Old Russian remarked, followed by a deep sigh. Unfortunately, the child is no longer with us. Jianguo looked over, and Old Dao also seemed to forget the past. She was about 5 or 6 years old. Succumbed to a high fever, and, being so young, did not comprehend what medication she was given by the hospital, leading to her allergic reaction and demise. My spouse cried until her eyes were swollen from grief over the loss of our child. I had no choice but to return from military service. The Old Russian tucked the cigarette behind his ear, smiling broadly, yet his words carried a sorrowful weight. Brother Mao, you are still young. You can have another child. Jianguo patted the Old Russian's shoulder, unaware of his surname, simply addressing him as Brother Mao. No, I often think that one day when we depart, we will be reunited with our daughter. Such is life. Just as the Old Russian finished speaking, Old Dao spoke solemnly. Have another one. The Old Russian was taken aback, not expecting this quiet man to voice such a sentiment. Haha. Jianguo laughed, and the Old Russian joined in, while Old Dao merely twitched his lips, adjusting his hat's brim. Perhaps this was Old Dao's way of smiling. Following the laughter, Jianguo and the Old Russian engaged in more fervent conversation. It turns out the Old Russian's true surname is Mao, his name being Mao Detsai. His grandfather was also an Old Russian, having lived among the Awinki people. After the loss of his child, the Old Russian turned to transportation work. His home is indeed in Ice City, in the family quarters behind the Ice City Brewery. The vehicle he drives is a scrapped one, and he operates it for private jobs. Brother Mao, can you drive a sedan? Jianguo understood the impossibility of obtaining a license, yet he still felt the desire to own a car. My brother, I can drive a truck. So a sedan is surely no problem. All right, when I have a car, you will help me drive it. Haha, sounds good. The Old Russian responded readily, not taking it too seriously. Xiaoling Street. Old Dao gazed ahead, faintly catching sight of Ice City. After such a long journey, they were finally approaching Ice City, prompting Old Dao to announce their destination. Xiaoling Street? It has now become a decorative street, where one can see foreigners at the Manhattan shopping center. Is your home in that area? The Old Russian continued, and Xiaoling looked up at her father, realizing that their home truly lies in that direction. Yes, I contacted a broker through Master Dao. Broker? Xiaoling naturally did not comprehend what a broker was. In modern terms, a broker functions as an intermediary. In this era, Intermediaries do exist, yet Master Dao's connections pertain to the underworld brokers, specializing in intelligence gathering, antiquities trading, and real estate dealings. After establishing contact with this broker, Master Dao relayed pertinent property information to Jianguo. Jianguo ultimately chose a courtyard situated opposite Xiaoling Street. This residence was conveniently located near Central Avenue. Merely a passage through 2 alleys would lead one to it. The courtyard was an independent enclave, previously owned by an official. Regrettably, the family had relocated to the south, and the property eventually fell into the hands of a teacher from the 3rd middle school, influenced by Western ideologies. This teacher aspired to sell the house and seek a more affluent life in the West, convinced that the allure of the American dream surpassed all else. Following the reforms and opening up, many were swept away by the cultural tide of the West. During this period, even Jianguo had to concede that life in the West seemed far superior to that in the homeland. However, the notion of becoming a person of stature in the West was nothing short of a fantasy. The proceeds from selling the house would not sustain one for long in the West. Had this teacher been able to endure for 20 years, this solitary courtyard could have transformed him into a millionaire in Ice City and potentially a billionaire in the capital. Unfortunately, the benefits of the era were lost on this educator, while Jianguo stood poised to seize them. The vehicle halted at the intersection of Xiaoling Street, and Master Dao gestured toward the opposite side, where a figure squatted by the roadside. This individual, clad in 2 military overcoats, had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, a scruffy beard adorning his face, and his bare hands were not gloved. He alternately smoked and breathed warmth into one hand. Boss, that's him, the broker of Ice City, Wang Wu. Chapter 72. Settling in Ice City, Jianguo descended from the car, cradling his daughter, and observed as Master Dao approached broker Wang Wu. Upon noticing their arrival, Wang Wu finally stood up. I thought you weren't coming. Are you Daogu? Wang Wu, quite affable, reached into his pocket for another cigarette. Master Dao shook his head. Stepping aside, this is my boss. Wang Wu turned his beaming smile toward Jianguo. Good day, boss. The homeowner is awaiting us. We must conduct a cash transaction. Jianguo nodded, and Wang Wu then led the group toward the adjacent courtyard. The black wooden door stood beside stone lions, the threshold painted red but now weathered. The stepping stone was encased in ice, and icicles hung from the eaves, suggesting that the inhabitants were not particularly industrious. Wang Wu knocked on the door, and a voice resonated from within. Coming. The homeowner, Qianyue, emerged, clad in a thick cotton coat and wearing heavy glasses fogged from his breath. He lowered his head, surveying the newcomers through his spectacles. Teacher Guan, this is the prospective buyer, Wang Wu chuckled, prompting Qianyue to glance at Jianguo as he heard the mention of a property sale. This house of mine is quite remarkable. If I weren't in such a hurry to sell, I could easily fetch 5,000 yuan. Wang Wu continued to smile as he ushered Jianguo inside. Upon entering, Jianguo's eyes widened. The expansive courtyard was indeed spacious, with a jujube tree nestled in one corner. To the east, a rockery stood, unmistakably indicative of a wealthy household. The grand house, oriented north and facing south, is flanked by eastern and western wing rooms, with additional structures at the back and even a quaint backyard. Once, the backyard must have been adorned with blooming flowers and greenery, and there exists a rear door as well. The layout within the house is splendid, furnished entirely with exquisite rosewood. The master bedroom features a heated Kong bed and even a traditional underfloor heating system, akin to modern floor heating. When ignited, the entire room transforms into a vernal haven. Jianguo couldn't help but nod. The former owner of this courtyard was indeed a person of considerable means. Xiaoling caressed the rosewood 8 immortals table and turned to her father with delight. Dad, it has a fragrant aroma. The fragrance of sandalwood is unmistakable. Indeed, dear child. This is sandalwood, replied Qianyue, somewhat proud, yet unwilling to boast about his courtyard. Jianguo remained silent, directing his gaze towards Wang Wu, inquiring. Are all the furnishings for sale? Certainly, they constitute a complete set. Teacher Guan is an individual of discernment, and he is soon to travel abroad. Jianguo noted how Qianyue's stature seemed to rise at the mere mention of international travel, a privilege not easily attained in these times. This courtyard is quite splendid. How much do you desire for it? Observing his daughter's evident affection for the place, Jianguo felt a sense of reassurance. Of course, it is splendid. I previously mentioned that were it not for my imminent departure abroad, I would not consider selling. Thus, I propose 4,500 yuan. Guanyu seized the opportunity, especially since Jianguo had already expressed approval. But teacher Guan, did you not state 3,500 yuan? How can the price have shifted? Wang Wu interjected, perturbed by the sudden increase, as the terms had seemingly been settled. Guanyu, undeterred, insisted on the higher price, regardless of the implications for the transaction. My courtyard would incur a loss at 3,500 yuan. Hence, it must be 4,500. Guanyu's insistence was clearly unreasonable, while Wang Wu continued to contest the matter. Dad, that's exorbitant. Xiaoling tugged at her father's hand. Jianguo chuckled softly, redirecting his gaze back to Guanyu. Initially, he had intended to close the deal. But Guanyu's sudden hike in price altered his resolve. This house is indeed commendable, yet at such a price, do you truly believe it will sell? Aren't you departing soon? I am not in a rush. Let us go. Jianguo displayed no urgency, even lifting Xiaoling into his arms, and turned to Lao Dao, saying, let us proceed to the next place. Where's the next stop? Jianguo feigned ignorance. Wang Wu, under the impression that there was another property, pointed at Guanyu. Very well, let us see if you can sell this house. As long as I am in Beijing, I doubt anyone will dare to purchase it. Wang Wu, being a man of the streets, grew formidable, startling Guanyu. Wait, don't leave just yet. Guanyu hastily blocked Jianguo's path, genuinely anxious to finalize his plans for departure. With the urgency of selling the property looming, Wang Wu too felt the pressure. Realizing that without a sale, he would lack sufficient funds for his upcoming journey abroad. Then, how about 4,000 yuan? Will that suffice? We can sign the contract today and proceed with the formalities. Guanyu increased the price again, prompting Wang Wu to cast a sharp glance at them, though his demeanor softened thereafter. That's more like it. Wang Wu turned to Jianguo, who calmly stated, we agreed on 3,500, and that is the price. If you can sell, then sell. If not, so be it. The paperwork can be handled by Wang Wu. It matters not to me. Guanyu's faces darkened. Jianguo was showing no respect. Wang Wu fell silent, allowing Guanyu to deliberate on their own. Very well, 3,500 it is. I require cash. And I want it all at once. Good. Jianguo finally nodded, leaning down to ruffle Xiaoling's hair. Xiaoling retrieved her backpack and extracted 4 stacks of cash. Both Wang Wu and Guanyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Letting a child handle money? How can the affluent be so trusting? Lao Dao glared coldly at the two men, asserting that it was perfectly acceptable for the young lady to manage the funds. Should they dare to resort to thievery, he would sever their hands. Xiaoling counted the money swiftly and handed it to her father. Count it. Sign the contract. Wang Wu, assist with the paperwork. We must conclude this today. Jianguo was quite agreeable, and Wang Wu quickly nodded, urging Guanyu to collect the money. Guanyu began counting the cash, muttering to himself, if it weren't for going abroad, I wouldn't sell at all. This amount is trivial. Once I reach the West, I shall never return. You simply do not understand. Guanyu contemplated earning Jianguo's esteem, thinking perhaps he would secure a green card in the future. However, Jianguo ignored him entirely. Instead addressing Lao Dao, please inquire if there are any sellers of briquette coal. We shall use coal for our home. Let's get the stove going first. Chapter 73. The wind rises in Ice City. Mulan County was once again blanketed in snow. The north wind howled, and the snowflakes battered against the windows, stirring a sense of unease within. The streets were largely deserted. Even those who ventured out walked briskly, eager to return indoors. The Baiwa building was closed for business. Xiaoxi reclined in a rocking chair, draped in a bear-skin blanket, beside a brazier where sweet potatoes were roasting. A gramophone played traditional opera music, and Mr. C hummed a gentle tune, feeling quite comfortable. The sound of footsteps approached, causing Xiaoxi to frown slightly as he looked over. Zhao Wu rubbed his hands together and hurried to Xiaoxi's side, quickly lowering himself. The person has left. They say he went to Ice City. The one surnamed Peng has been following him. He will be his bodyguard from now on. Upon hearing this news, Xiaoxi slowly extended his hand, revealing a dagger wrapped in fish skin. The dagger was named Yuchong. Xiaoxi gazed at Yuchong and nodded, saying, Uncle Jio is celebrating his birthday. I had intended to gift him a 100-fold dagger, but now I can only offer him Yuchong. Mr. C, are we truly going to let him go? He is now in Ice City, which is Uncle Jio's territory. Even if he is surnamed Peng, Uncle Jio could easily eliminate them. Zhao Wu's expression darkened. He was intent on killing Lao Dao and Jianguo. Whether or not they succeeded was Uncle Jio's concern. If they are headed to Ice City, then I shall go as well. However, you are correct. Zhao Si placed Yuchang into an exquisite wooden box, revealing a sinister smile to Zhao Wu. We cannot let this matter rest. I fear the Peng clan, yet Uncle Jiao remains unperturbed. We may choose not to engage that individual, but as for Yi Jianguo, we must devise a plan to give him a proper challenge. Do not mistake my demeanor for fear. Those in the martial world often speak harshly. Lao Dao's challenge to the 100 Flowers Pavilion diminished its prestige, a reflection of his grandfather's reputation as well. I have come to a decision. I will gather my brothers and accompany the fourth master to Ice City. Zhao Wu grinned maliciously, while Zhao Si closed his eyes once more and began to hum a tune. Meanwhile, Yi Jianguo remained indoors, within his newly acquired residence, preparing candied hawthorn for Yi Xiaoling. A basin of hawthorn berries strung together, he even fashioned shorter skewers for her convenience, each adorned with only 3 pieces of fruit. The kitchen was equipped with a gas stove, rendering the need for a traditional fire unnecessary. The floor heating radiated warmth as Yi Jianguo, dressed in shirt and trousers, focused intently on the syrup. Yi Xiaoling perched on a stool, stretching her neck to watch. Lao Dao leaned against the kitchen doorframe, one ear attuned to the radio. They had moved into their new home 3 days prior, and throughout this time, Yi Jianguo had remained indoors, diligently crafting culinary delights for his daughter. The syrup began to bubble, a crucial step in the candied hawthorn process. As it frothily transformed into a rich brown, Yi Jianguo swiftly lifted the pot from the heat. Now, Lao Dao, could you lend a hand and stop listening for a moment? Yi Jianguo called out to Lao Dao, who was consumed with the tales of the radio. After the exploits of the Yang family generals, he had turned to the water margin. At least the Yang family generals exhibited loyalty and patriotism. The so-called heroes in the water margin were hardly commendable, merely half-heroes, at best. Lu Zhishan proved to be a hero, while Wu Song, who slaughtered innocents, could only be deemed a half-hero. Here it comes. Lao Dao swiftly appeared, taking the basin of candied hawthorn. Yi Jianguo grasped the skewer, quickly dipping it into the syrup and then sprinkling sesame seeds on top. Daddy, no sesame. It's wasteful. Not at all. Yi Jianguo was wholly dedicated to preparing candied hawthorn for his daughter. After crafting over a dozen skewers, he handed them to Lao Dao. Place them outside. They will be ready to enjoy soon. The snowfall had ceased, and the candied hawthorn was laid upon the icy ground to cool naturally. In just a matter of minutes, they would solidify into glistening red treats. Lao Dao couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, you possess quite the talent." Indeed, Yi Jianguo felt a swell of pride. He had owed his daughter much in their past life. In his dreams, he longed to witness her growth, often envisioning moments spent together. Beyond his inability to care for an infant, he had acquired numerous skills in his previous existence. Yi Xiaoling picked up a candied hawthorn and took a bite. It was fragrant, sweet, delightfully crisp, yet slightly sticky. This flavor caused her eyes to gleam with joy. So delicious. So sweet. Daddy, you are amazing, she exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Yi Jianguo sampled a skewer himself, noting that while it was delightful, it could be even sweeter. If the syrup was boiled too long, it risked becoming bitter. He worried that he had not perfected the timing. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Boss, it must be Wang Wu," Lao Dao remarked. They had recently moved in, and with their independent courtyard, there were scarcely any neighbors around. Old Knife recognized the intermediary, Wang Wu. This man was capable of running errands, and Yi Jianguo had entrusted him with a sum of money to aid in gathering some intelligence. Upon opening the door, it was indeed Wang Wu, frostbitten and exclaiming, "Brother Knife, why are you still indulging in candied hawthorns?" Wang Wu was momentarily taken aback. A man of Old Knife's caliber should not be seen consuming such a sweet treat. The stark contrast elicited a chuckle within him. Old Knife had momentarily forgotten that he still held the candied hawthorn in his hand. The boss made these, he thought, struggling to maintain an air of aloofness, a task made difficult by the sugary snack. "Is that so? Bossy, do you still have time for this?" Wang Wu stomped his feet at the threshold before stepping inside. The warmth of the room enveloped him, prompting a satisfied hum. "Xiaoling, bring some candied hawthorns for your Uncle Wang." Yi Xiaoling was still busy wrapping candy, but she, too, took a piece of the treat graciously. "Uncle Wang here?" Wang Wu had grown familiar with the Yi family and produced a bag of cotton candy from his pocket. "Here, I brought you something delicious as well." "Cotton candy." Yi Xiaoling beamed but did not reach for it. She turned to her father, seeking permission. Understanding the importance of manners, she awaited her father's nod before accepting the gift. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Of course, Yi Jianguo consented, and Wang Wu made his way to the kitchen, candied hawthorn in hand. Boss Yi, the information you asked me to gather is nearly complete. Is that so? It will be ready shortly. We can discuss it inside. Yi Jianguo was not in a hurry. While Wang Wu savored the candied hawthorn, he complimented Yi Jianguo's culinary skills. Once everything was prepared, Yi Jianguo ushered Wang Wu into the room and poured him a cup of tea. Wang Wu had grown accustomed to the hospitality of Boss Yi. Taking a seat at the Eight Immortals table, where he retrieved a few slips of paper from his pocket. Chapter 74, The Second Heaven in Our Ice City. There are 13 garment factories, 9 of which are state-owned enterprises, while the remaining 4 were established just 2 years ago. Wang Wu meticulously conveyed the information on the slips. Garment factories? Yi Xiaoling, perched on a stool nearby, watched her father discuss matters with curiosity. Yi Jianguo scrutinized the slips, noting the details of the garment factories. The state-owned enterprises are operating at a loss. I've heard that their wages are funded by bank loans. The bank manager is quite concerned, fearing that one day these bad debts could lead to a collapse. Wang Wu had connections with individuals at the bank and assisted them in debt collection. Being a man of the underworld, he could leverage some relationships to resolve certain issues. Yi Jianguo squinted, continuing to examine the slips. Whether a state-owned enterprise can turn a profit hinges on 2 factors, the product and the leadership. If the product is innovative and holds a monopoly, it will undoubtedly be profitable. If the leadership possesses vision and a sense of responsibility, profits will follow. The real danger lies in having no product while the leadership remains complacent, which ultimately burdens the employees. Yi Jianguo was acutely aware that in the coming years, reforms would sweep through state-owned enterprises, leading to a wave of layoffs. This deluge of job losses would plunge the entire northern region into despair. Countless workers' families would be torn apart, their lives shattered. In this ice city alone, over 1 million workers found themselves unemployed and cast into society. It seemed there was even a street where the wives of these workers were forced to resort to selling their bodies to survive. Alas, in his previous life, Yi Jianguo was on Hong Kong Island, and when he heard this news, he could hardly believe it. Yet, it was indeed the truth. What was most infuriating was that the very same factory had been privatized and sold to the factory manager, who then turned around and made a profit. How many state-owned assets had been reduced to private property? Never mind. Yi Jianguo was merely human and could not alter the fate of everyone. He picked up a piece of paper and inquired of Wang Wu, "Is the Wanjia garment factory not performing well?" "It was fine a few years ago, but now they are struggling to pay salaries," Wang Wu replied. "Why is that?" Yi Jianguo pressed. Wang Wu shrugged and said, "The specific reasons are unclear. By the way, near Ice City, there are 8 chemical factories. The type of polyester you mentioned seems to be produced by just one factory. I also asked around, and it appears that the chemical factory by the Liao River has a large production capacity." Scratching his head, Wang Wu asked again, "Boss Yi, what exactly is polyester?" "I believe there is also acrylic and nylon." Wang Wu was genuinely perplexed, wondering what use Yi Jianguo had for such inquiries. After all, the garment factory and the chemical factory were not connected in any way. "Fibers," Yi Jianguo stated succinctly, while Wang Wu, munching on a candied hawthorn, looked at him with a naive expression. "Plastic." Yi Jianguo resorted to plain language to clarify. What uses plastic?" Wang Wu quickly shook his head, insisting it had nothing to do with the garment factory. "Who says it's useless?" Yi Jianguo chuckled and looked at Wang Wu, asking, "What do you like to wear in summer?" "Short-sleeved shirts and shorts, of course, Qianyue," Wang Wu replied, referring specifically to a certain type of clothing. This fabric had originated from the south and was once called Qianyue, as it came in various colors, far more fashionable than the black and gray of the 1970s. Especially in the summertime, it felt cool against the skin. Gradually, it became known as Qianyue, and when it reached the north, people there adored this material for its coolness, durability, and wear resistance. Thus it was dubbed Qianyue, good fabric. If common folks could acquire Qianyue clothing, they would treasure it as a gem, especially for children heading to school. Wearing Qianyue would draw admiration from all around. Qianyue is plastic, Yi Jianguo remarked casually, prompting Wang Wu to shake his head vehemently. "Boss Yi, that is utterly ridiculous. Qianyue is plastic? Can your plastic be made into clothes?" Wang Wu was incredulous and shook his head repeatedly. However, Yi Jianguo merely smiled at him, choosing not to elaborate further. The components of Qianyue are, in fact, polyester fibers. However, in this era, the polyester fibers were still in their infancy, lacking breathability. In the future, as the economy flourished, the public would come to understand that Xiaoling was made of polyester fibers. Those who grew up in the 70s and 80s would advise their children to buy pure cotton clothing and to absolutely avoid polyester fibers. Unfortunately, in the future, most clothing would be made from polyester fibers, and many would fail to recognize it. "Old Wang, you are doing well," Jianguo remarked, looking at him with a smile. "You act as a broker every day. How much do you earn in a month?" Wang Wu paused for a moment, then scratched his head and replied, "It varies. But I just take on work as it comes. In the past, there was little work available. Only Boss Yi regarded me with esteem. Nowadays, with the stringent crackdown, individuals of the underworld have long since vanished. Even Wang Wu refrains from engaging in illicit activities, treading cautiously and relying solely on past connections to assist in legitimate matters. Could one possibly earn a mere 100 yuan in a month?" Jianguo inquired directly, recalling that Wang Wu's commission from the last transaction was merely 35 yuan. Coupled with a few recent intelligence endeavors, he had barely made over 10 yuan. How could that be feasible? Wang Wu shook his head. "Then assist me in my endeavors. I have established a company called Jiutian, and I would like you to be my assistant. I will pay you 100 yuan a month." "What?" Wang Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Boss Yi intended to employ him? "Are you dissatisfied?" Jianguo scrutinized Wang Wu, who, in a daze, pointed at himself. "Is that permissible for me? Why not? I lack formal education, and I have even been a labor reform convict." Wang Wu spoke candidly, revealing that he had spent a year in detention. Individuals like him could only navigate the fringes of society, with little hope of employment or being hired by state-owned enterprises. Now, Jianguo unexpectedly offered him the position of assistant. "Be Boss Yi, are you serious?" Wang Wu stood up abruptly, his eyes slightly reddened. A man is willing to die for those who truly understand him. Boss Yi had bestowed such significant trust upon him, and Wang Wu felt compelled to repay this kindness. "I am indeed serious." "Well then, I accept." Wang Wu nodded vigorously. With 100 yuan on offer, he would leave behind his former role as a broker and dedicate himself wholeheartedly to following Jianguo. Chapter 75. Selecting a storefront, Wang Wu officially joined Jiutian Company as Jianguo's assistant. With the new year approaching, Jianguo aimed to choose a location for Jiutian Company. Early in the morning, Wang Wu hailed a taxi and arrived at Jianguo's doorstep. "Boss." Wang Wu eagerly opened the door for Jianguo, who glanced at the driver and calmly instructed, "To the Jiang and Cultural Palace." "Understood. The taxis in I-City are not the flimsy types. They are genuine sedans. I-City is among the earliest cities in the nation to have taxis, and these drivers are all part of state-run transportation companies." Wang Wu donned a brand-new cotton coat, removed his gloves, and softly remarked to Jianguo, "The storefront across from the Cultural Palace used to be a martial arts school. Now, everyone is preoccupied with making money, and no one practices martial arts anymore. Boss, we should recruit Brother Dao." Wang Wu implied that Lao Dao is a formidable character. If those from the martial arts school are unwilling to sell and choose to cause trouble, it could become problematic. "Lao Dao looks after Xiaoling." Jianguo remained unfazed. He was there to conduct business, not to engage in fights. "Very well, I will follow your lead, boss." Wang Wu, now working for Jianguo, felt a whirlwind of emotions. During their journey, he meticulously recounted the history of the martial arts school. The school was named Chun Family Martial Arts School, founded by its first master, a disciple of the esteemed Beijing Baji Quan master, Zheng Xiaoling. Upon arriving in I-City, he established the school. The Chun Family Martial Arts School was indeed a legitimate inheritor of the Baji Quan tradition. Unfortunately, it was ill-fated. After the reform and opening up, many became engrossed in making money, and few practiced martial arts. Coupled with the crackdown, the disciples emerging from the martial arts school were often apprehended, leading to the eventual closure of the Chun Family Martial Arts School due to a lack of instructors and the inability to impart martial skills. The current master of the dojo, known as Chun Luojia, bears the moniker Frenzied Fist within the martial arts community. In his youth, Chun served in the military, and upon returning to I-City, he inherited the family business, becoming the dojo's master. Renowned as Frenzied Fist Chun Luojia, he has established himself as a notable figure in the local martial arts scene. His combat prowess is astonishing. When he engages in a fight, he is a relentless warrior, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. Apart from him, Jianguo noticed that Wang Wu seemed hesitant when mentioning Chun Luojia. In the entire dojo, aside from him, only his sister, Chen Feng Wang, remains. Alas, Frenzied Fist is a man out of time. He is known for his loyalty, perhaps excessively so, having depleted his family's resources to repay debts for his former comrades. Otherwise, the Qin family dojo might have endured for several more years. Wang Wu holds great admiration for Chen Luojia. Do you know him? Not personally, but his reputation precedes him. Once you meet him, you will see that Master Chen is indeed a remarkable individual. Yi Jianguo nodded, as the taxi moved slowly, having just snowed. After a full hour, they finally arrived at the cultural palace. Has this cultural palace turned into a library? Yi Jianguo glanced around, surprised. Yes, it will soon be the railway library, touted as the largest library in Ice City. Driver, please make a U-turn and stop at Chen's dojo. Wang Wu instructed the driver, who complied, halting in front of the dojo. The Chen family dojo is a 3-story building, showcasing an old-fashioned Soviet architectural style. Such structures have high ceilings, unlike their Japanese counterparts, which are typically lower. The main entrance is tightly shut, and the plaque is devoid of snow or frost. Beside it hangs a sign for the Martial Arts Association branch. 2 stone lions guard the entrance, exuding an air of fierce guardianship. Posters for past enrollments are frozen to the adjacent wall. Wang Wu knocked on the door directly. The doorbell resonated, and after a prolonged pause, a woman's voice emanated from within. Who is it? Upon hearing the voice, Wang Wu responded. We are here to inquire about the property. A woman stood at the door, opening it just a crack to peek out. She had a round face, large, bright eyes glimmering with vitality, long braids, and a sun-kissed complexion. Chen Fengwang regarded Wang Wu without acknowledging Yi Jianguo. I'm sorry, but we cannot sell today. Upon hearing her words, Wang Wu seemed to grasp the situation. What? Is it still unresolved? Your elder brother is the master. Have they come to cause trouble again? As a seasoned mediator in the martial arts realm, Wang Wu was well versed in the ongoing issues. Chen Luojia wished to sell the dojo. Yet his father's last disciple also coveted it, having allied with the Chen family's adversaries, seeking to acquire the dojo without spending a dime. Out of respect for his fellow disciples, Chen Luojia had remained patient. Chen Fenghuang's pupils dilated in surprise at Wang Wu's knowledge. Yes, they came again today. You all should leave. As she attempted to shut the door, Wang Wu, feeling helpless, turned to say something. Wait. Yi Jianguo stepped forward, preventing Chen Fenghuang from closing the door. The sooner it is sold, the sooner the matter will be resolved. We can compete fairly. Let us discuss inside. Yi Jianguo remained calm, as the shops across from the cultural palace were essential for his future plans. This area is destined to be developed into a technological park in the Jiangnan district. Nearby, high-end residential complexes are set to be developed. And on the other side lies a golf course. Yi Jianguo is determined to acquire all the shops in this area, envisioning it entirely as his domain. The Chen Family Martial Arts Academy is a particular target for him. Chen Phoenix gazed at Yi Jianguo, finding his reasoning compelling. Then please, come inside, she finally said, opening the door to allow Yi Jianguo and Wang Wu to enter. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious hall on the ground floor, with a floor laid in green bricks. The hall spans over 1,000 square meters, with training equipment scattered in the corners, sandbags, mats, wooden dummies, and more. On the opposite side, there is a fighting ring, complete with a rack of various weapons, encompassing all 18 traditional arms. The second floor houses the administrative offices of the academy. At the foot of the stairs, 2 men stood, their sharp gazes fixated on Yi Jianguo and Wang Wu. Wang Wu felt a twinge of unease and muttered about summoning Brother Dao. Would they dare glare if he were present? Wang Wu, lacking martial prowess, felt a bit anxious. He was adept with words, but not with combat. Stealing a glance at Yi Jianguo, he found him remarkably composed. The boss exudes such an impressive aura. Could it be that ignorance breeds fearlessness? Wang Wu pondered, cautioning Yi Jianguo, Boss, they are martial artists. They won't be easy to deal with. Yi Jianguo raised an eyebrow, responding nonchalantly, I am not here to fight. Chapter 76. The Code of the Jianguo. As Chen Phoenix led the way upstairs, the 2 men instantly extended their arms. What do you want? Chen Phoenix inquired, clearly displeased. Step aside. This is none of your concern. Despite being a woman, her brow furrowed, emanating an impressive fierceness. Having practiced martial arts, her spirit impressed Yi Jianguo. Miss Chen, our leader is discussing matters upstairs. One of the men replied with a smile, yet they remained unmoving. I wouldn't waste words with you. If it weren't for the sake of my senior brother, I wouldn't even let you in. So step aside. Chen Phoenix glared at the 2, who, noticing her growing aggression, shifted their focus to Yi Jianguo and Wang Wu. Yi Jianguo remained unfazed, while Wang Wu, trailing behind him, felt a surge of determination. Seeing Yi Jianguo's calm demeanor, the two men ultimately retreated. Qin Phoenix turned to Yi Jianguo and said, "Let us go upstairs. We needn't pay them any mind." A smile spread across Yi Jianguo's face as he appreciated Qin Phoenix. With her tall stature, she certainly embodied the essence of a northern woman. As they ascended the staircase, Yi Jianguo admired her athletic form, a testament to her years of martial training, though he quickly averted his gaze, recognizing the impropriety of such observation. Upon reaching the second floor, they found 8 offices. Aside from one that echoed with voices, the others remained eerily silent. This place had once been bustling with martial masters, yet now it lay abandoned. From the innermost room, a sudden outburst echoed, "Junior brother, do not overstep." The exclamation was like thunder, prompting Qin Phoenix to hasten her steps and rush into the office. The 80-square-meter office, adorned in traditional Chinese style, featured a portrait of the ancestral master on the wall, accompanied by an incense table. On the other side, there were a sofa and a tea table. A man, approximately in his 40s, glared furiously at the figure opposite him. With short hair and standing at a height of 6 feet, he possessed a robust physique, characterized more by a layer of fat than by visible muscle. His square face was marked by eyes that resembled brass bells. This individual was none other than the formidable Qin Qianyue. Before him stood 2 men and 1 seated. The seated man sported long hair parted in the middle, his gaze dark and brooding, clad in a fur coat, donning leather gloves and holding a cigar. He was none other than Xue Hai, Qin Qianyue's junior apprentice and a close disciple of his father. Xue Hai had risen to prominence in the underworld, thriving amidst a crackdown that had imprisoned many seasoned leaders. With numerous ruffians rallying behind him, he had established himself as a powerful figure. "Brother," Qin Phoenix burst in, observing her elder brother's ire, and pointed accusingly at Xue Hai. "Senior brother, what on earth do you intend to do? Has the Qin family martial arts school wronged you? My brother spent a fortune to save you back then, and now you seem to have forgotten your gratitude." Qin Phoenix felt deeply wronged. The troubles that had befallen the martial arts school had originated with Xue Hai. Many senior brothers had suffered for Xue Hai's sake, enduring injuries, and some had even lost their lives. To settle the matter, Qin Qianyue had sacrificed much of their family's resources. Now, Xue Hai had risen above, aligning himself with former adversaries. Xue Hai looked at Qin Phoenix and began to laugh. "Sister, how can you say such a thing? Did I need his help? I resolved my own issues. The ones he saved were other senior brothers. What does that have to do with me? I am determined to claim this martial arts school. I have stated it clearly, this school is mine." Xue Hai's audacity was unmistakable, while Qin Qianyue clenched his fists in fury. The events of the past had blinded the senior brothers to the truth. "Xue Hai, I shall not waste my breath on you. I require funds to support my junior brothers. If you possess wealth, I might consider selling it to you. But do not presume that I will surrender it to you simply because of the Zhang family's influence." Qin Qianyue's eyes blazed with anger. He was indeed furious. The former junior brothers had once been so admirable, yet now they followed the Zhang family, betraying all bonds of camaraderie, displaying an utter lack of shame. "Senior brother, do not be so enraged. Little junior sister feels the same. I am without money. However, let me assure you, as long as I am here, no one would dare purchase your establishment. Brother, for the sake of our past friendship, I offer you a suggestion. If you bow to Uncle Gio and admit your mistakes." At this point, Qin Qianyue stepped forward. "Nonsense. Xue Hai, get out." Furious, the relentless Qin Qianyue had no intention of indulging Xue Hai any longer. Anger will avail you nothing, whether you have money or not. Do you dare to resort to violence? I have stated it clearly. Within this circle, no one will purchase your martial arts school." Xue Hai remained arrogant. But just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from the entrance. "Excuse me, I wish to make a purchase." Yi Jianguo stood at the door, knocking lightly, signaling Qin Qianyue to look over. Wang Wu, standing nervously behind Yi Jianguo, felt a surge of anxiety at the audacity of Xue Hai, who had just issued a threat. And yet here was someone intent on buying. Swiftly, the gazes of Qin Qianyue, Qin Phoenix, and Xue Hai turned toward him. "Yes, brother. He has come to buy the property." Qin Phoenix suddenly realized that she intended to provoke Xue Hai, who truly believed himself to be a formidable figure in the world of martial arts, acting with impunity. Qin Qianyue relaxed his fists, striving to regain his composure. "May I ask who you are?" "I am Yi," came the reply. "My assistant contacted you yesterday." Yi Jianguo entered the room and extended his hand. Upon seeing Wang Wu, Chen Luojia quickly shook hands with Yi Jianguo. Although Chen Luojia felt somewhat awkward and even embarrassed, he said, "I apologize, Mr. Yi, but I must attend to some matters today." Despite being a martial artist, Chen Luojia was not overbearing. Rather, he embodied the qualities of a modest gentleman. Yi Jianguo understood this well, and it was no wonder that Wang Wu held Chen Luojia in high regard. In ancient times, he would have been akin to a figure like Meng Chong. For the sake of his junior disciples, he willingly sold off his possessions, demonstrating true loyalty. Even when faced with Xue Hai's intimidating demeanor, Chen Luojia endured, as it was a matter of chivalry in the martial world. After all, he was a disciple of his father's subordinate and his own junior. Chen Luojia was indeed a man of integrity. Chapter 77. Do you dare to buy? Chen Luojia apologized to Yi Jianguo, while Chen Phoenix continued to glare angrily at Xue Hai. Xue Hai set down his cigar, his expression darkening. "Who are you?" he demanded, addressing Yi Jianguo, while his two henchmen glared at him without courtesy. "I am here to purchase property. And you?" Yi Jianguo replied calmly, meeting Xue Hai's gaze. "You wish to buy property? Do you even have the means to do so?" Xue Hai sneered, and upon hearing this, Yi Jianguo chuckled in response. "Fair competition," Yi Jianguo remarked. "I heard you mention a lack of funds, yet you desire to monopolize this martial arts hall? What were you thinking?" Xue Hai's pupils constricted, and the others looked on in astonishment at Yi Jianguo's boldness. Chen Luojia wanted to interject, but Yi Jianguo took the initiative. "Master Chen, I am quite satisfied with this martial arts hall. Let us discuss the price." "What?" Chen Luojia ground his teeth in frustration. Yi Jianguo was far too direct. "Impudent." One of Xue Hai's associates stepped forward, pointing at Yi Jianguo. "What are you doing? Our boss has decreed that no one within our circle is permitted to buy. Are you looking for trouble?" As this individual spoke, he glanced back at Wang Wu, who appeared weak-kneed and utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend his boss's audacity. "Xiaoling, just call the police," Yi Jianguo instructed. "I am being threatened." "Wah." Wang Wu was at a loss for words upon hearing Yi Jianguo's intent to contact the authorities. "Here, use this phone. Call the police," Yi Jianguo gestured, urging Wang Wu to make the call. Seeing Wang Wu prepare to report the threat, the henchman looked momentarily unsettled and turned to Xue Hai, who was now wearing a thoroughly gloomy expression. "Call the police? You do not recognize me?" Xue Hai felt that he was somewhat of a celebrity, astonished that this man did not know him. "Must I know you?" Yi Jianguo replied resolutely. "I stated, fair competition. If you have the money, make an offer. I shall counter, and we will see what price Master Chen desires for the sale. If you lack funds, do not waste my time with idle chatter. You may navigate the martial world, but I do not." Furthermore, Yi Jianguo smiled once more, addressing Xue Hai. "It is a crackdown now, so you would do well to understand that." "You." Xue Hai gazed at Yi Jianguo, finding himself at a loss for words to counter him. He set down his cigar and rose slowly. "Very well, you may not navigate the underworld, but you certainly exhibit foolishness. Allow me to assert that even if you purchase this establishment, you will find it impossible to operate." His declaration hung in the air. Yi Jianguo chuckled lightly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "What era is this, still issuing threats? If you wish to thrive in the underworld, you must possess a sense of righteousness. Whether I open a shop or not is of no concern to you. Xiaoling, are you done?" Yi Jianguo turned his attention back to Wang Wu, who had successfully made the call and was now hearing a voice on the other end. "I'm calling the police." As soon as Wang Wu spoke, Xue Hai shot him an angry glare and pointed at Yi Jianguo. "Fine, you have guts," he retorted. "Xiaoling." Xue Hai glanced at Chen Luojia, who had also come to his senses, and addressed Xue Hai. "Are you threatening him while pretending to be a good person? If you have the courage, direct your ire at me." With a laugh, Xue Hai decided it was best to leave upon realizing the police were involved. He was acutely aware that during this crackdown, the police were relentless. Having just emerged into prominence, he had no desire to attract their attention. Moreover, Yi Jianguo's calm demeanor left Xue Hai uncertain of his foundations. He needed to ascertain the situation before confronting him. "Let us go." Xue Hai decisively led his group away, still casting angry glances. Chen Phoenix chased after them, confirming their departure before returning to the office. Wang Wu was explaining the situation to the police, stating that the opposing party had already left. He hung up the phone and looked towards Yi Jianguo. "Boss, the police said to call if there are any issues." "Understood," Yi Jianguo replied. Turning to Chen Luojia, "You should consider reporting this matter." Alas, Chen Luojia sighed deeply, pondering how he could report his own brothers. "Shall we take a look at the martial arts school?" Yi Jianguo suggested, and Chen Luojia, realizing the intent, regarded him earnestly. Boss, you have seen that this establishment is fraught with complications. My junior brother is indeed a troublesome figure in the underworld. If it comes to it, perhaps you should reconsider the purchase. Chen Luojia was looking out for Yi Jianguo's interests, but Yi Jianguo smiled and replied, let us first observe. There is no rush. Upon hearing this, Chen Luojia guided Yi Jianguo through the martial arts school. The spacious lobby on the first floor was suitable for partitioned office desks, while the offices on the second floor could be reorganized and expanded. As for the third floor, it served as the residence of the Chen family, complete with utilities and restrooms on both sides. The entire building was structured for dual purposes of commercial and residential use. Yi Jianguo contemplated the potential of the Chen family as martial arts school, which had clearly once flourished. Master Chen, what is your asking price? Yi Jianguo inquired upon returning to the office. Are you truly considering a purchase? Chen Phoenix, standing nearby, looked at Yi Jianguo with concern. What is the matter? I've stated I am not involved in the underworld. This martial arts school is quite suitable for establishing my company. Upon hearing Yi Jianguo's words, Chen Luojia pursed his lips and softly replied, I am looking to sell for 30,000. These 3 buildings are indeed quite valuable in this era. 30,000 is a bargain. It appeared that Chen Luojia was in urgent need of funds. Are you certain? That price is remarkably low. Yi Jianguo gazed intently at Chen Luojia. Boss Yi, I do not wish to sell. However, I am in urgent need of a substantial sum of money. As Chen Luojia spoke, Chen Fenghuang's eyes grew red-rimmed. This was not merely a martial arts school. It was their home. What is the market price? Yi Jianguo inquired. Turning to Wang Wu, who, with gritted teeth, was astonished that the boss genuinely intended to make a purchase. Between 35,000 to 45,000, excluding furniture. Chapter 78. True audacity. Yi Jianguo nodded, seated himself again, and retrieved a checkbook from his pocket. In this era, possessing a checkbook was a symbol of status. The US dollars provided by Jete had been cashed by Tsong Minghui, who facilitated the creation of a bank account for Yi Jianguo, thus endowing him with a checkbook. With swift strokes, Yi Jianguo inscribed a string of figures. Wang Wu was left dumbfounded. Was his boss truly so affluent? He had always perceived Yi Jianguo's Jotian company as akin to a shell company, and he had followed him merely to engage in the trade of goods. Yet, it appeared now that his boss was an unseen magnate. My goodness, Wang Wu exclaimed, nearly covering his mouth. 40,000. How could the boss possibly think this through? They stated 30,000, and yet Yi Jianguo offers them 40,000. The thoughts of the wealthy were incomprehensible to Wang Wu. Yi Jianguo presented the check to Chen Luojia, who stood momentarily stunned, glancing at the figures. What is this? Chen Luojia abruptly rose, and beside him, Chen Fenghuang caught sight of the sum on the check. Boss Yi, you must have made a mistake, Chen Fenghuang exclaimed, bewildered as to why Yi Jianguo would offer more money. Chen Luojia, with utmost seriousness, shook his head and insisted. Boss Yi, I only require 30,000. Yet, Yi Jianguo smiled gently and replied, if you wish to sell at a low price, I have no desire to buy at a low price. Master Chen, you are a man of honor, a good person. Good people deserve good recompense. If you find this amount unsuitable, allow me to rephrase. The 30,000 is the price for your martial arts school. It will henceforth be mine. The remaining 10,000 is for your assistance in resolving matters with Shuai and others. At this, Chen Luojia's eyes widened once more. I have stated, I do not wish to be embroiled in the underworld. My company requires the protection of individuals familiar with that world, Master Chen. I implore you to safeguard me. Furthermore, you may continue to reside here and work for me. Chen Luojia remained silent, while Chen Fenghuang's face lit up with surprise. Boss Yi, is that truly possible? We can still live here? This place was Chen Fenghuang's home, and she did not wish to leave. Of course, establishing a company necessitates security. Master Chen, will you consider it? Yi Jianguo regarded Chen Luojia with warmth, while Chen Fenghuang gently urged her elder brother, Brother, Boss Yi is a good person. We can offer the money to our senior brother, and we will also need jobs. Chen Luojia understood, gazing deeply at Yi Jianguo, clasping his hands together in gratitude. Boss Yi, your kindness shall not go unacknowledged. You hold me in high regard. Henceforth, I shall dedicate myself to your service with utmost sincerity. Chen Luojia has consented, not wishing to leave his home. With a sum of 40,000, Yi Jianguo thoroughly persuaded Chen Luojia. Yi Jianguo clasped Chen Luojia's shoulder, beaming as he declared, Very well. Henceforth I shall refer to you as Brother Chen. Brother Chen shall assume the role of manager of the security department at Jiutian Company, while Phoenix shall be a security officer. Jianguo's words caused Chen Phoenix to leap with joy. Chen Luojia nodded repeatedly, his heart filled with exhilaration. The company still requires renovation. We shall attend to that come spring. For now, we must first remove the sign of the martial arts hall, along with addressing the matter concerning Shuai. Upon concluding his remarks, Chen Luojia proactively stated, Boss, leave this matter to me. I shall ensure he does not trouble you. If it truly comes to that, Chen Luojia's eyes reddened, as did Chen Phoenix's. They would have to sever ties and resolve matters with Shuai decisively. Do not always resort to underhanded tactics. When faced with challenges, report to the authorities and allow the police to handle it. Phoenix, as a young lady, be more thoughtful and considerate. Thus, Jianguo proposed a company gathering for lunch tomorrow to foster acquaintance. After imparting a few more words of advice, Chen Phoenix felt an increased sense of gratitude towards Jianguo. All right, you may tidy up now. Should any issues arise, contact Xiaoling. Jianguo turned to Wang Wu, who took a deep breath, displaying a sense of pride. Manager Chen, I am the boss's assistant. We shall look after one another henceforth. Haha, splendid. Chen Luojia, a man of straightforward disposition, acknowledged Wang Wu as a senior. They would maintain a cordial relationship within the company. Wang Wu had not anticipated that as an intermediary, he would become a colleague of the formidable Quan. Jianguo rose, and Wang Wu donned his coat, draping it over Jianguo. Until we meet again. As Jianguo prepared to depart, the two siblings hastily accompanied him outside. Wang Wu hailed a taxi once more and personally opened the door for Jianguo. Once inside the vehicle, Wang Wu gazed at Jianguo with admiration. Boss, you are truly remarkable for having secured Chen Luojia. Yet Jianguo, addressing the driver, simply stated, to the municipal bureau. Wang Wu was taken aback. Was Jianguo not heading home? Why was he going to the municipal bureau? What did this imply? The driver made a U-turn, heading towards the bureau. Boss, what business do we have at the municipal bureau? A visit. Jianguo replied casually, leaving Wang Wu utterly astonished. My goodness, what kind of boss have I followed? No wonder he remains unconcerned about Shuai. As thoughts raced through his mind, Wang Wu's respect for Jianguo deepened. Upon arrival at the municipal bureau, Jianguo registered to meet with Director Li Fangming. At that moment, a familiar voice emerged from behind him. Jianguo? Jianguo turned in surprise to see Zhou Qilin, clad in a military coat, gazing at him in astonishment. Officer Zhou, how could Jianguo not be surprised? The criminal investigator from Mulan County, Zhou Qilin, was here in Ice City? It truly is you. What brings you to Ice City? Zhou Qilin removed his gloves, excitedly shaking hands with Jianguo. Jianguo reciprocated, and they exchanged playful punches. I shall be residing in Ice City from now on. And you? Zhou Qilin smiled earnestly and candidly stated, I am here to complete some formalities. I reported to Ice City after the new year. Have you been transferred to Ice City? Chapter 79. Familiar faces facilitate matters. Zhou Qilin's transfer to Ice City was entirely coincidental. During the intense crackdown period, manpower was required across various regions. The human trafficking case in Mulan County, coupled with Yuan Ro's abduction, drew the attention of superiors to the local criminal police. Consequently, Ice City requisitioned police personnel from Mulan County, including Zhou Qilin and 4 other detectives. Zhou Qilin shared his circumstances with Jianguo and, with renewed enthusiasm, remarked, the case of Yuan Ro is partly due to you. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Jianguo, let me treat you to dinner tonight. Come to my place. Jianguo contemplated for a moment, then extended an invitation to Zhou Qilin, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Have you settled down? How come Zhao Xiaoli and the others are also here? No, I have my own home. Really? You purchased a house here? Zhou Qilin gazed at Jianguo with admiration. It had only been a month or two since Jianguo had left Baikai village, yet he had undergone such a remarkable transformation. At that moment, the security personnel called out to Jianguo, Hey, comrade, are you here to register? Register. Jianguo instructed Wang Wu to sign in, as he intended to meet with Li Fangming. Are you here to see the director? Zhou Qilin observed Jianguo registering, feeling increasingly astonished. Yes, a friend recommended me. I thought I would pay a visit. Brother Zhou, since you're here, let's go together. Can I really? Zhou Qilin felt a twinge of anxiety. As a detective, he felt unworthy of meeting the director. Let us go. Jianguo smiled, leading Zhou Qilin into the city bureau. Zhou Qilin was aware that the director's office was on the 3rd floor, and he guided Jianguo there. Upon arrival, the office director awaited them. Comrade Yi, The director, having previously accompanied leaders to Milan County, recognized Yi Jianguo immediately. Greetings. Yi Jianguo greeted politely, prompting a smile from the director, who then noticed Zhou Qilan. Zhou is my good friend. I would have been lost without him. Is that so? Young Zhou is a friend of Comrade Yi? The director regarded Zhou Qilan, committing his face to memory. Zhou Qilan saluted, feeling a surge of excitement. All right, let us go in. Director Li is available. Yi Jianguo nodded and glanced back at Wang Wu, who appeared utterly anxious, his body trembling and lips quivering. Calm down. Yi Jianguo reassured him. I'm not nervous. Wang Wu protested, though his demeanor suggested otherwise. Yi Jianguo patted Wang Wu, realizing that this assistant needed further experience. With a composed demeanor, Yi Jianguo entered the office, where Li Fangming, a man in his 50s, sat behind the desk. Upon seeing Yi Jianguo, Li Fangming smiled warmly. Xiao Yi, it's good to see you again so soon. Li Fangming, having visited Milan County, found Yi Jianguo's aura intriguing and somewhat mysterious. A rural individual who could command such attention from foreign guests was remarkable. Li Fangming had a close relationship with Song Minghui, who, before leaving Ice City, subtly mentioned that Yi Jianguo had collaborated with foreign guests and was to become the northern representative for Yin Hui Pharmaceutical Company, with connections to foreign merchants. Yi Jianguo's future appeared exceedingly promising. Upon arriving in Ice City, the leader sought to pay a visit. Yi Jianguo engaged in casual conversation with Li Fangming. Despite not bringing any gifts, his few simple remarks left Li Fangming feeling that Yi Jianguo was even more enigmatic. Conversing with Yi Jianguo was akin to discussing matters with a seasoned politician. At times, Yi Jianguo spoke with an engaging ease, while at other moments, he exuded a profound mystery, imparting considerable wisdom to Li Fangming. Meanwhile, Zhou Qilan, Wang Wu, and others found themselves unable to interject. In that moment, their respect for Yi Jianguo ascended to great heights. Their conversation concluded swiftly, with Yi Jianguo and Li Fangming arranging a dinner for the following evening. As they parted, Li Fangming also exchanged a few compliments with Zhou Qilan. He personally escorted Yi Jianguo out, a gesture that filled Wang Wu with pride, as he felt unrivaled among peers. Who else could command such attention from a city bureau leader? Yi Jianguo bid farewell to Zhou Qilan, leaving behind an address for him to visit later that evening. Once in the car, Wang Wu felt compelled to express his loyalty. Boss, whatever you ask of me in the future, I shall comply. Yi Jianguo, amused, replied. What do you mean? Did you not follow my instructions before? Wang Wu, nearly scolding himself, clarified. No, what I meant was, even without a salary from you, I would still work. Yi Jianguo chuckled, unaware that trouble was brewing back home. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoling sat on the calm, busily drawing with her newly acquired crayons, which emitted a delightful scent. Unable to resist, she occasionally brought one to her lips, prompting old Dao to caution her. Xiaoling, you cannot eat that. I know, she retorted, sticking out her tongue. Just then, old Dao rose and peered outside, his gaze icy. What's wrong, uncle? She inquired. Nothing, just stepping out for a smoke, he replied, though he exited the door to stand at the entrance. His eyes fell upon fresh footprints in the snow to the right. He approached the courtyard wall, where 6 masked figures were silently lurking. These 6 individuals, skilled in the ways of the blade, were sent by Zhao Wu to deal with Yi Jianguo. After Yi Jianguo left Milan County, Zhao Wu had dispatched followers to track him, and with connections in Ice City, they quickly located his new residence. Aware of the address, Zhao Wu, alongside Zhao Si, took up lodging in a hotel while secretly hiring assassins in Ice City. These assassins, known as Dark Flowers, were mercenaries who accepted bounties. Indifferent to Yi Jianguo's identity or affiliations, they only recognized the value of money. The leader of the group, known as Hawk, had just issued instructions when he felt an icy chill behind him. Chapter 80, A Misunderstanding? Hawk observed the surprise reflected in the eyes of his companions. Abruptly turning, he found old Dao looming behind him. You, Hawk began, but before he could finish, old Dao struck him with a swift slap. The Hawk could not evade at all, and was directly slammed against the wall by the old blade. Damn it! The others watched in silence, rushing forward to take action. Kill him! The assassins drew their blades and charged at the old blade. He regarded them coldly, standing firm, his shoulders swaying as he deftly avoided the oncoming blades, his hands striking like knives. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The old blade's speed was far too swift for these mere thugs to contend with. Each attacker fell to the ground, and the old blade seized the hawk by the neck once more. Dark flower? You seek me? The hawk was utterly astonished. The man before him was ferocious, his words as chilling as a frozen blade. Not you. We are looking for Yi Jianguo. Upon hearing this, the old blade effortlessly lifted the hawk off the ground. The fallen assassins gazed upward in terror, nearly losing control of themselves. Boss, I will protect you. If you want Dark Flower, you will pay with your life next time. The old blade hurled the hawk against the wall, causing blood to burst from his temple, which terrified the others. Just when they thought the old blade was about to kill the hawk, he heard the sound of an approaching vehicle. He tossed the hawk to the ground and coldly instructed the others, "Get out." The terrified group quickly scooped up the hawk and fled. The old blade turned icily and made his way to the door. Upon seeing Yi Jianguo and Wang Wu returning, his gaze softened slightly. Yi Jianguo also noticed the old blade peeking over the eastern wall and was momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing?" The old blade stood at the door clad only in a sweater, without even his coat. "Nothing, just having a smoke." "Really?" Yi Jianguo squinted, while Wang Wu, having paid the driver, looked at the old blade in surprise. "Brother Blade, it seems you have blood on your shoulder." "You must have misseen," the old blade replied, shaking his head, but Yi Jianguo had already noticed. "Did you get into a fight? With whom?" Yi Jianguo led the old blade into the courtyard, whereupon the old blade recounted the events to him. "Damn, it must be Shuai. This bastard strikes too quickly, employing assassins and seeking Dark Flower." Wang Wu, equally shocked, directly pointed to Shuai. Yi Jianguo concurred, realizing that this man was audacious enough to come to his home. Looking for death? Yi Jianguo's anger flared. His home was his bottom line. Anyone who dared to threaten his family or those around him would not go unpunished. "Those who offend my China shall be punished, no matter how far they are. Those who offend Yi Jianguo shall face the same fate, near or far. Old blade, you just need to protect Xiaoling. I will handle the rest." The old blade regarded Yi Jianguo, but his expression darkened as he replied, "It may not necessarily be Shuai." "Why?" Yi Jianguo queried, puzzled. The old blade turned his gaze toward Wang Wu. "I instructed you to investigate the boss. You need time, do you not? You went this morning. How long has it been since he left the martial arts school? Unless someone has betrayed us." Yi Jianguo understood and looked at Wang Wu. "Boss, I have been following you under broad daylight." Yi Jianguo nodded. He did not doubt Wang Wu. He addressed him. "Old blade has alerted me. Investigate and find out who hired the assassins. If it truly is Shuai, then he should prepare for death." "Death? Boss, shouldn't we report this to the police?" Understanding the gravity of the situation, I mentioned the doctor, who would not let him off easily. Yi Jianguo cast a sidelong glance at Wang Wu, who comprehended the implication. "All right, Zhou Qilin will be here tonight. Let us have dinner together." "Am I supposed to dine with the police?" Wang Wu scratched his head, realizing that Zhou Qilin was a criminal investigator. "Should I go to the restaurant to buy some ingredients?" "No need. Old Dao and I will prepare the meal." "Old Dao can cook?" Wang Wu looked at Old Dao, who replied coldly, "I don't chop vegetables." Yi Jianguo chuckled again. Old Dao was adept with a blade. His skill in slicing vegetables could rival that of cutting tofu into shreds. "All right, buy plenty of meat." Wang Wu nodded and headed to the market. Once Wang Wu departed, Yi Jianguo spent some time playing with Yi Xiaoling and exchanged a few more words with Old Dao. "Do you have any suspicions?" "Yes," Old Dao nodded, using T to write the number 4 on the table. "Zhao Si? It can't be." Yi Jianguo pondered. Having left Milan County, could Zhao Si still be after him? Surely. This Zhao Si wouldn't T follow him endlessly? Behind Zhao Si stood the formidable Uncle Jiao from the Ice City, Zhang Jioshan of the Zhang family. Yi Jianguo suddenly grasped the reality that he had arrived in Ice City, which was Zhang family territory. "Old Dao, you are acquainted with people from the underworld. Are you aware of the situation with the Chun family martial arts school?" "Not quite, but I can inquire. Find out who their enemies are. Who is hidden behind Shuai?" Old Dao nodded. Unlike Wang Wu, who knew a mixed crowd, Old Dao was familiar with genuine martial artists, among whom he could surely uncover the truths about the Chun family martial arts school. At 5 o'clock that evening, Zhou Qilin arrived in his car, carrying 2 bottles of Wuliangye to the Yi household. "Grandpa Zhou," Yi Xiaoling exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Zhou Qilin, rushing over. "Xiaoling, you've gained weight." Zhou Qilin lifted Yi Xiaoling effortlessly. Not only had she put on weight, but her complexion had also improved. "Dad likes me chubby." "Of course. Here, I brought you something." Zhou Qilin pulled out some white rabbit milk candies from his pocket. Yi Xiaoling beamed with delight, while Yi Jianguo peeked from the kitchen. "Brother Zhou, please have a seat. It will be ready shortly." At that moment, old Dao emerged, and Zhou Qilin paused upon seeing him. Chapter 81. Subtle Influence. Everyone took their seats. Xiaoling even brought out a wine warmer to heat the Wuliangye. Old Dao sat silently at the edge of the Kong. Zhou Qilin occupied the left side of Jianguo, occasionally glancing at old Dao. Brother Zhou, this is my bodyguard. Do you recognize him? Jianguo poured wine for Zhou Qilin, who also intended to pour for Jianguo, smiling as he did. I don't know him, but he seems somewhat familiar. All right, we're all on the same side. Xiao Wang is my assistant. I've just started a new company called Jiutian. Jianguo raised his glass, and everyone joined in the toast. Xiaoling also raised her glass, filled with juice. Dad, Uncle, Grandpa, cheers. Xiaoling chimed in with her sweet voice, eliciting laughter from everyone. To tomorrow, Jianguo proclaimed, and the first round of drinks was consumed. As he savored his meal, Zhou Qilin expressed his admiration, saying, Jianguo, I never anticipated your remarkable development. Directorly, you are acquainted with him? He inquired. What exactly does your company engage in? Jianguo, gently placing a piece of braised pork on his daughter's plate, turned to Zhou Qilin and replied, concerning clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, as well as pharmaceuticals. I represent Jianhui Pharmaceutical Company as the northern agent. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Qilin and Wang Wu appeared somewhat perplexed. Brother Zhou, as a detective in Ice City, should any matters arise, feel free to seek Xiao Wang's assistance. Zhou Qilin was taken aback. Why did Jianguo make such a statement? Xiao Wang has previously worked as a broker. He is well versed in the affairs of the underworld. Wang Wu was equally astonished, realizing that Jianguo was suggesting he act as an informant for Zhou Qilin. Providing intelligence to law enforcement was indeed akin to being an informant, and conversely, law enforcement could also supply information to those in the underworld. The distinctions between right and wrong were not as clear-cut in these times. Understanding dawned on Zhou Qilin. I shall trouble Xiao Wang more often. He raised his glass to Wang Wu, who smiled warmly. As long as I am with the boss, I am no longer a man of the streets. Should the need arise, I will certainly assist. Excellent. Zhou Qilin took a sip. Reflecting on his recent arrival in Ice City as a detective, recognizing the necessity for eyes and ears in the underworld. Brother, we are kin. There is no need for formality among family. Zhou Qilin felt a surge of gratitude and raised his glass, declaring, Jianguo, your words resonate deeply. From now on, we are brothers. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Of course, but I do have one condition. Jianguo's words caught Zhou Qilin off guard, leaving him slightly embarrassed. What condition do you propose? He had spoken rather boldly earlier, and now faced the reality of a genuine condition. Wang Wu set down his glass. Also looking at Jianguo. That's the boss for you, always seizing opportunities. Jianguo smiled at Zhou Qilin, stating, in future dealings with Brother Zhou, I shall adhere strictly to principles. This is my condition. As the saying goes, brothers must keep accounts clear, if we are to be long-lasting brothers. I cannot let you face difficulties. Jianguo's sincerity touched Zhou Qilin, who had not anticipated such consideration. He felt a pang of shame realizing Jianguo was looking out for him, while he had been lost in his own thoughts. Zhou Qilin felt a firm bond forming with this brother. Jianguo, let us not say any more, let us drink. Zhou Qilin fully acknowledged Jianguo, who raised his glass to toast. Brother Zhou, I will also ensure your swift growth. Jianguo harbored plans to support Zhou Qilin's advancement. In Ice City, having a solid backing was crucial for development. In any era or circumstance, conducting business necessitates a strong foundation. As Jianguo and Zhou Qilin enjoyed their drinks in a local restaurant, Shuai was also drinking with his companions. With a flushed face, he noticed a waitress entering and seized her hand. Xiaoma, join me for a drink. The waitress, blushing yet unable to resist Shuai, pleaded, Brother Shuai, you've had too much to drink. I still have customers to attend to. Come, let us have one together. Under the raucous cheers of the crowd, Shuai compelled the waitress to partake in a toast with him. The waitress, caught in a predicament, felt powerless against the demands of those she could not afford to offend. After downing the drink, Shuai's hands began to wander inappropriately. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. Damn it! Shuai cursed upon seeing who had entered, his subordinate, Haozi. Sensing his boss's ire, Haozi quickly explained, Boss, there has been an incident at the martial arts school. Shuai finally released the waitress, urging Haozi to elaborate. The Chen family has sold the martial arts school. The sign has been taken down, and they've declared that they want nothing to do with you from now on. You are no longer associated with the Chun family's dojo. What did you say? Shui Hai's eyes turned red at this revelation, while his subordinates set down their glasses, glaring fiercely at Haozi. Haozi swallowed hard and nodded. Indeed, he even said that he would protect this establishment. If you have the capability, confront him directly. He wants a one-on-one challenge. Shui Hai stood abruptly, seizing Haozi by his collar. Brother, that is what he said. It has nothing to do with me. Shui Hai glared at Haozi menacingly, his voice cold. Tell me, who did he sell it to? It was that Wang Wu's acquaintance. What's his name? Jianguo. He bought it for tens of thousands. That kid seems quite affluent. Upon hearing Jianguo's name, Shui Hai's expression turned icy as he addressed his men. Find him. I want to know exactly who he is. With a thunderous kick, Shui Hai overturned the dining table. Shouting once more, tonight, we head to the Chun family's dojo. Enraged, Shui Hai was determined to settle the score with the Chun family. Chapter 82. The attack the following morning, as dawn broke. Jianguo had not yet risen when he was startled by urgent knocks at the door. Lao Dao appeared at the entrance in a flash. Sensing the situation, he opened the door to reveal Wang Wu rushing in. It's bad. The martial arts school has been attacked. The Chun family is injured and in the hospital. Lao Dao remained indifferent, unfamiliar with the Chun family, and turned to see Jianguo emerging, donned in a coat. Is it serious? He asked, maintaining his composure. It's unclear. Was it Shui Hai? Certainly. It must be Shui Hai, but the specifics remain uncertain. No need to panic. We will go to the hospital shortly. Lao Dao, standing firm, remarked coldly. I'm going too. Jianguo shook his head. You need to look after Xiaoling. Just stay home and watch the child. Lao Dao's expression shifted to one of mild frustration. He had become a babysitter. After breakfast, Jianguo led Wang Wu out, once again reminding Lao Dao of his responsibilities. Lao Dao's gaze grew more somber. Wang Wu could not help but interject. How about I stay home to watch the child? You? Jianguo shot a glance at Wang Wu, who, recalling yesterday's encounter with the assassin, fell silent. Weren't you asking Zhou Qilin for assistance? To have the street patrol team monitor our area? They wouldn't dare show up now, would they? Lao Dao was Xiaoling's bodyguard. Jianguo replied nonchalantly, presenting Lao Dao as his protector. However, in reality, he was there to safeguard Xiaoling. As long as Lao Dao was present, there would be no safety concerns for her. Regarding the combat prowess of the old blade, it would require a ruthless bandit wielding a submachine gun to pose a significant threat. In the icy city, at the railway hospital, Wang Wu purchased canned goods and peach crisps at the entrance, following closely behind Jianguo. Inquiring about Chun Luo's residence at the consultation area, he was unexpectedly met by Chen Phoenix, who was descending from the second floor with a thermos in hand. Boss, Chen Phoenix exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Jianguo. Is old Chen all right? Jianguo hurriedly inquired. Chen Phoenix glanced around cautiously and whispered, my brother has a fractured arm, and Shui Hai has sustained internal injuries. If it weren't for the sheer number of them, my brother wouldn't have been hurt at all. And you? Jianguo turned his gaze to Chen Phoenix, who shook her head. I'm fine. Let us go upstairs and talk. Leading Jianguo upstairs, they arrived at a ward containing 4 beds occupied by orthopedic patients. In the innermost bed, Chen Luo was propped against a pillow, conversing with 2 individuals. Both had swollen temples and square faces, their dark complexions indicating they were laborers. These were Chun Luo's apprentices, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, who had come to visit upon hearing of their master's predicament. Brother, the boss is here, Chen Phoenix announced as she ushered Jianguo into the room. The other patients in the ward looked on in astonishment. Many had visited Chen Luo since his injury that morning, yet Jianguo's presence was particularly striking as he was still referred to as the boss. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu also scrutinized him. Boss, Chen Luo attempted to sit up, but with his left arm in a cast, Jianguo approached him. You should stay lying down. What exactly happened last night? Chen Luo took a deep breath and recounted the events of the previous night, detailing his altercation with Shui Hai. With a band of followers, Shui Hai had come to confront him, and this time, Chen Luo did not hold back. A flurry of punches ensued, incapacitating Shui Hai's men one by one. Ultimately, Shui Hai could no longer restrain himself and retaliated. Chen Luo injured Shui Hai, only to find that Shui Hai had summoned even more individuals to wreak havoc at the martial arts school. This scoundrel has completely forsaken the code of the martial world. Chen Luo lamented. He claimed it was a one-on-one challenge, yet he resorted to ganging up on my brother. Chen Phoenix's expression was one of fury. Chen Luo had already shown restraint, Otherwise, Shuai would have been thoroughly dealt with by now. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu listened intently, their eyes blazing with indignation. That bastard, it was he who offended others first, leading to a confrontation with the Zhang family. As a result, many of our brothers were forced to leave the icy city, some ending up crippled. If it weren't for the need to care for our disabled brothers, the master would not have had to sell his house. And now, he turns around and sides with the Zhang family, oppressing us instead? I cannot endure this. I will end him. Zhang Long was particularly incensed, eager to confront Shuai. You two stand down. Listen to me. Chen Luo called to his fellow apprentices, turning to Yi Jianguo with an apologetic look. Boss, I am truly sorry. The martial arts school has been destroyed. This is my fault. Chen Luo felt remorseful towards Yi Jianguo, who had just purchased a house and entrusted him with the protection of the business, only for it to be vandalized by Shuai and his cohorts. It's just property. We can always renovate, Yi Jianguo replied calmly. Have you called the police? He inquired, to which Chen Luo shook his head. Phoenix. Yi Jianguo had come to realize that they still relied on the rules of the martial world to resolve conflicts. Boss, what is the matter? Chen Fenghuang obediently approached, surprising both Zhang Long and Zhao Hu with her compliance towards Yi Jianguo. Next time you encounter such a situation, call the police first, then engage in a fight. You are security personnel, employees of the company. You are no longer part of the martial world. This is the rule. Yi Jianguo advised Chen Fenghuang, who hesitated yet nodded in agreement. What rule? How are we not part of the martial world? Zhang Long protested, feeling defiant. As they were martial artists, indeed part of that realm. A mere glance from Yi Jianguo silenced him. For the gaze of an authority figure could quell even the most formidable warriors. Warrior? You are not one of my company's employees, it matters not. However, within my company, there are regulations to abide by. The so-called martial world you speak of will gradually fade away. Yi Jianguo fixed a penetrating gaze on Chen Luojia, who reiterated, Boss, please be cautious. Shuai Chang is looking for you. Is that so? Then it's simple, Yi Jianguo replied with a smile, addressing Chen Luojia once more. Tell him I will be at the Peace Hotel tonight. If he has the capability, let him come. Chapter 83. A partnership this will not do. Chen Luojia quickly shook his head, and Chen Fenghuang echoed his concern. They feared that by involving Yi Jianguo, they might inadvertently bring him trouble with Shuai. Boss, this is inappropriate, Chen Fenghuang implored, her eyes brimming with tears. You are far too righteous, more so than my elder brother. Chen Fenghuang was resolute. She would follow Yi Jianguo for life. Yet Yi Jianguo shook his head at the group, reassuring them, do not worry, let him come. I wish to see if there is still law in this world. You must obey my command. This is an order. His expression darkened, prompting Chen Luojia and Chen Fenghuang to fall silent once more. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, witnessing Yi Jianguo's demeanor, rose to their feet. Bossy, my earlier attitude was inappropriate. We will assist you against Shuai tonight. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu had resolved to support Yi Jianguo, acknowledging his righteousness. Just inform me. I will be at the Peace Hotel tonight. No need for anything else. Fenghuang. Yi Jianguo retrieved a stack of money from his bag, 1,000 yuan in large denominations. Use this for your brother's treatment. Chen Fenghuang waved her hand in refusal, as did Chen Luojia, but they were met with Yi Jianguo's insistence. Leading Wang Wu out of the hospital room, Wang Wu couldn't help but inquire, Boss, shall we have Brother Dao come tonight? No need, just the two of us. Huh. Wang Wu was taken aback. Just the two of them? Actually, I could manage alone. Better to stick together. If we're to perish, let it be together. Wang Wu hung his head, resigned to follow Yi Jianguo no matter the outcome. Amused by Wang Wu's forlorn expression, Yi Jianguo chuckled. All right. Let us go buy some New Year goods. The holiday is fast approaching. Boss, you have such a big heart. Still thinking about New Year's supplies? Wang Wu sighed, realizing why Yi Jianguo was a boss. His heart was grander than the moon itself. Ice City, second hospital. Shuai was also hospitalized, his complexion notably pallid, resembling the color of earth. Every 2 hours, he would cough up blood. Residing in a private room, he reclined against his pillow, his expression dark and brooding. Summon our people, he commanded. This matter is far from resolved. Have we yet to locate that individual? Is there not the broker, Wang Wu? Shuai gestured towards his subordinate opposite him, intent on eliminating Yi Jianguo. At that moment, someone rushed in. Boss, your labor master brother has sent a message. What? Shuai raised an eyebrow, his gaze menacing enough to instill fear. He says to meet him at the Peace Hotel tonight. Yi Jianguo awaits you there. If you dare, go. Damn it! Shuai cursed again, prompting his men to echo their agreement with fervor. The doctors and nurses in the hospital dared not approach. Shuai pointed at the crowd. Summon our forces. Gather as many as you can. Tonight, I will ensure his complete downfall. Yes. The crowd roared in response. Just then, another group appeared at the door. Old Shuai. The newcomer was none other than Jianguo, carrying gifts, while his subordinates held 2 bottles of medicinal liquor. Upon Jianguo's arrival, Shuai was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jianguo. What brings you here? Jianguo, a follower of Master Xiaoxi, was a confidant of Uncle Gio. Since Shuai had aligned himself with Uncle Gio, the elders had disregarded him, treating him like a sycophant. Only Xiaoxi had shown him some courtesy. Jianguo had shared drinks with Shuai, and they found a kindred spirit in each other. Was it not a year ago that Uncle Gio celebrated his birthday? You came with Master C, correct? I heard someone took you down. Your brother? That mad fighter? Would you like me to find someone to deal with him? Jiao's arrogance was palpable as he sat beside Shuai, joining in the bravado. Shuai closed his eyes, reflecting on the adage that good news seldom travels far while bad news spreads like wildfire. He felt utterly humiliated. He had not anticipated the Chun family to be so formidable. Had he not brought 2 groups, he might have faced dire consequences at their hands. That old fool only teaches your son the tricks, never passing any to me. Shuai, with his petty grievances, would forget kindness shown to him, yet harbored deep resentment towards those who wronged him. He was the embodiment of a small-minded man. Such individuals abound in our society, especially in workplaces, where every organization harbors such petty souls. If a small-minded person rises to leadership or gains power, then good-hearted individuals within that realm may very well be oppressed. Enough. Old Shuai, is it not merely an internal injury? Master C instructed me to bring 2 bottles of medicinal liquor. This is sea snake liquor. It will get you out of bed. I can rise this very moment. Shuai scoffed, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed. Tonight, I will take down that boss, Jianguo. I shall seek revenge on the Qin family afterward. As soon as he spoke, he noticed Zhao Wu's surprise. What did you say? Jianguo. Zhao Wu's astonishment was palpable. How did Shuai know Jianguo? Do you know this person? Shuai's pupils constricted, and his expression darkened once more. Certainly, I am well aware of this matter. Does this scoundrel harbor a grudge against you? Suhai was momentarily taken aback as he listened to Zhao Wu recount the events in Mulan County. He hails from Mulan County. He has connections with the Peng family. I couldn't care less about the Peng family. This is Ice City, the territory of Uncle Gio. Zhao Wu then addressed Suhai, stating, I learned that a swordsman intends to incapacitate Jianguo, but it seems my plan has been discovered. This fellow resides near Xiaoling Street. Shall we pay a visit to the Peace Hotel tonight? Let us eliminate him. Agreed, no problem. Both Suhai and Zhao Wu harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Jianguo. United in their resolve, no matter how formidable Jianguo may be, Suhai was confident that at the Peace Hotel, he would undoubtedly rely on that old blade. The Peng family? The 5 tigers breaking the door blade? To hell with that. I possess a firearm. Suhai was resolute, instructing his subordinates to arm themselves with short guns and Black Star pistols. Tonight, they were doomed. Chapter 84. The Peace Hotel at 5:30 in the afternoon. The daylight still lingered, yet the horizon began to succumb to the encroaching night. The Peace Hotel was ablaze with light, frequented by numerous leaders from various factories and mines who hosted clients and entertained relatives there. Jianguo alighted from a taxi, and Wang Wu dashed into the entrance of the hotel. Jianguo extracted a cigarette and took a puff at the doorway. Wang Wu emerged from within the hotel, respectfully announcing, Boss, room 203. Are you truly going to proceed with this? Wang Wu had already discerned Jianguo's intentions and began to feel pity for Suhai and his associates. If these individuals knew whom Jianguo was hosting today, they would surely regret their actions. I have stated that I am not part of this underworld, Jianguo remarked, taking another drag from his cigarette. They must have already seen my arrival, correct? Jianguo lingered intentionally, allowing those across the street to notice him, those being Suhai's men, who had indeed witnessed Jianguo's appearance. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Wang Wu thought to himself how astute his boss was to be so calculating. As they conversed, a tricycle approached, adorned with a frame wrapped in plastic, forming an enclosed space. This tricycle, a type of taxi, was indeed a curious sight. Boss, watch out. Wang Wu warned Jianguo, indicating that the tricycle was headed directly for him. Jianguo squinted in its direction, observing 3 individuals leap from the vehicle. Chen Fengwang, accompanied by Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. "Boss, we are here to assist you." Chen Fenghuang, clad in a black coat with a noticeably bulging waist, had evidently brought weapons. Both Zhang Long and Zhao Hu concealed weapons within their sleeves. "You three?" Yi Jianguo gazed at them in bemusement, questioning their rationale. "Boss, I heard news that Su Hai has gathered many people. We are ready to confront him." Zhang Long chimed in, but Yi Jianguo reiterated, "Xiao Wang, prepare a dining table for them right here. Feng Wang, throw away the weapons." "What?" Chen Fenghuang looked at Yi Jianguo in astonishment, pondering how they would engage in battle without their weapons. Wang Wu, however, broke into a smile and advised Qin Phoenix, "Hurry and discard it. Do whatever the boss instructs. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold. If Shui Hai arrives, misfortune awaits." "What?" The three of them, Qin Phoenix included, were perplexed, as Yi Jianguo had already made his way toward the restaurant. Inside the grand hall on the first floor, glasses clinked and numerous patrons were enjoying their meals. The Peace Hotel, being a state-owned establishment, had waitstaff who displayed little emotion while serving. In this era, there was no concept of customer supremacy. Every position and job held equal weight. The waiters and diners were merely occupying different roles. Not to mention, even the managers were on par with the waitstaff. As Qin Phoenix and her companions were ushered in and reached their table, a wave of nervousness washed over them. They had never visited the Peace Hotel before, and upon glancing at the menu, they were taken aback. "What? 2 yuan for a plate of shredded potatoes? Are they out of their minds?" Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, after working a month, barely earned over 30 yuan. At these prices, a single meal could devour an entire month's wages. Qin Phoenix felt even more anxious, as she had no money in her pocket. Wang Wu stood there and ordered fish-flavored shredded pork, crispy rice with meat, spicy tofu, and oil-braised shrimp. Also, a bowl of tomato and egg soup, and a plate of steamed dumplings. "Brother Wang, that's far too much," Qin Phoenix urged, realizing that the oil-braised shrimp alone cost over 5 yuan, equivalent to 2 months' worth of wages. "The boss has commanded it. Just enjoy your meal. Shall we have some wine?" Since joining Yi Jianguo, Wang Wu had also begun to indulge extravagantly. "No." The three quickly shook their heads. They were embarrassed to spend money on drinks. "You must stay seated here, nowhere else," Wang Wu instructed, and then reiterated to the waiter that the bill for the three of them should be charged to room 203. Upon hearing it was for a private room, the waitstaff revealed a slight smile. Guests in such rooms typically spent over 100 yuan in a single evening, categorizing them as valued customers. Wang Wu returned to room 203, where he found Yi Jianguo placing orders. "One of everything." "What was that?" Wang Wu was once again astonished. The boss was ordering without restraint. The waiter, taken aback, kindly cautioned, "Sir, that is far too much. You won't be able to finish." "No worries, just serve it. If we can't finish, we will take it home." "Take it home?" In this era, the notion of takeout was unheard of. Patrons would rather overeat than leave food uneaten. "Yes, take it home," Yi Jianguo affirmed, handing the menu to the waiter, who could only proceed to serve food to room 203, albeit with a hint of confusion. "Boss, you are truly generous," Wang Wu remarked, extending his thumb in admiration as he witnessed Yi Jianguo's lavishness. Yi Jianguo, however, replied nonchalantly, "When hosting esteemed guests, one must create an impressive atmosphere. Meals can serve both sustenance and as decor. This is not wasteful." Yi Jianguo, having once been a magnate, could orchestrate a spectacle surpassing anyone in Ice City. As Wang Wu absorbed this scene, he also sat by the window, gazing outside. At last, a car pulled up at the entrance. Li Fangming and director Yao Jian appeared at the door, prompting Wang Wu to rise quickly. "Boss, Director Li has arrived." "All right, you go down to greet him," said Yi Jianguo, prompting Wang Wu's surprised gaze. Was Yi Jianguo really sending one of his assistants to welcome Li Fangming? With a mysterious smile, Yi Jianguo calmly replied, "Yes, it is you." He understood that if he were to descend himself, it would not be a mere introduction, but rather a display of subservience, placing him beneath Li Fangming in status. To facilitate an equal exchange, he deemed it best to await his arrival within the confines of the room. Moreover, this encounter would afford him the opportunity to gauge Li Fangming's demeanor. Wang Wu, lacking comprehension, had no choice but to comply, proceeding to welcome Li Fangming. As Yao Jian and Li Fangming entered, engaged in jovial conversation, they noticed Wang Wu rushing towards them. "Director Li, the private room is upstairs." Observing Wang Wu's hurried demeanor and the absence of Yi Jianguo, Li Fangming maintained his cheerful countenance. Assistant Wang, you are too kind. Yao Jian refrained from further comment, harboring a sense of intrigue regarding Yi Jianguo's enigmatic nature. Both he and Li Fangming were keen to uncover the depths of Yi Jianguo's character during their meal together. Chapter 85. A startling revelation upon entering the room. Li Fangming and Yao Jian found Yi Jianguo already standing at the head of the table. Director Li, welcome. Director Yao, please come. After a round of handshakes, laughter ensued. Xiaoyi, you are truly gracious. After a few pleasantries, they noticed the waiter arriving with 4 bottles of liquor, all Maotai, placed upon the table. Xiaoyi, why indulge in Maotai? Li Fangming quickly gestured to prevent Yi Jianguo from incurring unnecessary expenses. Director Li, this is not during working hours. I have significant matters to discuss with both of you today. Li Fangming's pupils dilated slightly, his perceptiveness leading him to cast a discreet glance at Yao Jian, who understood the unspoken implication and smiled in response. Xiaoyi, you are acquainted with foreign guests. What more could we possibly need to discuss? With a word from you, Song Chu would surely agree. Yao Jian's intent was clear. He sought to ascertain the nature of Yi Jianguo's relationship with Song Mingwei. With a serene smile, Yi Jianguo filled their glasses with Maodai. Wang Wu was urged to hasten the serving of dishes. Soon, an array of culinary delights adorned the table. Salt ed sea cucumber, river knife fish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, green crabs, and more. The sheer volume of over 30 dishes astonished both Li Fangming and Yao Jian, a spectacle they had never before encountered. Isn't this an excessive amount? We cannot possibly finish all of this, Yao Jian remarked, somewhat dazed, glancing towards Director Li. Li Fangming's gaze sharpened. He was beginning to wonder what significant matter Yi Jianguo wished to discuss with him. This is not excessive at all. It is my utmost honor to host you both. Now, let us raise our glasses. Yi Jianguo clinked his glass with theirs. Their expressions varied while he maintained a calm smile. Now, let us enjoy the meal. The important matter I mentioned is indeed related to both of you. Li Fangming was momentarily taken aback again, and Yao Jian remained perplexed regarding Yi Jianguo's true intentions. Wang Wu, even more confused, could only watch as the wine in the glasses diminished, pouring more as needed. What could this matter possibly be? Li Fangming sipped his drink, feeling that he might soon find it impossible to continue. Leader, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The last visitors were from the Western Silver Radiance Pharmaceutical Company, the largest pharmaceutical enterprise in the United States. Li Fangming nodded in acknowledgement, as Song Minghui had mentioned it as well, hence the heightened attention from all levels. I am collaborating with Manager Jetta to become an agent for a certain pharmaceutical product. Indeed. Li Fangming and Yao Jian listened intently as Yi Jianguo once again raised his glass, stating, I can reveal to you both that should this medication be launched, the annual contract value in the northern market will be this amount. Yi Jianguo extended a finger. 10 million? Yao Jian guessed instinctively. 100 million. Yi Jianguo replied nonchalantly, adding, this figure represents the starting point, merely the initial stage. Yi Jianguo was well aware that for decades to come, the product would dominate the market. Its annual sales would surge from an initial 8 billion to over 100 billion. Were it not for domestic alternatives, the sales figures would only fall to 36 billion. How much? Li Fangming and Yao Jian looked as if they had seen a ghost. Wang Wu nearly fell off his stool, utterly astonished as he gazed at his boss. Was this truly his employer? This was not merely a boss. This was akin to a deity of wealth, and he found himself as the assistant to such a figure. Wang Wu had previously thought that his boss's leg was thicker than his waist, but now it seemed like Mount Tai, overwhelmingly substantial. 100 million? What kind of concept was that? 10,000 yuan made one a 10,000 yuan household. How many such households could fit into 100 million? The staggering sales figure from Yi Jianguo left the 3 men utterly captivated. Director Li, I have already established a company, which at this stage will manage other projects. Once the Silver Radiance Company's products are launched, I plan to create a sales network across various cities and regions, especially in this ice city. I intend to establish a northern headquarters. Director Li, this project is of great significance, and I believe we should involve the public security system. What? Li Fangming's mind struggled to keep pace with Yi Jianguo's line of thought. Yet, Yao Jian, stimulated by the conversation, eagerly inquired, involve us? But we cannot sell drugs. Director Yao, it is not about selling drugs. It is about establishing security. In recent days, I have observed the various regions of Ice City and the joint defense teams that assist in safeguarding it. However, the state has decided to disband these teams over the years, correct? Director Li, you are responsible for this aspect as well? Yi Jianguo's words once again astonished Li Fangming. The formation of the joint defense teams originated from the workers, farmers, and soldiers during the 1970s. Back then, some areas even had militia, as the situation was quite chaotic with rampant violence and lawlessness. Relying solely on public security and armed police was insufficient. Thus, the establishment of joint defense teams was necessitated to help manage the urban environment. However, with stringent crackdowns and the gradual establishment of national laws. Alongside the shortcomings of the joint defense teams, the state sought to disband them. Ice City has numerous joint defense teams, many of whose members have made significant contributions to the city's safety. The decision to disband these teams, thereby rendering them obsolete, will undoubtedly have a profound impact. Li Fangming, the director, bore the weight of the joint defense team's management upon his shoulders. Xiaoyi, what exactly do you mean? How do we collaborate? The Jiaotian company intends to establish a security firm. The personnel for this security company could be recruited from the joint defense team, with the major shareholders potentially being from the public security system. Li Fangming and Yao Jian, captivated by Yi Jianguo's proposal, exchanged hurried glances. This concept of state-owned control had yet to be articulated by anyone at this stage. Yi Jianguo's forward-thinking initiative to establish a security company was reminiscent of the 1990s, when security firms were specifically set up by the public security system. Many state-owned enterprises and institutions sourced their security personnel from such companies, with the public security system as the primary shareholder. This model not only addresses numerous employment positions, but also provides financial support to the relevant departments. In various cities, among the wealthiest government units, the public security system is undoubtedly one of them, often surpassing even the financial capabilities of certain treasury departments. As Yi Jianguo elaborated to Li Fangming, the latter's eyes began to shine with realization. Xiaoyi, this is indeed feasible. Chapter 86. A dangerous proposition inside the private room. The atmosphere had grown increasingly lively. Li Fangming, now somewhat inebriated, embraced Yi Jianguo. Xiaoyi, my good brother, rest assured, I will discuss this matter with the city leaders. I find it very viable, and it is also for the development of foreign enterprises. You are the agent. We are all contributing to the country's foreign exchange. Director Li. Yi Jianguo, flushed from drinking, was interrupted by Li Fangming. Call me big brother instead. That is your Yao Gu. Yao Jian chuckled, pointing at Xiaoling. Yes, outside. You should call him big brother. The thought of referring to Yao Jian as big brother filled Wang Wu with immense excitement, all thanks to Yi Jianguo. Li Gu. My proposal also aims to resolve the issues faced by the joint defense team. You can independently establish it. When the time comes for medical promotion, I can provide sponsorship to assist in your establishment. For the sake of Beijing and the national economy. Yi Jianguo raised his glass once more, prompting the other two to follow suit. To Beijing and to our nation. In these times, faith was undoubtedly present. Li Fangming and Yao Jian held genuine concern for the city's development. Yi Jianguo, devoid of such faith, sought to bind himself to Director Li and others at this crucial juncture. A community of interests is essential for long-term progress. At that moment, Yi Jianguo glanced back and noticed a crowd gathering at the restaurant's entrance. A smile crept onto his face as he looked out the window, perplexed. Why are there so many people outside? What are they doing? Li Fangming, also slightly intoxicated, turned to see the commotion, equally bewildered. Indeed, what time is it? Why are there so many still dining? Yao Jian, holding his glass, stood by the window. Are they here to eat? Wang Wu seized the opportunity to inquire. Could there be a disturbance? Li Fangming and Yao Jian were once again perplexed. However, due to their professional instincts, they remained vigilant. At that moment, at the entrance, Shuai and Zhao Wu were surrounded by a throng of people. The gathering did not go unnoticed by the staff of the Peace Hotel. The manager emerged, observing the commotion. What are you all doing? Before he could finish, someone pushed past him, shouting, Get out of the way. You have no business here today. The individual then turned back to Shuai, saying, Boss, I've confirmed they are in room 203. Not just them, but Chen Feng Wang is also present. Is that so? Shuai replied with a sense of pride, glancing at Zhao Wu. Your people have all arrived? Zhao Wu turned to survey the crowd, grinning maliciously. They've all come. All right. Let us finish him off today. Brothers, charge. Shuai arrogantly led his followers into the Peace Hotel. Inside the hotel lobby, the number of patrons had significantly dwindled. Chen Feng Wang, Zhang Long, and Zhao who were seated, observing as Shuai and his entourage entered. They all rose to their feet. Junior sister. Oh, both of you senior brothers are here. Why are you staring at me like that? It has nothing to do with you today. Just eat your meal quietly. Shuai directed at the trio. Chen Fenghuang's expression turned grave as she clenched her fists, casting a glance behind Shuai. He was accompanied by over 100 of his men, all loyal followers. Shuai, don't go too far. If you have the guts, come at us. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated Shuai would bring so many, even if they were formidable fighters. How could they contend with such numbers? Shuai was merely leveraging his numerical advantage to intimidate them. You're nothing. Shuai sneered at Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, his pallor evident despite his mocking tone. I acknowledge you as senior brothers. That's a courtesy. You bastard, Shuai! Zhang Long erupted, while Zhao Wu unsheathed a knife, slamming it onto the table. The sound startled the diners into silence. Zhang Long contemplated retaliating, but was interrupted when Shuai placed a hand on Zhao Wu's shoulder. No need to resort to violence. We are here to settle matters with Jianguo. The rest are inconsequential. Zhao Wu chuckled, and others joined in laughter. Jianguo only has these three with him and dares to challenge us? A single spit from us could drown them. The surrounding individuals erupted into ridicule once more. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu could no longer contain themselves. Chen Fenghuang recalled Wang Wu's instructions. The boss had forbidden any violence, regardless of the circumstances. Shuai, we were truly blind to have considered you a brother. As long as we're alive, you shall not bully others. Zhang Long disregarded the warning. And Zhao Hu shared his resolve. They prepared to fight fiercely. Don't move. A figure suddenly approached, brandishing 2 handguns, aimed squarely at Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. You. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were taken aback, unable to fathom that Shuai had resorted to firearms. Shuai, you have no sense of honor. If you dare, let us settle this one-on-one, Zhao Hu shouted, feeling that Shuai's actions were utterly despicable. One-on-one. Do you think you're from the Qin family? Stay put. Anyone who dares to move will be dealt with severely. Shuai displayed a blatant disregard for decorum, yet as he faced Qin Phoenix, a sinister smile crept across his face. Phoenix, accompany me upstairs. I wish for you to bear witness as I orchestrate the demise of Jianguo. Spitting disdainfully, Qin Phoenix retorted, but Shuai remained unfazed, even wiping his mouth afterward. Bring him here, commanded Shuai, as armed men seized Qin Phoenix, rendering him defenseless, especially with his senior brother also detained. Which room? Shuai basked in his triumph, while Zhao Wu, ever arrogant, followed closely behind. All eyes were upon them as they ascended to the 2nd floor. The door to room 203 stood ajar. Chapter 87. Seizing opportunity, Wang Wu stood at the threshold, unperturbed, even reveling in excitement. Who goes there? He demanded, hands on his hips, exuding an air reminiscent of an ancient nobleman. Behind him at the dining table, Jianguo suppressed a laugh while Li Fangming and Yao Jian wore expressions as dark as ink. Who the hell are you? Naturally, these individuals were oblivious to Wang Wu's identity, and some began to hurl insults his way. This private room is not for your kind. Step aside, Wang Wu declared, abruptly shifting his gaze to the restrained Qin Phoenix. Phoenix. He then turned to Jianguo, whose countenance had darkened. Leaning toward Li Fangming, he said, this is a new recruit of mine. Allow me to handle this. Xiao Yi, there's no need for that. Li Fangming attempted to interject, knowing reinforcements were on their way. Yet Jianguo stood, exhaling smoke, his eyes scanning the room. He quickly noticed Zhao Wu, his expression turning grave. So it's you. Does this imply that you're all in cahoots? Zhao Wu erupted into maniacal laughter at Jianguo's inquiry. Didn't he foresee this, did you? Here we are again. Where's your bodyguard? No one can rescue you today. He gestured to the others. You see, we are brothers. Zhao Wu then turned to Shuai, who advanced with an imposing demeanor. I have stated it clearly. Anyone who acquires the Chun family martial arts hall is opposing me. Those who stand against me will pay the price. Jianguo, are you courting death? With his hands clasped behind his back, Shuai regarded Jianguo with contempt. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Jianguo replied coolly, Shuai, release Phoenix. You are committing abduction. This is against the law. The law? Shuai scoffed, gesturing toward himself for all to hear. Tonight, at the Peace Hotel, I am the law. Indeed. The crowd erupted in fervor as Qin Phoenix, held captive, flushed with humiliation. Boss, I'm sorry. He called out to Jianguo, whose expression darkened further. At that moment, Li Fangming shattered a cup in fury. You scoundrels! He bellowed, incensed. Yao Jian, witnessing the director's wrath, also rose in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Shuai. This is utterly outrageous. The nation has repeatedly mandated a crackdown on crime. And you dare to behave in such a manner? Do you comprehend the consequences? Yao Jian's furious reprimand was met with disdainful glances from Shui Hai and his cohorts. Who are you to speak? Did someone forget to zip up their fly and expose you? Zhao Wu uttered repugnant remarks, inciting uncontrollable laughter among the crowd once more. You lot. Yao Jian was exasperated, feeling utterly infuriated by these rascals. Brother Yao, this incident arose due to my purchase of a house. This individual must possess some influence. Yi Jianguo obstructed Yao Jian, seizing the opportunity to address him. Influence? Little Yi, this is Ice City. Yao Jian scoffed, glancing at Zhao Wu, who pointed at Yao Jian and exclaimed, Damn it, shut your mouth. What are you? Just a nobody. Ice City. Ice City belongs to our Uncle Jiao. Uncle Jiao? Yao Jian was unfamiliar with this figure, but Li Fangming recalled something and directly inquired, Are you referring to Zhang Jiushan? Zhang Jiushan, a member of the Zhang family in Ice City, was known in the underworld by the moniker Uncle Jiao. Li Fangming was aware of this notorious individual, and it was widely believed that Zhang Jiushan had retired. Evidently, this group still relied on his influence. Damn it, is Uncle Jiao someone you can speak of? Yi Jianguo. I shan't waste words with you. Shui Hai glared at Li Fangming and Yao Jian, deeming the two elderly men insignificant. Come, kneel before me. Crawl through here, and I shall grant you a chance to live. Otherwise, you, Shui Hai pointed ominously at Yi Jianguo and Wang Wu, declaring, all shall perish. These three words were drenched in bloodshed. Yi Jianguo raised an eyebrow and turned to glance back. You want me dead? Shui Hai. Those who commit misdeeds will inevitably face retribution. Upon hearing Yi Jianguo mention retribution, Shui Hai had already raised his hand. Retribution? Your retribution is me. You still wish to establish a company? With a mere wave of my hand, you shall be reduced to ashes. Shui Hai was arrogant and domineering, while Zhao Wu had already drawn his knife. Let me deal with him first. Stop. At this crucial moment, Li Fangming finally spoke up. Do you know who I am? You old henchman. Zhao Wu brandished his knife, advancing towards Li Fangming, when suddenly, an enraged roar echoed from the first floor. Do not move. No one is allowed to move. Before Shui Hai's men could react, heavily armed police and armed forces surged in. Shui Hai's men wielded short guns, while the authorities brandished submachine guns. Bolstered by shields, they forcefully pushed Shui Hai's men aside. Oh my! As they were shoved back, they turned to curse. But before they could finish, a submachine gun was aimed at one man's forehead. Anyone who dares to move will be shot on the spot. An officer brandished a Type 54 pistol, shouting furiously, while among the police was Zhou Qilin, who also held a gun, staring in shock at Yi Jianguo. What? Zhao Wu turned around, only to be struck on the forehead with a gun butt. Drop your weapon. An armed officer thrust his gun into Zhao Wu's mouth, stepping on his chest and forcefully knocking him to the ground. Shui Hai also turned, 3 submachine guns now trained on him. He froze in place. Chapter 88, Total Annihilation. Shui Hai looked as if he had seen a ghost. Leading over 100 subordinates, he faced over 500 police and armed forces. Outside the hotel, the sound of police cars could still be heard. Clearly, more reinforcements were headed toward the Peace Hotel. No way. Is the Peace Hotel really that formidable? In the Peace Hotel, a clash ensued, provoking an overwhelming police presence. Shui Hai silently cursed his misfortune, feeling cornered. Just then, he witnessed a police officer salute the individuals in a private room. Sir, I have arrived as ordered. Shui Hai was taken aback, his gaze fixed on Li Fangming. At that moment, Yao Jian stepped forward, pointing at Zhao Wu, and declared, Did you not insult me by calling me worthless? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yao Jian, director of the Municipal Bureau's office. This is Director Li Fangming. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Zhao Wu, restrained by armed police, appeared ready to lose control. My heavens, the Municipal Bureau's leaders? How is this possible? Zhao Wu was aghast, as were the others, who had merely come to brawl, only to find themselves amidst high-ranking officials. Chen Fengwang crouched down, equally astonished. On the first floor, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu overheard the commotion, both staggering in disbelief. The boss is dining with the Municipal Bureau's leaders? No wonder they are unconcerned. Shui Hai has brought this upon himself. The two felt a surge of exhilaration watching Shui Hai and Zhao Wu being subdued. Sir, I was unaware. Shui Hai stammered, seeking to explain that he had merely intended to confront Yi Jianguo. Why should you need to know? Yi Jianguo approached, prompting the police to stand ready. He is a VIP, Li Fangming stated gravely, instilling respect in the officers towards Yi Jianguo. A VIP? Shuai trembled. Yi Jianguo was a guest of Li Fangming? Had you mentioned this background earlier, I would not have come here to confront you. You lured me to the Peace Hotel? How treacherous. Shuai's eyes flickered with realization. He understood he had been ensnared by Yi Jianguo. This is my employee, who has been kidnapped by them. Yi Jianguo commanded the release of Qinfeng Wang, who approached him with admiration. Shuai, I have previously informed you, I am not a man of the underworld. I conduct business and believe in the law. Yi Jianguo's words provoked both Shuai and Jianguo. You believe in the law? Yet you stormed the Baiwa building. Where was your belief then? Jianguo, recalling this, abruptly raised his hand. Sir, I am innocent. I merely followed along. This has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, this individual has a bodyguard. As Jianguo attempted to reveal Old Knife's involvement, a figure struck him sharply, silencing him. Were you invited to speak? Zhou Qilan's blow left Jianguo speechless. Director, how shall we handle these individuals? Zhou Qilan inquired of Li Fangming, who nodded sternly and addressed an officer. During this crackdown, to audaciously kidnap, threaten, and even contemplate murder in my presence is unacceptable. Arrest them all and conduct a thorough investigation. I care not whether they are connected to the 9th uncle or the 8th uncle. Li Fangming's fury was palpable as the officer stood at attention. Yes, sir. Then turning back, he addressed the others. Take them all away. This sudden command frightened Shuai once more. I was wrong. Leader, spare me. I won't dare again. Yi Jianguo, Ancestor Yi, I no longer want the martial arts school. Please let me go. I swear I won't dare again. Shuai pleaded with Yi Jianguo, who regarded him with a steady gaze. I have stated my faith in the law. You shall explain yourself to it. Shuai, accept your fate. Yi Jianguo, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Shuai, knew he had ample means to deal with someone like him. You scoundrel, Yi Jianguo, you have betrayed me. If you dare, let's settle this one-on-one. Shuai was acutely aware of his impending doom. During the crackdown, if apprehended, the least he could face was a life sentence. Although he had never taken a life, the weight of his transgressions was heavy. As Shuai shouted, Zhao Wu's legs weakened. He felt utterly powerless. Zhao Wu had blood on his hands. If he were to be incarcerated, he could only await execution. In the past, he had flaunted his might in the underworld. But now, facing the prospect of death, he was engulfed in terror. What compounded his dread was the fact that escape was not an option. With so many police officers present, and having provoked Li Fangming, there was no way out. No. However, no matter how Zhao Wu protested, it was of no avail. Not only Zhao Wu, but all those who had aligned with Shuai were also gripped by fear. Shuai had gathered a considerable number of people, nearly exhausting his connections. With these individuals now apprehended, Shuai would find himself alone and vulnerable. This was a complete sweep. I am wronged. I merely came here to brawl. Some were already in tears, pleading with the police for mercy. It was utterly futile. Everyone was apprehended. And Li Fangming and Yao Jian turned their gaze to Yi Jianguo. Xiao Yi, I sincerely apologize. I almost put you in danger. Brother, do not say that. Without you, I would have been truly at risk. A life-saving grace is one that cannot be repaid with mere words. Yi Jianguo spoke earnestly, bowing slightly. Li Fangming and Yao Jian exchanged discreet nods, reflecting on the fact that despite managing the city, the security had faltered, almost leading to harm for others. It was Yi Jianguo who deserved their gratitude. This realization deepened their sense of guilt toward him. Brother, I will return now. This matter will surely be resolved by my elder brother. In the future, if anyone dares to trouble you in Ice City, just call upon my elder brother. Chapter 89. Reverence. Once the police had departed, Zhou Qilan regarded Yi Jianguo with a newfound respect. Yi Jianguo had a brotherly rapport with the leaders, and it was clear that this younger brother, Zhou Qilan, held him in high esteem. The manager of the Peace Hotel, wiping his brow, approached Yi Jianguo with obsequiousness. Leader, I apologize, may I warm up some dishes for you? Yet Yi Jianguo took a seat, casting a glance over the food. No need, just pack it up for me. Feng Wang, summon your senior brothers to come up. Chen Feng Wang nodded eagerly, inviting Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to join them. Upon seeing Yi Jianguo again, both men felt a bit awkward, unsure of how to place their hands. All right, everyone sit down. The issue with Shuai has been resolved, so you need not worry. Zhang Long looked at Yi Jianguo, stood up once more, and then bowed. Boss, I tend to speak bluntly, and if I have offended you, please forgive me. Zhao Hu felt similarly, believing that Yi Jianguo was overly timid, associating with individuals of higher stature, which explained his disdain for Shuai. No need for apologies. You are the senior brothers of the Phoenix, mere loaders. How is your salary? Jianguo held great admiration for the individuals from the Chun family martial arts school, who were fiercely loyal and willing to risk their lives for their brothers. Such individuals, despite their flaws, were not inherently malevolent. The pay is decent. Around 70 to 80 a month. Is that so? Is there a formal position? Impossible. None of us have formal positions. Then follow me, Jianguo remarked casually, causing Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to exchange surprised glances before nodding vigorously. Indeed, both of them expressed themselves in their native dialect. Aren't you going to ask? Wang Wu, standing nearby, looked puzzled at the two. The boss says to follow him, so we follow. The boss is a significant figure. It is our fortune to be noticed by him. He grants us his favor, and we must accept it. We will do whatever he asks. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were utterly earnest, driven by genuine sentiment. Wang Wu blinked and turned to Jianguo, saying, Boss, you are my everything, my universe. My rebirth parents. Be quiet. Jianguo shot Wang Wu a disapproving glance, remarking, Were you a performer in your past life? Enough. Your senior brother is your manager, and your junior sister will be the assistant manager. When the company opens, you shall start working. Your monthly salary will be 100 yuan. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were taken aback. A monthly wage of 100 yuan was comparable to a year's earnings for ordinary workers in certain factories. Is that for real? Boss, you must be mistaken. It should be for a year. I'm not mistaken. It is per month. Jianguo chuckled again, inciting a wave of excitement in both men. Wang Wu pondered again, confused as to why he earned the same as his assistant. Little did he know. Jianguo had long forgotten the salary he assigned Wang Wu. Jianguo casually mentioned the 100 yuan salary to attract attention. Even Qin Phoenix, fiddling with her clothing, couldn't help but remark, last time, the boss mentioned something about 100 yuan too. Aren't we a private enterprise? Is the salary the same? It matters not. However, Qin Phoenix quickly adjusted her mindset. Regardless of the pay, she was willing to follow Jianguo. Resolving the situation with Shui Hai had also garnered her loyalty. Boss, there is too much food. Wang Wu struggled with a dozen plastic bags. Assistant Wang, I will handle it. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu hurried to assist, which pleased Wang Wu. Let us go home, Jianguo said without further ado, hailing a taxi to return to his residence on Xiaoling Street. After Jianguo left, Qin Phoenix jogged back to the hospital to inform her elder brother about Shui Hai's arrest. The Qin family was already worried. He quickly changed his clothes. Ready to head out. Elder brother, I am back, Qin Phoenix announced, flitting into the ward like a swallow. No trouble? Qin Luo looked at his sister in astonishment. Qin Phoenix glanced around the hospital beds and called her brother outside, revealing everything to him. What? Shui Hai was arrested? The boss knows directly? My heavens, whom have we been following? Qin Luo was utterly astonished to learn that his junior disciple had also been taken under Jianguo's wing. Boss, he is truly a good man, Qin Phoenix exclaimed, her dark eyes sparkling with admiration, the brilliance coalescing into the visage of Jianguo. Qin Phoenix harbored a profound reverence for him. Boss, he is a significant figure. Following him is our fortune. Shui Hai, she suspected, may not emerge unscathed. Qin Luo sighed heavily, prompting Qin Phoenix to retort, it would be best if he doesn't. He is quite malevolent. After all, they shared a bond as fellow disciples. Even his uncle, who stood behind him, would not dare to act recklessly. Brother, as we follow the boss, we also regard Zhang Jiushan. Sister, are you now referring to him as boss? Qin Luo observed his sister, pondering whether her admiration for the boss had blossomed into affection. Brother, are you not also a boss? Why are you bringing me into this? I am merely a boss, and I will be working at the boss's place tomorrow. Qin Luo glanced at Qin Phoenix in confusion. She was still intent on working at the boss's residence? Qin Phoenix flaunted her whip, departing with an air of confidence. No, this cannot be right, Qin Luo shouted, but his sister did not look back. By the banks of the Songhua River, the frost clung in layers. The biting chill of the night allowed the moonlight to pierce through the frost, as if ensnared in darkness. Within a villa by the river, a phone rang. A man in his 60s awoke from his slumber, glancing at the golden telephone on the bedside table. Who is it? Zhang Jiushan answered the call, his tone grim. Uncle Jiu, Shui Hai has been apprehended. Zhao Wu has also been arrested. It was Zhao Si on the line. Chapter 90, Wanjia Garment Factory. At the ice rink in Daowai, Wanjia Garment Factory, previously a state-owned enterprise, employed over 300 workers and boasted facilities such as workshops, a canteen, a nursery, and a health clinic. Despite its modest size, it was equipped with nearly all the necessary departments typical of state-run establishments. However, the burden of supporting such a workforce proved unsustainable for a garment factory. Consequently, the factory underwent a transformation and became privately owned. Initially, the Wanjie clothing line performed adequately in sales. After the reform and opening up, a wave of fashionable attire from the south flooded in. These garments, made of a material known as Dichuan, quickly dominated the northern market, leaving the traditional cotton and velour clothing to trend only in winter. With the new year approaching, the factory faced a dearth of orders. The spring collection demanded Dichuan garments. The absence of orders left the factory's leadership in a state of distress. In the factory director's office, a haze of smoke lingered. A man in his 50s, puffing on cigarette after cigarette, scrutinized the reports laid out before him. Alas, Director Xiaoling lamented, what a dire situation we find ourselves in. With the new year around the corner, how can we distribute bonuses? At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Come in. Xiaoling's voice was hoarse, indicative of his genuine concern. The office door swung open, and a woman in her 30s stepped forward, only to be immediately choked by the smoke, tears welling in her eyes. Wearing glasses, her coughing prompted Xiaoling to gesture towards the window. Is that you, Xiaoling? Open the window. In her 30s, Lin Qianyue serves as the chief engineer at a garment factory, a university graduate. She has spent her career working at various clothing manufacturers until she followed her mentor to this establishment after the restructuring of Wanjie. Thanks to her design prowess, Wanjie's clothing has flourished in the northern market. However, in recent years, they have faced challenges due to the influx of synthetic fabrics. Lin Qianyue approached Xiaoling, seizing the cigarette from his hand. Director, you shouldn't smoke. It's detrimental to your health. Having never married, she is regarded as an older woman in the factory, where Xiaoling is the only one whose authority she respects. After all, he is her mentor. Is there something on your mind? If it were anyone else, Xiao would have scolded them outright. Director, don't worry. I've already contacted the bank. The bank manager is a classmate of mine. Let us see if we can secure a loan to resolve our payroll issues. Xiaoling nodded, recognizing the importance of relying on his apprentice in critical times. Xiaoling, if we manage to secure a loan once, how many more times can we do so? Currently, the trend is towards synthetic fabrics. In the north, we have 4 seasons, while the southern markets primarily cater to 2. Synthetic fabrics are easy to wash and dry, effectively replacing 3 garments with 1. However, sourcing the material and manufacturing clothing has become increasingly costly. Xiaoling lamented this predicament, realizing that relying solely on autumn and winter apparel would not sustain Wanjie garment factory for long. Lin Qianyue nodded thoughtfully and replied, I understand. Which is why I am researching how to produce synthetic fabric. There is a chemical fiber factory along the Liao River that has the raw materials. However, developing this method is quite challenging for me alone, as my expertise lies in design rather than chemistry. Purchasing the fabric and selling at a loss won't keep us afloat for long, she sighed. Synthetic fabrics have gained prominence, but the pressure on northern garment factories is severe. In the next decade, I fear that southern factories will overpower their northern counterparts. We must innovate in synthetic fabric production, or we risk obsolescence. Indeed, the two of them pondered, and Xiaoling, yearning for another cigarette, was once again deterred by Lin Qianyue. Director, shall I discuss matters with the head of finance at the bank? Perhaps we can secure a mortgage on our daycare? That cannot be used as collateral. Xiaoling, that is an employee benefit, and we must never compromise on employee welfare. That is a fundamental principle. Although Wanjie Garment Factory is privately owned, Xiaoling has a conscience and cannot betray the trust of his workers. With no other option, Lin Qianyue nodded in agreement and departed. After leaving the bank with the department head, she tightened her coat and softly said, You can head back. I'll take a stroll around the city. All right. Once the department head left, Lin Qianyue made her way towards Central Avenue. There, she often visited the department store for inspiration when her creativity waned. Unfortunately, this time, she emerged from the store rather early, as spring clothing was already being sold, predominantly made from synthetic fabrics. The garments are vibrant in color and made from a refreshing fabric. Lin Qianyue discovered a thick, quality jacket within the shop, which left her astonished. Has it truly progressed to this stage? If we do not innovate, we will inevitably be left behind. Lin Qianyue felt a sense of urgency. She needed to return home and call her classmates to see if anyone could assist her, ideally finding a researcher specializing in this quality fabric. Lin Qianyue's home is situated in the former workers' dormitory of a mechanical factory, where she resides with her parents. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, she heard a voice coming from the security booth. "Xiaoling, there is someone looking for you." Lin Qianyue was taken aback and quickly turned to look. A stranger emerged from the booth, wearing a cap with shifty eyes. "Wang Wu," he said with a smile, "pleased to meet you. Here is my business card." He produced a card from his bag and extended it to Lin Qianyue, who hesitated, eyeing him warily. The card bore only the words 9 heavens. "Let us discuss work at the office." "Excuse me." Lin Qianyue had no desire to engage with this stranger and turned to leave. "Engineer Ling, please take a look at this," Wang Wu called out, pulling a piece of fabric from his bag. Initially uninterested, Lin Qianyue glanced back, intrigued. She paused, astonished to see that it was indeed a piece of quality fabric. "What do you mean?" Lin Qianyue stopped, gazing at Wang Wu in surprise. Could he be a supplier of this quality material? "Engineer Ling, do you have a moment? This fabric was produced by my boss. If you wish to learn more, come to room 203 at the Peace Hotel tonight." Wang Wu retracted his card, unfazed by her refusal. "My boss said this is an opportunity for you." At this stage, his exact words were to cast a wide net and see what fate brings. Wang Wu did not understand. Was this single piece of fabric merely bait? Yet, Lin Qianyue approached him, her demeanor serious. "What did you say? Did your boss create this fabric or merely procure it? Please clarify." Lin Qianyue was somewhat agitated, prompting the security personnel to step outside, concerned that Wang Wu was harassing her. Wang Wu hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile. "Of course, my boss manufactured it. If you desire it, it's yours. Tonight at 6. He handed the quality fabric to Lin Qianyue, who examined it closely, sensing something amiss. It felt remarkably breathable, prompting her to hurry home. After briefly conversing with her parents, she retreated to her room, placing the fabric under the light for a thorough inspection. "My goodness, it's so breathable, almost akin to cotton. This is the initial fabric. If knitted, it could be fashioned into jackets or windbreakers." Lin Qianyue, a diligent university student, realized that this fabric was indeed an upgraded version of the quality material. 6 o'clock. With this thought in mind, she glanced at the clock on the wall. By 4 in the afternoon, Lin Qianyue had already arrived at the Peace Hotel. Lin Qianyue, clad in a sleek black trench coat, complemented by a vest and sweater beneath, exuded an air of elegance with her knee-high boots, enhancing her statuesque figure. As a designer, her attire epitomized the latest fashion trends. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she settled in the lobby, waiting expectantly. The waitress, puzzled by the sight of such an extraordinary woman who had yet to order, sensed that she was awaiting someone. At 5:28 p.m., a taxi pulled up at the entrance. Wang Wu opened the door for Jianguo, who alighted from the vehicle, followed closely by Chen Fengwang. Chen had also adorned herself attractively, now serving in a security capacity. "Boss, have we arrived too early?" Wang muttered, questioning the necessity of such punctuality. After all, films often depict protagonists as the last to make an entrance. "I detest tardiness," Jianguo replied calmly, adhering to both time and commitments. For him, a businessman's reputation was synonymous with wealth, aspiring to ascend to greater heights. He understood that success hinged not only on the fortuity of others, but also on his own diligence. As they entered, Lin Qianyue stood up eagerly to greet them. "Manager Wang." Her exclamation startled Wang Wu, while Chen swiftly positioned herself protectively beside Jianguo, assuming a defensive posture. "Ling." Wang finally recognized her, astonished that she had arrived even before Jianguo. "Is this the boss?" Lin Qianyue inquired, her eyes widening at the sight of Jianguo, who radiated charisma despite his youth. At just over 20, it was remarkable that he had ascended to such a position of authority. Ling scrutinized him, her mind reeling from the surprise. Jianguo, equally taken aback, marveled at his good fortune on this initial venture. "Hello, I am Jianguo," he introduced himself, extending his hand. Ling, momentarily startled, quickly regained her composure and reciprocated the handshake. "Greetings, I am Lin Qianyue, chief engineer at Wanjie Garment Factory." "Very well. Let us proceed to discuss matters," Jianguo suggested with a glance at Wang Wu, signaling him to arrange a private room. Chen Fengwang trailed behind, surreptitiously admiring Ling's fashionable attire, which evoked a sense of envy within her. They arrived at room 203, where Wang Wu had already instructed the staff to prepare tea. Turning to Ling, he asked, "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" Would you like something to drink? Ling promptly shook her head. She typically abstained from alcohol, but felt compelled to acquiesce in Yi Jianguo's presence. I prefer tea. We are here to discuss matters, not to dine. Yi Jianguo, discerning Ling's inclination, affirmed, indeed, we are here for business. Ling chuckled at his remark, her laughter revealing a captivating charm. Chen Fenghuang poured tea for both of them, then took her place behind Yi Jianguo. Fenghuang, please have a seat. Yi Jianguo urged, and Chen, pleased yet choosing to sit near the door, complied. Ling, seated beside Yi Jianguo, could hardly contain her excitement and retrieved a piece of fabric from her pocket. Mr. Yi, is this material indeed Dacron? Yes, and yet, not entirely. He replied enigmatically. Yi Jianguo gazed at the fabric, and this response reignited excitement within Ling Meiwan. Are you from the south, boss Yi? No, I hail from the north. Is this fabric produced in the north? Not quite. Ling Meiwan struggled to fathom how someone from the north could produce fabric that surpasses the quality of Dacron. This fabric is made of polyester fiber. You can understand it as a product derived from fiberplastic. Indeed, it is an upgraded version of Dacron. Yi Jianguo did not conceal his ambitions. His goal was to bring polyester fiber into the limelight ahead of its time. In the future, the clothing market in China would be dominated by polyester fiber. With polyester fiber, the cost of garments would yield substantial profits. With the right promotion, such as through a future brand like Chicken Bone Bird, garments made entirely from polyester could flourish domestically for a decade, while similar items languished in the West. Ordinary clothing would soar in demand, while high-end items could fetch tens of thousands. Yet, the production cost of these garments would be remarkably low. Clothing, at times, resembles automobiles. What is purchased is often the brand rather than the intrinsic value of the product. Polyester fiber itself may not be valuable, but when crafted into clothing and marketed effectively, it becomes exceedingly precious. Do you possess a manufacturing facility, boss Yi? Yi Jianguo raised his teacup with a smile. No. Ahem. Ling Meiwan took a sip and coughed once more. Chapter 92. The Wind Rises. What does that mean? Ling Meiwan could not comprehend Yi Jianguo's lack of a manufacturing plant and what his intentions might be. I understand the methodology. I need to select a partner. Through my approach, this fabric can replace Dacron. Do you understand, Engineer Ling? Yi Jianguo sipped his tea quietly, while Ling Meijuan's expression rapidly shifted upon grasping his vision. This was not merely an opportunity for Yi Jianguo. It was a golden chance for Wanjie Garment Factory. This opportunity could elevate Wanjie to the forefront of the apparel industry. With this unique polyester fabric, Ling Meiwan could design a plethora of garments, including outdoor wear and down jackets for the foreign market. This fabric could even be supplied to national athletes for their sportswear. Yi Jianguo remained unhurried, while Wang Wu and Chen Fenghuang exchanged puzzled glances, failing to grasp the situation. Finally, Ling Meiwan exhaled deeply. Can we collaborate with Boss Yi? Wanjie Garment Factory? Yi Jianguo set down his teacup and regarded Ling Meiwan earnestly. Ms. Ling, can you make decisions? Ling Meiwan hesitated. She was not the factory director. Wanjie Garment Factory had transitioned from a state-owned enterprise to a private one, previously profitable. It now faced financial strains. Am I correct, Ms. Ling? Ling Meiwan lowered her head in shame, yet she summoned her courage. Yes, but our brand has surpassed other state-owned garment factories. Wanjie represents quality. It is also our capital. Yi Jianguo nodded, genuinely admiring Ling Meiwan for her clarity of purpose. That is your advantage. I will not hide from you. I have been researching the garment factories in Ice City, seeking a partner. Ms. Ling, you may discuss this with the director and have him contact me. Now, let us enjoy our meal. Yi Jianguo once again invited Ling Meiwan to dinner, but she stood up resolutely. No, I will call the factory director right now and ask him to come over. We need to have a serious discussion. Is that acceptable, Mr. Yi? Ling Meiwan was indeed decisive, leaving Yi Jianguo momentarily taken aback. Now, he inquired. Yes, right now. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Meiwan, like a mermaid that had caught the bait, was determined to reel it in completely. Very well. I shall wait here. Xiaoling, please add 2 more dishes. Yi Jianguo said. However, before he could finish, Ling Meiwan politely interjected. Tonight, it is my treat, Mr. Yi. I will cover all expenses. Just a moment. Ling Meiwan swiftly exited, allowing Wang Wu to seize the chance to question Yi Jianguo. Boss, what is the situation here? A mere piece of cloth can elicit such a response from her. Chen Fenghuang was equally curious. Yi Jianguo gazed at the cloth on the table and softly remarked. This is an opportunity. Ling Meiwan has the audacity to seize it. In the future, she will ascend to the celestial realm of wealth, the true elite circle of Huaxia. To enter this circle is to attain an extraordinary status. The celestial realm signifies capital, which also exists in hierarchies. Beneath the clouds, there is capital. On the cloud's edge, there is capital, and within the celestial realm, even more so. Beyond the celestial realm, above the 33 heavens, lies Jianguo. The urgent ringing of the phone prompted Xiaoling to put down his utensils. His family looked on helplessly as the new year approached, and he was too busy even to enjoy a meal. Who is it? Xiaoling answered the call, only to hear Lin Qianyue's excited voice. Master, hurry to the Peace Hotel. What time is it? Eating again? Forget it. Xiaoling thought it was just another dinner invitation, but Lin Qianyue continued. I found someone who can make high-quality fabric. Master, you must come quickly. This is our opportunity. Is that true? I'll be right there. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling dashed off, wearing only a sweater, eager to leave. Your clothes. His wife called after him, prompting him to return and don his attire before rushing out. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyue stood at the entrance of the Peace Hotel, waiting. In just 15 minutes, Xiaoling arrived, drenched in sweat, desperately in need of high-quality fabric. Xiaoling, you're not deceiving me, are you? He asked breathlessly. Master, it's indeed an upgraded version of high-quality fabric, polyester. We must collaborate to win over Mr. Yi. As Lin Qianyue elaborated, Xiaoling's expression suddenly turned serious. A sudden appearance of a boss. Just a piece of cloth? If he says he has it, does he really? Jianguo? He pondered, uncertainty creeping in. Let us go up and see. With a newfound calm, Xiaoling proceeded, and Lin Qianyue, sensing her master's shift in demeanor, also regained her composure. Yet she felt a sense of security from Jianguo. She was certain he was no fraud. Leading Xiaoling to the private room, she introduced him. Mr. Yi, this is the factory director, Xiaoling, who is also my master. Jianguo rose to greet them, and as Xiaoling gazed at him, he couldn't help but think how youthful he appeared. Could such a person truly be as Lin Qianyue described? Hello, Mr. Yi. Two individuals shook hands. Yet Xiaoling's hand felt frigid. Please, take a seat. Director Xiao, would you prefer tea or liquor? Tea will suffice. May I take a look at the fabric? Xiaoling inquired, glancing toward the fabric, while Jianguo remained unhurried, sensing through their handshake that Xiaoling harbored some distrust towards him. Distrust, yet no urgency. Patience is key. Jianguo felt no rush. As long as he could ascertain one thing before the new year, he would be content. At that moment, however, he noticed someone passing by outside the door, casting a sidelong glance. A piercing gaze fixed upon Jianguo. Chapter 93. Equity in Technology. Jianguo realized he had drawn someone's attention. From the individual he had just seen, an inkling of threat emerged. This person was not affiliated with Xiaoling. Stealthily, Jianguo exchanged a glance with Qin Fenghuang, who was quietly observing her boss. The look from Jianguo made Qin Fenghuang inexplicably blush, her heart racing. Jianguo blinked, and Qin Fenghuang understood the unspoken message. Seizing the opportunity to pour tea, she approached the door. Once the private room door closed, Qin Fenghuang stood guard at the entrance. Xiaoling, while feeling the fabric, finally raised his head to inquire. How can I be assured that this fabric is produced by you, Mr. Yi? Jianguo extended his hand, prompting Wang Wu to retrieve a document from his bag. This is the formula for polyester fibers. Director Xiao, you may have someone examine it. Wanjie Garment Factory was the first to be contacted by me. As for your choices, that is your prerogative. I am confident that with such fabric in my possession, other garment factories will seek collaboration. Jianguo spoke candidly, causing Lin Qianyue to grow anxious once more. Xiaoling took the document, glancing through it only to find the dense equations incomprehensible, appearing as mere gibberish. He passed the document to Lin Qianyue with a deep sigh. Mr. Yi, you possess a valuable asset. Every garment factory requires this. Yet, I am uncertain how you intend to cooperate. Jianguo could perceive Xiaoling's continued wariness. Director, given your company's poor performance this year, do you truly believe I would dig a pit for you? Do you think I wish to deceive you? Is there anything in you worth my deception? What? Xiaoling was taken aback by Jianguo's forthrightness, as his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Mr. Yi, you misunderstand. Lin Qianyue observed the equations, and, though she did not fully grasp them, her professional knowledge instilled confidence in Jianguo. No need for explanations, I comprehend. Our mutual unfamiliarity is entirely natural. However, our collaboration does not require deep understanding. As long as Jianguo garment factory can meet my conditions, we shall proceed. With memories of his past life guiding him, Jianguo commanded the negotiation with complete authority. Xiaoling, feeling cornered, could only nod, his demeanor softened. Mr. Yi, please proceed. I will invest in technology as equity in Jianguo garment factory. The factory will procure synthetic materials to produce polyester fabric. I will not be involved in production. Yet I seek dividends. Henceforth, every garment produced by Jianguo garment factory will yield profit for me. This is the figure I require. Jianguo extended his finger, indicating a 60% profit. You want 60%? How is that possible? Both Xiaoling and Lin Qianyue were utterly astonished. Jianguo's greed seemed boundless. Was the Jianguo garment factory to work for Jianguo, offering him such a substantial share? This proposal was intolerable for Jianguo garment factory. Jianguo lifted his teacup again, smiling. Do you think it's impossible? I assure you, there's no rush. Take your time to ponder it. With this fabric, Jianguo garment factory will be at the forefront of the domestic industry, alongside Engineer Ling's designs and my strategic planning. Jianguo garment factory will ascend to become a leading garment manufacturer in the country. The 40% profit you retain will elevate you to the pinnacle of Huaxia. Director Xiao, surely you possess this foresight. The profits of the future will not merely be in the millions or tens of millions, nor even a billion, but will soar into the tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even thousands of billions. Jianguo's voice resonated like a siren's call. 1,000 billion in annual profit would yield a staggering 400 billion for Jianguo garment factory. The prospect of such wealth was truly astounding. Jianguo had sown a seed within the hearts of Xiaoling and Lin Qianyue, a seed of capital. At that moment, both Xiaoling and Lin Qianyue found their breaths becoming labored, their minds racing with visions of the future. Let's eat. Both parties opted for a slow deliberation. As long as you provide me with news before New Year's Eve, that will suffice. Jianguo did not pressure them, yet their appetites had vanished. Boss Yi, we shall return and consider this thoroughly. Xiaoling felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. The sudden appearance of Jianguo left him with a surreal impression. Lin Qianyue shared a similar sentiment, but as she gazed at Jianguo, she couldn't shake the feeling that beneath his exterior lay another persona, one that was undoubtedly not youthful and belonged to a figure of considerable influence. Very well. Jianguo stood, shaking hands in farewell with Xiaoling and Lin Qianyue. Once they departed, Jianguo's expression shifted as he noticed Chen Fenghuang had not yet returned. Find Fenghuang. Jianguo commanded Wang Wu, who suddenly realized Chen Fenghuang was absent. Just as Wang Wu was about to search for her, Chen Fenghuang returned, her face as cold as ice. Boss, I'm back. What happened? Jianguo sensed that Chen Fenghuang's mood was off. Yet she bore no injuries, nor had she engaged in any altercation. It's someone from the Zhang family. Zhang Jioshan wishes to meet you. What? Jianguo was momentarily taken aback, while Wang Wu exclaimed in astonishment, Ice City, Uncle Nine? The powerful figure behind Shuai, a notable figure in the underworld, sought an audience with Jianguo. Jianguo comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had gleaned information about Zhang Jioshan from Chen Luo and others over the past few days. The Zhang family, represented by Zhang Jioshan, was not merely a force in the underworld. They had risen through their pharmaceutical enterprise, with the 5th pharmaceutical factory in Ice City belonging to them. Through their pharmaceutical ventures, the Zhang family had ascended from the White Mountain and Blackwater region. Over 3 generations, they had garnered the allegiance of numerous formidable figures from the underworld. In the present day, the Zhang family had gradually become the unseen hand beneath the surface of Ice City. Even Li Fangming, capable of contending with Zhang Jioshan, must meticulously strategize if he wishes to challenge the Zhang family. Otherwise, he risks being ensnared by them. When? Jianguo inquired, unperturbed. Tomorrow noon, at the Lingjiang Tower. Boss. We cannot go, Chen Fenghuang implored, wishing to convey that meeting Zhang Jioshan at this juncture would undoubtedly endanger Jianguo. Understood. I never stated an intention to attend. Oh. Chen Fenghuang had assumed Jianguo was inclined to go, only to find he had declined. I am not a member of the martial world. Informed Zhang Jioshan. Chapter 94. The storm rises at the Dragon Tiger Association the following day. At noon, Lingjiang Tower stood by the Songhua River, one of Zhang Jioshan's enterprises. The establishment exclusively catered to those of the martial world, and only renowned figures could gain entry. At the entrance, luxury cars and motorbikes were parked. As celebrated martial artists arrived in small groups, renowned for its braised river fish. Dining at Lin Qianyue Tower not only affirmed one's status among their peers but also presented the chance to encounter Uncle Jianguo, whose words could alter the fate of many. At the entrance, two diminutive attendants greeted patrons with obsequious smiles, which brought much comfort to the martial artists. Just then, a crowned sedan halted at the entrance, and a man emerged, a bulging belly accentuated by a fur coat, resembling a black bear. Upon his arrival, the attendants hurried forward. "Greetings, Master Xiaoling," they exclaimed, kneeling to polish the man's shoes. "Haha, here is a reward." This man was the notorious martial overlord of Ice City, Xiong Shanha, as he tossed money to his subordinates. Another figure exited the establishment. "Greetings, Master Xiaoling." A newcomer? Xiong Shanha, noticing the new manager, expressed his displeasure. The previous manager had been a woman, flamboyantly dressed, whom he had relished in fondling. "Yes, the new manager, Master Xiaoling," the manager replied. "And you already know me?" Xiong Shanha scrutinized the manager, who smiled once more. At Lin Qianyue Tower, one may not know others, but one must certainly know Master Xiaoling. "Haha, you lad, know how to speak." Satisfied, Xiong Shanha signaled for a reward for the manager. Indeed, only those who can articulate well thrive at Lin Qianyue Tower. The manager bowed deeply, and as Xiong Shanha prepared to enter, a black Cadillac pulled up at the entrance. "Uncle Jianguo." The two attendants rushed toward the vehicle, kneeling as if in reverence. A black-clad bodyguard stepped out, donned sunglasses, and opened the door for Zhang Jiushan, who descended, stepping onto the attendants. "Uncle Jianguo, what brings you here?" The manager approached, exuding sycophantic charm. Zhang Jiushan cast a dispassionate glance at the manager and slowly remarked, "Does my Lin Qianyue Tower require an introduction to Xiong Shanha?" The manager was momentarily taken aback, realizing Zhang Jiushan was not engaging with him. While he noticed the two attendants watching him with an expression akin to that reserved for the deceased. "This is troublesome." The manager seemed to sense something amiss, his legs growing weak beneath him. He was the manager of Lin Qianyue Tower, representing Zhang Jiushan, yet here he was, attempting to curry favor with Xiong Shanha. While greetings were customary, he had overstepped by uttering certain words, and Zhang Jiushan had overheard them. Consequently, this manager would vanish from Ice City within 24 hours. Xiong Shanha had also caught sight of Zhang Jiushan, and his boisterous laughter had faded, his corpulent form seeming to shrink considerably. "Uncle Jianguo, what brings you here?" Xiong Shanha could assert himself before anyone, yet he faltered in the presence of Zhang Jiushan. "Is it not permissible for me to visit my own restaurant?" Zhang Jiushan shot Xiong Shanha a piercing glance, prompting the latter to strike his own face with force. Smack. "Uncle Jianguo, I am at a loss for words. You may punish me as you see fit." Despite the gravity of the situation, Xiong Shanha maintained a smile, which elicited a nod of approval from Zhang Jiushan. "Let us head upstairs shortly." "Certainly." Upon hearing Zhang Jiushan's invitation to ascend, Xiong Shanha's spirits lifted once more. As Zhang Jiushan entered Lin Qianyue Tower, numerous figures from the martial world rose in acknowledgement. "Uncle Jianguo, greetings. It is an honor to see you, Uncle Jianguo. Grand Ancestor Jianguo." Some of the younger individuals even knelt in reverence, bowing earnestly before Zhang Jiushan. He offered a gentle nod, his countenance radiating warmth. "All is well. Today's expenditures are on me." "Thank you, Uncle Jianguo." The chorus of voices nearly lifted the roof off Lin Qianyue Tower. Zhang Jiushan ascended to the second floor, where the most opulent private room awaited only his presence. The walls of the room were adorned with paintings by Qi Baishe, and exquisite Song Dynasty porcelain vases flanked either side. The furnishings were crafted from precious rosewood. As Zhang Jiushan settled into his seat, Zhao Si emerged from an adjacent room. "Uncle Jianguo." Zhao Si stood before Zhang Jiushan, exhibiting the demeanor of a well-behaved child. "Everyone, please take a seat." Zhang Jiushan gestured for all to sit, while a beautiful waitress approached with a cigar for him. The cigar was not only lit, but had also been graced by the warmth and fragrance of youthful lips. Zhang Jiushan accepted the cigar, taking a satisfying puff. The waitress stood dutifully behind him, gently massaging his shoulders, each gesture exuding grace and beauty. That individual claims he is not part of the martial world and will not be coming. Zhao Si had received word that Jianguo would not be visiting Lin Qianyue Tower. Is that so? He claims to be outside of our realm, yet meddles in its affairs, and with members of the Peng family no less. What does he take us for? Zhang Jiushan remarked, slowly closing his eyes. Let us wait patiently. When the time comes, if he does not appear, it shall be a clear indication of his lack of respect towards me. Unperturbed, Zhang Jiushan savored his cigar, attended by the young waitress. The quartz clock on the wall ticked steadily. At last, the clock struck 11:30 in the morning. In that moment, Zhang Jiushan opened his eyes. Chapter 95. The challenge. It seems he truly does not wish to honor me. Zhang Jiushan chuckled, setting down his cigar and gesturing towards Zhao Si. The day after tomorrow marks my birthday banquet. Old Fourth, your gift is quite splendid. It pleases me greatly. However, the famed dagger remains my utmost favorite. Zhao Si, having been influenced by Zhang Jiushan, nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand. Yet this fellow has connections to the Peng family. The Peng family? In this nation, how many warriors from the Peng family remain? They have long been rendered obsolete by the tides of time. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. And then Xiong Shanta entered, holding a bottle of Matai. Uncle Jiu, I raise a toast to you. He drank his fill, disregarding Zhang Jiushan, and downed the entire bottle of Matai. Upon noticing Xiong Shana, Zhao Si recognized him as a formidable individual, one whose strength he could not hope to match. Xiong, sit. I have a task for you. Zhang Jiushan gestured to the seat opposite him, signifying forgiveness and acknowledgement towards Xiong Shanha. Xiong Shanha took his seat, and Zhao Si quickly grasped Zhang Jiushan's intent. Brother Xiong, I must inform you, someone is targeting Uncle Jiu. Xiong Shanha's eyes widened in astonishment. Who dares? Zhang Jiushan remained silent, allowing Zhao Si to recount the unfolding events. Shuahai has been captured. They attacked directly. They were betrayed by that Yi Jianguo. From the Peng family? Xiong Shanha listened, bewildered, pondering how such ruthless individuals had emerged from my city. Xiong, you and Zhao Si should investigate. If he claims not to be a part of the Jianghu, then target the Peng family. First, incapacitate that individual. Make him surrender the famed dagger and apologize, perhaps. Out of respect for Director Li, I might let him go. Otherwise, he shall meet a watery grave, along with his daughter. Zhang Jiushan's voice was chilling as he spoke these words, extending his aged hand to pat the shoulder of the young girl beside him. Bring out the dishes. Yes. The girl obediently responded and summoned the food. Under the watchful eyes of Xiong Shanha and Zhao Si, another young girl appeared. The two girls personally served Zhang Jiushan, even blowing on hot soup to cool it before feeding him. Zhao Si lowered his head, acknowledging the grandeur befitting Uncle Jiu. He resolved to try this approach himself in the future. Xiong Shanha, however, muttered under his breath, if it were me, I would have long indulged in the young girl. Uncle Jiu, he might not last much longer. If Zhang Jiushan were aware of Xiong Shanha's thoughts, he would surely send him to a watery demise as well. On Shilong Street, the Yi family. Yi Jianguo instructed someone to make a phone call, which cost 3,000 yuan. Yi Xiaoling sat on the Kong, watching his workers carefully installed the phone before approaching cautiously. Father, may I make a call? Of course, to whom will you call? Yi Jianguo chuckled at his daughter. Yi Xiaoling pondered for a moment and replied, I wish to call Grandma's son. I miss her. The days spent at Zhao Xiaoli's home were the happiest for Yi Xiaoling. Yi Jianguo's gaze softened. It is a good thing for a daughter to understand gratitude. Ruffling her hair affectionately, he picked up the red telephone and handed it to Yi Xiaoling. Just press this button when the call connects. It will ring at the small shop near Grandma's son's door. Just call out to her. Yi Xiaoling was in the midst of a conversation when a voice came through the phone. Hello, who are you looking for? Hi, I'm looking for Grandma Sunday. This is Yi Xiaoling, she replied, her voice tremulous and childlike, as it was her first time making a call. Is it Xiaoling? Just a moment. Footsteps echoed through the line, followed by a rustling sound. After a few minutes, hurried footsteps returned, accompanied by a voice filled with urgency. Is it really Xiaoling? Sun Hua inquired of the shopkeeper, and Yi Xiaoling recognized her voice. It's me, Grandma. Sun Hua's voice came through again. Xiaoling, how are you? Have you arrived in Ice City? There was a quiver in her voice, even tinged with tears. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoling felt her own eyes welling up. Yes, we've arrived. Dad bought a house. Grandma, here is our phone number. If you miss me, please call. Great, that's wonderful. Sun Hua was indeed shedding tears, feeling the emptiness of home after parting ways with Yi Jianguo and Yi Xiaoling. At that moment, she regretted that Yi Jianguo's wife had left. Her daughter should have stayed with him. Such an obedient granddaughter would have been a joy to have at home. Yi Xiaoling also wept, while Yi Jianguo, standing nearby, shook his head. After sharing the phone number, Yi Xiaoling continued her conversation with Sun Hua. However, Yi Jianguo sensed a disturbance and turned to look. Old Dao stepped out but soon returned, concealing something within his sleeve. Yi Jianguo, with keen eyes, had already noticed. He approached Old Dao and asked, What is going on? Nothing. Old Dao replied, his silence profound and his expression still icy. I saw it all. Show me. Yi Jianguo retorted, annoyed that old Dao still wished to hide it. Old Dao glanced at Yi Jianguo, but shook his head, saying, "This is none of your business." "What do you mean it's none of my business?" Yi Jianguo laughed in disbelief. "You think you can just dismiss it? Hurry up." Old Dao's cold demeanor did not faze Yi Jianguo, who had grown accustomed to it. Seeing Yi Jianguo's insistence, old Dao reluctantly revealed a knife that slid from his sleeve. Yi Jianguo's pupils constricted. It was indeed a knife, a flying dagger. Behind the dagger was a crumpled piece of paper. What does this mean? Has someone thrown a flying knife at our door? Chapter 96. Old Dao's decision. It's not a flying knife. It's a challenge. Old Dao crushed the paper in his hand, preventing Yi Jianguo from seeing it. Who is it? Yi Jianguo stared at old Dao, who avoided making eye contact. This is my affair. Your affair? Yi Jianguo chuckled, standing at the door, exhaling warm breath. You are mine. Now someone is challenging you. It must be someone from the underworld, right? Jianguo. I refused to meet him, so he sent someone to challenge you. Old Dao, this is because of me. I am your boss, and you must obey. Old Dao, upon hearing Yi Jianguo's words, glanced at Xiaoling in the bedroom. All right. You need to tell me who is challenging you. I'll have Xiaoling investigate. He boldly accepted the challenge. But who did he think he was? Yi Jianguo refused to allow old Dao to participate, showing no regard for the people of the martial world. For over 6 months, the nation had been cracking down severely. Many criminals had met their demise. In such circumstances, how could these martial artists act recklessly? It must be Zhang Jioshan's people. They arranged to meet me by the riverbank tonight to compete in knife skills. I had to go. Their challenge was directed at the Peng family knife. Old Dao was resolute, for the challenge letter insulted the Peng family knife, and he could not tolerate such an affront. The Peng family? Very well. I shall accompany you tonight. No. Old Dao quickly shook his head. He could not allow Yi Jianguo to be put at risk. It was either together or not at all. After his words, Yi Jianguo did not permit old Dao to refuse and returned home to call Wang Wu. He then picked up the phone again to contact Chen Fengwang and others. Tonight, Yi Xiaoling was entrusted to Chen Fengwang and Chen Luojia. Yi Xiaoling watched her father make calls and noticed old Dao entering with a stern expression. She climbed onto the Kong to warm her hands. Yi Xiaoling took old Dao's hand and pulled him toward the head of the Kong. Old Dao lifted Yi Xiaoling and placed her on the Kong while he sat on the edge, gently stroking her hair. By 5 o'clock, Chen Fengwang and the others had arrived, with Chen Luojia bringing 2 bottles of medicinal liquor and some gifts for the new year. Boss, as it is my first visit, you must accept this, Chen Luojia said politely, aware of Yi Jianguo's significant status and fearing he might dismiss the gifts. All right, everyone take a seat. Yi Jianguo gestured for them to sit down. Yi Xiaoling, holding a teacup, stood on her toes, eager to serve tea to her uncles. Xiaoling, you need not bother. Your sister will do it herself. Chen Fengwang was quite fond of Yi Xiaoling and even wanted to lift her up. Sister? Then do I call Dad uncle? Yi Xiaoling chimed innocently, causing laughter among Chen Luojia and the others, while Chen Fengwang felt a bit embarrassed. Yes, call me aunt. Chen Fengwang blushed, realizing the generational mix-up, almost mistaking Yi Jianguo for a younger uncle. Xiaoling, fetch old Dao. Yi Xiaoling skipped away and soon returned with old Dao. Upon his entrance, Chen Luojia's pupils dilated, and both Zhang Long and Zhao Hu's expressions darkened as they fixed their gaze on old Dao. Each of old Dao's steps heightened their vigilance. Who is this? It was Chen Luojia's first encounter with old Dao, who resembled a blade. This is my bodyguard, old Dao. Zhang Jioshan's people wish to challenge him. It seems they intend to target those around me. Yi Jianguo's demeanor turned serious, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Challenge old Dao. Who? As Chen Luojia inquired. Wang Wu's face twisted in concern as he rasped, Xiong. What? Him? Chen Luojia and the others exclaimed, astonished. Xiong was a seasoned martial artist of the old school. Notably, he had once operated a martial arts school and was a highly skilled practitioner. It was said that Xiong was a disciple of the renowned hero Yan Feilong from Guangzhou, wielding a large knife with unmatched prowess. Xiong once spent time in the land of the Russians, rumored to have taken a life before fleeing back to the Ice City. Subsequently, he rose to prominence in the Nangang district, establishing himself as a formidable figure in the underworld. Xiong is not merely a warrior. He has also served as a martial police instructor. This man is entrenched in both the shadows and the light. How did he become associated with Zhang Jioshan? Even Chen Luo, known for his fierce boxing style, feels he cannot defeat Xiong as he is a practitioner of unarmed combat while Xiong wields a blade. Under equal cultivation levels, bare fists will always struggle against a sword. To disarm an opponent, one must possess overwhelming strength. Otherwise, a mere martial artist may find themselves at the mercy of an ordinary person armed with a knife. Perhaps they have been allies all along. As the challenge approached, Lao Dao prepared to attend, and I decided to accompany him. No way, Shen Phoenix exclaimed, rising anxiously. The boss is far too precious to partake in such underworld challenges. Sit down. It's settled. By the way, Xiao Wang will accompany us. A single word from Yi Jianguo caused Wang Wu's eyebrows to furrow in distress. Why must it always be me? No more excuses. Yi Jianguo glared at Wang Wu, who felt utterly aggrieved. The boss engages in perilous endeavors and insists on bringing me along. I can't fight. Just follow my orders, Yi Jianguo commanded. Get a vehicle. Wang Wu, with no other choice, nodded in compliance. Regardless of Chun Luo's objections, Yi Jianguo had made his decision. During their discussion, Lao Dao remained silent, standing beside Yi Xiaoling. Unfamiliar with the concept of challenges, Yi Xiaoling grasped Lao Dao's hand. Grandpa, are you going out? Lao Dao nodded. Yi Xiaoling tugged at his sleeve, urging him to lean down. Once he did, she produced a coin from her pocket. Could you help me buy some malt candy? Sure, don't let Daddy know. He doesn't like me having too much sugar. Please, Grandpa, Yi Xiaoling pleaded, and Lao Dao, looking at the coin, nodded once more. Chapter 97. The battle by the river. The cold wind howled along the banks of the Songhua River. The ice near the shore had frozen over. Yet the central currents flowed unabated. In the darkness, figures stealthily drilled holes in the ice to fish. A bridge, still serving as a railway, spanned the river. The locals referred to it as the Old River Bridge. Beneath it, lights flickered. A metal barrel blazed with dry vegetables, flames reaching skyward. Nearby, someone held a flashlight, vigilantly scanning the road. Xiong Shanha sat behind the barrel, flanked by his subordinates, one of whom bore a long package. Zhao Si, wrapped in a military coat, exhaled puffs of vapor, his gaze drifting towards the road. What time is it? Will that scoundrel even show up? Zhao Si fretted, wondering if Yi Jianguo would disregard Zhang Jiushan's reputation as well as his own. Wait, I'm not mentioned in the challenge letter. Is he really disregarding Xiong Shanha? Zhao Si mused, a sense of relief washing over him. Rest assured, he will certainly come. If he is indeed the heir of the 5 tigers breaking the door blade, he will arrive. With his eyes closed, Xiong Shanha seemed unfazed by the cold, as if it didn't affect him in the least. Those with ample flesh are rarely chilled. Zhao Si muttered another curse, pondering Xiong Shanha's sanity for choosing to engage in combat by the riverside at such a late hour. Are you cursing me? Xiong Shanha opened his eyes and glared at Zhao Si. Why would I insult you? Zhao Si retorted, unable to hold back his response. Xiong Shanha rose to his feet and approached Zhao Si, causing him to retreat in alarm. Were it not for Jiu Shu, would I allow you to follow me? Xiong Shanha continued, in this place, you are but a mere nobody from Mulan County, inferior even to the Aohua fish in the Songhua River. The term Aohua refers to the mandarin fish, also known as the Gui fish, in the Songhua River. There is a saying about the 3 flowers and 5 roes and 18 children. The 3 flowers are the Aohua, Bianhua, and Jihua, while the 5 roes include Zeluo, Faluo, Yaluo, Huro, and Tongluo. The 18 children refers to various small fish and boat nails. To insult someone by likening them to Aohua is a saying from the old ice city. Zhao Si recognized his inferiority to Xiong Shanha, yet he found it intolerable to be publicly humiliated in front of his subordinates. Just then, a man holding a flashlight announced, a vehicle is approaching. It has stopped. 3 people. With this reminder, everyone momentarily forgot their previous tensions. In the darkness, Wang Wu, flashlight in hand, led Yi Jianguo and Lao Dao forward. Lao Dao maintained his stoic demeanor, while Yi Jianguo, smoking a cigarette, stood by the riverbank, casting a glance first at the scene ahead. Yi Jianguo. Zhao Si was taken aback upon seeing him. What brings him here? Why is he not visiting Zhang Jiushan, but instead appearing with Lao Dao? The encounter at Baiwa Tower had seen Yi Jianguo alongside Lao Dao. What was the nature of their relationship? Is that truly Yi Jianguo? Xiong Shanha squinted, scrutinizing Yi Jianguo under the flashlight. Yi Jianguo, in his 20s, was reasonably handsome, yet nothing particularly remarkable stood out about him. Indeed, it is he, Xiong Shanha confirmed, noting Lao Dao beside him. The leader? Zhao Si did not recognize Wang Wu, but Xiong Shanha's subordinates identified him as a broker from Daowai, now serving as Yi Jianguo's assistant. A broker? Shanha's disdain deepened. Brokers were mere middlemen and could not compare to him. Shanha resumed his seat, awaiting their arrival. As the trio descended, Lao Dao directed his gaze at Zhao Si. Do not look at me. He challenges you. I am merely a witness. Zhao Si smirked. Internally aware that he dared not offend Lao Dao shifted his gaze back to Shanha. Indeed, I challenge you. I am lousy, Shanha. Shanha spoke directly, preparing to elaborate further when he noticed Lao Dao advancing toward him. Are you ready? With no further pleasantries exchanged, Lao Dao revealed a black gold dagger. Its emergence swift and elusive. Wang Wu blinked, discreetly inquiring of Jianguo, boss, where does Dao Gu conceal his knife? I have no idea. Jianguo replied helplessly, as he too had not discerned its origin. You don't know either? Wang Wu stuck out his tongue, then turned to Lao Dao, who addressed Shanha. If you are prepared, let us begin. I have matters to attend to. Very well. Shanha, observing Lao Dao, abruptly rose. He then kicked the stool behind him, sending it flying. His subordinates also drew out their long packages, and in an instant, a knife, a golden-hued, large-ringed blade, materialized in Shanha's grasp. The blade shimmered like a divine dragon, its iron ring vibrating and emitting a crisp sound akin to a dragon's roar. You, surnamed Peng, are nothing. Just as Shanha was about to strike, Jianguo interjected, Wait. What? Both Shanha and the old knife were momentarily stunned, perplexed by Jianguo's intentions. What is the point of this fight? Isn't it rather dull to engage in such a skirmish at this hour? Jianguo continued, The old knife is my bodyguard. You can't just challenge him without consequence. Do you have any idea how much he earns me in a minute? As he spoke, he extended his arm, revealing his watch. Pointing to it, You're wasting my time, Shanha, and you owe me compensation. He beckoned Shanha with a gesture, his fingers pinching together. This universally understood sign conveyed a clear message. Are you asking me for money? Shanha regarded Jianguo as though he were a fool. It's not about money. It's about the compensation for challenging my bodyguard. Surely you have funds? Following Zhang Jioshan, are you truly that impoverished? Fourth master, you have wealth. Lend him some. Jianguo's sharp tongue provoked Shanha to a boiling rage. How dare you insult me? Jianguo, who do you think you are? Insult you? Jianguo raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by Shanha's fury. Do not flaunt your street credentials here. Care to test me? In an instant, Jianguo's eyes turned icy. Shanha's pupils dilated. He sensed an aura of authority emanating from Jianguo. Those of the underworld are but rabble. When faced with true power, they are rendered inconsequential. Shanha hesitated to meet Jianguo's gaze, the golden-ringed knife trembling in his grip. Zhao Si observed Shanha with contempt. Jianguo, what exactly do you intend to do? Zhao Si approached with curiosity. Only then did Jianguo retract his gaze, coldly addressing Zhao Si. The old knife is under my command. He is not someone you can challenge at will. Do you understand? If you wish to challenge him, the cost is 20,000. What did you say? Zhao Si nearly leaped in disbelief, questioning Jianguo's sanity. Wang Wu glanced back at his boss, nodding in admiration. That's the way. Always thinking of profit. The old knife remained silent. Regardless of what Jianguo asserted, he was still the boss. 20,000? Shanha gritted his teeth, astonished by Jianguo's audacity. Nonsense. Jianguo asserted with greater authority, gesturing towards Shanha. I told you, he is my bodyguard. I am a businessman, not a gangster. If you wish to challenge him, you must pay. If you lack funds, cease pretending to be the boss. Old knife, we are leaving, Jianguo called out, intending to prevent the confrontation between the old knife and Shanha. What era are we in, still resorting to violence? Had this been in Hong Kong, where Jianguo was a wealthy magnate, a mere phone call could have summoned the elite to eliminate Shanha without hesitation. Jianguo's arrogance has pushed Shanha to his limits. How dare you threaten me? Jianguo regarded him with a calm demeanor and stated, Do you wish to meet the same fate as Shuai? His words reverberated through the room, silencing all present. Shanha's expression darkened as he turned to Zhao Si, whose eyes widened in shock. Jianguo had leveraged his connection with Bureau Chief Li to imprison Shuai and others. The nature of Jianguo's relationship with Li Fangming remained ambiguous. To confront Jianguo now would irrevocably sever ties with Li Fangming. Thus, Jiao Shu suggested targeting those close to Jianguo first. In this tense atmosphere, Zhao Si's mind raced as he approached Shanha, whispering a few words. Damn it. Shanha had no choice but to glance back at Lao Dao. Is the Ping family truly this cowardly? Seeking to provoke Lao Dao. who stood silently with a frigid gaze. Xiang Shanhe queried, "Does my Lao Dao's courage concern you? Speak up, Xiang Shanhe. If you desire money, procure it swiftly. If not, I have no interest in competing with you." As Jianguo attempted to escort Lao Dao away, Xiang Shanhe stamped his foot. "Fine, 2,000 yuan it is. I shall duel your bodyguard. But let it be clear, we will determine the victor and the consequences. Do you dare?" Xiang Shanhe revealed a cruel smile, envisioning Yi Jianguo witnessing Lao Dao's demise. "What did you say?" Yi Jianguo's expression darkened further, prompting Xiang Shanhe to retreat once more. Just as Yi Jianguo was about to speak, Lao Dao brandished his black gold short knife. "Shall we commence?" Lao Dao surprisingly initiated the duel before Xiang Shanhe could even produce the money. Yi Jianguo cast a long, contemplative glance at Lao Dao. He could no longer intervene. He stepped back, allowing Wang Wu to clear the space, with others following suit, including Zhao Si. Xiang Shanhe gripped his large ring knife, his gaze growing increasingly profound. The icy surface was stirred by the river wind, sharp as a blade, fueling the tension in the air. Both combatants stood still. As they were seasoned warriors who understood that the moment a blade was drawn, it signified a life-or-death struggle. In reality, duels do not last for the hundreds of exchanges depicted in tales. True martial artists reveal life and death with their first strike. The night was rife with a murderous intent, the wind howling around them. The spectators squinted in anticipation, while Yu Jianguo's heart raced. In that instant, Xiang Shanhe sprang into action, raising his large knife in a diagonal slice. With this movement, he charged forward, the blade emitting a dazzling brilliance. The knife's shadow loomed like mountains and rivers, its edge rising defiantly, yet Lao Dao remained motionless, seemingly engulfed by the blade's shadow. In a sudden motion, Lao Dao swung his arm, the black gold short knife gliding past Xiang Shanhe's large knife. Lao Dao's figure spiraled gracefully in the wind, while the large knife continued to tremble violently. The two had exchanged positions, and Lao Dao had already sheathed his weapon. "You have lost. Bring 2,000 yuan tomorrow," Lao Dao declared, turning to leave. Others remained in shock, including Yi Jianguo, who was left bewildered. Was it over? Had he won? Was it truly that simple? Yi Jianguo glanced back once more, observing Xiang Shanhe, who was bowing his head in disbelief, staring at his chest. Xiang Shanhe's clothing had been slashed open, and blood was seeping through the cotton lining. "Boss!" the others cried out. Xiang Shanhe suddenly knelt, his knife clattering to the ground. Sweat drenched his face, and he appeared to be gasping for breath. "Why you didn't use the 5-tiger door-cutting blade?" Xiang Shanhe managed to squeeze out, his eyes fixed intently on Lao Dao's retreating figure. "You are not worthy of my 5-tiger door-cutting blade." Lao Dao's voice remained icy, but upon uttering those words, Xiang Shanhe coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was unclear whether it was from rage or the impact of the blade's aura. Yi Jianguo, however, extended a thumb towards Lao Dao. "It seems you can indeed retaliate." Chapter 99, Master? Lao Dao's eyes retained their frostiness. Yet a hint of amusement flickered when he regarded Yu Jianguo. Yu Jianguo cast a glance at Xiang Shanhe and Zhao Si. "I shall establish a rule for you. Do not appear near my residence. Otherwise, I will employ every means at my disposal to have you all apprehended." Yi Jianguo's gaze was frigid, and the elder Zhao Si from Mulan County felt a chill run down his spine. The current Yi Jianguo was not someone he could provoke. "Deliver the money to the company. My Jiutian company. If you fall short by even a penny, you can test the waters." After speaking, Yi Jianguo led Wang Wu away. By the river, Xiang Shanhe's men stood frozen in place. They were not afraid of Yi Jianguo. They feared Lao Dao's blade. Without employing the 5-tiger door-cutting blade, Lao Dao had defeated Xiang Shanhe with a single move. After all, Xiang Shanhe was considered a top-tier expert. How could he be vanquished so effortlessly? Xiang Shanhe spat blood once more, unable to accept this outcome, yet he had no choice but to concede. In the martial world, there were certain rules. Inside the car, Wang Wu gazed at Lao Dao with admiration. "Brother Dao, you are incredible!" Wang Wu exclaimed, eager to learn martial arts from Lao Dao. Lao Dao remained silent, his gaze fixed on his hands. "Lao Dao, how many techniques do you know?" Yi Jianguo, lacking knowledge of martial arts, was simply curious. "Two," came the chilling response. "One for combat, the other for killing." Yi Jianguo blinked, taken aback by Lao Dao's stark reply. "How many people have you killed?" he whispered, wary of startling the taxi driver. Lao Dao slowly lifted his head to meet Yi Jianguo's gaze, then shook his head. "Goodness." Yi Jianguo rolled his eyes dramatically, terrified, having assumed Lao Dao had taken lives. In that case, Lao Dao was perhaps less formidable than himself, for Jianguo had dispatched a human trafficker. Moments later, Lao Dao spoke again, his tone deep and somber. Those I have killed were not human. Jianguo fell silent, rubbing his temples. Well then, let us return home and rest. Wang Wu, check tomorrow if the money has been delivered to the company. If it has, it all belongs to Lao Dao. If not, spread the word in the martial world. I have no respect for such people. Jianguo redirected his frustration towards Xiang Shanhe and the others. Engaging in conversation with Lao Dao proved too stifling for Jianguo. Upon returning home, Chen Luo's family and others were utterly astonished. You've returned? In less than an hour? What was the outcome? Everyone gazed at them, while Lao Dao remained silent, ignoring Chen Luo's family. He glanced at the sleeping Xiaoling and then retreated to the adjacent room, closing the door to rest. Jianguo also chose silence and returned to his own room. Observing the demeanor of their boss and Lao Dao, Chen Fenghuang mistakenly assumed that Lao Dao had lost. Brother, it's all right. It's good enough that you returned safely. If you lost, then so be it. Yes, safety is paramount, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu concurred. However, unexpectedly, Wang Wu sprang to his feet. What nonsense. My brother Dao could never lose. He won outright, and not only did he win, but the boss also earned 20,000 yuan. Unable to contain himself, Wang Wu chattered excitedly about the events that transpired. Goodness. Upon hearing this conclusion, Chen Luo turned to look at Lao Dao's room. Could it be that he has achieved the innate realm? A martial arts master? In this era, warriors in the pugilistic world were categorized into various ranks: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and so on. Achieving postnatal internal energy marked one as a first-rate warrior. If one were to open the run and do meridians and condense innate energy, they would attain the level of a master. Since the establishment of the nation, there had been no more than 100 martial arts masters across the country. After a decade of turmoil, combined with various movements, the number of surviving masters in contemporary times was exceedingly limited. No way. Chen Fenghuang and the others gasped in astonishment. Brother, you and Brother Dao? Chen Luo quickly shook his head. I am certainly not on par with Brother Dao. I had no idea such a formidable individual was at the boss's side. Let Brother Dao serve as the head of security. Wang Wu, however, remarked with a hint of melancholy, you are overthinking. Brother Dao is the personal bodyguard of the boss and the young lady. Everyone nodded in agreement. The presence of a master-class warrior beside them was truly overwhelming. Inside his room, Jianguo overheard the conversation outside. A master? Could it be that I've inadvertently acquired a master? It seemed he would need to increase Lao Dao's salary. With a master protecting Xiaoling, he felt entirely at ease. Early the next morning, the phone rang. Jianguo was brushing his teeth while Xiaoling stood on a stool to answer the call. Hello, whom are you looking for? On the other end was Chen Fenghuang's voice. Xiaoling, I am looking for your father. The Wanjie clothing factory is calling, hoping the boss can visit today. Xiaoling turned to look at Jianguo, who had already come to stand behind her, ruffling her hair. Don't stand so high. It's too dangerous. Xiaoling smiled brightly and handed the phone to her father. Understood. I want to go today. Let Zhang Long and Zhao Hu accompany Wang Wu instead. You're not going? Chen Fenghuang on the phone was taken aback. Why isn't the boss going? I'm not in a hurry regarding the clothing factory. They're the ones who should be anxious. No need to rush. Jianguo said a few words nonchalantly before hanging up. Xiaoling, get dressed. Today we are going shopping. Xiaoling jumped up again, realizing they were going to buy goods for the new year. The little new year was approaching, and after that, it would be the new year. Jianguo smiled as he gazed out the window at the azure sky. I have been reborn, and it is my first spring festival. My dear wife, how are you faring in the capital? In chapter 100, the factory director is anxious. Ling Meiwan is waiting in the security office of the garment factory, while all the mid-level managers are gathered in the conference room, eager to meet Jianguo. Xiaoling is somewhat indecisive. The polyester fabric in Jianguo's hands, if successfully produced, could elevate Wanjie garment factory above all others. The profit margin in clothing may not be the highest, yet its volume certainly surpasses that of other industries. Winning through quantity can sometimes be the ultimate strategy. However, the most pressing concern now is that Jianguo seeks substantial profits, and Xiaoling is at a loss, deciding to first showcase the factory's capabilities to him. Why has tea arrived yet? Ling Meiwan is growing anxious when she spots a taxi pulling up outside. Her eyes light up, and she rushes out to greet it. Not only Ling Meiwan, but the factory's security also emerges to welcome the visitors. Mr. Yi, Ling Meiwan forces a smile. Yet her expression falters as a stranger steps out from the passenger seat, followed by Wang Wu and another unfamiliar man. Miss Ling, apologies, our boss is very busy. He sent us in his stead, Wang Wu states with a smile, causing Ling Meijuan's grin to stiffen. Miss Ling, is something amiss? I would like to tour your esteemed factory. Let us go. Wang Wu, hands clasped behind his back, does not come off as arrogant. He is merely representing Jianguo. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu follow closely behind Wang Wu, both exuding an impressive demeanor. Ling Meiwan has no choice but to lead Wang Wu and the others upstairs. Upon reaching the conference room, Xiaoling is disheartened to find that Jianguo has not arrived. He cannot voice his disappointment and instead forces a smile, introducing Wang Wu to the factory's mid-level staff before leading him through various workshops. Each workshop in Wanjie garment factory has been meticulously planned by Xiaoling, resembling those in the southern factories, capable of producing garments for all seasons, all mechanized. At the back of the factory, a fabric development workshop is also in operation. Xiaoling, possessing considerable foresight, after showcasing the workshops, invites Wang Wu and his companions to his office once more. Assistant Wang, when will your boss be available? I wish to invite him for a discussion. Xiaoling offers Wang Wu a cigarette. As a factory director of his stature, he would have never had the chance to meet Wang Wu in the past. Wang Wu declines the cigarette, waving his hand. Our Jiutian company has a policy against such practices. Xiaoling is taken aback by Wang Wu's response, realizing Jiutian company operates with such integrity. Sighing deeply, Wang Wu looks at Xiaoling. Director Xiao, I recognize your entrepreneurial spirit. I have a modest suggestion, stemming from my personal opinion. Please go on. Xiaoling's demeanor becomes serious as he notices Ling Meiwan standing behind him, also gazing at Wang Wu. I understand there may be some doubts regarding your boss. No. We harbor no doubts. Ling Meiwan quickly shakes her head, but Wang Wu chuckles. It's nothing to worry about. My boss once told me that in business, the first consideration is fate, the second is trustworthiness, and the third is capital. The boss has bestowed upon you a rare opportunity, one that necessitates your trust. Director Xiao, do you find the conditions offered by the boss unacceptable? I must inquire, if you were to collaborate and possess 40% of the profits, what would become of your factory? Have you contemplated this? Upon finishing his statement, Wang Wu gazed at Xiaoling with a beaming smile. Xiaoling, momentarily stunned, sat there with his fingers trembling slightly. Wang Wu spoke the truth. What would the Wanjie garment factory look like with a 40% profit? Even that modest share would be 100 times better than the current state of Wanjie. Yet, these profits are attributed to Jianguo's expertise. Skill is paramount. Ling Meiwan understood as well. She turned to Xiaoling and said, Director, I believe we should meet with Boss Yi in person. We ought to have faith in him. He has no reason to deceive us. With access to polyester fabric, they are bound to rise. The present Wanjie garment factory is not worthy of Jianguo's deception. They must seize this opportunity. If it's a 60% profit, then so be it. I understand. I will contemplate this carefully. While Xiaoling wished to deliberate further, Wang Wu chuckled. Director, take your time to consider. However, I must inform you that I provided the information to the boss regarding the garment factory. You are merely one of the candidates. With that, Wang Wu, accompanied by Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, prepared to depart. Wait, Xiaoling, now perspiring, found himself compelled by Wang Wu's final remarks to make a resolute decision. I wish to meet Boss Yi. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in a CAF on Central Street, Jianguo sat with Chun Luojia standing behind him. The winter sun streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow upon Jianguo. He gently lifted his coffee cup and took a sip. This coffee is rather unpleasant. Lao Chen, would you care to try? Jianguo attempted to coax Chun Luojia to sit, but he refused, his unwavering loyalty and respect for Jianguo evident. Boss, I'm not accustomed to it. Today is Lao Dao's reward. When Jianguo repeated his invitation, Chun Luojia's eyes lit up, and he finally sat down. Boss, why didn't you say so earlier? If Lao Gu is treating, I'm definitely in. Is that so? My invitation holds less weight than Lao Dao's. Jianguo's words flushed Chun Luojia's cheeks. Earlier that morning, someone had visited the Chun family martial arts school, dropping off 20,000 yuan before leaving. Xiong Shanha was hospitalized, and Zhao Si had yet to appear. But in the martial world, news had spread that a formidable figure from the Peng family had defeated Xiong Shanha with a single strike. This figure was closely associated with a young man. The Chen family martial arts school now belonged to this young man. Although Yi Jianguo was not part of the martial world, his reputation soared alongside the battle between Lao Dao and Xiongshana, echoing throughout the icy city's martial circles. The enigmatic boss and the formidable swordsman became subjects of speculation among the people. Some even whispered that Yi Jianguo hailed from a prominent family in the capital. His arrival in Ice City was shrouded in mystery, likely driven by an interest in its resources. Aligning with this boss would surely lead to prosperity and the emergence of a great fortune. Chapter 101. Reaching an agreement, Xiaoling and Lin Qianyue arrived at the CAF once more, encountering Yi Jianguo again. Xiaoling felt a tinge of embarrassment, while Lin Qianyue's cheeks flushed crimson. "Boss Yi," Lin Qianyue exclaimed as she took a seat, surprised that Yi Jianguo had chosen this CAF. Chen Luojia stood up again, positioning himself behind Yi Jianguo. Lin Qianyue cast a discreet glance at Chen Luojia, astonished that the individuals around Yi Jianguo were all remarkable heroes. Their mere appearance captivated her. Xiaoling shared her sentiment, for as a factory director, he was well aware of the significance of one's countenance. "What would you like to drink?" Yi Jianguo inquired. "Please serve tea for Director Xiao. Are we having coffee together, Engineer Ling?" Yi Jianguo's smile was genuine, which eased Lin Qianyue's apprehension, and Xiaoling nodded in agreement. "Actually, I am open to anything. I am here today to inform Boss Yi that I have agreed," Xiaoling decisively stated, feeling it necessary to voice his decision. "Is that so? Then, Director Xiao, you need not call me Boss Yi. As partners, simply refer to me as Xiao Yi or Jianguo." Yi Jianguo's demeanor was neither lofty nor aggressive. He radiated warmth, putting both individuals at ease. "Very well, Xiao Yi, shall we proceed with this collaboration?" Xiaoling seized the opportunity. Yi Jianguo responded, "Of course, as long as you agree to my conditions, we are indeed partners. I shall provide you with a proposal before the year concludes, detailing the fabric options for polyester. With the Wanjie garment factory, we shall undoubtedly create a fashion wave for our nation." Lin Qianyue was exhilarated, raising her coffee cup. "A toast to you." Yet, she still hesitated to address Yi Jianguo as Xiao Yi or Jianguo. "Excellent." Yi Jianguo chuckled again, turning to Xiaoling. "Shall we toast together?" "Yes, cheers." Xiaoling laughed heartily. After all, Yi Jianguo had mentioned a proposal and the polyester fabric options. The three of them toasted and resumed their discussion about polyester. Yi Jianguo briefly outlined his thoughts, beginning with sportswear. After all, since the reform and opening up, China had participated in an increasing number of international competitions, and the national team's uniforms changed annually. With the promotion of sportswear, it transitioned into down jackets, and subsequently suits, among others. The emergence of polyester had revolutionized the fashion landscape for the Chinese populace. Xiaoling was astonished to discover that Yi Jianguo possessed not only technical expertise but also remarkable business acumen. Even Lin Qianyue, from just a few of Yi Jianguo's words, began to contemplate diversified branding. Yi Jianguo's idea was to first establish a single brand to capture the market, and thereafter, to diversify into multiple brands for comprehensive coverage. This strategy would not only encompass the nation but also extend globally. Yi Jianguo's brand consciousness seemed to draw inspiration from a vision of the future. However, with Yi Jianguo's presence in this era, it was likely that the clothing empire of that future would belong to him. Indeed, diversification, once wealth is attained, we can acquire and repackage foreign brands. With a new trend every 3 years, we shall always remain at the forefront. Lin Qianyue's eyes sparkled with admiration. She felt a profound respect for Yi Jianguo. "When shall we finalize the collaboration agreement?" Xiaoling felt a sense of urgency. He was now completely at ease. For Yi Jianguo was certainly no fraud, but rather a genuine business prodigy. The auspicious timing coincided with the small year, symbolizing the flourishing of our partnership. "Very well. Let us proceed on that day, at our Wanjie garment factory." "Excellent. I shall invite Director Li to witness the occasion." "Director Li?" Xiaoling was momentarily taken aback. But upon hearing Yi Jianguo mention Li Fangming, his confidence soared. With an official presence, Xiaoling felt even more assured. Yet Yi Jianguo silently chuckled. If he were to be a swindler, he could easily deceive Xiaoling and his associates. The presence of officials guarantees success? Yi Jianguo's invitation to Li Fangming was merely a means to lend gravitas to the event. The preliminary framework for the second heavenly realm had already been established. It was merely a matter of execution. Step by step, Yi Jianguo suppressed his thoughts and made arrangements with Xiaoling and the others before seeing them off. "Boss, has the deal been finalized? Our company is still under renovation, Qianyue expressed with a hint of impatience. It's too cold in winter to carry out renovations. And Jianguo Company doesn't even have an office yet. Why the rush? Let us just enjoy the new year. Jianguo was about to escort Qianyue when he suddenly noticed the CAF door swing open and two young women entered. The leading lady, clad in a white down jacket, exuded youthful vibrance. The girl behind her wore a light yellow down jacket and knee-high boots, accentuating her long legs. It's freezing outside. Aro, look at my hands. The girl in white, named Xiaohua, extended her icy hands towards the other girl. Xiaoyun, it's chilly, Yunro whispered, trying to shy away. Xiaohua was Yunro's classmate, and they shared not only the bond of college, but also that of high school. Xiaohua had brought Yunro out for a breath of fresh air and had discreetly invited other male classmates, hoping to help Yunro forget her troubles. Since Yunro had been rescued, she had confined herself at home. The Yun family worried about her well-being, fearing she might struggle to return to school. So they sought out her former classmates, hoping companionship would help her recover from her nightmares. Thus, Yunro finally stepped out of her home, gradually regaining her ability to communicate with others. What are you afraid of? Oh look, there's a handsome guy over there. Xiaohua suddenly glanced toward the window, where a striking young man was about to rise. So handsome. Xiaohua was astonished to encounter such a man here. Yet, Yunro remained oblivious, her gaze cast downwards. Aro, you must see this guy. He could be considered the campus heartthrob. He looks youthful yet carries a mature aura. Xiaohua rambled on. But Yunro continued to avert her gaze. Very well then. Just as Xiaohua was about to concede defeat, Jianguo had already approached the bar, casually instructing the waiter, the bill, please. Those two simple words caused Yunro to abruptly lift her head and look over. Xiaohua paused, and as Yunro gazed at Jianguo, her pupils dilated and her breath quickened. Aro, what is this? Are you also taken with handsome men? Chapter 102. Destiny. Xiaohua was teasing Yunro, unaware that Yunro was making her way towards the handsome stranger. Oh dear. Xiaohua pondered on how audacious Yunro was. Aro, come back quickly. Xiaohua felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that if he were to take the initiative to introduce himself, he would not dare to do so. Yunro approached Jianguo from behind, and Qianyue had already noticed her, instinctively positioning himself in front of her. Miss, may I assist you? Yunro's gaze was entirely fixated on Jianguo. Brother Yi. This gentle and ethereal voice made Jianguo glance back. Yunro? His eyes sparkled with surprise at the unexpected sight of her. Their eyes met, and Yunro's gaze shimmered with moisture, adorned with tiny stars. Brother Yi, I have missed you dearly. Yunro longed to embrace Jianguo. During her nightmares over the past few days, he had appeared as a knight, safeguarding her. The mere thought of him brought tranquility to her heart. Qianyue stepped back, no longer daring to obstruct Yunro, casting a complex glance between her and his boss. Jianguo smiled and extended his hand towards her. All that has transpired is behind us. It brings me joy to see you. Yunro, gazing at his hand, reached out with her delicate fingers, gripping his firmly. Yes, I too am delighted. Are you leaving, Brother Yi? She felt a pang of reluctance, finally encountering Jianguo. How could she bear for him to depart? Having seen you, I can stay a while longer. Yunro smiled shyly, her happiness evident, yet Jianguo attempted to retract his hand, which she continued to hold. Do you know each other? At that critical moment, Xiaohua approached, astonished as he observed the two. How does Yunro know this handsome gentleman? Finally releasing his hand, Yunro turned to Xiaohua, her face radiant with joy. He is Jianguo, my savior. What? Xiaohua finally realized that Jianguo was indeed Yunro's benefactor. No way. Didn't you say that person was from the countryside? What is going on? Xiaohua scrutinized Jianguo anew. Did he resemble a country dweller? His attire exuded the aura of an urbanite, even more commanding than that of the average city dweller. Yunro, perplexed, looked at Jianguo, who merely smiled and nodded. Please, have a seat. Jianguo invited Qianyue to wait at the original dining table as he moved towards the table reserved by Xiaohua. Brother Yi, what brings you to Ice City? After finally calming herself, Yunro eagerly inquired. Her eyes seemed to convey an unspoken question. Did you come to find me? Xiaohua, seated nearby, was momentarily taken aback by Yunro's evident reliance on her savior. In the past, it would have been inconsequential, but Jianguo was indeed strikingly handsome. I have relocated. I will be staying in Ice City from now on. Really? Yunro's heart soared at the news that Jianguo would be in Ice City. Then, Brother Yi, where will you reside? Could you share your contact information? Having finally located Jianguo, she yearned to maintain contact with him. Certainly. Jianguo took out a pen and inscribed his phone number on a napkin. This is my home number. He handed the napkin to her, and Yunro received it with both hands, studying it intently while silently memorizing it. Mr. Yi, you truly are from the countryside? Xiaohua could no longer contain her curiosity about Jianguo. Indeed, he hailed from Baikai village in Milan County, and there was no need for him to conceal his origins. What brings you to Ice City? Xiaohua pressed further, just as Jianguo was about to respond. The restaurant door swung open once more, and a group of 7 or 8 men and women entered, all smiling. The leading figure, a man clad in a black trench coat, waved directly at Xiaohua. Xiaohua, we've arrived. Upon hearing the call, Xiaohua turned to look. Zhang Ming, keep your voice down. She chided him as he led his classmates to the table. At that moment, Yun Ro sat beside Jianguo, her gaze solely fixed on him, ignoring Zhang Ming and the others. Zhang Ming and his companions were all university students, although they were not in the same department. Zhang Ming was a member of the student council and a prominent figure on campus. His visit was motivated by a desire for Xiaohua to properly introduce him to Yun Ro, as he had long admired her from afar. The daughter of the Yun family, forging a connection with her would greatly benefit Zhang Ming and his family. The reasons behind Yun Ro's leave of absence from school remained unclear to most. But Zhang Ming was aware of it and intended to take advantage of the holiday to show her more care. However, he was taken aback when he finally managed to invite Yun Ro, only to find a young man beside her. Suppressing his dissatisfaction as he glanced at Jianguo, Zhang Ming addressed Yun Ro. Yun Ro, it's good to see you again. Here, I brought you a gift. He produced a gift box from behind him containing a handbag. Other classmates also presented their gifts, revealing an array of offerings. Ro, did you see that? Xiaohua quickly reminded Yun Ro, who blushed and looked at the group. Thank you, everyone. I can't accept so many gifts. Yun Ro attempted to decline, but Zhang Ming gently placed the gift box on the table, saying, we're all classmates, and we care about you. Would you like to drink? Today. It's on me. Afterwards, let us head to the ice rink. Zhang Ming's suggestion elicited laughter from the group. Being young in this era, entertainment options were quite limited. Yet ice skating was a beloved pastime among the children of Ice City. In spring and summer, there was dry skating on rollerblades and indoor rinks, while winter brought the thrill of real ice rinks, where the sensation of gliding on ice skates was an unparalleled experience. Yes, ice skating. I heard you used to be an athlete, Yun Ro. Someone intentionally brought up her past as a competitive ice skater in high school, even participating in national competitions. Yun Ro merely smiled shyly, stealing glances at Jianguo. Yigo, would you like to drink? It's on me. However, Jianguo shook his head and replied, your classmates have arrived. Enjoy yourselves. I must take my leave. Upon hearing Jianguo's intention to leave, Yun Ro immediately stood up. I don't want to play with them. I wish to chat with Yigo. Zhang Ming, witnessing Yun Ro's refusal to join them, stood there in stunned silence, then turned to Jianguo with a peculiar smile. Ro, who is this? Zhang Ming imitated Xiaohua's affectionate way of addressing Yun Ro as Ro, which added a touch of warmth to their interaction. Yun Ro glanced at Zhang Ming and softly clarified, this is my good friend, Jianguo. Xiaohua quickly supported Yun Ro's explanation, saying, yes, an old friend we haven't seen in a while. Ro wishes to engage in a bit more conversation. Xiaohua intended to introduce Yun Ro to Zhang Ming. Considering Zhang Ming's exceptional qualities, likely to be the future president of the student council, Yun Ro needed to meet new friends to uplift her spirits. Little did they expect to encounter a life-saving benefactor here. Shall we enjoy ourselves together? Zhang Ming beamed again, extending his hand to Jianguo. Come on, buddy. Let's do this. Show some courtesy. Jianguo shook Zhang Ming's hand, but in the next moment, he felt Zhang Ming's grip suddenly tighten. Zhang Ming, having undergone training, aimed to send a subtle warning to Jianguo to remain compliant. Zhang Ming exerted a hidden strength in his grip. Jianguo, sensing the pressure, had no intention of causing trouble. In his eyes, these individuals were mere youngsters. Yielding to Zhang Ming's grip, Jianguo remarked coolly, I'm not interested in ice skating. You all enjoy yourselves. That won't do. If you leave, Ro will follow suit. Let's stick together. Zhang Ming maintained his grip, and Jianguo felt the pressure intensify once more, his frustration mounting. Do you take me for a fool, you little brat? Finally, Jianguo retaliated. Despite Zhang Ming's training, Jianguo hailed from a rural background, having spent years laboring on the mountains. His physique was naturally robust, with endurance, strength, and speed comparable to that of martial artists. As Jianguo pushed back, Zhang Ming felt his strength crumble, as if his hand were about to be severed. Damn! Zhang Ming had not anticipated Jianguo's formidable strength. Just then, Jianguo released his grip. Forget it, you all have fun. Jianguo intended to leave, but Yunro turned to Zhang Ming and said, I'm sorry. You all enjoy yourselves. Observing Yunro's resolute demeanor, Zhang Ming's expression grew awkward. Brother Yi, how about joining us? Aro has made an effort to come out, and we will head back in the afternoon. As Xiaohua spoke, he subtly signaled to Jianguo. Jianguo paused. Recognizing that Xiaohua's unspoken message was that Yunro deserved a chance to relax, considering the challenges she had faced. Understanding this, Jianguo conceded. All right then, he nodded, deciding to stay and converse a bit more with Yunro. Brother Yi, you're quite generous. So, shall we grab some coffee? Xiaohua was pleased with Jianguo's decision, recognizing his intelligence. Upon hearing that Jianguo would play with her, Yunro smiled sweetly, sitting beside Jianguo and picking up the menu to inquire about his drink preferences. I just finished mine, you all go ahead. Jianguo had no intention of ordering another drink, and Zhang Ming began to feel a pang of jealousy towards Jianguo. Hey, aren't you a student? No, Jianguo replied with a shake of his head. Zhang Ming pressed further. Then what do you do? I just came from the countryside, Jianguo replied casually. Sensing the envy emanating from Zhang Ming and deciding to keep a low profile, entertaining the youngsters instead. From the countryside? Is that true? Zhang Ming chuckled. And upon hearing that Jianguo hailed from the countryside, the others joined in the laughter. Indeed, Jianguo nodded affirmatively, and Xiaohua interjected, yes. Brother Yi used to live in the countryside, but he has since moved to the city. Zhang Ming, hastily, urged, get me some coffee. Xiaohua wished to divert Zhang Ming's curiosity regarding Jianguo and Yunro. I'll order, but this fellow probably has never had coffee before. Should I get you something? Zhang Ming mockingly ridiculed Jianguo, who pretended not to hear. It mattered not. Jianguo was truly indifferent. Though Yunro cast a disapproving glance at Zhang Ming and quietly apologized to Jianguo, he waved his hand dismissively, then whispered something to Yunro. Their hushed conversation ignited a fire of jealousy within Zhang Ming. How dare this fellow compete for a woman with me, coming from the countryside? Does he truly think the Yun family would be interested in him? Fool. Zhang Ming seethed internally, and upon the arrival of the coffee, he addressed the waiter, come. Please give my friend a proper introduction on how to enjoy this coffee. Zhang Ming sought to embarrass Jianguo. The others stifled their laughter, bemused at the notion of a rural man understanding coffee. The waiter hesitated momentarily before smiling at Jianguo. Mr. Yi, our CAF offers a 20% discount on all coffee for you. Moreover, I believe you prefer hand-ground coffee. Zhang Ming was taken aback, as were the others. Despite their affluent backgrounds, they were unaware of such CAF protocols or that hand-ground coffee came at a premium. Xiaohua was similarly astonished. He knew hand-ground coffee was costly, and the price for a single cup could equate to the annual earnings of an ordinary person. Brother Yi, you only drink hand-ground coffee? Yunro also expressed surprise, to which Jianguo smiled once more. Yes, just a little habit. Turning to the waiter, he requested, please serve my friend the hand-ground coffee. Jianguo was generous, wishing to treat Yunro as well. Certainly. The waiter departed, delighted. His spending prowess surpassed that of these students. Zhang Ming and his associates were wealthy, but seldom indulged in such extravagance. Clearing his throat, the others felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet upon hearing Jianguo's treat of coffee, they managed to muster up insincere smiles once more. Zhang Ming, too, felt uncomfortable. Brother Yi, what do you do? He shamelessly probed again. I deal in fabrics, Jianguo replied modestly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming's understanding deepened. A second-hand dealer? It seems the reforms have indeed made you quite prosperous. Earning a living is no simple feat, yet you indulge in hand-ground coffee. Zhang Ming continued his ridicule of Jianguo, but was met with Jianguo's calm retort. If you don't like it, I can have them serve you less. Zhang Ming felt a surge of embarrassment. Was that what he meant? He too desired to sample the hand-ground coffee. Chapter 104. The ice rink. As they sipped their hand-ground coffee, a silence enveloped the group. In contrast, Yunro enthusiastically praised the coffee and engaged in lively conversation with Jianguo. Her vivacity seemed to be directed solely at him. Xiaohua felt a tinge of jealousy towards her close friend, having noticed Zhang Ming's sullen expression. Shall we head to the ice rink now? Absolutely. The group erupted in cheers, as the ice rink was situated by the riverside, just a short stroll across Central Street. "Brother Yi, are you coming?" Yunro inquired once more to confirm. Jianguo glanced at his watch. "I can accompany you for a while, but I truly must return home soon. My daughter is waiting for me." He spoke softly, and upon hearing the mention of his daughter, Yunro pondered for a moment. "Is it Xiaoling? May I visit your home tomorrow to see her?" "Haha, of course." That night in the cave, they had shared many heartfelt conversations. And Yunro was aware that Jianguo's wife had already departed, which made her harbor a certain disdain for her. Such a wonderful man as Brother Yi. Yet she does not cherish him. What is so great about the capital city? Upon learning that Jianguo would also be attending, Zhang Ming suppressed his feelings and, with a quick thought, excused himself. "I need to use the restroom." He found a moment to step over to the bar and made a phone call. Jianguo donned his coat and cast a glance at Chen Luo's table, initially intending to suggest that Chen Luo leave. He noticed a subtle hint from Chen Luo towards the owner, prompting Jianguo to look back at the bar. "All right then." He signaled for Chen Luo to follow. And together, they exited the CAF alongside Yunro, who stood close to Jianguo like a little bird seeking comfort. "Ro, aren't you coming with me?" Xiaohua pouted and remarked to Jianguo. "Look at her. Upon seeing you, she can hardly move." Yunro blushed at the teasing, while Jianguo, unperturbed, playfully retorted at Xiaohua. "You have so many friends with you. Of course, Xiaoro would prefer to accompany me." "Oh." Calling her Xiaoro now. "Does Brother Yi have a partner? I am already married with children." "Ah?" Upon hearing this, Xiaohua's interest in Jianguo diminished significantly. Observing Yunro's demeanor, she surmised it was merely a sisterly reliance on an elder brother. "It seems I misjudged. The danger has passed. Zhang Ming need not target Brother Yi. He is quite a decent fellow." With her interest waning, Xiaohua's tone became more casual, and she engaged in friendly conversation with Jianguo. Zhang Ming soon returned, joining the group as they made their way to the ice rink. The ice rink by the river was already bustling with hundreds of people. The ice city had been divided by business interests. One section was designated for children, complete with dog sledding, while the other was reserved for adult skating. Ice skates were available for rent at 1 yuan per pair, or one could bring their own skates, though entry required a nominal fee of 20 cents. The ice skates here needed to be maintained periodically. Zhang Ming pointed to the skate area, saying, "Go choose. I'll cover all expenses." "Haha, great." The group joyfully descended to select their skates, while Yunro turned her gaze to Jianguo. "Brother Yi, can you skate?" "I cannot." Jianguo shook his head, genuinely unable, as it was a pastime for city dwellers. "Shall I teach you?" Yunro's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Jianguo looked at the skates and shook his head once more. "No, I fear I might fall." "Haha." Yunro laughed heartily. Conversing with Brother Yi was indeed delightful. Jianguo has never been one to feign. He speaks his mind candidly. It is quite all right. He is very eager to learn. "Look at me." With Jianguo by her side, Yunro swiftly donned her skates. Once adorned with her ice blades, she executed a flawless backward glide, soaring across the ice like a swallow. Then, she spun gracefully in place, resembling a snow lotus upon the frozen surface. "Wow." Xiaohua was taken aback, while Zhang Ming gazed at Yunro, his eyes wide with astonishment. Truly, as an athlete, her skating prowess is remarkable. "Impressive." Jianguo applauded her with a thumbs up. "Brother Yi, come down. I will certainly teach you." Yunro called out to Jianguo, her charming face radiant with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Jianguo glanced down at his attire, contemplating the potential tumbles he might take if he joined her, and it seemed a bit daunting. However, observing the lively and endearing Yunro, he was reminded that he, too, was merely in his 20s. "I am still young. I can learn this. Perhaps I can later teach my daughter," he mused, and thus he donned the ice skates. His clumsy demeanor elicited a smirk from Zhang Ming, who, upon seeing Jianguo struggling, suggested, "How about I teach you instead? Ro is a girl, and it may not be convenient for her." Zhang Ming was quite adept at skating himself, even capable of gliding backward. "Zhang Ming, perhaps you should just protect me," Xiaohua interjected, blocking Zhang Ming's approach. "Jianguo is already committed. What are you jealous of?" Zhang Ming shot a helpless glance at Xiaohua before observing Jianguo's slow, precarious movements, nearly falling flat. "Fool. Just you wait," Zhang Ming thought, casting a furtive glance toward the shore, where his associates were expected to arrive soon. Once they did, he would ensure Jianguo received a proper lesson, allowing Yunro to see him in a better light. "Brother Yi, steady yourself. Keep your feet apart." "Yunro." Being a girl, found it challenging to provide close instruction, so she demonstrated the stance. All right. And then what? Jianguo earnestly sought to learn, not just for his daughter, but to acquire a new skill for himself. 1 foot forward, 1 foot back. Maintain your balance. Yes. Yunro broke down the movements, allowing Jianguo to practice with some semblance of grace. Oh my. Jianguo stumbled several times, yet quickly regained his balance. Yunro, startled at first, began to appreciate his resilience, encouraging him, Brother Yi, your core strength is impressive. Take your time. Jianguo, unhurried, glided slowly across the rink. Gradually, he began to grasp the sensation of skating. This isn't too difficult, he exclaimed with a hint of pride, picking up speed as Yunro skated alongside him. Turn. Yunro called out, and miraculously, Jianguo succeeded in making the turn, prompting her to clap in delight. Jianguo chuckled, but just then, a figure rushed toward him, colliding directly with his frame. Chapter 105. The little brute Jianguo sensed the impending impact and swiftly maneuvered aside. Had he been a tad more adept, the collision would have been avoided altogether. Nonetheless, he fell to the ice, but managed to brace himself with his hands, sustaining minimal injury. In contrast, the other individual lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in distress. Jianguo glanced back, noticing that the individual before him appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Wearing a red hat, his hands already bruised and scraped. Before Jianguo could utter a word, shadows began to gather around him, advancing in his direction. Brother Yi, are you all right? Yunro hurried over, disregarding the gazes of others, seizing Jianguo's hand. Xiaohua and the others were engrossed in ice skating, oblivious to the scene unfolding nearby. After all, collisions on the ice were commonplace. A simple exchange of apologies would suffice. However, Zhang Ming's eyes were fixated on the pair, his gaze simmering with jealousy as he observed Yunro grasping Jianguo's hand. I'm fine, Jianguo replied to Yunro, shaking his head while discreetly surveying his surroundings. He noticed a group of over a dozen youths halting beside the one in the red hat, all directing their attention towards him. Hey, he bumped into me. The youth in the red hat pointed at Jianguo, and one of the long-haired boys, exuding an air of arrogance, glided towards him. Are you blind? You bumped into my brother. This long-haired boy, known as Little Beast among the local ruffians, had a notorious reputation for his violent behavior. He was known for abusing his parents at home and bullying strangers outside. Since childhood, he had been a troublemaker, frequently involved in fights. Just recently, he had narrowly avoided juvenile detention due to a crackdown on delinquency. Had it not been for a connection he had, he would have faced severe consequences. Clearly, it was your friend who collided with my brother, Yunro retorted boldly, her eyes fixed on the approaching adversary. She was standing near the edge of the rink, with few people around. Oh, a beautiful lady defending him? What is your relationship? Little Beast sneered at Yunro, a wicked grin spreading across his face as his companions encircled them. What do you want? Yunro scolded, her courage bolstered by Jianguo's presence. Haha, warning us. Are you? Just as Little Beast seemed poised to strike, he noticed something and glared at Jianguo. Are you a man or not? You bumped into my brother. What do you have to say for yourself? Little Beast challenged Jianguo, who regarded him and his gang with indifference. Apologize, Jianguo replied coolly. Haha, apologize? Sure. You go first. Little Beast laughed triumphantly, reveling in the fact that despite Jianguo's age, they were the ones in charge at the rink. The surrounding youths erupted into laughter, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Oh no, it's Little Beast. This couple is in trouble. The murmurs among the crowd caught Xiaohua's attention, prompting him to call for help for Yunro. Wait, don't rush. Zhang Ming calmly intervened, stopping Xiaohua and the others. Let us see if Jianguo will apologize. I can handle this, so don't worry. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Xiaohua urged. What are you waiting for? Hurry and assist. If anything happens to Yunro, it will be a disaster. There is no way anything will happen. I'm here. Zhang Ming reassured him. Besides, Jianguo will apologize. Zhang Ming spoke with deliberate intent, eager to witness Jianguo being bullied, so he could stage a heroic rescue, showcasing to Yunro that he was indeed the most formidable. Jianguo chuckled, positioning himself protectively in front of Yunro, akin to facing a bloodthirsty wolf. Apologize, he commanded the boy in the red hat. The youth paused, regarding Jianguo with a look of incredulity. You want me to apologize? He retorted, perceiving Jianguo as somewhat unhinged, having not heeded his leader's directive for Jianguo to beg for forgiveness. Of course, it is you who should apologize. You collided with me, yet you refuse to express remorse? Such a young age, yet so misguided. Hurry up, I am granting you an opportunity. With arms crossed, Jianguo awaited the red-hatted boy's contrition. Oh my, boss, he is merely pretending, the boy exclaimed. He quickly called to Xiao Chusheng, who, upon glancing at Jianguo, extended his hand. In a swift motion, Xiao Chusheng produced a spring knife from his pocket, the blade gleaming ominously. As the knife emerged, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Xiao Hua shouted for Zhang Ming to intervene, but Zhang Ming remained indifferent, choosing not to act. I will draw your blood, and then you shall understand. Xiao Chusheng sneered at Jianguo, who typically would have intimidated others with such a fierce expression. However, Jianguo stood resolute, merely shaking his head in mild dismissal. Break your hand, Jianguo uttered, causing Xiao Chusheng and his companions to freeze momentarily. Break my hand. Who in this world could possibly make me do that? No sooner had Xiao Chusheng spoken than his hand was seized. Who are you? He demanded, turning to confront a robust figure who glared at him coldly. And who might you be? Xiao Chusheng began to question, only to be met with a forceful grip from Chen Luojia. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed, and Xiao Chusheng erupted into agonizing screams as the spring knife clattered to the ground. Dare to lay a hand on my boss. Chen Luojia delivered a swift kick, sending Xiao Chusheng sprawling, his legs splayed and his eyes wide with pain, gasping for breath. The other youths were rendered speechless by fear. Chen Luojia loomed impressively, exuding an aura of a martial artist that deterred the ruffians from meeting his gaze. You. Chen Luojia pointed at the boy in the red hat, who appeared to shrink before him. Apologize to my boss. Otherwise, as Chen Luojia took a step forward, his shoulders shifted slightly, causing the ice beneath his feet to crack ominously, the fissure advancing toward the red-hatted youth. Ah! The boy shrieked in terror, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry. It was my boss who made me do it. It has nothing to do with me. In Chapter 106, once again provoked, Chen Luojia surveyed the scene. And the small-time thugs lowered their heads, the arrogance they had previously displayed extinguished. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Whose family comes to skate with bodyguards? No wonder they are unafraid, they mused, casting respectful glances at Jianguo. Yunro, too, was taken aback to learn that Jianguo had bodyguards. Boss, are you all right? Chen Luojia approached Jianguo respectfully. What could possibly be wrong with me? Jianguo smiled as he glanced at Yunro, while Chen Luojia had already bowed down, saying, Greetings, Miss Yun. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yunro promptly returned the greeting, casting another look at Jianguo. Chen Luojia is the manager responsible for security. Jianguo explained before motioning for Yunro to release his arm. It was only then that she realized she had been holding on to him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she was suddenly approached by Xiao Hua. Are you all right? Brother Yi, do you have bodyguards? Xiao Hua was astonished. How could someone from the countryside have bodyguards? Was it even a rural area? Perhaps Jianguo was an overseas Chinese? Xiao Hua's imagination began to run wild, while Jianguo merely smiled. This group of people is utterly outrageous. They dare to bully a row. They should leave at once. Zhang Ming interjected, striding over and scolding the gang with ferocity, as if he had already defeated them. The small thug glared at Zhang Ming, gritting his teeth and clutching his arm, preparing to depart. Just then, Jianguo turned his gaze towards Zhang Ming. Wait. Zhang Ming was taken aback and responded with a smile. Brother Yi, is there something else? These people are nothing but ruffians, Jianguo stated, approaching Zhang Ming with a serious demeanor. I am well aware they are ruffians. However, I wish to ascertain whether their actions were unintentional or if someone has instigated them. Jianguo's words caused Zhang Ming to tense up suddenly. Despite the cold winter air, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The others, upon hearing Jianguo's inquiry, turned their curious gazes toward the small thug. Chen Luojia had already moved in, seizing the small thug by the collar. Release me. Do you know who I am? I am the small thug. I can take you down. Indeed, the small thug was fierce, a natural-born troublemaker. Even with a broken wrist, he refused to concede. But do you know who I am? Chen Luojia coldly replied. I am Chen Luojia. The small thug froze, and the ruffians behind him suddenly shouted in unison. The head of the Chun family martial arts school. My goodness. Those who navigate the underworld naturally knew of the Chun family martial arts school. These ruffians had once aspired to learn martial arts and hoped to be accepted under Chen Luojia's tutelage, but alas, they were not destined for such a path. Now, they trembled in fear before Chen Luojia. They were merely ruffians, while he was a master of the martial arts world. The small thug's expression darkened as he realized that Chen Luojia served as a bodyguard for someone of significant stature, indicating Yi Jianguo's importance. Was he someone they could afford to offend? Cursing under his breath, the small thug hung his head in silence. "Who sent you?" Chen Luojia inquired. But the small thug remained mute, unwilling to retaliate against him, clinging to his misguided sense of loyalty. At that moment, Yi Jianguo approached and slowly squatted down. The small thug glanced up at Yi Jianguo, unable to restrain himself from saying, "The victor takes all. I admit my defeat. You can beat me to death, but I will not reveal anything." Yi Jianguo chuckled and placed a hand on the small thug's shoulder. "Thank you for your honesty." "What?" The small thug was taken aback, having said nothing at all, leaving him bewildered by Yi Jianguo's words. Yi Jianguo patted the shoulder of the young man, yet paid him no heed. Abruptly, he turned to face Zhang Ming. "What do you have to say?" Yi Jianguo's gaze was piercing, causing Zhang Ming to flinch, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. "Why are you looking at me? This matter has nothing to do with me. How dare you accuse me?" Zhang Ming seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at the young man. Sensing Zhang Ming's fury, the young man quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "Zhang Xiao, I truly did not say anything. You must believe me." However, his words did not go unnoticed by others. Addressing him as Zhang Xiao indicated that he was acquainted with Zhang Ming, Xiaohua, Yunro. And others turned their attention to Zhang Ming, noting the unease and trepidation reflected in his expression. "It's you, Zhang Ming. What do you mean by this?" Xiaohua was incensed, questioning Zhang Ming's motives. Yunro shared her indignation, wondering why Zhang Ming would seek to harm Yigo. "Do not heed his baseless accusations. I am quite well known," Zhang Ming stammered, clearly flustered as he sought an explanation, yet was at a loss for words. "Zhang Ming, if you have something to say, take it to the police. Call them." Yi Jianguo, unwilling to engage in further frivolities, understood that confronting someone like Zhang Ming necessitated involving the authorities. "No, please do not call the police. This is a misunderstanding. Just listen to my explanation." Zhang Ming, in a state of desperation, insisted that Yi Jianguo refrain from alerting the authorities. "I know him. I saw him just now. I wanted to help," he pleaded. "Really, you must trust me." Yet, no amount of explanation could sway the opinions of those present. "Enough," Yunro interjected, stepping forward to address Zhang Ming. "I no longer wish to see you. Please, you and your companions should leave at once." "Yigu, let us go," she added, not intending to involve the police out of consideration for Xiaohua. Given that Zhang Ming was her friend, as the new year approached, the thought of someone being incarcerated over such matters was disheartening. Yunro's kindness shone through, as she remained concerned for others. "Very well, let us depart," Yi Jianguo acquiesced, slowly gliding to return his skates. Yunro followed suit, neither casting a glance back at Zhang Ming and his associates. Xiaohua shot Zhang Ming a disdainful glare, stating coldly, "We are no longer friends." With that, they left. Zhang Ming hung his head, while those around him refrained from uttering a word. It was only after Yi Jianguo and Yunro had departed that Zhang Ming lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming with malice.